Minutes with me on the news on New Delhi. Let's start from here. And all is set for the crucial Aquitia constituency by-election where voting is expected to start at 7 a.m. The Electoral Commission officials, they started distributing the electoral materials last night to the over 40 polling stations across the constituency where some 58,000 registered voters are expected to cast their ballots. Both sides of the political divide, the NPP and the NDC, they continue their campaigns into the late hours of the night, knocking on doors in a last-minute attempt to sway voters to their side. Now, barring any last-minute challenges, polls are to open in the next few minutes to find a replacement for Ernest Yaokumi, the Member of Parliament who passed away a few months ago. Let's speak to my colleague Eric Mauneg, who has been with the team in the constituency over the last few days on what to expect as constituents start queuing to cast their votes. Mauneg, good morning to you. Thank you so much for joining us. Talk to us. It's a big morning in the Akwatia constituency. How are preparations looking like?
Crosby, good morning to you. We're live from Aquitia, Bus Terminal 1. Polling station, and then Aquitia lorry station polling stations. Both of these polling stations are in the Aquitia township, the bus stop area to be specific. That's where voting is expected to commence any moment from now. And any moment from now as well, we're expecting the election materials which have begun to go to the respective polling stations to make its way here. If you know, we've been here for quite a while, and so we know that from the collation center to this place, roughly about 5+ minutes drive, the collation or the election materials should have made their way here by now, and so we cannot understand just as yet. But voting is expected to start at 7, and so any moment from now as well, the expectation is that these materials would arrive. But also close to us is the police deployment as we're expecting. 5,500 plus police personnel expected to be here and monitoring the election process. That's the numbers expected for these 2 polling stations. And we've been up all throughout the night when the Inspector General of Police was engaging the respective teams to be deployed. The message was very simple. They must enforce peace in this by-election all throughout. That's why we're seeing this much numbers. In fact, we've been told from insider conversations that there could be as many as 30+ police personnel deployed to each polling station. You've mentioned the numbers, over 100 plus polling stations, and so we're expecting at least 30+ police officers at these polling stations, and that's what it's going to look like. They're getting breakfast and water ready for themselves as well, just quickly, so that the proceedings can start. In the township proper, a lot of people, it's for us in Accra, we're used to waking up quite early because you have to catch the bus and all of that. It's not quite like that here, but 1 or 2 people are already up. They've come around the polling station, getting to understand what is expected to happen while looking forward to the fact that voting will start any moment from now. And that's what it looks like here, even as we await election materials to arrive, and then quickly we can begin the process of voting and then look ahead to what will happen by close of today, Crosby.
Mauneg, thank you so much for bringing us those updates. Eric Mauneg, speaking to us from the Aquitia constituency. And as you already are aware, this and we are your election command center. Stay with us here for the entire day as we update you on all the happenings in the Aquitia constituency by election. Also on all our platforms at Media General, 3news.com, on 3FM as well. That as voting gets underway in Aquitia, another major political development has just unfolded at the very heart of Ghana's judiciary. And President John Dramani Mahama, he has removed suspended Chief Justice Gertrude Torkornoo with immediate effect. The president's actions follows satisfaction of Article 1469 of the Constitution after the receipt of recommendations of the Chief Justice of the Justice Parliamentary Committee charged to investigate the report.
Under Article 1469 of the 1992 Constitution, the President is required to act in accordance with the committee's recommendation. In April 2025, the Presidency announced that John Mahama had received petitions asking that Chief Justice Gertrude Tokonu be removed from office.
The Constitution requires confidentiality on the part of all parties. It is a reason why the Presidency, on behalf of His Excellency the President, has refrained from commentary on the matter.
Upon receiving the petitions and in line with Article 146 of the 1992 Constitution, the President forwarded them to the Council of State for advice in establishing a prima facie case. Following the determination of a prima facie case, the President in April 2025 suspended Justice Gertrude Tokonu and set up a 5-member committee to look into the petitions.
Once Ghanaian law dictates that certain processes be undertaken in respect of some alleged misconduct, the rules must come to play.
For 6 months, the Scott Parliamentary Committee received 3 petitions.
There has been considerable interest in our work, shown through comments and opinions by Ghanaians and international observers as well. However, the committee restrained itself all along from reacting, even when blatant false statements were made about members of the committee and our work.
In the interim, a justice of the Supreme Court, Justice Paul Bafuboni, was appointed to act as Chief Justice following the suspension of Justice Gertrude Tokonu in line with Article 146.
The Chief Justice testified personally and was cross-examined. The committee received about 10,000 pages of documentary evidence from both sides. There were 4 lawyers that represented the first petitioner, Daniel Ofori, and 4 lawyers represented the Chief Justice. Mr. President, after critical and dispassionate examination and assessment of all the evidence, including the expert evidence, against the provisions of the Constitution and the relevant laws, we have, without fear or favor, arrived at a recommendation on the first petition.
All proceedings of the committee was held in camera.
The recommendation is contained in the envelope which I now give to you.
Well, President Mahama's latest move at the judiciary has triggered varied reactions. A former director of the Ghana School of Law, Kweku Ansah says although the former Chief Justice did not, she stretched the issue, which has finally led to a dismissal. She must be allowed to retire with some of her benefits.
Can either decide, to continue as a justice of the Supreme Court or bow out in a dignified manner. This will be something between the Chief Justice, the Council of State, the Judicial Council, and the President. But what I would recommend is that she must be allowed, to exit in a dignified manner as a former Chief Justice, with all, benefits, intact. I don't think that, we have come to the end of the road in this matter. Good sense, has always prevailed in this country, and I know the President will live up, to expectation of the millions of Ghanaians who are interested in seeing that sanity prevail.
Now, from the corridors of diplomacy, President Mahama is setting a new tone for Ghana's image on the global stage. He has charged newly appointed ambassadors and high commissioners to focus on 8 key priority areas to market Ghana and their respective host countries, launching key performance indicators for the envoys. The president noted that envoys should put up Ghana first as they adjust to the uncertain times in global geopolitics.
Excellent.
President John Dramani Mahama has admonished all 75 of Ghana's envoys to the world to ensure that they stick strictly to the diplomatic Bible which has just been launched, and that is the KPIs that have just been given as they venture into a rather unstable, uncertain world following recent global developments. And he says that the key issues they should be focusing on would be how to market and sell Ghana to the international community as the country also looks at benefiting from these diplomatic envoys.
These KPIs will track 8 areas. And the first is economic diplomacy. The second is consular services. The third is diaspora engagements. The fourth is financial management. The fifth is security and ethical compliance. These will ensure that every mission aligns with national priorities and delivers measurable results. And so this marks a new era, a foreign service that is transparent, accountable, and judged by outcomes. You are required to establish bridgeheads in your countries of posting to create opportunities for Ghanaian businesses and at the same time facilitate the flow of trade and investment into Ghana.
Foreign Affairs Minister Samuel Okudzeto-Ablakwa noted that incentives have been set aside for diplomats who will achieve their KPIs.
Every mission, we have country-specific KPIs, and the minimum threshold we have set is that everybody must increase trade volumes by 10% annually. That's the minimum. The minimum. Some have been given 15%, some 20%, some 25%. You now have enhanced conditions of service. And we've introduced even new allowances. We now have KPI allowances. So those who meet their KPIs, you'll get special allowances. So it's a bonus. It happens in the private sector.
Some of the diplomats have been speaking to TV3.
It's an obvious thing that we need to have KPIs. Because if you're working for an industry or a government or any institution, you should have KPIs to be able to guide you, to be able to perform. So I think it's in the right direction because we want proper performance. That is why we're doing that.
We're looking for more of economic diplomacy, climate diplomacy. So those are some of the things we'll be looking at. When it comes to what the extent of work we can do, so you can get it, but we have to bring on board the ministers. So the ministers must work hand in hand with us so that when we bring an investment or we find funding for a program, they would not be tossing us. That way it will be a win-win for both the ministry and for us as ambassadors too.
From the Foreign Affairs Ministry, Martin Asiedu-Date, reporting for TV3 News.
But while policy shapes the international front, a growing crisis unfolding in the street of Accra involving the country's most vulnerable. In Accra, the number of street-connected children is rising, leaving many in unsafe conditions. With government interventions limited, non-state actors are stepping in. Jackson Clue has more in this report.
Street life for many children in the capital means daily exposure to abuse, exploitation and neglect. While the problem persists, some organizations are providing a lifeline. One such group marked 10 years of work with street children, celebrating the graduation of 2 former street youth and launching a new vocational training space to equip others with employable skills.
These kids come with a lot of baggage. They come with a lot of challenges that the average Ghanaians don't understand. It is easy to have misconceptions and stereotypes that they are the future thieves, they are the future sex workers. But when you actually get to know them, you realize that they are full of potential. And our job is to unlock that potential and give them opportunities to thrive beyond the streets.
All stakeholders urge stronger, coordinated national policies and sustained government commitment. The Ministry of Youth Development and Empowerment, represented by Tuye Yabwa, commends the group urging the adopted children to grab the opportunity.
At the ministry, we want you to know that you are a priority. Your dreams matter. Your lives matter. And as you remain committed, opportunities will continue to open up, which are all designed to equip young people with skills and pathways to meaningful work.
Former street children say mentorship, shelter, and skills training have helped them rebuild their lives, proving that with the right support, streetism can be broken.
Afofroba, Nesromo Kasomo Posomo, Sunabagapama. Now my day, my matromo.
Okay, I'm feeling so happy. And then my plan is train other girls who are on the streets to be like me.
Stakeholders agree lasting change will require coordinated action, consistent funding, and long-term rehabilitation efforts.
Now, away from that to the courts, a case testing the limits of press freedom and public responsibilities gaining attention. The Cross Circuit Court has ordered prosecutors to file disclosures and witness statements, which will be relied on in the case against Untumi FM presenter Emmanuel Akwatia. The Kumasi-based journalist has been charged with offensive conduct and has pleaded not guilty to the charge of publication of false news with intent to cause fear and panic. Loaded Wasari reports.
When the case was called on Monday, September 1, lawyer for the accused, Andy Apiakubi, notified the court that the case had been scheduled for mention, but added that the prosecution had still not served them with the disclosures they would rely on. The judge hearing the matter then ordered the prosecution to, within 7 days, file the witness statements and disclosures which they will rely on in the case. The case has since been adjourned to September 29 for case management conference. Lead counsel for the accused, Andy Apiakubi, spoke after the hearing.
I think the charge of causing fear and panic is what I know has been leveled against our client. We will prepare with the servers with the processes. Our duty is to defend the charges. So ours as lawyers will be for us to also provide or challenge the positions they take in the documentation and evidence and ensure that they cannot also bring out evidence beyond reasonable doubt.
Emmanuel Akwatia, a Untumi FM presenter, in the aftermath of the helicopter crash that claimed the lives of 8 persons, including 3 ministers, alleged that President John Mahama caused the crash. The prosecution averred in court that a statement, which was false, has generated an uproar within a section of the populace. The journalist was arrested on August 12 and arraigned before the court. He is currently on 100,000 cedis bail. Lodi Dwasari, TV3 News, Accra.
Away from that, the Ghana Private Rail Transport Union says considering cost of other inputs before a possible increase in transport fares, the move comes on the back of the recent depreciation of the cedi and hikes in fuel prices.
Industrial Relations Officer of the GPRTU, Abasi Moro, says the union is currently weighing the cost of determining factors before any adjustment in transport fares is made.
If we are to come up with any changes in lorry fares, we are going to look at the spare parts, which hasn't experienced any reduction. We consider all these things before coming up with the 15% reduction. And here they haven't moved. So you can imagine it that we will just take little from some of these components and bring them together so that we can come up with a smiling upward adjustment in lorry fares.
Meanwhile, the GPRTU leadership is cautioning drivers against charging arbitrary fares until a final decision is taken.
Played with our colleagues, professional drivers, to take it easy. If we haven't gotten to where we have to increase lorry fares, they shouldn't do it on their own, because if you do that, it's illegal and it might look as if you are cheating on the public.
Now, the Shea industry is valued at over $2 billion globally, yet Ghana earns just about $112 million a year, mostly from raw nut exports. Against this backdrop, the presidential initiatives in agriculture and agribusiness is pushing for stronger youth participation and value addition in the sector.
Ghana currently exports most of its shea in raw form, earning modest returns compared to processed products that can fetch up to 10 times more on the international market. For Director of the Presidential Initiatives in Agriculture and Agribusiness, Dr. Peter Boama Otokuno, investing in value addition is central to turning shea into Ghana's next big export.
A lot to be done from the harvesting or the collection of the shea and the
value addition processes, including the marketing and of the share. And so this share expo affords government the opportunity to put the right issues in perspective.
Dr. Otokuno added that with the right investment in processing and youth entrepreneurship, Shea has the potential to rival cocoa as one of Ghana's leading export earners.
In our bid to stabilize our forex market or the foreign exchange market, it helps us to rake in more forex. It creates a lot of jobs because the ultimate idea, the ultimate agenda of the agriculture for economic transformation is to create jobs for the teeming youth and particularly women.
The World Shea Expo, set for Tamale from September 2 to 4, is expected to bring together producers, processors, and international buyers to discuss how Ghana can move from raw exports to value-added products.
Now, the Japan International Cooperation Agency, the World Customs Organization, and the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority are joining forces to tackle the rising threat of smuggling in West Africa. The collaboration will leverage advanced technology, specifically geospatial intelligence, to enhance surveillance and border security.
This partnership comes as Africa is undergoing a period of significant economic transformation led by the African Continental Free Trade Area, AfCFTA. While AfCFTA promises to boost intra-regional trade by 81% and lift 30 million people out of poverty by 2035, this growth also presents critical security challenges. Smuggling of illicit goods, including drugs and small arms, poses a direct threat to public health and regional stability, often exploiting unapproved border routes. Technical attaché at the World Customs Organization, Motohiro Fujimichu, noted the need for development across the sub-region.
Commitment to develop our African continent for more integrated Africa, for more trade-based Africa, and for the regional prosperity in Africa.
Commissioner of the Customs Division of the Ghana Revenue Authority, Brigadier General Glover Ashon Annan, noted the risk smuggling poses to revenue mobilization.
This workshop is a testament to the value of international partnership and a clear demonstration of our shared commitment to building capacity and advancing the use of geospatial intelligence in customs operations. I'm confident that the knowledge and skills to be gained here will significantly strengthen our enforcement, border management, and revenue mobilization efforts across the sub-region.
JICA has a long history of supporting economic integration in the region, particularly through its West Africa Growth Ring initiative, which focuses on developing a crucial economic corridor spanning Benin, Cote d'Ivoire, Ghana, Nigeria, and Togo.
Well, that's it for the morning news here on New Day on TV3. But there's always more news on our website, 3news.com. My name is Noble Crosby, and a New Day continues right after this. Thank you for watching. Good morning.
reporting from the Takoradi Market Circle.
From the heart of the Upper West Regional Capital.
From the heart of the Ashanti Kingdom.
Reporting from Sunyani.
From the Central Business District of Navrongo.
The parliamentarians are on recess.
This is where it all unfolds. The moments that potentially alters the course of our nation and the world. These are the individuals we recognize, the voices we amplify, who appears on screen and who contributes behind the scenes. With professionalism at our core, we bring you news you can trust, impact journalism that makes a difference. This illustrates how diverse perspectives enhance our strength and reinforces our mission. This is 3 News. Leaders in breaking news, exclusive interviews, facts and analysis on TV, radio, online and digital. 3 News, first in news.
My name is Na Ashoko, and I'm in studio this morning with
Roland Walker and Joseph Akable. And throughout the period, we're going to take you through the various electoral areas and the polling stations where for the last couple of days our correspondents have been based, particularly led by our main man, Eric Mawena Egbeta. Alongside, we've also deployed a good number of reporters in the constituency just to make sure we bring you this coverage. It's an election that is poised. And for many people who have been observing elections in Aquitia, Joseph, you'd say that the numbers are very close, very almost even.
Yes, but we're going to break it all down because there's a lot of history
to look at. There's a lot of context to why Aquitia is that close, even though the presidential election results tells a completely different story. We are going to also show you how by-elections generally progress in terms of the outcomes, which party has comparative advantage, and you again see that that one is also closely tied. And we are going to make the point again that this comes down to bragging rights purely, because mind you, the NDC has enough seats in parliament. It's now dropped from the 2/3. You remember when they picked up Ablekuma North, they've now dropped from the 2/3 due to that vacancy that was created in Tamale Central. But they would want to now get another seat to get back to the 2/3 that they have. But we are saying that what is going on in Parliament generally does not change much in terms of the control and the decisions that are taken. And so that is what we'll be doing in the course of the coverage. Let it all make sense for you by way of numbers, analysis, facts and relevant history to walk you through the process from voting through to the counting and finally collation and declaration of results.
Will actually look quite interesting. Totally, we have just in excess some 52,000 voters at least for the 2024 general elections or parliamentary elections. The main pointers when we have to run through what the by-elections have always been now is that the turnout have always been quite mid-size. We don't have the full turnout as we'll have a normal election or electoral cycle now.
Exactly. And this morning, the major contenders are the NPPs. The NPP has fielded their candidates. The NDC has also. And the main contenders are Bernard Baidu of the NDC, and Solomon Asimedu of the NPP. And these contenders have been on the ground campaigning aggressively. We've seen videos, we've seen recordings, we've heard them speak to their people and ask them to come out and vote in their numbers for them. The polls are set to open at 7 a.m. this morning and end at 5 p.m. this evening. We know that the police have sent heavy deployments to the area to ensure security throughout the electoral process today and ensure that all things go smoothly without any incidents. We also know that this seat is key. Like has been said by my colleagues, this seat is one that has seen some swings. So this constituency has been a swing constituency in terms of their the member of parliament who they elect. We've seen a near even split, 4 and 5 in favor of the NPP. The question is, at the end of the polls today, would this be an equal, even split, or would the NPP side see a 6-4 victory? As per the history that we've seen over the past years since 1992. Like Blaise said, we're going to bring you a proper historical analysis of this constituency in terms of their member of parliament who they've elected over the years. And we're going to go over to our magic board now, where Blaise will take us through some of the numbers. Yes.
Tell us who is who has been who over the years.
Yeah. So we'll start off with a historical context and make the point about how Parliament is looking now, just to place that in context, because we're going to go a bit back, but we want to start first by looking at the current parliamentary numbers and how Parliament looks. And that is just up here on the screen. And let me go closer now for us to take a look. So these are the seats in Parliament as we have it, 276 seats. For many years, we had 275. You know that the Guan constituency was created finally. So that brought the number to 276. And what we have here is, in terms of the color allocation, the NDC, the green seats, the MPP having the blue seats. Then you have the red being that of the independent candidates and the gray being the vacant seats that we have. And so you see the NDC clearly having a strong control of Parliament, 183. Take note of that number, 183, because that is one short of 2/3. 2/3 of 276 brings the number to 184. A couple of months ago, we had made a point that the NDC had reached that number when they were able to win the Ablekuma North rerun in selected polling stations. That enabled the NDC to get the 184. And we say that that number is significant because it enables Parliament, by way of the party that controls Parliament, to take various key decisions. Let me just give you one of that. In the event the president decides to veto a bill has gone through the entire process, has gone over to the presidency, and he says that, well, he doesn't want to sign it, and he explains why he does not want to sign it. If it goes back to Parliament, Parliament, by way of a 2/3 majority, can decide that, well, you still have to sign it, and the president will not have any choice but will have to sign it. Again, vote of censure. to deal with a minister or even the impeachment process. It all comes down to 2/3. And so it's a significant power. And that is how come, you remember, after the 2024 elections, the point had been made that, well, the NDC now has a supermajority. But the point being made is that they had 184 not too long ago, but it's come down to 183 because of the death of the Tamale Central MP not too long ago, and Environment Minister Dr. Murtala Mohammed. And so that means that the NDC will be going into this particular process still looking for the one more seat to get the 184. The NDPP, on the other hand, has 87 seats. I mean, we know that that is not an impressive number, obviously. I mean, that number has been challenging. But they started off with 88 because they had Aquitia on their side. And that was the seat that was held by the deceased Member of Parliament, Ernest Kumi. Unfortunately, his death meant that the number has now gone to 87. And so the MPP will simply be trying to get that seat back to restore their position in terms of where they were at the close of the 2024
Does it make any
elections.
difference for the NPP should they win the seat today and restore their number back to 88?
It doesn't make any difference. It doesn't improve their operations in Parliament. It does not give them any edge. I mean, it just means that they still have what they left the 2024 elections with at that point in time. Then we know that there are 4 independent candidates, and those 4, I always like to put an asterisk by them because those 4 have indicated quite clearly that they are caucusing with the NDC side. And so we normally will say that, well, they are with the NDC. But we know that the political parties would on their own want to have the numbers that they can fall on when necessary. And so the NDC will still want to have the 184 that it always has. And so that is it by way of the current parliamentary makeup and how things are looking. And so the question that will obviously be on the mind of many is that, well, does the NDC actually need 184? That's the question that will be on the minds of anyone because they are not pushing to take those major decisions that 184 allows them to take. Secondly, if they want to take those decisions, they can always fall on their colleagues in the independent seats section of Parliament who are already
bring
doing
them to that majority.
business with them. So it comes down purely to bragging rights. Yeah.
But and then again, some people have said that the Tamale Central seats will go to the NDC.
Yes.
Because the NPP have already indicated that they will not be participating in the election.
That is an interesting point. So potentially the NDC may do 185 if they pick Aquitia this time around because the NPP, obviously, they don't do well in Tamale Central. They don't do well. And they've also decided not to
participate.
So that gives the NDC an
And so
edge.
the NDC might come up to 185, which is just a little over the 2/3 majority at the end of the day. But we look forward to seeing how that will play out.
Yeah.
And like you said, for today's election, it will probably just come down to bragging rights. And we know that from the history of that constituency, it's been a swing constituency. It could go the NDC way, or it could go the NPP way, and that will be determined by 5 p.m. when the polls come to an end today. And as we've indicated earlier, our reporters are on the ground, already on the ground, and they will continue to bring us live reports as we go from 7 a.m. when the polls open. At exactly 7 a.m., we'll cross over to the constituency. Marina Egbeta is on the ground. Some of our other reporters are on the ground. All the constituencies are covered. All the polling stations are covered, I beg your pardon. And we'll continue to bring you the reports as they unfold. All right, we have some more information.
Yes, I mean, this is the road to Aquitia, why we are where we are. It's been a very contentious process, and what we are going to do now is to walk you through all of that. And so first and foremost, we know that the elections took place on December 7, the general elections, like we all voted in every part of the country. But unlike other parts of the country, other constituencies where the declaration simply took place at the constituency coalition centers, that was not a story for Aquitia. The EC officially declared the results at the police training school, and Kumi was gazetted as the MP-elect for Aquitia. The police training school at Tesano, here in Accra. The reason was that the process that was taking place at the constituency was chaotic. The EC could simply not complete the coalition process. There were allegations of electoral malpractices, various acts that were said to have affected the process that was taking place at the coalition center. So the EC had to complete this process at the police training school here at Tesano. But the matter didn't end there. The NDC took the view that, well, due to the infractions that they had detected, they wanted to take the matter over to the court. And so the matter went to the Koforidua High Court, where an injunction was granted. And I want us to take note of the fact that there was an ex parte injunction. It was against the swearing in of Ernest Kumi as the Member of Parliament elect. And the ex parte simply means that the other party who affected by the injunction was not present in court when the application was made. They were not heard. And so the court heard one side and granted the injunction. An important point to make is that the NDC's candidate was represented by the current candidates. Let me break it all down.
Okay.
Mr. Beidou, who is the candidate in today's election, was the lawyer representing Henry Boakye Yadom, who had lost to Kumi in the elections.
Okay.
And so it was that election petition that they had filed that were challenging Kumi's election. So Mr. Beidou was the lawyer in that particular matter that secured the injunction against the swearing in of Kumi. So that is a very relevant point to take note of. On January 6th, the matter went back to court because lawyers for Kumi, because it was an ex parte injunction, now they went to the court to say that, well, we were not heard, so we want to be heard, and we think that the injunction should not have been granted in the first place. The court, well, disagreed and upheld that injunction, so it remained in force. Now, an interesting thing happens on January 7th. On January 7th, Ernest Kumi shows up in Parliament, and the parliamentary service have been served with an injunction ordered by the court. So the question now remains that should he be sworn in or not? The minority leader at the time, Parliament, they had not been properly constituted, but he was now the incoming minority leader, Alexander Fenyomakin, spoke on behalf of Kumi to say that, well, look, he wants to be sworn in, allow him to be sworn in, he will bear the consequence of whatever comes up. And so he was sworn in at the risk of contempt, and that contempt did come up. The lawyer, who is now the candidate in this matter, filed a contempt application. The contempt was granted by the court. A warrant of arrest was issued for the arrest of Ernest Kumi. Then Ernest Kumi's lawyers quickly headed to the Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court, by a 4-1, put on hold that particular sentencing, because once the court had issued a warrant for the arrest, he had to be found and arrested and brought over to the court for the sentencing to be done. So by a 4-1 majority with Justice Gabriel Pomai dissenting, the court granted a stay against that. Subsequently, on June 11, 2025, the Supreme Court overturned the contempt conviction by 4-1 and also quashed that conviction and barred the High Court from sentencing the Member of Parliament, Ernest Kumi. Then we come over to July 7. So we just look at the dates again from June 11, then July 7. Ernest Kumi, unfortunately, passes on there. And so that now means that a vacancy has been created. The NPP had to look within its fold to decide who represents it. The party did not hold the primaries by consensus, even though they were competing candidates. There was a legal practitioner. There were other individuals who had expressed interest in wanting to contest. The party nonetheless decided that, well, they are going to back the mining magnates in this particular instance. So they selected him as their candidate. Then the NDC held its primaries. The NDC's primaries was contested. There were 3 individuals. Bernard Bediako, the legal practitioner who had been representing Henry Yadom Boakye in the cases against Ernest Kumi, won. So Bernard Bediako now became the NDC candidate. He won by 366 votes as against Eric Ano, who got 226 votes. And so the EC now proceeded to receive the nominations, and that meant that the process was now triggered. Now coming down to August 22, there was an attempt to halt the process at the High Court. This is because the Action People's Party, their candidate had filed to contest the election, and after he had filed to contest the election, an interesting thing happened. The Electoral Commission said that, well, provide your tax clearance certificate. And he said, well, it was a short notice, just about a day to the close of nomination. So he had written to the Ghana Revenue Authority. He didn't get a tax clearance certificate in good time, and the commission nonetheless proceeded, which meant that he wasn't going to make it on the ballot. And so he went to the High Court, wanted an injunction. The High Court did not grant that injunction and said that, well, it raises interesting questions that could even potentially end up at the Supreme Court, but the election should be allowed to proceed.
What was the reason that the court decided that the election should proceed nonetheless?
The court made a point on the balance of convenience and the balance of probabilities in terms of who suffers the more. And so the point being made is that you, the private individual wanting to contest, if the election does not take place and eventually the court says that you do not have a case, how can you compensate all of us? How can you compensate all of us? On the other hand, if it goes in your favor, we can compensate you monetarily. The state, the power of the state can do that. The Electoral Commission should be able to do that. The election results could also be annulled for the entire process to be run again. And so that is what the court considered and came to the conclusion that, well, they should go ahead and allow the election to take place. So that is give the EC the green light to now do the election. That is where we are today, September 2025, when the election is taking place.
Thank you for that very comprehensive analysis and taking us back to the elections that were held in December and all the many interesting, rather relevant activities and incidents that have happened in Aquitia. Now, today is the day that the people of Aquitia will decide who should take over from Ernest Kumi. And if anything that's happened in the past is anything to go by, we know that it could go either way. And like we've said, we're going to be bringing you all the details, live coverage on TV3 from the start of polls at 7 a.m. today all the way to 7 p.m. this evening. And we also know that the Ghana Police Service has dispatched over 5,000 men and women to ensure that this election happens without any violent incidents. Warnings have been sent out. There have been some concerns about the number of policemen on the ground. There have been concerns about intimidation, but the Ghana Police Service has given us the assurance that the presence of the police in Aquitia this morning is just to ensure that everything goes on smoothly without any clashes or incidents. And so we are going to continue to bring you this live coverage and let you know exactly what's happening every step of the way. We're also going to bring you some in-studio discussions. Roland Walker and our guests will be seated to bring you a further analysis on some of the details that Joseph Akable has already given us this morning on the show.
I mean, the bit about the security, that is an interesting area of concern for many. In fact, yesterday there was an attempt by the Peace Council for a peace pact to be signed between the political parties. That could not happen. As at last night when I checked with our colleague Marina, who is leading the team in Aquitia, they could not sign that. The reason being that the NPP showed up, the NDC also showed up, but the NPP said that the individuals that had been sent by the NDC were not national executives. They had sent constituency executives. And
that was not acceptable to them.
They felt that that was disrespectful to the process. And so they did not basically decided not to sign it at all. And so that peace pact could not be signed. Again, the campaign messages around this particular election, we heard Esiedun Ketia, that final rally that took place, make the point that they from the NDC side, they do not want violence to take place in this particular election. They simply want to win it. The NPP on the other side have accused the NDC. They've even made the point that they wanted a full list of the names of the officers who have been deployed. And I'm sure when we cross over, Roland has a fantastic security consultant with him on the other side. He may touch on some of these matters as to whether that is relevant information that should be put out there.
Or if it's done at all.
If it's done at all. I mean, they wanted full information of all security individuals who will be deployed to cover this particular, protect this particular electoral process, saying that they want that so that they could hold them accountable if anything goes wrong. And so that has also been a sticky point that the NDC replied and said that, well, when has it been done before that should be provided to you? And we don't think that that is necessary. And so once again, a by-election, we are seeing the parties trade accusations of possible violence. And eventually at some point when we go through the history, we've had very memorable violent by-elections. I think the one that comes to mind quickly is Ayawaso West Wagon, where we had to even set up a commission after the by-election had taken place. We saw national security operatives who had been deployed, firing gunshots around and all of that. And that affected even outcomes. We again show you that voter turnout during by-elections are problematic. They are not the very best. And so you can imagine if it is marred by violence. And there are some other familiar names, Talensi, Cherponi, that also come up strongly. We'll show you all the details of all those things. And the thing that is similar with all of those areas is the fact that the voting pattern, mostly, they are strongholds. There's a bit of consistency in it. And so it's not because it is a swing or it's a likely flip that is what causes it to happen. You talked about Aquitia being sort of almost even.
Yeah.
But when we look at, we segregate it and look at the 2000, the post-2000, you see a bit of MPP consistency. And so that gives them a little edge over the NDC. But it still makes it tighter than the ordinary by-elections, which are not even closely marked and intense violence. So it comes back to the point that we have to pay close attention, else we may have a challenge on our hands.
But when we consider the history of by-elections in this country, is it not the case that usually the candidate, the party would retain their hold of the constituency?
Yes, that is correct.
That's what has been the case.
That has been the case. In fact, when we did the percentages out of the 33, about 82%. So it's an 82% retention. Always likely the party that is holding on to it wins it, 82%. But there are the other cases where it flips, and all those details are things that we'll be looking at in the course of the
what some analysts have said that this time around, because the NDC is in government, it might change what the usual has been. It could go to the NDC side. But well, that is what we'll wait to see see by the end of polls today. But like we said, our reporters are on the ground to let us know exactly what's happening. And our man on the ground who has been giving us updates about the preparations for the elections, things happening on the ground, listening to some of the candidates, what they're saying, their campaigning, and also security updates on the ground is a man, Mauna Egbeta, and he's joining us live to let us know what's happening this morning. Good morning, Mauna.
Good morning,
Thank you for joining us. Exactly where are you this morning?
I'm at the RC kindergarten and primary schools. There are 2 polling stations here, and 7 o'clock, and so voting has already started in both polling stations. We got here a little earlier where the election or electoral officers were going through the paces, setting up quite simply. There's police presence here. The presiding officer here, before voting would have started as well, came round to just two women who were really seated, and they are the 2 individuals who are actually going through the process right now. They were seated here waiting for the officials to finish everything. He came, informed them about the process, walked them through what is going to happen when they get to the polling station, that there will be a name verification officer. From there, they'll move to a person with the biometric verification device and walk them through the process of verification. Afterwards, the fact that they would have to, amongst many things, have their identities verified via the BVDs, and then they'll be given ballot papers. And so we're seeing the first voter at RCKG kindergarten cast her ballot, and she can make her way out of this place. She's just said away bars to herself, seeking to suggest that she's done with her duties here as a voter. Let's just quickly try and pick her thoughts as well as to the process. Mami, good morning. Thank you very much. You're live on TV3. I saw you tell yourself away bars. Ayankatri. Who saw say away bars. Ade de ma oba ntem say waba beto waba.
Oh, aba no to ntana kofia eno ye. Te metu na makofi.
No. Na oba no wa ye hu say easy official no be cheche mu insem ni mu koye no na process net sen.
Sa to no kire sa pepepe na tie. Debi ya to ewi.
What waba but kasa bebre akoso de enso na wo hwa personally a wo de oba beto waba.
Oh, se na mo kasa botran to kwa besi no. Otu waba we na kofi ahwensi. Media me feel say bibie no ebesi. Ye beto no finche, ye beka no finche mu. Bibie no mebesi. Nti na mabeto ne ntem nti me kofi.
Na obeko ejuma so anana wo ofia.
Me nko baabi am ofie. Ti ehwe echi ne besi bia e nyame asem.
So she's voted, and she says that there's been a lot of statements, a lot of speeches that at 3 there will be disturbances and all of that, but she believes nothing of that sort is going to happen. The second voter as well at RC Kindergarten, Hashes as well, finished her voting. And so I mentioned there were 2 women here, and those are the women, all having successfully voted as well, and are making their way out of the RC kindergarten school where voting has taken place. And we're just going to move from here and then go to the RC primary as well, because I mentioned there are 2 polling stations. There's one where the 2 individuals who had come waiting to partake in the exercise have successfully been able to do that. This is RC primary as well, another polling station. And I must mention that there are slight drizzles this morning as well. And so call it whatever you want, but we're seeing a lot more in terms of police presence as well. We understand that the presence of the police will be felt all throughout, and so you see them with a bit more of riot gear just precautionary at this point in time, precautionary with respect to what we're expecting to happen. But just before we go to RC Primary, we're seeing the police continue to deploy a lot more of the riot gear equipment. That's a voter at RC Primary as well, going through the process. We're seeing a lot more individuals here than we've seen at RCKG. I see 3 people currently going through the process, and the man in white, he as well has just finished casting his ballot, and then we will see him put that in the ballot box as well, and then voila, he's done, and he will make his way out. Maybe we could get a quick word from him as well, but we're seeing the others as well go through the process here at RC Primary, where voting has started at 7 a.m. as announced or yes, as announced by the Electoral Commission, and so that is what's happening. A lot of party agents as well, all here and present, observing the process, marking their sheets, persons who've come through, amongst many other things. And so now if you come to the RC school, KG, and then primary, voting has started, and we're expecting the process to be smooth all through to the end. And then at 5 p.m., if there's nobody in the queue, polls will come to a close, sorting, done, counting, and then a declaration of some sort in terms of revealing how much or how many votes each candidate polled will get. That then the result will be transmitted quickly to the polling station where collation, to the collation center rather, where collation will take place as well. And so that's the latest from the RC Primary where we are at Aquitia.
All right. Mawina, can you tell us how many voters are expected to vote at this particular polling station?
We're yet to get those details. I'll be quite honest with you. But we'll spot the official just quickly and then get details of that for you as well. And so 373 persons are expected to vote at the RC Primary, and then we'll get an equivalent number as well from the KG. But we're seeing the police coming in now from the KG, but we're seeing the police coming in now a bit more. The release of the riot control gear, we're seeing them coming around a bit more with respect to body cameras as well, all being present at the polling stations as well. And so we know 373 here. We'll get the numbers there as well, and then we'll move along to other areas as well where we're expecting voting would have started. We visited the Aquitia bus terminal and Aquitia lorry stations a lot earlier, where election materials was yet to arrive. Just when we were here, we got calls as well from there that the materials had arrived at the AME Zion as well as the town council polling stations, and so the expectation is that voting would have started there as well. But like I mentioned, there are just slight drizzles here, even as we continue to monitor the process. And so currently there are no voters in any of the queues, and so I can see Aquitia, RCKG, no voters in the queue, and then for the primary as well, no voters in the queue just as yet. We'll continue to await for a lot more of the voters to come through, and then we'll see how the process will pan out for the rest of the day now.
All right, Mawina, thank you for bringing us that update from the RC Kindergarten, RC Nursery, and AME Zion polling stations there in Aquitia. As we saw from the shots, it's a very quiet morning in Aquitia. Voting has begun. The EC officials have set up everything that's needed for the election to take place this morning. Only 2 people have voted at that particular polling station where Marina reported from the RC kindergarten. And one of the women there was saying that it's better to come early, get it out of the way, and then go on about your business. Some 52,000, a little over 52,000 registered voters are expected to turn up to vote this morning in Aquitia, and of course throughout the day till voting comes to an end at 5 p.m. And we saw in that video a very heavy police presence, but that's not surprising, as we have already been told that the deployment to Aquitia today will be heavy. Some 5,000 men and women will be deployed, policemen and women will be deployed to ensure that voting runs smoothly this morning and throughout the day. We'll continue to bring you the live coverage. Our reporters are on the ground. Egbeta and our colleagues will bring you live reports. But now, we're back in studio and we see our security analyst, Richard Kumado, is here. Dr. Zato is here. Roland Walker is set to carry us through our discussions for the morning. Roland?
Quite an interesting day we expect it to be. Normally, as we're told, you look at the turnout. Aquitia seems to have a little turnout when it comes to elections over the national average. So it also showed, by way of voter behavior pattern, a certain essential enthusiasm that is exhibited by voters in Aquitia for their elections. Across board, though, by-elections generally will always have an average voter turnout in relation to the numbers that were registered and then turned out for main elections. If you speak to the analysts, they will tell you it is because we seem to have almost a combo kind of election. The first election we held in 1992 in this country for the Fourth Republic, we decided to have 2 electoral events. Subsequently, we saw that the turnout, at least if you do presidential, you come to do parliamentary, the enthusiasm or people's ability to have that need to go for the second time to elect maybe their parliamentarians becomes a non-starter for them, no motivation, depending on the impact of the first. So since then, we decided to do a twin election at the same time. So we have the presidential election and the parliamentary election. And since then, you find that the force and then the behavior of voters on a particular voting day is always massive. And for Aquitia, you'll find that the same thing happened. We had in excess 52,000 voters for the 2024 general elections and about 36,000 plus turnout. Now, if you strike an average of that in relation to the turnout for by-elections, well, we should expect an average of maybe just a little half of that. And so I'll ask my analysts, what do they predict? 20,000, 21,000, 15,000? We'll see how that goes.
All right, before we go to the analyst, Roland, let's cross over again to another one of our reporters on the ground. We're going to be going in and out a lot today between our in-studio discussions and going on the ground to speak to our reporters to let us know what's happening in Aquitia today. My colleague Yvonne Nikwe is at the Salvation Army polling station, and she joins us now. Hello, Yvonne. All right, the connection is a little down there, but we're going to come back to Yvonne in a moment. This is the polling station where she's going to be reporting from. This is the Salvation Army Primary School in Topremang in Aquitia. We see that the ballot boxes have been put out. EC officials are doing some final checks before the polls open at this particular polling station. Yvonne Nikwe will shortly explain to us exactly what the officials are doing there. Yvonne, can you hear us?
Now, I can hear you. There's a bit of a network challenge in this particular area, but I'll try and see how best we can get connected to studio.
Thank you.
And to our viewers. As I speak to you, the electorates are already in a queue. Quite a number of them have been here early morning since the materials arrived. The party agents, both of the NPP, NDC, LPG, checking their cells before the Electoral Commission officer broke the box, opened it, make sure that everybody saw the content inside before it has been resealed for the exercise to begin. As I speak to you, quite a number of them are waiting to ensure that they go through the registration, check their names, and then get it before they cast their constituency. So we're keeping an eye here at this particular station to see what happens. In terms of policing, we're seeing quite a number of police personnel.
All right, the connection isn't so great there with Yvonne Nikwe, but we will bring her back to let us know what's happening when the network stabilizes a bit. But back in studio, Roland and the guests are here to take over with the discussions. Roland.
Well, it promises to be quite interesting. Our team is on the ground, and as you know, Yvonne Nikwe just getting off the stream and telling us the latest, a bit of some technical challenges, but, you know, these things are expected on a day like this. We're streaming live across social media. TV3 Ghana always available for you. Make sure you touch base with us. I see a couple of you. I'll make mention of those who are already on the stream, but let me just introduce Dr. Jabuntie Zato, goes by the first name Joshua. Good morning. How are you?
Good morning, Roland.
Right.
You look sharp today. Eh?
Yeah, it's costume.
It's costume?
Yes.
Oh.
And then also...
Can I get one?
Yeah, sure.
Okay.
And Richard Kumado, good morning as well. And Richard Kumado is a regular contributor when it comes to issues of security consultancy and then also analysis on those key issues, whether Ghana, Africa, or the global community. And security is top-notch. That's why we've also decided to put everybody together, whether key political stakeholders, political scientists, and more so security analysts. I see a couple of you. Prince Nania York, you're already watching us from the UK. And then Zelis Dwayne, a Liverpool fan, always taking his weekend joys to the weekday, and today has joined us as well. Uncle Charles Thompson also lives in the UK, and so we have a lot of diasporans, so to speak, of Ghanaian origin joining us this morning. And the good thing is that for all of you, you can, as many times as you can, also make your own predictions. Who do you think is likely to carry the day, and how do you expect the security apparatus or personnel to behave on the day? Already we're told a number of them have been deployed, but that's why I asked you the first question, Mr. Kumado. You take a look at what transpired in Ablekuma North, the expectations today, what should that be from you?
I think the IGP has taken cognizance of what happened at Ablekuma North. He has also watched carefully the videos that came after and have also been to the ground to assess what the likely vulnerabilities are going to be. So I wasn't surprised when he said he's sending 5,000 men to Akwatia. I was at Akwatia somewhere between 14th to 18th of July to do what we call election security risk assessment. I saw the police also there to do what the military would have called wrecking. And I believe they have picked enough on the grounds which will help them to prepare towards this particular election. So I'm hoping and praying that from what we saw when we left Akwatia 3 days ago, they will really implement exactly that. But Roland, when it comes to successful elections, it goes way beyond what the police will do. Electoral Commission has a national responsibility to discharge. The political parties must also play their role, the police station role, seriously. Then the police will create a safer environment for voters and for voting to take place. And so that is where we are. I'm happy the voting has started, and let's watch it carefully and see the way it goes.
Okay, so you look at what the comments have been from all parties, particularly the criticism coming on the part of Kenny Japon for saying that MPP voters should defend themselves, and then we all had the assigned reasons from DMB why the late Ernest Kumi, because there was an election petition, had his BP rising, etc. All these analysts were indicating seem to be feeding into a narrative of creating tension. And from your perspective, how would you posit that, Dr. Jabuntie Zato?
Thank you very much once again. Thank you, Mr. Kumado. First time meeting you here is the pleasure. I think that when it comes to by-elections in this country, they tend to bring out the worst in us. They also tend to bring out the worst in our electoral system. I don't know how it got here, but that is what we are faced with. That is the hand we are played with. Now, I always said this. The violence happens not because we don't have enough security, no. The violence happens in spite of the fact that we have enough security. The violence in Ablekuma happened not because we don't have a lot of, a lot of policemen there. It happened in spite of the fact that there were a lot of policemen there. And we saw that when it was happening, some of the policemen even stood there, they were watching what was happening. So we have to then ask ourselves, what is in the water? What is in the air? Why is it that whenever we are having by-elections, this violence used to happen? And you see, the violence at elections also tend to take a certain, should I say, pattern. Almost all the victims of by-elections tend to be members of the opposition parties. Almost all the victims. So if you just... in fact, if we just go back to Ayawaso West Wagon, the victim here was Honorable Sam George. He was an opposition member of parliament then. And then the recent one, if you just even limit it to these two, you realize that the recent one, almost all the victims were also members of the opposition party. And then sometimes journalists are caught in the middle. Then that is why we should then find out how come almost all the victims of our by-elections tend to be members of the opposition. For me, it then creates a certain sense of, it happens because there's a certain sense of impunity. That if it happens, and if it happens to members of the opposition, nothing will happen. So it feeds into that. So we should begin to look at the circumstance, the reason that creates this sense of impunity among people to commit violence, and not necessarily the idea of more police or more soldiers. Because again, in all these things, there were police, there were soldiers, it happens. The question then is, and I think that is where Secretary and Legislature should come in to tell us why. How come that a sense or this sense of impunity seems to be growing among people whenever there's a by-election, to think that they can get away with it? And precisely because of that, they tend to vent violence on members of the opposition parties. That is what we should look at. We should begin to, and not only, or not necessarily go, because in this country we tend to always adopt a one-size-fits-all approach to everything. More militarization or more cohesive force of the state. And then we do that. So let's put in more police. And that's what I've been hearing. Oh, there are more police sent there. There are more soldiers sent there. Yes. But what makes somebody think that he can cause violence, and what makes the person think that he can get away with it? Unless and until we begin to find solutions to those critical questions, these things, this cyclical violence we see will continue to happen.
I see. Well, we've also been joined by Eduji Tamaklo. He is the director for the Legal Directorate of the NDC. He's here. He's also the Chief Executive for the MPA. Good morning to you. Finding time to join us. Eduji, good morning.
Good morning, Roland. Good morning to my brother, Richard. It's been a long time. Yes. And Prof, you are welcome.
No, Doc, I don't let GT come and arrest me here. I beg. Small dog.
Me, I thought once you lecture in the university, you are a professor.
Generic.
That's the basic for me.
Generic.
And then my brother Solomon.
Yeah.
And I'll cherish
viewers as well. And then we also have Solomon. Solomon, good morning.
Good morning.
And I see that you're well attired for today.
Yes.
Any special occasion for which you are dressed like this?
The movement is happy. The movement
I
is
see
happy.
the colors.
Yes, you see the colors.
The new party, is it going to be like this?
I would not
same colors?
I wouldn't disclose this one. You only caught me.
Essentially, that's why we question, to make sure that we get the best out of you.
That's right.
We're waiting for the lunch and the party. Will there be an after party after the lunch?
Of course.
I'll be invited, right?
You are joining the party, not you invited. You are going to work with the NPP.
I want to come for the after party, please.
All right.
Because there will probably be free food and booze.
He wants to gate clash.
Exactly. There will probably be free food and booze. So
we'll be giving the great transformation plan.
All right. But Eduji, essentially, we're here because there was a simmering, perhaps, narrative, especially in the lead up to whether the decision will be made by the NDC to contest this, because the MPP had made an overture, so to speak, not to contest Tamale Central, which will be the next after this. And here we are. The NDC is contesting, the MPP is contesting. And subsequently, when the chairman of the party went to that funeral and the grounds, the reception wasn't that good. What led to the decision to contest this?
Okay, so once again, good morning. And let me say this. NS and I used to be regular before
New Day.
TV3 New Day. And we cultivated that friendship when he started reading the law as well. So we became very close. He would usually call me, "Oh, senior, there's something you need to help me and stuff." So, and you know, when the law, the call to the bar result came, he had passed to be called. Unfortunately, I don't know whether it is possible for him to be called posthumously. At least the benefit for his children to say that their dad was a lawyer, maybe it should be considered. But that said, you see, the MPP is always up to one game or the other. And my brother Zato and his MPP friends, one of the things they've invested in is mind game. I think the point ought to be made clear. My brother Ernest died much earlier, correct, before the unfortunate incident involving the Honorable Dr. Murtala. When the unfortunate demise, the Electoral Commission posted out there that it was going to have this election this time. And the National Democratic Congress immediately announced that we're going to contest the election. Nowhere, at no point in time, did we ever give any indication that we were not going to contest. If you look at the numbers, it is our seat as at 2024. In fact, as at January 5th, the seat was occupied by an NDC MP. Then the election flipped. Now, what happened was that we were clear that this is a seat. Look, Baba Jamal had been the MP before, among other things. So the seat alternates NDC, MPP, Amase, and Co. So we're very clear in our mind that we're going to contest that seat. Then the unfortunate demise of Honorable Murtala happened. Clearly, if you look at the 2024 election outcome in Tamale Central, it was 16,000 against 52,000. Look at the vote difference, over 30,000 or so. So this was a seat NPP knew that they had no chance of winning in a by-election, occasioned by the unfortunate incident. So now the mind game was set a trap for the NDC by saying that we will not contest.
Trap?
Yes. And then now blackmail the NDC into a public conversation whether or not we will contest or we will not. I think that matter is now moot. Today, we have a by-election. By our electoral laws, we are not supposed to campaign on the day of election. The only thing that I can say is that clearly there's somebody on number 2 on the ballot paper who happens to be... oh, that's why. Why are you laughing?
Oh, why? Laughter too, you won't take up.
No, I'm just saying that I will not campaign on the platform.
Thank you for not campaigning.
Except to draw the attention of people to the fact that number 2 on the ballot paper is lawyer Bediako. Without more.
Thank you.
I won't say further. Yes. I will leave it here.
And you won't say nothing about the number 1 person on the
I don't know him.
Ah, okay.
All I know is that there's a number 2 on the ballot paper. And like somebody was saying, in the election, if you recall, it was easier for Ghanaians to find number 8, President Mahama, on the ballot. So it is so easier to find number 2. If they could even do up to 8 and still get 57%, understand Dr. Bamia had 38%. Or that's not the official result as, as indicated. But the point ought to be made clear. There's a number 2 on the ballot paper, and that happens to be lawyer Bediako Bernard, BB for short.
And so we've come to this point because there seemed to be always a brewing tension between the NPP and NDC, and so to speak, that's how it has been since 1992. How are your own observations about utterances made by maybe one side of the political divide against the other? And then also looking at the state of security going into this. And so your expectations would need to be at a certain threshold.
Well, I am a bit disappointed that a single constituency, you have to have close to 5,000 police personnel deployed. What are we going to do? Is it a boxing arena? Well, this is not a big constituency that you need such numbers. But it also tells you that we have intolerant political actors. This election is only for bragging rights.
Only for bragging rights?
Only for bragging rights. The outcome of it will not change anything in Parliament. If at the end NDC continues to hold, will continue to hold 2 tests, even if they lose today, and the NPP will still be in the micro minority. So there is nothing insignificant. Except that I'm also disappointed with the sort of campaign that has been waged by leading figures of the NPP and the candidate himself. I'm so surprised. And here, let me take on, what's the name? Zato's candidate, Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. Mind you, all the sinners have been at the Akwatia constituency. You know the sinners?
Sinners?
Oh, but the candidates are the sinners. They themselves say they are sinners.
Dr. Brian Champon.
Dr. Brian Champon.
Sins of Brian Champon.
Kenny Japan. Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. They are sinners.
We are going to see a lot of these today. Finishing each other's sentences.
But what Dr. Zato, this attempt of trying to impugn the integrity of this of people of this platform would not be allowed to fester. What are we talking about? I just started my submission, okay. And from nowhere.
You mentioned my name. When I was talking, I didn't mention
I have taken your name out.
No. Okay, but on a more serious note, let's also make sure the interjections are led.
Absolutely.
Okay, because it's not a regular Wednesday, please.
Okay.
So, when you go to a constituency, mind you, the NPP left office only 9 months ago. So what I was expecting from leading figures, including the former vice president, the former flag bearer of the party, was to point to policies and programs they executed at Aquitia and to admonish the people on the ground that look at these policies, programs, projects that we did so that we would vote for you. I haven't heard any of it. What I have rather heard is the fact that it was the NDC that took NS Kumi to court, and for which reason NS had to die because he could not endure the pain. Jesus Christ, are we in this country? You that went to court, you took a whole precedent. Someone that won.
Let me stop you there. If we have that video, please let's play it and then we'll take a proper analysis and perspective on it.
That is why I love TV3. Everything is fact checked.
Na ne pressure no na e kosoro. Court no be di asem no wieye. Be June 11th ho. Na court no say ampa onene the rightfully elected member of parliament for Aquitia. SAS semnoviye 26 days per ena free mo. 26 days. Inti Odriana Odi lawyer Odi medino court no. Sa lawyer no say na also obejina ama NDC for. Me say thank you for Aquitia for mama fasa akonia no emma sa lawyer no yamfama Solomon kwami asumedu na yanko nana ya bibia NS kase obeye ama Aquitia no ebebua kwami asumedu.
And Solomon also, so you seem to have a problem with the messaging.
You must have a problem with it.
You think it's divisive?
Not just divisive, it's not true. I mean, instead of castigating the National Democratic Congress, I rather think the vice president should have applauded them. Look, that is a civilized way of doing things.
Yes.
That I go into an election, I lose an election, I don't call my supporters to pick up arms. What I say is that, look, I'll go to a recognized institution to fight my battle. So if I am going through a process, why would you then come back and tell me that it is because of my actions? On the contrary, the party that led Ernest to die prematurely is the MPP.
No.
Their actions, and I think the family must demand the blood of Ernest Kumi from Afenyo Markets and the rest.
How do you draw those conclusions, Solomon
When,
Osu?
you know, when they were swearing in parliamentarians, on that day, I was watching TV. I couldn't believe it. That a matter before a competent court, that was telling you to stay out. This MPP led by Afenyo in parliament flouted the laws of the law with impunity. When the clerk asked, are you sure you still want to take part? The clerk asked twice. Say yes. Go and play, let's play back what happened when the parliamentarians were being, as it were, sworn in. And that will give you an indication if there was any pressure on the young man, where it emanated from. You caused an innocent young man, because of your political, parochial, small interest, to go and commit such a heinous crime, and after that, this young man couldn't sleep. When he was going to parliament, he was hiding here and there. And when, unfortunately, he leaves us, you turn around and go and stand there because someone took him to court. Then he was the cause of it. When you were taking John Mahama to court, were you wishing him dead? In 2012, did the MPP not go to court? That President Mahama did not win the elections? And in fact, he himself went to sit in the box. He was so happy that you remember the phrase, you and I were not there.
When he was a witness.
You went to court and told the whole world that you and I were not dead. Yet you were giving testimonies. What were you giving testimonies to if you were not there? Adansi Krumu, lies you went to spew. Are you with me? So clearly the message from the flag bearer of the MPP in the last elections was nothing to write home about. And so because he was the leader, I don't blame the candidate that much. Because the candidate has also told that same lie, trying to ask to whip up sentiments, emotions. Let me tell people that want to lead this country that emotional politics is out of our business. The last time at Ablekuma North, we heard the woman there saying, I'm a widow. The people defy that. We are above that. We are looking for drinking water, good roads, people that will go and make good laws for us. You are saying you are a widow. Who is going to take that?
But you are campaigning also.
I'm campaigning for who?
You are campaigning on the platform.
No, I'm just doing analysis of the situation because we must help the country to settle on good candidates or representatives in parliament, people who have what it takes to represent us very well. So the candidate also has said that Solomon Asumedu, he says when a breakthrough dies, it is not a corner that replaces, but a breakthrough. Unfortunately, we are not doing this clanting. It's a pure national politics. What message you have for the people? And I heard my own brother Dennis Kwakwa rather campaign for the NDC. And I thought that was a smart.
And how did he do that?
He said for the first time in the history of our by-elections, the NDC has calmed the people of Aquitia. Why? Because they are not seeing overnight construction of roads. They are not, and so the people are not enjoying from that. So it means deliberately. By-elections, you deliberately go there and deceive the minds of the people with rash projects. And I thought that was not good enough for the image of the NPP in that constituency. Look, it's a swing constituency. You know it. 92, 96 NDC, 2000, 2004, 2008 NPP, 2012 NDC, 2016 NPP, 2020 NDC, and 2024 NPP challenge. So it's a 4-4 affair.
No, 5-4.
5-4, yes. So who? So it could turn. It could turn to be 5 for NDC or 5 for the MPP. But if you look at...
Or it could also be 6 for MPP.
Yes. So, but Roland, let me be... I will not predict. I have done my predictions already, and everyone knows where I have predicted. I am not afraid to do that. You said today is not a campaign day, right?
No, it's not.
So I will...
We're just doing pure analysis
of the
security, messaging, etc. And this very question I asked was premised on messaging.
I just read on Musa Dankwe's page, projecting 54% for Bernard Bediako.
I wouldn't be surprised.
And 43. I just read it.
But if you listen
But he added a caveat that it may be AI generated. Yes. And
I wouldn't be surprised if it turns out that because the MPP itself, they were accusing the NDC for having taken part in this election, and I thought that was not a good
well.
rendition.
So the premise for that was that there was a gesture that had been extended because of the demise of the former Tamale Central MP, Dr. Murtala Mohammed.
Was that a good gesture? You go into an election, 2024 election, Tamale Central, the NDC had 75%, MBB had 25%. How were they going to overturn it overnight? They know it will be another disgrace. So let us cleverly pull out of it. But I thought it wasn't a good move, because you see, political parties, you don't only contest to win. You contest to make your positions on certain policies be known to the people of this country. If you begin to run away, let me tell you, when we become a political party, even gata elections, we will contest. You understand? Bathroom elections, we will contest.
The movement for change?
I am telling you, if we have become a party by now, Aquitia, Jebunje is here. His candidate, I've doubted whether he knows him. What is the full name of your candidate? But he's here telling us that they will win.
He knows Asumedu.
You just inform me. You understand? So that is how they were thinking.
You see,
they were thinking that by pulling out of Tamale Central, then they come and create the emotional business, touch their bosses, and tell them that, look, you also leave this Akwatia seat for us. Hey, how can you leave that seat when it is something? The only difference in the last election is 2,000. That you can easily overturn it. So they should go and contest and get us a proper candidate to represent the people of Aquitia. Aquitia deserves better. I was hearing the candidate that he says they are not going to do and put it to you in Parliament.
Who? You're talking about Mr. Asumedu?
Asumedu.
Well, the import of his messaging was that it's not about just white collar jobs that should be created. And then also the mode of communication and then interaction should not always be formal.
It should not be formal.
Yes.
You're going to do informal business in Parliament.
Well, and that in Aquitia, what they do is mining.
They used to concentrate on mining.
So are you saying the messaging is bad?
It's so bad. It's not. He's not hitting the right, but it's not his fault. Like I said, leaders lead for followers to also learn something from. If the flag bearer is using emotions, death as his campaign message, what more do you expect from the candidate?
All right. So we've monitored the situation in the constituency, the various electoral areas. The citizens seem to be adopting a certain posture, whether lukewarm or sometimes a bit agitated in some of those strongholds of either party. How do you think the security apparatus need to, perhaps based on their deployment, monitor the situation so that we have a very incident-free election?
I think this is the crucial time. Between now to 9 o'clock, we want to see the number of people who will come out to vote. Usually, there are likely to be instability within this period because there will be some delays in some polling stations. The political parties, campaigning is over, except the powerful people on my right-hand side who are trying to campaign. But the politicians or the political parties must go into the communities and whip their people to come and vote. The earlier the vote, the better. It also helps for security agencies to be able to monitor the flow rather than waiting to about 3 to 5 p.m. where they are jamming up the police stations. So the politicians and the political parties, campaigning is over. This morning, drink some porridge, go into the communities, ask your people to come and vote for their preferred candidates. And I don't think the total number of security officers we have per police station, we are likely to have many of the issues that normally confront NDC and NPP in elections. What is happening is that the IGP has mapped up the police stations. Akwatia has 119 police stations, and even if you pair each one with 30 police officers, you still have about 2,000 reserves, which means that there wouldn't be a shortage of law enforcement officers. But like I said from the beginning, successful nature of elections and violent-free nature of elections go way beyond what police officers will do and what they will not do. We are asking everybody to comport themselves, voters should go and vote because there will be safer environment for them to vote. Police station agents to ensure that they are performing their duties properly. It's all part of their responsibility each of them have. We don't also want to have a situation where there are delays and machines are not working. It will lead to confrontation and people will agitate. So once we all come into this election, knowing that we are here to perform a common fashion, the police will be there to make sure that safety and predominantly safety for voters are guaranteed and security assurances are also provided for people to work free. So that is where we are.
Dr. Zato, in the scheme of the analysis and perhaps the observation, having too many of police personnel, security personnel for this by-election at a place like Aquitia also would either encourage people to be calm or also create a lot of tension.
Yeah, thank you. It has the potential of doing that. But you see, it also depends upon how the politicians behave on the ground. Their behavior on the ground may give the public the assurance that it will happen and may make the public believe and trust in the security service. See, security is something, and the experts here, there has to be, the public must have faith and believe in the security personnel that they are there and they are acting neutral, independent, and that they are there to protect and defend them. That is why messaging is key. And I think one of the most ridiculous and the actionable messages that happened in Aquitia came from the national organizer of the NDC. He was captured on air saying that they should forget or ignore the task force sent there to stop the galamsey, and that the task forces are extorting money from galamseyers. Now, this is a national task force sent by national security, and we've said it. Galamsey is one of the most serious things happening. The country, the government, the national security is battling galamsey, and they send gallant men, gallant heroes to go inside, to go there and to stop galamsey. They are there doing their work. If you're the national organizer of the NDC and you know or you have facts that these men and women are extorting money, extortion is a crime. There's a lawyer here who will tell you. If you have evidence of that, you report the case to the police, to the national security, for them to do a thorough investigation so that the so-called bad apples there are withdrawn so that these gallant men can go ahead doing their work. But when you go and use a big brush to just brush that all the people there, all the men and women who are sacrificing their lives there to stop galamsey, are they extorting money? You are simply asking the people to, one, either defy them, ignore them. And secondly, how does that serve as a morale booster to the men and women we are sending to go and fight galamsey? We lost 8 heroes one early morning on their way to start try and solve galamsey. 8 gallant heroes. And so far, the government, look, and DJC, I must thank you. Here there are moves by the Minister of Lands has written to the Minister of Attorney General to start the process. Now, I would have thought that thing, they would have handled it like they did with the D-levy and made it instead of sending it to Parliament as immediate. But Parliament is on recess. Nevertheless, good things have started. So we are still waiting for the state of emergency. But if these are happening, government is recognizing and doing this. And then you have a national organizer of the party. Go and tell constituents, forget them. Forget about it. Just because you want to win an election, you are completely undermining a whole national exercise. I think it's unfortunate, I think it's ridiculous, and I think somebody should have called him. So, now, I don't know whether it is because he himself is supposed to be under investigation for galamsey. I don't know whether, I mean, it is official, it's not like that he's behaving. So because of that, he's so coming out to try to poo or dampen the spirits of the men and women who are there to fight galamsey. Or he's now come to tell them that forget about it.
Well,
that the whole of the is a charity.
So the question I asked, which I think that you're not answering, so I'll repose the question for you again, is that I made a specific statement premised on that. I asked the question that the deployment of these number of personnel could either restore calm, create the needed atmosphere for the election to be undertaken without any incident, or could also increase tension. And then you went on a tangent.
Okay, so let me cover that. Yes, it's true. Both could happen. Yes, their deployment has the ability to calm tensions, to tell the people that we are here, we've got your backs, we're going to make sure nothing happens to you. Come out, vote peacefully and go home. Good. Their deployment too could what? Increase tensions. Their deployment too could let the people think that the state is using them. There may be people who may be intimidated because of the presence of these people and feel scared. Like, hey, why are there so many people here? Why are there so many soldiers here? Why are there so many people here carrying guns? People may feel intimidated and then they will just stay at home. Remember, traditionally, by-elections come with a lot of low voter turnout. So it may do that. So it may do the two, and but that's where I'm coming. That's why I'm linking the question you've answered to the answer I'm giving. That look, even before they come, there are people already undermining the authority of security agencies. Some of the people that are there, I'll just give you the statement. If you say that the security agencies that are brought there, because I'm sure that they will co-opt some of the people that have been sent to do Galamsey to help with this national exercise. It's a normal thing they do. You are already in the field anyway, so just come and help
the party
do this.
officer, who is the national organizer, is campaigning for his candidate to win.
I'm not saying don't do that, go that, but don't go and do that by undermining national security. Don't say the national security people sent there are corrupt, they are extorting money. Don't do that.
No. How's the... we're talking about security for the election. I'm not talking about Galamsey task force.
I'm saying that some of the security men that are already in Aquitia for Galamsey maybe co-opted to come and take part in the by-election. It's a normal thing. If you already have 200 police officers there, and now there's a by-election, it's normal to say, okay, look, for this day, come and take part in the this. But I'm saying if you've already poisoned the well, by saying that they are extortionists, it deflates their confidence and also makes the people believe that you cannot believe this people because they are extortionists. I'm saying that statement had no place in Aquitia, either for the by-elections or in the general scheme of fighting the Galamsey, to go and remind the very people that the commander-in-chief has sent them to do this. It has no place. But nevertheless, I've also made a point that the presence of the police might be necessary for peace and security, but in it and itself is not enough. It might be necessary, but not enough. Because again, I started by saying that in all the electoral violence, and I just went to the last two, when Honorable Sam was assaulted, there were policemen standing there. They were there. They didn't protect him. They didn't defend him. When he was assaulted, and I was West Ogun. When Howard Kumsung was attacked, when the general secretary, there were policemen standing. They didn't defend. They didn't protect him.
How are the two situations coterminous? When we know that based on the witnesses and then the evidence that was given before the Commission of Inquiry, these were national security sponsored attacks brought in. And then these individuals who have now been prosecuted from the 19 polling station incidents that were reported in Ablikuma North really have not been associated with national security or any other related person within any political party, so to speak.
Whenever there's a by-election or even national elections, we send security people there. Their role there is simple: protect the voters. And sometimes the voters, the election officers, and the observers and party people protect everybody there. So it doesn't matter whether it is they did. Now, whether sponsored by the state or by individuals, whatever happens there, my argument is that the mere presence of state security has proven inadequate at providing security at electoral policy. That's what I've said. So we need to just adding the numbers is not enough. I think that's the point I want to make. Just adding more policemen, bringing more soldiers. In fact, it may create the situation you are talking about. That more people may feel scared to go out and vote, they will not vote. That may also explain why in almost all by-elections, the turnout becomes very low. Is that people are scared to go out and vote? We need to also study that.
All right. Eduje, so the security deployment, good or bad, or perhaps also relatively to create the needed atmosphere of stability, especially knowing what transpired in Ablikuma North?
I want to, maybe it's too early, but I want to applaud the Inspector General of Police. When I saw that there's a deployment of almost 5,000 officers to Aquitia, I said, look, peace and security should never be prized because it is at the core of everything that we do. And so if you have to deploy all the servicemen to Aquitia to bring an outcome that is desirable and peaceful, we must do it. We must not do anything at all to compromise the peace and security in Aquitia. And so the step taken by the election management, task force, together with the IGP, to have as many as 5,000 officers, just to ensure that ultimately there will be peace in Aquitia. I think it's something that, in fact, there's one thing that the IGP and through the police officers have given an indication, that there will be drones hovering around to pick the potential bad boys, maybe just so that the drones will not capture or violate the secrecy of the ballot also, it should be done in such a way that at least people can still vote and maintain the secrecy of the ballot. But anything that will be done today to ensure that there will be peace. Because I have clear in my mind, the last election, I was involved in a lot of the things that happened, particularly in Aquitia. The reason why we lost is what happened in Wenji. And we are very confident that with adequate security, we will take that seat easily. We've done our numbers and it looks good. All we need is for the police to keep the peace in the area, and we are good to go. I want to personally thank the people of Aquitia. So far, conduct has been well, except the fact that our friends in the MPP decided to go beyond decency. If you recall, the family of our late brother, Enes, invited the National Democratic Congress for his 1 week. It was an invitation handed over to the national chairman of our party. Formally inviting the party to the 1 week. We honored his memory, but the MPP decided to defy and make mess of his memory. What did they do? When our national chairman got to the grounds, you saw the rowdy behavior at a point that there is a particular lady who even wanted to assault our national officers. Dr. Zato here will tell you, death brings even conflicts to whatever. And that is why in our part of the world, you hardly speak evil of the dead because of the finality of death. And so you notice how beautifully we have always conducted elections, death or funeral that have national kind of color. We all go together and mourn. Look at the way Emana MPP members conducted themselves in Aquitia. Is that the memory that you want to leave for our good brother Enes Kumi? So, Dr. Zato, maybe you use this platform to admonish. I know you won't condemn them, but admonish them that funerals of this nature, look, let's handle it with a certain level of maturity. I think it's good for our politics, and it is good for national unity and cohesion. These things are important that we do. I'm very confident that candidate, lawyer Bernard Bediako will carry the day. Chairman Prosper was accusing me of campaigning on the platform when today is not supposed to be a day of campaigning. And I want to reject that,
Chairman Prosper said that?
Yes.
Who's Chairman Prosper?
No, So that said, I want to just conclude by encouraging voters to go out there, vote peacefully, go to your home or your houses. When it's about 5, please come back and let's count the ballots and not heads. We can count ballots. We don't need to have anybody injured. The development of Aquitia is paramount. And for us in the NDC, that corridor, we have all the seats. From Ades to Asamankesi, it's left with Aquitia. Then on that corridor, we would have taken all 3. And that's the operation that we have today. Very peaceful and quiet one. But Roland, your friend's birthday is today, Jifagunu.
Oh, Jifagunu.
Yes.
Jifagunu, good morning to you. A happy birthday to you. He's the chief executive of MD for the National Digital Center. Wishing you all the best.
I want to call the IGP to come and arrest him for campaigning for campaigning.
Allow Dr. Zato to also wish. They accuse you. You don't know the name of
Dr.
You don't know the name of the parliament. So
I don't know.
Wish him.
I don't know.
So wish him.
I don't. Look, I just want to invite the IGP to come and arrest this guy. He's campaigning. Chairman Prosper said he's campaigning. He's not supposed to campaign. So, Mr. IGP, he sent his guys to come and arrest Eduji. They must arrest Eduji for campaigning on this platform.
So, all the eyes have been on Aquitia.
Yes.
Due to key reasons. Yes. The trooping into or onto the grounds by all the major stakeholders. And then the deployment in itself, because even before today, the police did a whole simulation exercise.
Yes.
Ideally, should we be having Aquitia becoming the standpoint?
That is what saddens me. I mean, we are 32 years into our democracy. We have to be growing. Violence must be relegated to the background so that people begin to love politics. When I listened to the first woman who voted, and the sort of things that she was alluding to frightened me, that they have been told that by 3 o'clock there will be violence. Why must people live in fear? Because we are going to elect someone to represent them. And mind, whoever emerges today as a winner is not going to be a parliamentarian for only his political party members. It's going to be a parliamentarian for the entire Aquitia constituency. So he must not degenerate. But because of like I started by saying, the bragging right, the MPP wants to prove to its core base that in spite of the abysmal performance in the last elections, they still have their base intact, and that they will be poised for action in election 2028. The NDC also wants to, as it were, prove to the Ghanaian that, yes, in the last 9 months that they have been in power, their policies are gelling with the good people of this country. And so, that you will come to that Akanaipe situation. That one is another beauty. And so, Ghanaians want to, as it were, see them in power. And it is the reason why you have someone like Michael Ochribefi also put his MPship on the line. I don't know whether, Roland, you are aware of that. That Ochribefi, the MP for Drabin South, says if the MPP should lose today, his seat must be declared vacant. You see, we cannot be having parliamentarians who promises and do not deliver.
No, he's playing.
No, the last time he played that he would chop off his head. We forgave him. We cannot continue to let Michael Ochribefi misrepresent a good constituency.
But it is part of campaigning.
How can it be a part?
The politicians make these promises all the time, right? You remember Salam Mustafa also made the same thing.
So Salam Mustafa goes to make that promise.
Yeah.
Ochribefi is a member of parliament.
Yeah, so
I take his words very serious.
It's campaigning.
No, he said he meant it.
It's not made under oath.
No, but
you can't take
it's campaigning. But that brings us into the shuffle course of the campaigning that has led to the election today. Yes. Could they have been more decorous, so to speak?
Yes. That's why I'm saying that when you lack policies and programs, then you obviously resort to, as it were, trivialities, insults, and so on and so forth. NPP missed an opportunity as a government that left office not quite long ago to explain to the people of Aquitia. The people of Aquitia, they are not the kind of voters that you would think that always they belong to this side. No, they change. And if you know mining areas, their core issues have to do with how you better their lives in terms of mining.
Yeah.
So now the various mining policies implemented by the two parties is what is going to be at play at Aquitia.
Why is that going to be critical?
Now, because that is their livelihood.
Hence the message.
That is their livelihood. And so whose policies are improving their lives? Was the MPP's policies on mining good for them? That will come to play today. Is the MDC's policies being introduced good for them? That will come to play today. Because in terms of the emotions, like I said, when our brother Ernest passed, the first video I watched was from a group of NPP women organizers who were saying that the demise of Ernest has to be attributed to the kind of pressure that was brought to bear on him by MPP constituents. Every day they were going for, if it is not child school fees. They were going for pregnancy test fee. They were going for, I don't know why they put all these pressures on parliamentarians. No, Roland, we have to begin to also conscientize voters that when you are voting for a parliamentarian, he is not an ATM that always you go to. Either than that, you will be killing all your MPs young. The pressure is too much on them. You understand? So the message is missing from the other side. But like I said, if you look at swing seats and its dynamics, I would be extremely surprised to see Solo back to in Parliament. I will be extremely surprised. But let's see what happens by the close of the day, whether they can undo the do as it is turning out.
As we go into this, we also know that the MPP camp has been very active on the ground as well. Based on your own observation, I know you're very close to Dr. Mahmoud Baumia.
That is his aide.
Yeah. So what's the thinking there?
Senior policy advisor to Dr.
What's the thinking there, not only for today but also towards this election? Because the national narrative based on the MPP's own presidential primary campaign seem to have also fed into the political narrative and could also whether swing voters or perhaps have an influence on whether voters are enthusiastic as sympathizers and voters of the MPP.
Yeah, thank you. I know if I tell you that I know next to nothing about Aquitia and whatever is going there, you will not believe me, but I don't. I've not tuned in. I don't know what is happening there because it doesn't affect me in any way. I don't. But talking about this, and you see, sometimes I like to connect issues, especially since they have national impact. And my brother Solomon made a very important point. Aquitia is a mining place. And the mining policies of, let me say, the former government and the current government may affect and influence how they vote. I agree. That is why you are seeing the pandering from the national chairman of the NDC talking about the Galamsey fight. I'm going back there because it has direct, if I look, one of the reasons why we are losing the Galamsey fight is because of political interference. One of the reasons why we are losing the Galamsey fight is because politicians are afraid to pay the political price for fighting Galamsey. And so if you go to a mining place, you go there and you realize that no, that if there are tough measures being taken by the government, and if those measures are being used and they are going to have an effect, then people will not vote for you. So what do? You go and undermine your own commander-in-chief. You go and undermine your own national security by telling the people, ignore them, forget about them. It's not good. Let's always put the national interest first. And in this case, the Galamsey is a national interest, it's an existential threat. So any attempt to demoralize the brave men and women fighting Galamsey, we shouldn't accept it. Any attempt to now go and say that, yes, the government has come, they're coming up with new, stronger policies to fight Galamsey, but don't do that. To throw these security services under the bus just to win a by-election is most unfortunate and it's condemnable. We should condemn that. This election will not make any dent. It will not change anything in Parliament. The NDC still has their supermajority. MPP still has their minority. It will not change anything, of course, and Solomon is right again. Today I'm giving you all the good things. They are bragging rights. And political parties use such elections also to test messages, to test strategy. And so at the end of the day, that could be a win. Don't let us throw the fight against Galamsey under the bus just because we want to win a by-election. Don't let us ignore what is supposed to do. Listen, at any time we do, I think that from now on, whatever we are doing as national policy, we must always ask ourselves, how will this policy contribute to the Galamsey fight? Because it's an existential threat and because all our lives depend on it, we shouldn't do. So for me, that should be the point. But at the end of the day, people of Aquitia should go out and vote, they should do that. And I want to hope that I want this by-election to be different, so that we can come up with frameworks, with theories, with methodologies from it, then we can use them for all by-elections. Today's tale, as a nation, we must be able to say that from today onwards, henceforth, enough politicians have been beaten at political parties. Enough politicians have been assaulted at by-elections. Enough journalists have been assaulted at by-elections. Enough of it. We will come out today from Aquitia with a better methodology, with a better strategy at conducting by-elections. That will ensure and make sure that no politician, no journalist, no private individual, no poll worker gets hurt or injured or attacked at the by-elections. Let today be the starting point where we begin to turn around this train of violence. Let today be the time where we say as a country that enough is enough. That security agencies, I think one of the biggest legacies that IGP Yohonu can leave for his term, I think he's going home in December, is to be able to say that, look, under my leadership, I have finally found the silver bullet. Under my leadership, I have finally found that sweet spot of where we can conduct by-elections with no single violence, and worst of all, with no single death. If he's able to do that, and then he's codified it, will help. One of the other things that we have to do as an academic, I always look is that I've never seen the Ghana Police Service publish reports of elections since they finished. Meanwhile, they're always in charge of national security. Imagine they were publishing it. Imagine after let's say, 2016, they had come out with a comprehensive report, publish it. I'm sure you would have been salivating over it. You are secretary was like, what happened? Imagine after 2020, they come out and update and say, look, this is where we got it on this thing. And imagine after the last election they did, Ghana Police Service, you have the resources to do that. Always publish a comprehensive, detailed report. You can mark out sensitive national security issues. Tell us the budget that was used. Tell us what you do. Tell us what went right. And tell us what went wrong. So that as a country we can learn. Students can learn. We teach a lot of electoral politics at the University of Ghana, Department of Political Science. We can use this as a resource material. Political parties also need it. They will take it, they will read it, they will try to understand. It will also become part of the corpus of knowledge available to us to always use. But you see, if you don't publish these things, if you don't let us know what you are doing, it doesn't help planning and going forward. So please, IGP Yohonu, I beg you, when you are done with all this things, let your public relations department put together a voluminous report on the last elections or on this one and say, this is what we got right, this is what we got wrong, and going forward, this is what we do, recommendations. I'm sure a lot of people will take it, will publish academic journals on it, books on it, will do it. But this is also part of disseminating the knowledge and best practices going forward. I know the IGP has got this. He's a good man. I know he will come out with flying colors here. Mr. IGP, I'm cheering for you. I'm hoping for you. And I hope that you do this and then you come out with a model, an ideal model for conducting elections in this country. Thank you.
Should that be a good proposition?
No, the elections are conducted by the Electoral Commission. So it's the responsibility
of the security aspect.
Elections are conducted by Electoral Commission. So it's the responsibility of the Electoral Commission to publish election results. What happened in Techima South, what happened in the 2024 elections. They don't usually do it publicly. When they sign a peace pact and people die, they don't say it. But for the police, you know the police is an agency under the National Security Secretariat. So all those reports go to the National Security Coordinator, which become part of the National Security dossier. We may make it available to the general public, but then the standard procedure is that it goes to the National Security Council when the council meets, or it goes to the Joint Intelligence Council for discussion. But it is the duty and the responsibility of Electoral Commission to publish election results.
And so that responsibility about the way the election was organized and then the state of security should be...
It should be part of what the Electoral Commission says.
Of the Electoral
Exactly.
Commission. Now,
we can give it to them, but then it would not be
There's a certain discussion that has gone on here that because Aquitia and its local economy is more focused on mining, the national policy on how well Galamsey is being tackled could have a certain bearing on the choices that voters would make. From the perspective of security, how do we dovetail that in?
No, I was thinking when Zato was speaking, maybe Uncle Solo and my brother Doji will pick in. What happened to Akwatia mines? Yes. It should be one of the things we should talk about once we are talking about mining and mining policies. Like Galamsey for between NDC and MPP, I don't want to go into that. No, I'll leave it for the politicians to deal with it. It will not just be about mining policy, which is also key because it talks about livelihood. It talks about economic stability of the young people there. And it talks about which government is promising them a better option. And that is also going to feed into the election, but that will not be the sole thing. For we as security managers of elections, our prerogative is to safeguard the national interest and to ensure that we create a safer environment for voters and create security assurances for electoral officers and the polling agents to ensure that results are collated and they are declared so that we do not have the usual agitations between NDC and NPP. So we are asking the politicians to comport themselves for once. And Dr. Zato, once you guys begin to comport yourself, because guess what? In every election, the police have a duty to perform. Electoral Commission has a responsibility. Except when it comes to the politicians, your duty is just one, police station responsibilities. You will leave that one and you go and be fighting. And when you fight, you bring your fighting into the arena where we don't want you guys to be there. So between the three of you here, admonish your people, starting from Edo G to Ogosolo to you, admonish your people that after campaigning and after whipping your people to come and vote, take the fight far away from the police stations so that we can collate the results and declare who has won and who has lost. And we come back to Accra safely.
And Edo, we had the news coming in of the removal of the Chief Justice. If you're an ordinary voter in Aquitia, you'll be saying maybe plus or minus for the governing party's candidate or not.
The most important thing, and
all right, so relax. We've just seen.
Okay, so we'll go to
somebody.
Mawenai Beta for a latest from one of those polling stations.
Justice Kodia, and then Crawford, and Abaha, and Omuwa process. But I say, Santa here to about her. It's the end of the NCR, Omabaha, Omuwa process. Yeah, you go for Gobiana. Says here, what's in his ordinary call? Only for Onya. Onya Fumsobia, Onya Fumsobia. Onya Fumsobia. Yeah, happy before the person here say, Omu person, yeah, how strong road. Omu put to fear and panic. Adimaya, Natasha, and you know, Abegua say, no more Diamu, Adjumom. Only for Onya Shea, often is Uncle Bia, often is Uncle Bia, to me, Omu put to fear and panic. Amae, Justice Kodianum, Justice Kodian Abba. I don't know for our process. But process on here, yeah. About one, and I have a tobe. I strong wood. It's all about put to fear and panic. I don't know. Because on Yashi, I don't know.
Mamintio, now I say, which in a Hadianesi.
Naya free say, and I bet it's Yatina and a cast, almost Nuba, and I have Braba, who catch no say. Almost Ramo, now almost Casachino Microphone, why posters, no, into Casachino Omicrophone. Yabewana Tabaku, I careful or the speed by the boy, and I Johnny Cohanum, it's almost Pietria Canum, no start attacking your boys, no, and Antaquano start here. It's yes, and an air through an echo ra, Mammy waste into yes here, no.
So now from what we understand, from what we understand, I'll come to you. Relax, I'll come to you. From what we understand, the police in one of these trucks have picked up a supporter of the NDC. They say that there was a misunderstanding of some sort brought about by the removal of posters belonging to the NDC. They attempted to stop them. The police swooped in and picked up one individual who is their supporter. You were here. You say what happened? And by the way, now this is just the NDC's office here. This is the NDC's office at Aquitia. This is the party office of the NDC at Aquitia right now, where all of the development has been happening at. We were on our way to another polling station when we chanced on the police swooping in, and there's a video as well which we can show to viewers. But let's try and get a bit more from people as to what may have happened. Boss, come to me. You are here.
Yes.
What happened? Be as accurate as you can as to what happened.
You don't have a problem. Actually, we're in the party office.
Yeah.
We saw them parking over here. We saw them parking over here. They wanted to remove the party posters on the car. So all of a sudden, we also approached them that, what is going on? So it became a misunderstanding, and they moved the car out. Actually, as they moved the car out, we all stopped each other so that there's no confusion. From then, the people are gone away already. other guy where they came to arrest him right now, he haven't done anything. He's not here before the incident happened. So why are they arresting the guy? We don't understand. So they should release the guy before it becomes problem. They came and arrest the guy, which they don't know who caused the problem. The people who caused the problem even gone. So we were shocked. What is going on? So please, let the justice be done. Otherwise,
no otherwise. We're hoping that the election will be peaceful.
The guys we saw first, that my boss, we saw them. It was Afenyo Marking and his boys.
Are you sure of the name you're mentioning? Are you very sure of the name you're mentioning?
I know his guys. The V8.
When you say you know his guys, did you see his face?
I didn't see his guys. I saw his guys.
You saw his guys.
He's just here. They just passed here with the V8.
Stop the V8. They push the NDC people. So I pushed one people before, and these people why pushed my brother. So I sit there for the car. So I said, why? So the V8 they stop here, say we go beat here, and this every ball. Before these people come here, move the V8 6 pieces, V8, now move V8 come. So NPP member, we stop for the NDC boy. Before this boy, we have the broker who get him license. So no.
All right. But it looks like calm to an extent has been restored, even though the supporters of the NDC are not happy. You say you have an issue with them taking off your posters.
They just drop here. There's Justin Kodia, the General Secretary of MP.
Someone says Afenyo Maki, you also say Justin Kodia.
Justin Kodia, I know him. I know his car. I'm in Protocol, and I know him. We are in the same constituency. Their national head office is in Protocol. So I know him, and he dropped with his boys. They were taking off our posters, NDC posters, just close to the constituency office, and then we went to approach them, and his bodyguard dropped down to fight our people.
All right. Thank you. So now we know that there's been a bit of calm restored, but we have exclusive footage of when that individual as well was being bandied into one of the police armored vehicles, and this is the NDC office. Up there is the NPP's office as well, and so there's really under 100 meters. You should move from the NDC office to the NPP's office as well in Aquitia, and so this is where everything has happened in the short space, and so we're continuing to monitor, and then we'll bring details for you as to exactly what's happened, and then get an understanding. There's no official of the party who is here. It's just supporters who've been here, supporters of the NDC who've been here until one of them was bandied into the police armored vehicles. We'll try and make a bit more sense as to this, but there have been lots of names that have been mentioned. We cannot substantiate any of those, but they feel aggrieved that their posters were being taken off by alleged NPP supporters, hence the altercation which resulted in the police quick intervention and quickly sweeping one of the individuals believed to be the instigators away. The police is not really far away from us. There's a police checkpoint here, and so we're seeing the presence of the police even here as they continue to we continue to monitor the proceedings. And so that's the police checkpoint not far away from us, just here, and police presence continues to be here as well, and we're just watching really in record time what the response will be subsequently. But we get the indication as well that a lot of the NPP top guns, from what they are telling us, have moved upward, and they say as well that this is a stronghold of the NDC, and so they believe this is a deliberate ploy to make the place unsafe so that voters will not come out in their numbers to vote for them. As to how this affects voter turnout, we'll continue to monitor and get a sense as to exactly what's supposed to be happening. But calm has been restored. The police armored vehicle, which was here as well, that's left with the one individual believed to be one of the instigators. And this is not a polling station. There's no voting happening anywhere here as well. And so it's quite interesting how all of this has developed and degenerated just in the short while since voting started. We've just done an hour and 26 minutes since polls officially opened, and we continue to monitor the proceedings and then bring you details. We understand that the NDC candidate as well will be headed towards an area to be voting. We'll track him down and monitor that proceedings for you as well. But this is what we know so far now in Roland.
Today, you don't give me theory. Political.
And updates there, but some leaders of the party have been mentioned. Have you seen any of them at the NDC office or in the area?
No executive, national executive of the party has made his way here just as yet. It's just the regular supporters and persons who've come from Accra, from respective constituencies, to lend their support to the campaign and the action which is currently underway that we've seen here. We've seen them place a few phone calls as to whether or not that is bringing some of the executives. We'll get understanding of that shortly, but no national executive. I haven't seen any constituency executive as well, because I've been in touch as well with the constituency organizer as well, but nothing of that sort has taken place just as yet, and no executive just as yet. I've just seen a pickup pull up. As to whether or not that has some members national as well coming through, national who are coming through from that pickup as well. And so we're just here still monitoring as to what really plays out now.
All right, Mawina, thank you so much. And before we let you go, some of the people you spoke to there mentioned some national executives of the NPP. They mentioned Afenyo Makin, they mentioned Justin Kodia. Have you seen any of them there?
No, we haven't seen any of such. That's why I was asking the individuals whether they were sure, whether they've seen them via face, because we came when the altercation was at its peak and the police was bandying the individuals. As to what kick-started everything and it degenerated, we weren't here. We were just driving down from the uphill where the NPP office is, coming down to where we came to see what we came to see. And so what the situation is that the NPP office, and we're just seeing as well military swooping in and just going past us just a short while ago. What the situation is that this is the NDC office. If you go under 100 meters, you see the NPP office, and so you will consistently see NPP executives come through the street headed towards their office and to any other polling station. As to what this could mean for police deployment and to ensure that there is a bit more calm to ensure these altercations do not occur, we are waiting to see what the security deployment situation will be, because they will continue to pass here, NPP executives, as they make their way to the party office, which is up there. And that, I believe, is one of the genesis based off on what we've gathered. They were making their way through. They alleged that posters were being taken down, reason why they decided to confront them and ask that they don't want posters of their candidate taken down, and that resulted in what we saw. They will continue to pass here, that I can say authoritatively, because the NPP office is just up there, up this hill, and they will continue to pass here, but we're yet to see any of them as they've alleged. Now,
for that update. And my colleague Marina Idbeta is coming to us live from the Aquitia NDC office. And reports suggest that some alleged NPP supporters have removed NDC posters of the NDC candidate. And according to them, the NDC supporters tried to prevent the NPP supporters from doing this. The police then intervened and they have caused some arrests. There have been allegations about some party executives being present when this was happening, but of course that cannot be substantiated at this time because we don't have visuals to show you, and we try to stick to the things that we can see and the things that we can show you and prove. And we see the visuals there, the Ghana Police Service arresting some individuals there. We're told the military is also present. The NDC office, as we have been explained to, is very close to the NPP office. And so these photos or these visuals you're seeing now, they're live visuals from the NDC office, with the NPP office just down the road. We'll continue to bring you updates on this. We're bringing you a live coverage of the by-election happening in Aquitia now. We're covering all the polling stations and we'll be sure to update you as we go. Elections started at 7 a.m. on schedule and is set to go till 5 p.m. this evening. Back in studio, Roland Walker is here with our guests, bringing you analysis in studio. Roland.
Well, we're also not only live on TV3 Ghana, but also on 3FM 92.7, as relatedly the same names could be used in searching for our TV3 Ghana 3FM 92.7 across social media. As you do that, again, we have a number of comments from you, so we will try and then get as many views as we can by way of the comments coming from you. And I have this one coming from William Jikunu, who says, I think the NDC big men should go there and then make sure that these things are forestalled, as well as other comments that are also on our stream. But what would you say to something like this? Very much part of the atmosphere, but not related to the election in itself.
It's unfortunate. It's an isolated issue. It's just like what happened at the funeral. I believe the police have observed it. They will deal with it as quickly as possible. This has nothing to do with voting, and it has nothing to do with the election. But then it has the ability to degenerate into some other things. I'm happy the gentleman involved has been taken aside by the police, and this is what we are asking for. And for those who said that we have too many police officers at Akwatia, yes, I agree, but it's also because of the tension and because of what politicians have said, raising the temperature of the by-election at Akwatia. So kudos to the police, kudos to the IGP that he's on the ground. He even has the Black Maria, the mobile prison. And I don't want to believe that some people have their breakfast and lunch in the prison mobile van. But let's comport ourselves, let's vote, and let's make sure that Akwatia by-election is a peaceful one.
What would you say to something like this?
See the picture. You see how the police are dressed. You see, it's like they are full regalia and they haven't wearing bulletproof. I like that. Because sometimes
they are in their SWAT uniform.
Yes, SWAT uniform. And I like that. The scenes are good because they are enough to deter, but they are also they are police. So you see, it doesn't unnecessarily raise tensions. It also tells me that sometimes police are human beings at the end of the day. So if they are scared for themselves, they may make wrong decisions. They are carrying powerful guns there. But the fact that they have wearing this body armor and they feel a little bit protected, then they can focus on dealing with the thing and not on their own personal safety. Because sometimes what we do is that we send these policemen into place without either equipping them well, without dressing them well, or without giving them the necessary body gear. If you see an American police or every going into any of this, the way they are dressed, the dressing alone gives them confidence to be able to go up there. So I'm happy to see them fully dressed. I'm happy to see them all protected and make sure, because look, at the end of the day, I want every single police officer to go back home safely. Because look, I'm always cheering for the police because my wife is a police officer. And have family members who are police.
Your wife is a police officer?
Yes. Okay. So I see the sacrifices they do. And I know that almost all the time they only come in for the blame. But we never really give them the credit, because if you are close to them and you see what they sacrifice day in, day out to keep us safe. If you are close to them, you see what they sacrifice day in, day out to make sure that we can go to work and come back safely. We will not always criticize them as much. So I'm happy, and I also pray and hope that the state will invest more in our police, especially into our anti-crowd policing, especially into how to deal with crowds, especially voting like this. If they have the appropriate gear, if they have the appropriate software, hardware, if they have the appropriate bodyware, if they have the appropriate training, then they will help to reduce these tensions and make sure that the violence that happens is reduced. So again, it should be more than just pure numbers. It should also be about the quality, the quantity of how they are trained and they are presented there. You don't throw somebody's son, somebody's brother out there to go in different way while protecting him. The first inhibition of any human being is to be safe, and they're going to do it. So kudos. I like the SWAT uniform I'm seeing. I like how they are dressed, and I like how they have put a kind of a shield around this guy to make sure he's also safe and protected. Kudos to the Ghana police.
And Ediji, New Odate Mills is watching us from Finland. Good morning to you, Justice. Wishing you all the best for the day as well. He says that our police look very good and well dressed, but we shouldn't forget that the Chief Justice being removed from office also is going to have an effect on the minds of both sympathizers, voters, and supporters of both MPP and NDC. How do we dovetail that into the narrative?
Yes, I strongly believe that one of the things that we decided to do as a people in 1992 was that we decided that we needed a constitution to govern our conduct. We didn't want a one-man show. And so the likes of Dr. Zato in their political science class would always take us back to the state of nature, the Leviathan, the Hobbesian state, and how we all decided to surrender what we can do freely willing to the Leviathan, now called the Republic, the state, governed by a set of laws, including the 1992 Constitution. And the Constitution clearly provides, and based on the history of Ghana, if you recall, there was a time that they claimed that the first president of the Republic, Osajifo Dr. Kwame Nkrumah, after a judicial outcome, and he never liked it, the justices who were in that matter were removed in a very capricious and whimsical manner. So, to prevent that from happening, when we put together the 1979 Constitution, we started gradually putting in what you call security of tenure for our justices. And so if you recall the celebrated case of Tufo and Attorney General and all the things that happened there, subsequently. So in 1992, when farmers, drivers, tailors, among others, decided to put this beautiful document called the 1992 Constitution together, they had in it an Article 146, which article basically says that, look, our judges, superior court judges, are given what you call security of tenure. That is to say, you cannot remove them unless on proven, the word is proven, stated misbehavior, incompetence, or infirmity of mind. Now, this is what the Constitution and its framers have said. Now, what has happened, basically, is that President John Dramani Mahama finds himself in the position of Pontius Pilate, where the Pharisees, Sadducees, and what have you had to present a petition and here for the removal of the Chief Justice. And basically for the Constitution and how the Constitution has been interpreted over the period, the president is only a conveyor belt in the circumstance. And so again, like Pontius Pilate, what you would have to do is to consult the Council of State. In this case, you do not have the benefit of washing your hand, asking for soap and water to wash your hands. No. The Constitution clearly gives a duty. A duty is cast on the president to act in a particular manner. Having consulted the elders, and here I call it the Council of States, a prima facie case was determined against the Chief Justice now removed. It's instructive to note that while this process penned, the president suspended her I think it's important I make this point. If you recall in 2015, one Richard Nyama of the Progressive Nationalist Front or so, or Forum, presented a petition to President Mahama then.
A member of the NPP.
Yes, a very seasoned member of the NPP, Richard Nyama, for the removal of an appointee of the NDC to replace Emil Short, now Vivian Lamptey, Loretta Lamptey. Now what happened in that situation was the president set up a committee. The committee made a prima facie, the Chief Justice then, George Nawood, made a prima facie dissemination, was pending, okay, for the Eni Ebua-led committee to make or to do the recommendation and the inquiry. President Mahama suspended. So President Mahama has a track record of suspending pending Article 146 proceeding. It is not something that is new. It's instructive to make the point that in 2015, when the Eni Ebua-led committee made the finding that, quote, on stated misbehavior grounds, Loretta Lamptey ought to be removed, President Mahama acted in accordance with the recommendation of the Eni Ebua committee and removed Loretta Lamptey, consistent with his conduct and fidelity to the 1992 Constitution. President John Dramani Mahama has acted on the basis of the Puaman-led committee and its recommendation. It's a very simple conversation. The Puaman-led committee, and I say this with all humility, I do not, even for a second, say I am better experienced or knowledgeable in the laws of this country, of have better skill sets in evaluating evidence than my Lord Justice Puaman or my Lord Justice Asiedu, prominent jurists, eminent jurists on this 5-member committee. I do not think, and I say this with all humility, if I put the experience of all the 5 members of the committee together, I do not come close to that experience. They have, on the basis of the evidence before them, recommended that now removed Chief Justice Gertrude Araba Tokonu be removed on the sole grounds of stated misbehavior. That's quite instructive. What it means is that the committee having assessed, because if you look at the petition presented by Daniel Ofori, it's a mixed bag in the sense that there were issues of incompetence, there were issues of stated misbehavior. If at the end of the day, the committee's recommendation is founded on stated misbehavior, then I surmise that it is because the other grounds have been found to be without merit. That for me is instructive. Because if it were not so, the grounds for her removal would have included incompetence among others. Now I have heard lawyer for Madame Gertrude Tokonu now removed. My senior Ayuko to make the point that there were 3 petitions. And why did the president act relative to the petition involving Daniel Ofori and not the others? That has never been the position of the law.
What's the position of the law, Ediji?
The position of the law is that when you have multiple petitions and the facts are not the same, or the basis of the petitions are not the same, you don't consolidate. You take them one after the other. 2, because of the in-camera nature of the proceedings, you do not want a situation where you are having all 3 petitions hearings at the same time. Because then what will happen is that you have witnesses crisscrossing each other, and that will undermine. Now, when we say proceedings ought to be in camera, it does not mean a secret meeting. We need to make that point clear. What it simply means is that you have that meeting in chambers without more.
Not public.
Not public.
Okay.
From the Latin word in camera, hidden, closed door, in chambers. And that is exactly what has happened in this particular. So the idea that the president ought to have waited for the other petition to have concluded before taking this removal action is completely untenable. It is not founded in law. Let me just make this.
Wrap up.
Yes, I just want to wrap up on this note. If you recall, the issue about removal of justices of our superior courts is not new to Ghana. I started with Tufo and Attorney General, the attempt to remove Chief Justice Apalu. I also came to the issue of post-1992, an attempt to remove no other person by Chief Justice Aban. And in this case, it is the Ghana Bar Association itself that took the extraordinary step of getting Chief Justice Aban removed. But you know what they did? An association of lawyers who, in the words of His Lordship Justice Kwegan and Ajabe, ought to know better, rather decided to issue a writ for the removal of Aban. And like in the words of Justice Kwegan and Ajabe, the very reason for the writ action, if concluded or the reliefs granted in their favor, would have resulted in the removal of Aban. But the Supreme Court threw it out. Then came Ajay Chum, Frank Ajay Chum, Bright Akwete Interested Party, and the Attorney General as well. So there had always been, one way or the other, attempts to remove justices of the Supreme Court. And like the record will show, Justice Utaderi and co. were removed. And so it is not something that is new to our constitutional arrangement. President John Dramani Mahama has acted within the strictures of the 1992 Constitution. He has acted based on the recommendation of the 5-member committee. The point ought to be made instructively. President Mahama does not have the power to vary the recommendation of the committee. President John Dramani Mahama does not have the discretion to say that the committee says I should remove. I, President, I will not remove. By so doing, he will be acting contrary to the 1992 Constitution. All right. That is what the law is, and that is what it is.
We'll come back because this has come up on the sidelines of the Aquitia by-election. The minority leader, Penyo Makin, again commenting again in the media that they are mourning democracy, that we are mourning democracy, and that's the quote from him. There's the number of videos and snipers of it on social media, as well as reported widely to that effect. And now we have to again go to one of those polling stations where we have our reporters there. Where are we going now?
Well, an interesting discussion there, but unfortunately, we have to put a pause on that and do this, which is also very important. As we promised, we're bringing you a live coverage, which includes on-the-ground reportage to let you know exactly what's happening at the various polling stations in Aquitia this morning. Next, we're bringing you a live report from New Wenchi A and B polling station, where my colleague Yvonne Nikwe is on the ground. Yvonne, can you hear me?
Now I can readily hear you.
Amazing. What can you report from the New Wenchi A and B polling station?
Now, we got here just about 5 minutes ago. The process here has been very smooth, as we've seen at Wadia, Dr. Mine, and this particular polling station, New Wenchi A and B. Moving into the community, we're seeing a host of polling stations as well. Very, very smooth process, peaceful as well. We're seeing some of the political actors as well, monitoring the exercise to ensure that they do observe everything well. Shortly, if you don't mind, I have the NDC's national organizer, Joseph Yamin, here at this particular polling station. Want to just take a word from him for his observation from this particular polling station. Welcome to TV3. You are live. Quickly, we want you to tell us, it's just over an hour for this exercise. What have you observed so far? As an actor, what are some of the issues you would want to talk about?
Well, so far, in terms of security, we don't have a problem. There's enough security presence available. But what issue is at the moment the low turnout. So far, I've been to 7 police stations within the Wenchi Enko. The highest recorded turnout is 25 out of about 500 registered. You don't see people in the queue as these activities, meaning that the enthusiasm is down. Probably this is a typical activity environment of the area. Probably they don't have confidence they are doing candidate, or they also feel that the MPP hates themselves, so they don't see the reason why they come out. They are yet to find out why the typical low turnout. We will also urge them that appointed political party change your hand if you needed result that you want and coming out
Right. So now, shortly, that is what you heard from the national organizer of the NDC. He's been talking about turnout here at the Wenchi area. We're seeing quite a number of residents outside the polling station. Just that for this particular polling station, they're not joining the queue as we have seen at Topremang and Bwedia filing in their numbers to vote. We're just hoping that by the 10 of the hours, probably they might come out from their farms or their mining areas to join the queue and go through the process. Mind you, during the 2024 elections, just below 40,000 people voted in that particular exercise. We're expecting over 50,000, 52,000 to vote in this by-election because their names are in the register. And so we'll keep watching here and other polling stations as we move around to see exactly what the turnout will be at other areas as well.
All right, thank you so much, Yvonne Nikwe there, reporting from the New Wenchi A and B polling station where she reports a low voter turnout. But of course, it's still early. It's still early in the day. The elections and voting are going to go on till 5 p.m. And so we hope for better voter turnout there. We're going to cross over now to the St. Paul's polling station where Stanley Nibleu is on standby. Hello, Stanley.
Hello.
Thank you for joining us. What can you report from the St. Paul's polling station?
Okay, so here at the St. Paul's preparatory polling station, preparatory school polling station, the exercise here you have been very calm. The registered voters are not flooding or crowding the polling station, but rather they are trickling in one after the other. I must say that 642 registered voters are expected to turn up and exercise their franchise at this particular polling station. But currently, a few minutes ago, I just spoke with the presiding officer here who told me that about 58 of the voters had already come through to exercise their franchise so far. And so it's early day yet. And so we are expecting that as the day progresses, or as time goes on, the voters would throng these polling stations and then exercise their franchise. I must also speak about the security arrangements at this polling station. And just as the police management board actually said and they are implementing, there are a number of police officers here protecting the electoral process over here, ensuring that the process happens or takes place in a congenial, free and fair and violence-free manner. And so just in front of me is the main Wenchi or the Aquitia road, the road leading to Aquitia, and at every point you see police officers or police officers with some barricades or checkpoints thoroughly going through the process and checking every day to ensure that nobody carries any weapon to the polling centers. And so every vehicle that passes by, the vehicle is subjected to thorough check. And so we are expecting that at the end of the day, the process will go on smoothly and everybody would actually go through the process and elect a deserving member of parliament for the Aquitia constituency. Some of the officers, some of the registered voters who also come here to vote, I mean, they are expressing hope in the police presence because they feel that this is the right moment and because that situation has been very calm, and so they feel that they can go through the process without any form of intimidation. But another problem too has to do with the weather because some few minutes ago it started drizzling, and so if the weather doesn't clear or becomes proper, I think that's going to frustrate the process or mar the process at a point in time. But we are all hoping that the weather will be cleared and everything will go on as scheduled.
All right, thank you so much, Stalini Blue. We will come back to you, of course, if there is more to share from the St. Paul's polling station there. And he reports that some over 600 voters are expected to turn out. Only about 58 of them have shown up to vote this morning. But again, it's still early in the day. We hope that more people will turn up to vote this morning. Back in studio, we're going to continue our in-studio discussions with Roland Walker and guests.
We're still live in Aquitia, and our reporters dotted around, and more are in various polling stations. Mind you, we have some 119 polling stations for this by-election. Over 52,000 voters registered for the 2024 parliamentary elections, as well as for the presidential. And that same number, again, up to have any of them, if they want to, attend to their own civic responsibilities as enshrined in the 1992 Constitution to make that choice as to who they want to elect in this by-election to represent them in the Parliament of Ghana. But in the meantime, it also means that on the sidelines, we've had a number of commentaries, and particularly the latest being from the minority leader, and poignantly also saying that, well, we are mourning Ghana's democracy, and sharply related to the removal of the Chief Justice and how it could have effect on choices voters could make in Aquitia, etc. Solo, what do you say to that, particularly when...
30 seconds before Solo comes. I want to read an extract from the Frank Ajechum decision I told you about. And this is the reasoning of His Lordship Justice Esiama. Quote, if our notion of the judiciary as an instrument of justice is to endure, then the Chief Justice, who is the head of this institution, should not be seen to be manipulating the justice system by any overt or covert act of his by willfully promoting the prostitution or corruption of the system through meddlesome interference. If such a conduct becomes part of the modus operandi of the oversight responsibility of the Chief Justice, he will be seriously compromising his high office and be an anathema to our civilized society. The consequence that would inevitably flow from such a despicable conduct may render him liable for removal. This is the decision of our Supreme Court. I will yield to Solo.
Solo, the public domain, for us ordinary people, not lawyers, non-lawyers, so to speak, well, we'll say that we've always known a Chief Justice, even though there have been attempts to try to remove one or two in some instant cases. At least, should we go by the commentary that we shouldn't let it happen, but it has happened?
Roland, first of all, let me say that I would disagree with anybody that says that it should be difficult to remove a Chief Justice.
Why not?
It should be very easy. It should be very easy to remove a president, and it should be very easy to remove a Speaker of Parliament. Either than that, we would have a recalcitrant Chief Justice who, by virtue of the fact that it's very difficult, would destroy our judiciary. When this matter started, and I'm very happy you quoted Afenyo. Why wouldn't Afenyo be sad? Under the able leadership of Chief Justice Tokono, he could go to court 12 o'clock, by 3 o'clock, he has an answer. So for sad people, it is right that they mourn. And I don't want to take him serious. Look, If there has been any Chief Justice who has disrespected the laws of the land, who has been so pompous, who has been so disrespectful, I'm sure, go and get the proceedings. What took place at the committee level and read her behavior before the committee members. The insults, the yelling, the sort of behavior the Chief Justice put up, it will marvel you. And I'm very surprised anyway, they said they were holding it in camera. If the committee members would do this country a great service by just exposing 0.5% of the Chief Justice, the removed Chief Justice actions, I'm telling you, people will chase it out. Look, at a point, you know, she came to do a press conference. You remember that issue? And told the entire country that she had no clue about the petition. The Chief Justice, under cross-examination, herself admitted that she had the petition. Meanwhile, you were in the public space throwing dust into the people's eyes.
Under oath.
Under oath. Now, there was an instance where the committee made a determination on a matter. This woman looked at them and said, shame on you. Shame, oh, shame. A man talk about shame, shame. She did that at the committee and left them. And had to take their own lawyers to beg for the Chief Justice was the behavior. That's the sort of thing we are dealing with. A matter is supposed to be in camera. She comes to the public and holds a press conference. Because she knew very well that she had committed an offense and so had to do the propaganda bit, the political bit of it, ably supported by some elements within the New Patriotic Party. So is it what? You are mourning democracy? You will mourn because you have been part of her nemesis. The bad advice, the bad counsel that you offered the Chief Justice. Roland, you and I, at least this matter, we have discussed it on 10 times. That my position was that she has to negotiate her exit out.
Well, you mentioned that months ago.
Where are we now? Now you have been removed as a Chief Justice, and not just a Chief Justice, but also a Justice of the Supreme Court. Really? And by extension, someone can even take
She can no more be on the Supreme Court.
No, she has no business. But now if there are files there, she go and pick it. And if you don't take it, they can even extend it to debar you. Maybe because this is misbehavior. You know, Roland, one of the things that I always get sad about is the fact that people treat the petitioner, Daniel Ofori, as a rag. What are we talking about? Do people know Mr. Daniel Ofori?
One of the richest Ghanaian.
You, Ghana Stock Exchange. He's the single most, he is the largest investor in our stock exchange. MTN, go to SIC, go to Ghana Commercial Bank, Bank. Between you and Mr. Ofori, who has this country at heart?
No, but who can even manipulate Mr. Daniel Ofori?
Daniel Ofori. Because they don't know him. People think that he's just a bystander. That they went and pulled him and said, oh, go and get Madame Tokonu out. Let me say, President Mahama has behaved within the laws of the land. And I'm happy that a day after his decision, the general view out there is that, yes, though he's a communicator and a lawyer, he has rather behaved within the Constitution. And as a citizen of this country, all that I expect from my presidents is to behave within the Constitution. Once they do that, that is all. And I'm very happy that if a Chief Justice could travel with the husband and daughter and take from the country per diem when they are not supposed to, then, Mr. President, with this same alacrity and vim and vigor, get your Attorney General to begin to go for all those that have stolen from us. It's very important. We cannot leave it. And I like the vim, the tone that the president... This is what the people of this country are looking for.
Even though they said there is bad precedent, there's been...
Who is that bad precedent? Look,
I've had lead counsel, Nia Ikwe to senior to...
Of course, if he was the counsel for the removed Chief Justice. If you go to war and you are battle like this, would you come and say there was a fair... but before the committee, he himself was part of those that were apologizing on behalf of the client for that behavior. Go and get a report and you see the sort of person that we were dealing with. You understand? As we speak, the Chief Justice has taken us to ECOWAS court. You remember my rendition on A Futas and then what that, Madam, take a cue from it.
All right.
Men of valor, men of conscience advise this woman that, madam, negotiate it out. He said, no, Imbano. She wouldn't understand.
No what?
Imbano. The Nigerian will say, Imbano. I won't.
Ibano, it's gone.
Gone, eh? Ibano. No. This one is Obaka.
Oh, there's Imano.
Yeah, this one Imbano. You see, the small Nigerian, the small, you will let my... I nearly married a Nigerian woman, so don't take me for granted.
Okay. I know, before I come to Dr. Jemuntie Zato, I have to go to Akable to give us some trend analysis. And of course, even though the by-election is ongoing, residents of Aquitia and the voters really are also taking a cue from the removal of the Chief Justice and Akable.
Very interesting conversation.
You're close to it. So you monitor all these because of what you do, but very interesting. How will voters be feeling and then making their own minds publicly, especially when it's a national narrative, so to speak?
I mean, a lot of the time, the politicians will tell you that politics is very local. And so, first and foremost, voters would want to deal with the matters in their immediate environment. The timing of this, just barely few hours to today, that is when the poll is taking place, was when this particular news came out. I mean, there are those who are already doing some analysis about the government wanting the discussion to just get off quickly and have the nation move on beyond this. But all those are matters that we can dissect in a bit more detail, a bit more later on when the results begin to come out and how to try and make sense of all of that and put it within the context of the outcomes that we have. But from the discussions that we've seen, from the opinion polls that have come from the area, the issue of development by way of road construction, the issue of job creation, unemployment issues are topical in that particular area. And we've seen Musa Dankwe's poll, Global Info Analytics, another poll from another agency that has also come out. But earlier on, Roland, we were having the conversation about the trend, and I have heard us make the point about 5-4 being a close margin. And you remember I made a point that when you isolate it closely, you see a bit of consistency on the part of the MPP, particularly in the last 24 years. And what we are going to do now is to show you that particular trend. First, we are going to take off 92. 92, we are taking it off because you did indicate that what happened in that particular year was that the presidential took place first, then the NPP boycotted the parliamentary. And so we are taking that off. Then we'll come to 96, where the NDC managed to win again with a different candidate. The candidate who had won in the very first instance, Gilbert Ejay, lost the primaries, and so this time around you had Mohamed Ezwa coming in and winning it. But now when we settle in and look at the 2000 trend, which I'm going to walk up to the screen now and just show you that now, you see an interesting pattern develop. And I want us to focus on two data points. The first is the year 2012. 2012, first data point, because that particular year the NDC picked the Aquitia seat. And so 2012 is an important data point that we have to pay attention to. Again, we are going to look at 2020 as well. That is also another important data point because the NDC picked the seat in that particular instance. And those are the 2 points that the NDC were hoping to have a repeat of and win that seat. If you isolate those 2 data points out, you see an MPP consistency in the last 24 years. And so you see for 2000, 2004, Kirsten Kisi did 2 terms. Then another MPP candidate again came in and did 1 more term in that particular instance. Then Baba Jamal managed to win in 2012. Again, when you stay on 2008, a very interesting situation played out in the 2008 elections. The election was actually settled in 2009. Even though the main election took place in 2008, the reason being that there were issues with some 6 polling stations where there had been allegations of electoral malpractices. The matter went all the way through our courts. Eventually, the court said that the election should be rerun in those 6 stations. And so those 6 stations, the election took place. The MPP's Kofi Asari emerged victorious in that particular instance. So that is what happened at Aquitia in 2008. Then 2012, Baba Jamal, who had contested 3 times but had not been able to win, managed to pick the seat up for the NDC. And so that made the NDC win that seat and give them the sense that, well, even though the MPP dominance had been going on in 3 election cycles, at least they have the seat back. But unfortunately, in 2016, and that is when the famous member of parliament from Aquitia, most of you call her Amase. I mean, you know who she is. I mean, described as not as a hairdresser. I mean, that's basically the profession that she was engaged in prior to that. And she picked her seat. Her actual name is Mercy Edu Jemfi. Bahama says what she was popularly known in that particular area. She picked the seat for the NPP, restoring the NPP's control of that particular constituency. But 2020, the NPP decided to switch candidates. I mean, we had lots of discussions, the politics at that particular level. There are those who felt that Amase should have been allowed to continue, but she lost the primaries. The NPP and Eskumi managed to beat her in that particular primary. So Eskumi took over, and then Eskumi had a face-off with Henry Yadom Boache. And Henry Yadom Boache is an important name to pay attention to because Henry Yadom Boache won the eventual election in 2020. Henry Yadom Boache beat Eskumi in that particular election. Then came 2024, where Eskumi round 2 defeats Henry Yadom Boache. And we now know that Henry Yadom Boache is the individual who was challenging that particular legal process through his lawyer, Mr. Bedu, who now defeated his client in that particular primaries. And I'm sure, I mean, this is a matter you can take to EDG when I come back to you around the table. I mean, there are already people who have raised some concerns about that particular process, but I mean, those are matters that he can deal with when you come around the table. But he represented him in that particular issues that arose from the 2024 elections. Eventually, the matter went to the courts. We walked you through the injunction, the contempt, the conviction, the Supreme Court decision that stayed the sentence and the conviction, then eventually the unfortunate demise of the MP that resulted in the by-election taking place now. And so we now see Bedu making a first appearance in this particular contest, a legal practitioner, very known in the constituency, operating in the constituency, now coming in to try and win the seat for the NDC. And so the NDC would want to win the seat, and they are confident they can because they've done it in 2012 and they've also done it in 2020. The MPP, on the other hand, will say that, well, we have done even 3 times straight, at least in the last 24 years, if you limit ourselves to that particular cycle. And so they will say that, look, this is a place that we should be able to comfortably win. In fact, I have heard members of the NPP make the point that the change, perhaps in the candidate from 2016 to 2020 is what may have accounted for their defeat in that particular election, to say that, well, if Amase had been retained, maybe we may have been able to retain that particular seat. But that did not happen. Henry Yadom Boache won. But then Eskumi round 2 managed to get a seat back for the NPP. And then unfortunately, he died. And so now the situation creates the crazy situation where there has to be a by-election, and now both parties will be contesting quite keenly. We'll return to you, Roland, for you to have a bite around. And when we come back later on, much later on, we have a bit of data that shows a summary of by-elections and outcomes and how it generally progresses. And we see a narrative that generally, for more often than not, the party that holds on to the seat tends to retain it. But that story is not always unanimous. There are instances where there are flips. I can remember Bimbila as an immediate example that comes to mind, where we had Dr. Ibn Chambers, who had taken up an external role, resign and proceed. Then a 25-year-old Dominic Niti will come in and flipping the seat for the MPP. And so that is one such story that other instances also occurs. And so it's not always the case that once you hold on to the seat, you can retain. And we know what the NDC did at Ablekuma North. In fact, if you look at the Ablekuma North trend graph, it's not much different from what we have here. It was one of those constituencies that the MPP will always say that, well, it's a stronghold. But we saw what the NDC managed to do. And the NDC's point is that how President Mahama is performing, they believe that that is helping them. And so that anytime such an election takes place, mind you, the politicians will say that it's a midterm election of sorts, even though we don't have that sort of midterm election here in Ghana. But it's an opportunity for them to test the popularity of the governing party, of the government in place, and hoping that it wraps off whatever candidate that is put forward at any level. And so that is it by way of how the trend looks generally. In the last 24 years, we see that the MPP has a bit of a consistency. If we extend it further, if we take off 92 and 96, that is what we have. But if you put it together, then it comes down to the 5-4 that we have, which means that both parties start basically at par and have the opportunity to pick this particular seat, Roland.
Oh, very interesting. Very splendid from you as well. And before we go for the break, though, we'll try and do the conclusion on the subject matter of what influence or not for ordinary voters this removal will be. And Jabun Tezato, PhD, what do you say to that? I think you and Solo had been two of many of the analysts and commentators right here on our platforms who had predicted, you said she should negotiate, that's Solomon, and you said that she's a goner. I remember you always use the word or the phrase she's a goner. Yeah. And it means that it doesn't come to you as a shock.
No, yesterday...
Or you are mourning?
Yesterday, September 1st, 2025, in the year of the Lord Anno Domini, the President of the Republic of Ghana fired the Chief Justice of the Republic of Ghana because she traveled abroad with her husband and children and spent some per diem. History will record these days as a sad day for the rule of law, as a sad day for judicial independence, and especially as a sad day for the separation of powers. We are all poor for it as a country. We are not better for it. I've looked at how the international media have even reported it. It's a sad day for us.
It is a sad day that you are doing politics with a purely constitutional matter. That's a sad day too.
If you look at this thing, it falls under two different. On the one hand, are proponents, the members of the government and the NDC. For them, they say, nothing to see here, see no evil, hear no evil. The president was just a conduit, an instrument that was just doing what the Constitution has said. So there's absolutely nothing to see here. Everything is fine here, nothing to see, just move along. If you look at the other side, members of the opposition, they also say, campaign promise made, promise kept. Because throughout the campaign, there was this issue that the Supreme Court has become a unanimous FC. And when we come into power, we must deal with this unanimous FC. So the sacking of this Chief Justice is seen as part of that effort not to make the Supreme Court a unanimous FC. So again, if you look at members of the opposition party and others, they will say campaign promise made, campaign promise kept.
So those are the two. Who told you this?
Please, you made them flew. Let me also flew small back. They flew. Let me also flew small back. So those are the two different standards that stand there that you can see. There's something students of IR say that war is politics by other means. And I also hypothesize that the removal of the Chief Justice is politics by other means. That you use it to achieve a political objective. The political objective here being that you agree with the premise that there's a unanimous FC. So in order not to make it unanimous, you must remove some people first, add a lot of justices to it, even though you say you will not do that, then change the Chief Justice, then make it not unanimous. So I think that is part of what has come to happen. And this history record this. This is going to be on the legacy of the President of the Republic of Ghana. President Mahama has done a lot for this country. As a member of parliament, as a deputy minister, as a minister, as the communication of the NDC, as the vice president. I think this is a legacy-defining presidency he has. He has come to define his legacy and stand as one of the most astute politicians of this country has ever produced. He's a Gonja. I shouldn't be saying this about the Gonja because I'm a Salaman, I'm traditionally superior to him, but I shouldn't be saying that. But that is his legacy. But this has damaged that reputation. No. This is going to be one of the biggest blot on his legacy as a president. Because look, history will always remember that. History will always say that it was under him that this man was sacked. Oh, I flew.
Professor. For the record, you teach political science.
You know what is going to happen is that that is the legacy. It's a legacy. The history of this presidency cannot be complete without mentioning the second Chief Justice. You cannot complete his legacy without talking about this. It has become an entrenched part of his legacy. If you are writing the legacy or the history of President Mahama, the second of Chief Justice will not be an anecdote. If you are writing the history of the President Mahama, the history of the Chief Justice, it will not be an afterthought. If you are writing the Chief Justice of the history of President Mahama, it will not be something that is peripheral or trivialized. No, it's going to be center stage of the history that will finally define him. And that is what is going to be. Look, there is something students of public policy refer to as path dependency theory. Basically, it says that events that happen tend to shape future events. Past events, even sometimes bad ones. They tend to shape future events. Thank you, that's what I'm coming. So, and if you see, Edwiji gave a very beautiful rendition, starting from the Shea woman, that it happened those happen. And that's the path dependency. Today, it has happened up to here. We can make a very substantive difference between all those people and the Chief Justice, because none of them are a co-equal arm of government. We operate what is called separation of powers in this country under our constitution. That is that they will say the powers are separated between the executive, led by the president, the judiciary, led by the Chief Justice, and parliament, led by the Speaker of Parliament. We say they are equal arms of government. No president under this constitution has ever removed or sacked from office a co-equal arm of government. It has never happened. This is why it will take center stage here. Look, one of the things I've observed from
how is it that it's the president who removed?
He signed the letter. He signed it. I've seen he signed the letter. He gave the edict
premised on.
He signed the letter. He said you are fired. He said you are fired. It wasn't the judicial committee that said he's fired. The president signed the letter.
Yes.
Oh. Small flow I was doing now. I can't flow again. Anyway, so let's keep going.
Why did you choose?
Flowing on mischief.
Mischief, you're flowing.
Flowing on mischief.
I have seen.
It's completely unacceptable.
He can only forget when he chews. I mean, he has been giving.
That's all.
You cannot. If I am not permitted to flow in mischief.
Just throwing dust.
Just conclude. No, please allow him to conclude. He says that his premise is that it's the president who signed the letter.
Yes.
As a result of that, he is taking a hook.
Arola, are you going to go by that position? We must educate the people. We must not allow that to throw dust into the eyes of the people. That someone petitions, a committee is formed, an outcome, a recommendation is made. The constitution says that whatever recommendation is made, the president has no other choice than to implement. And you come and sit here and deliberately.
Usually, I'm the provocateur.
All right, go on.
Today, you see, today,
the rest,
Solomon and the rest, So, okay, let's go back to what I'm saying.
Yes,
if you have read and read that both.
You say you have done what?
Read.
Okay.
Both foot soldiers of the two main political parties love and hate this decision. Almost every NDC member that I know loves this decision. The former president, the law is the law, quoting the fire Chief Justice. And almost every member of the MPP that I've known also hates this decision. What it does is that it feeds into that theory of power dependence and says that the appetite for firing of a Chief Justice has come to stay. If you become a new president today, and you do not fire the Chief Justice, your own people will chase you out of the Jubilee House. They will burn that house and chase you out.
Are you the one saying it, or you think that's what's happening?
I'm saying it. I'm just saying. So today, the point now becomes: if you are a president, you come with your own Chief Justice, and you live with your own Chief Justice. That premise, I'm saying that there is no appetite there among the populace to vary this. And that is what I'm saying.
At this point, you are not speaking like Dr. Zato, the political science lecturer.
He's an MPP member.
You are speaking as Dr. Zato, the man who could not win the Sisala East MPP primaries. Let the record reflect so that we can draw the distinction. Okay. Because I know in classroom you will say this.
So you see,
I have no doubt in my mind that in the classroom you will not say polluting the minds of the unlettered. It's unfair to our people.
So as we go,
please conclude for me. I give you a minute, please.
At the end of the day, history will not be fair to President Mahama for firing this woman. Thank you.
Which history? I'm telling you that if there is anything that this president has done that will go down in history as one of the best decisions, will be this one. Let the records reflect. And let posterity judge the two of us whether or not Zato's test of time will stand or John Mohammed's position on this matter will stand. I can bet my last person that when I'm gone, dead and gone, the unborn generation will come and applaud this decision.
You see, Basolo, there's an amnesty period that has been given.
Which amnesty is that?
Return to the MPP.
I'll grant them the NPP amnesty to our party. Don't worry.
No, but you see,
I'll grant the amnesty to our party.
I'm not bringing him because it's not.
No, you come in.
No,
Roland,
you will not come in.
For the sake of fairness, you see, there was a problem that the 1992 Constitution cured: arbitrariness. The fact that the president can sit at home and decide, I don't like the face of this judge, I'm removing him or her. And so, in formulating the 1992 Constitution, they put into rate this protection against justices. This removal process One was not initiated by President John Dramani Mahama. That's the record. And we have established here, beyond doubt, that Daniel Ofori, excuse my language, it's not somebody you can
that
just
is what
go.
Pains me.
You can just go. I mean, he's one of the richest known Ghanaian living today. President Mahama cannot pick a phone and say, Daniel Ofori.
He's an MPP member.
Daniel
Ofori is an MPP member.
A strong one. I don't even want to deal with the politics.
Do you know that?
I
was in the MPP.
I want to deal with the merit of the issues. And so to the point that...
I hope I also be giving you
yes, you would. The merit. No, okay. You would. All the constitutional safeguards...
That's the second chance.
The safeguards provided for in the Constitution. None of them. And I have listened to prominent MPP lawyers and politicians that they should point out one infraction of any of our laws by President John Mahama. And anytime you put that question to them, what they do is to sing lullaby. Is that what they call it? Yes.
Baby careful.
Baby careful. If you tell them, I mean, you've gotten me. Even provide only one law of this country that President Mahama has violated or breached in all this impeachment process, none whatsoever.
He said he signed the letter, so I've seen the
and you see if you look the year and all those matters. If you read what President Mahama signed, the Constitution places that responsibility fairly on him. Fairly.
Yes.
He does not even have a discretion. He's just an implementing agent under the circumstances.
Okay.
And once you put President Mahama, in fact, listen carefully.
You didn't even allow me to speak.
Listen carefully.
You interjected me through. I didn't interject you once.
Dr. Zato were to be the president of the Republic of Ghana today.
Amen.
Do it.
And with that responsibility is placed on him. Is it saying, by any stretch of logic, that he would defy the constitutional order? On the 7th day of January 2025, President John Dramani Mahama took an oath of office. Incidentally, before her ladyship now removed Chief Justice Araba Tokono and said, go to the Constitution, the oath of office at the tail end. For the sake of clarity, let me just read. The oath of office of the president. This is the presidential oath. Presidential oath. I, having been elected to the high office of the President of the Republic, do so and so. I will at all times preserve, protect, and defend the Constitution of the Republic of Ghana. And this is even where it is even more important. I further swear that should I at any time break this oath of office, I shall submit myself to the laws of the and suffer the penalty for it. Do you know the penalty?
What's the penalty?
Removal from office.
But now I would have started the process.
So the NPP expected President Mahama, this was their game plan, not to go with the recommendation. Then they will now start an impeachment conversation against him. That is what would have destroyed his legacy.
I see.
Thank you.
So at this point, you and former member of the MPP, now Movement for Change member, Solomon Owusu, you seem to agree on this.
What are we agreeing on? What are we agreeing on?
Jabuti Zato says that no.
No, but that's serious.
And you see, of all of us here, the only person who is privileged to teach political science
is Dr.
Zato.
Okay, so can I...
This is not cultural studies.
But very much so.
No, but this is not cultural studies. In cultural studies, you are permitted to add emotions, sentiments to the conversation.
He cites the dependency...
Dependency. No, but the point is that is
chain of path events could be replicated.
That is why in my submission.
No, you can't. When you are talking, we are going for a break. We'll be right back.
No. Let Zato come.
When you come in, you have to come.
Listen up. Colgate is on a mission.
It's kind of a big thing.
Colgate Herbal uses traditional nature's herbs and combines it with Colgate Science for healthy gums and strong teeth.
New Colgate Herbal with Salt combines traditional nature's herbs with a pinch of salt and Colgate Science. A natural recipe for strong teeth and healthy
The Nido or Batampa promo is back again. Yes, here's your chance to win a fully paid family getaway in Nido's or Batampa More promo. Look inside your Nido 23-gram promo sachet for a code. Dial star 380 star 11 hash on your phone's keypad and follow the prompts to win exciting prizes at Tipashimu. Nido, your love, their future. This advert is FDA approved. This promo is regulated on the Caritas Lottery platform. T's and C's apply.
Kelvin, be a good boy. Focus on your studies and don't follow girls with longer lives than their future.
My son is under VIP security and I'm the head of domestic affairs. Don't be optical. Guys, we need to boss in my mother room. Man, Johnny, my mother. Boy, me more feeling what
Okay, senior, thank you.
Yeah, you think it's free? Major garage and Katia, sugar. Shea, Mammy no nyase mwate. Hey, that a beating. To make it to Tobosu. H&H garage. Where now? So you garage. For me. Oh yeah, Papa. Chapomas.
You have the choice to pick and choose. So you choco Gary. Boys and girls, why I see?
What they going for here?
This advert is FDA approved.
Join us for the 4th Made in Ghana Bazaar by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs with its stakeholders at the Accra International Conference Center. 5th to 7 September, 9 a.m. to 7:30 p.m. daily. Themed, Championing Economic Diplomacy, Connecting Producers, Markets and Opportunities. Exhibitors include Ghanaian businesses and embassies. The bazaar promotes Ghana's products abroad and fosters international trade. Enjoy Latif Abubakar's Ghana Must Go and other vibrant entertainers plus free entry. Sponsors Ghana Exim Bank, GNPC Green Opal Properties, Zonda Tech Ghana, Ghana Export Promotion Authority, GRA, Free Zones Authority, Ghana Shippers Authority, Upsol Consult, We Shop Africa and B5 Plus. Beverage partner, Twillium Industries, clothing partners, ATL and Wooden, official media partners, GBC, Multimedia and SP Agency. The 4th Made in Ghana Bazaar at AICC, 5th to 7 September. Connect and promote Ghana's goods to the world.
How may I help you today?
We'd like to open a bank account.
Sign here, sign here, sign here, and here. And now you draw direction to your house. I need your thumbprint. And I'll need your birth certificate too. No, I need the original.
A lot has changed since you banked like this. So have we. We've made it easier than ever to open an account online and bank on the go through our mobile app, online banking, and more. EcoBank, a better way to bank your way.
Sign here, and here.
EcoBank, the Pan-African Bank.
Celebrate Christmas the better way with Global Wings Travel and Tours. This year, we're flying you to Dubai and Abu Dhabi for the holiday of a lifetime. Join the GMB 2025 Queens and enjoy 5% off with our early bird offer. Early bird registration ends September 30. Travel with us from December 24th to 30th and explore Abu Dhabi and Dubai this Christmas season. This tour package includes 6 nights in a luxurious hotel, return flights, UAE visa, travel insurance, airport transfers, Abu Dhabi City Tour, visit to Yas Water Park, Dubai City Tour, visit to the aquarium and underwater zoo, marina cruise with dinner, desert ride with dinner under the stars, and so much more. With Global Wings Travel and Tours, Christmas isn't just a holiday, it's an experience. Call or WhatsApp 0550-188-181 or 0553-688-398 to book now. Follow us on Instagram and Facebook at Global Wings Travel GH. Global Wings Travel and Tours. Truly global, proudly Ghanaian.
Bills, Mama Fisher Po. Afisa said, Nasika Bebre, Abamo Bia, Botomaya de. Bills, I can't who you more. You see 2025 video, and it does for homo Bia or Tuopa, or near Jumaye. But when it's bills, na beji loan, na ubet media ya wow, Juma. Way a loan don't come me. We hear shade, we hear no Ghana card, a one Zaka Usika. Nasa we you been so we are wow Juma, Ukasa would tremu, Anna Ujuma Yenia, would you Busumia Ketia, and your bill said bray, na beji luna, who for be beer and siawa, collateral, and nasa deposit. Anne, we hear mubia. It's your feed ye. Yes, you will be a winning Jumabia ye. Who bet me a beji loan. It is a wit's nephew and as a when yes, you can be dear. Hey, wow! Fred Bills says, yeah, now what's near to our bills? Nemo, which is a cacao.
The Nido or Batampa promo is back again. Yes, here's your chance to win a fully paid family getaway in Nido's or Batampa More promo. Look inside your Nido 23-gram promo sachet for a code. Dial *380*11# on your phone's keypad and follow the prompts to win exciting prizes at Tipashimu. Nido, your love, their future. This advert is FDA approved. This promo is regulated on the Caritas Lottery platform. T's and C's apply.
Kwame and his uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, Mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trout from Kaswa dear. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. Yeah, you could be the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the block, she be luckiest. Yeah, you could be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be that luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God up boom. If you're poor, what's that? So would the coming of the Son of Man be. Hey. Is that his car?
Dial *712#. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
The season is on pause, but the game goes on. Discover virtual football in the off-season in the 1xBet app on 1xBet Football. Always with you.
uncle are almost here.
Wait a minute. This one too, your friend Kwame.
Wait, Kwame. As in the same Kwame again?
Yes, mommy.
I'm the second coming. Into all this tension just to reintroduce that broke boy from Kaswa.
Why would you deceive the family like this again?
Now I understand the whole delay. Trot from Kaswatie. Why wouldn't he be late? Or be late, of course.
Star 712 hash, star 712 hash. You go feel the luckiest. Coffee from Georgia be luckiest. From not the cause she be luckiest. Yeah, you go feel be luckiest. No matter why you're luckiest. Everybody go be the luckiest.
That's Kwame!
Send your God up boom. If you put it with a so would the coming of the son of man be. Is that his car?
Dial star 712 hash. Choose your ticket. Enter your lucky number. Follow the prompt and let destiny handle the rest.
This promotion is regulated by the NLA on the Caritas platform.
In the silence, something was.
And if you've been following the discussion before we went for the break, you would know that a lot of, in-studio debates off-air would be happening, and, rightly so. And it's all premised on the subject matter under discussion before we went for that break. We have about 15 minutes for the team to wrap up, for the next team to come for this Election Command Center Aquitia by-election coverage. Comprehensive coverage so far, great analysis in studio as well, bringing you all the sight and sound on field, on ground by our team. We're live not only on TV3 and then also TV3 Ghana across social media, but also 3FM 92.7 and same name on social media as well. And on the side, I can see Jabunti Zato, PhD, shrugging or shaking his head. But we're back. We need to look at all the issues. You want to say something before we move on, Jabunti Zato? Because Aquitia, very critical to this.
What is the next issue?
No. Let's go. What's the next issue? Let's talk.
Yeah, the gas.
No, so
the gas.
Okay,
no, because you see, what doctor was trying to do was to situate President
No,
Mahama.
Okay, you're talking about the Chief Justice.
Yeah, but it was to situate President Mahama in a very bad light. Knowing very well.
But he holds an opinion. Shouldn't he have an opinion for himself?
No, if he's saying that I'm sharing a personal opinion.
No, opinion does not follow. You see, opinion does not follow facts and law. No, that's not. You see, I just think that, Roland, I don't want to. Sometimes it's okay, the debate. You've not treated me fairly. I'm just putting that there, and everybody in the studio saw that you were completely unfair to me, and I'm not the type who cries on this debate. You were not.
I just went for a break.
No, you didn't. It was purposive. You did it to make sure that you blah 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 saying I made sure that everybody that was talking, I respected everybody. I allowed to do it. Then the moment I came, they were tackling me left, right, center. But you let it go. But look, the point I'm going to make is that I've stated my point, and I think that this person should. I know that let's go. It's okay. Keep going.
No, he has nothing to say. That's the point.
No, I think as a political science lecturer and then also a politician, he has a lot to say. But for your conclusive comments, do you think posterity will judge as well at this point in time for this action?
No. I'm saying I've made that point clear, and I've said that the biggest achievement of the John Dramani Mahama administration so far is the sacking of this Chief Justice. I've said that. I've also said that history will remember this, history will never forget, and that based on this president is going to give birth to other presidents. It's going to make sure that any president coming up will have to come with your Chief Justice and live with your Chief Justice. I've also made that. Now, I've heard that there were some moves in Parliament to try to change this. I don't know what it is. I'm not a lawyer. I've also seen that the Constitutional Reform Committee is out there working. I don't know. They may touch on this. But the point must be made clear that this was a political... Look, politics and the sacking of the CJ becomes politics by other means. And we have seen that happen. And I'm of the view that we have just started a very dangerous, virtuous cycle. The question is, will there be any force in this country that will say, don't do this? Will there be any force big enough in this country that will tell politicians or the next president coming that, no, do not touch the Chief Justice, do not remove the Chief Justice? Is there any institution in this country that will be powerful enough to say, do not touch it? The only institution that can do that will be the citizens through an election. If they tell a president that when you go, don't move the Chief Justice, other than that, I see nothing, absolutely nothing that can restrain or constrain any president going in the future from firing the Chief Justice. I see nothing like that. And that is why, for me, it's a sad day for democracy, it's a sad day for the independent judiciary, it's a sad day for the separation of powers, and it's a sad day for the rule of law.
I don't know how. No, but you see, it's important.
But let me also
Please put their mics off. Put their mics off. Put their mics off. Put their mics off. No 30 seconds. No 30 seconds. Put their mics off.
You got me first.
Now, monitoring the situation so far, would you say that the parties also need to have some sense of responsibility to make sure that there's some level of comportment in the area of security in maintaining the calm atmosphere so far recorded in this election?
Definitely, we have to clap for the political parties and the politicians. Yeah, it's almost 10 o'clock. We haven't recorded any major incident. And we are saying kudos to the IGP. He himself is at Akwatia. We are hoping that up to about 1 o'clock, there will not be any incident. Then we'll prepare ourselves for close of polls. At close of polls, we are encouraging the Electoral Commission that there should not be any distortion of results, duplications and discrepancies. Those things will lead to confrontation. And once we are able to cross that, from what I saw at the Coalition Center, police will ensure there is enough security there for the Electoral Commission to collate the results and declare who becomes the winner. Then we'll all be back to Accra.
Well, there's an incident that was recorded in one of those areas, polling station areas, involving Sofwa Zoka, one of the vice chairs of the NDC. So we're just having some snipers of it so far. Can we just sound up and see? So Safwa Zoka, one of the vice chairs of the NDC, were told that had an altercation or exchange of words with his rival in the MPP as well. Is it the same TV3 person?
Yeah,
the anti-TV3 person.
Yeah,
okay, I can't verify that.
No,
okay, that's them. Okay,
that's TV3 friend.
Okay, so the two Northern brothers.
Oh, no. There are two vice chairs. Let's just say two allergies, two vice chairs.
I take a cue from the council of Dr. Jabuntie Zato. The two vice chairs, two allergies of both the MPP
and two old men. We can put the old men.
They are not old.
And you know, one is a very good friend of TV3. He likes speaking your mic.
And so they seem to be exchanging words and then near fisticuff, as we like describing
it. This morning for coming.
He's a very serious promoter of the TV3.
I'm sure this morning they had a lot of watching before coming. So excess energy.
So that's Safwa Zoka. And then also Chairman Buga. So again, established Chairman Safwa Zoka, and then also Chairman Buga. So the two chairmen, vice chairs of the MPP and NDC, all trying to exchange.
The police is there. The police is doing
words
job.
And almost kicking each other there. But this one being reported by Armstrong, our lead reporter there at the Aquitia lorry station, and already Eduji Chairman Prosper is saying that, well, he loves your dress, Pao. So the same dress, his own lost. He said his own is missing. But now...
No, Roland, he sent it to
you know that Eduji is a model. I've seen him some modeling.
All right, the conversation is getting heated in studio, but we have to just cut in here and go on the ground to find out exactly what's happening at the Aquitia lorry station. There we saw some visuals of the two vice chairmen in the video that we just saw. There's obviously a scuffle going on. To understand exactly what happened, Armstrong is on the ground to tell us. Armstrong, if you can hear me, can you tell us exactly what we see in this video? What happened?
Yeah, so some few moments ago, we saw the NPP. We also saw that Azoka with the NDC was also coming to the same police station, that is the Aquitia lorry station. And in the interview of the NPP vice chair, we heard him mention the name of Azoka. Once we saw him approaching, and then we saw that Azoka was saying stop in their language. I don't like what you're doing, stop. they started as a joke. I think they were joking, and the NPP vice chair continued to mention his name. And what I heard was, "You're a small boy, and then this and that and that." And the next thing, "Stop! I'll slap you! I'll slap you!" And then the hand just went off, and took the intervention of the police to separate the two elderly people from engaging in that unfortunate incident, if I may put it. The police indeed did very well, and just some few moments, you saw a lot of men coming in from both sides to take part in the fight. That if not for the strict intervention of the police, it should have been something else. So we managed to move Azoka away from the Aquitia lorry station to a different place, and the MPP vice chair was also here. And hopefully we won't get to see this again. And one other thing I also observed here earlier was
All right, thank you so much, Armstrong Gold Alogbe there, giving us updates on exactly what's happening on the ground at the Aquitia lorry station. We saw earlier on your screens a scuffle between the NDC and NPP vice chairs, and Alogbe there was trying to explain exactly what happened. The connection went off there, but we'll soon have him back online to explain or give us details about exactly what's happening. But from the visuals we have, the police have the situation under control. It did not escalate, it's under control, and so all is well at the moment. What you're seeing is a replay of what happened earlier, and that's at the Aquitia lorry station. We're continuing to bring you live visuals and reports of what's happening on the ground in Aquitia. Elections are ongoing. So far, no major incidents have been reported, and in studio, we're bringing you live discussions on what's happening and what to expect in the coming hours. Roland.
Have you encountered Chema Buga, the vice chair of the MPP who pulled our mic down?
I haven't had the pleasure.
He was helping your people with the microphone so they can talk.
Okay, I'll take you to him one of these days now.
Eddie G is being mischievous there. Eddie G is being mischievous.
It's not very usual that he does that, but today I think we're having the funny side of it as well. But we know that the two of them have a reputation just beyond what we see also on national television and also in public discourse. So we have Chairman Sofu Azoka. If you know about the Azoka boys, you know that
that's one of my fathers in the
NDC. Okay, so he's a strong man. And then another vice chair.
And two old men, two vice chairs, you know.
Another vice chair is Chairman Buga. Chairman Buga is always, I think that many of the things he says, even
very
though
colorful.
he says it politically,
He's very colorful.
I take them to be in jest. So
he's
to
a very
speak.
colorful man.
But some of
I mean, the place was boring. They are just trying to entertain
but we need to, and it's the reason why, Mr. Kumado, we have the police there, right?
Exactly. And
you could see that the way they swarm
Thank you.
among the people just to maintain the peace is the right way
and
to
even
do
the
it.
public, they're helping them.
Definitely, young persons who are following politics now should know our grandfather Azoka, and they should know our uncle Buga. So the police are just welcoming them, and I think they need to give them breakfast. Once they have breakfast, they will be fine.
I'm sure they had watching before going.
These are not the usual NDC MPP troubles that we are afraid of. These ones can be settled. So Armstrong shouldn't have brought his uncles into the public.
If they were not allergies, I would say this would settle by a bottle of beer for this, but they're allergies.
So Roland, I think the police have done a good job. They know who they are. They can always contain them.
Okay.
These, our uncles are not troublemakers.
All right. So in situations like this, what's the SOP or the standard operating procedure to routinely make sure you disperse and then try to...
There are people the police can calm them down. Most of the police people might be their nephews, their sons, and their in-laws. So once they see the police, you could see the police lady holding Uncle Azoka and say, Papa, calm down.
Yes.
Papa, calm down. If you need breakfast, that's why I'm here. I'll serve you breakfast. And I think Uncle Buga missed Azoka, so he just wanted to check him out.
You also do mischief.
Yeah, you know, in martial art, I hold a black belt. In martial art, you need to checkmate your colleague, and he just want to check him out. So these ones are not troubles we should be afraid of. So we love them. They should let come prepare. But worst scenario, if they are still not had breakfast and they still want to continue the talking, then the police will be forced to separate them, take one to another police station, and let up. But I was wondering what Uncle Azoka was doing. Grandpa, you follow all elections in Ghana. Leave these ones for the Edogis and the rest.
In fact, he's one of my political fathers in the NDC, and Chief Sofo Azoka. And you know, aside everything, he's a man of peace. So you can see that either he's been quite provoked or something, and you can see.
Who says he's not a provocateur?
Oh no. You can see him telling Chairman this and that. Oh, you are my junior brother. Don't do this.
You can also see that he's the one that restrained. He said, "I won't agree. I won't agree." He said that. He said that.
So we are filing out so that the next thing comes.
Very well.
But Eduji, so far your observations over the last, I have to say, 4 hours that we've been here?
I'm very confident Aquitia will turn out generally peaceful. These few interactions are bound to happen, but it will not escalate to the point where it will mar the entire issues with the election in Aquitia. So once again, I just want to plead with the people of Aquitia. Mostly, it is the foreigners, the by-election tourists, who usually, yes, because usually
that's a good word.
Yeah, the by-election tourists, they come by reason of the by-election. I just pray and hope that we don't import any security challenges into Aquitia. We would ultimately have an election where at the end, the NDC candidate, Bernard Bediakun, will be declared the winner of the election. Beyond the polls, I think the ground is yearning for development. And you know, usually you'd want to present a candidate who aligns with the president. And I would urge the people of Aquitia who are watching me, who are yet to cast their ballots, that look at the NDC candidate number 2 very well, and I will not campaign with this platform.
Eduji, no campaign. You claim you're not campaigning, but you are indicating where.
I want to call the IGP to come and arrest Eduji now because he's campaigning where he's not supposed to campaign.
He's flouting guidelines.
He's flouting the guidelines. It's not withdrawn. He should come and arrest Eduji right now. Take him to Canterbury.
No, your observation so far.
My observation is that Eduji should be arrested and taken to Canterbury now for campaigning because he's doing mischief. But I think the police are doing very well. Please, 2 allergies, 2 vice chairs carried out. It's okay enough. Pumped up. It has gone. Let's carry it out. Peace will be. Everything will go well. At the end of the day, I hope that the IGP, after all this, can send us a report, a redacted one that things to tell us how he was able to pull it off. To tell us that is what we did, is how we did it. We need to learn. So we have to study it. Even political parties will study it. Distribute knowledge, publish knowledge, let things like that come so that we can always learn from it. In fact, that report could tell us this was what we got wrong at Ablekumanov, and this is what we got right here, and that going forward, this is how we got to do. Once you disseminate this amount of knowledge to us, civil society, students, lawyers, political analysts, political activists, it will help us to also contribute our minute quota to keep peace and security in these places. That is the only way we can keep to continue legacy. Thank you, IGP. Thank you, Ghana Police. Thank you, everybody. And I hope everything goes on smooth.
So far?
So far, so good. But elections, confusion starts from 3:34 going. When people have realized that they are losing, then they create all sort of problems. 119 polling stations should be very easy for the police to handle. And I strongly believe that at the end of the day, there will be some few skirmishes, but all in all, it will be peaceful, and then a winner will emerge. I wouldn't be surprised that the NDC candidate will carry the day. I will be very surprised to see the MPP candidate win because of the dynamics with these constituencies, flipping constituencies. When you are the incumbent and the margins are not that hefty, Roland, you tend to carry the day. So I would be very surprised to see the MPP win elections.
Well, I'm told the Sumadu man is a miner. He does a lot of good.
You should concentrate on mining. It's very important, you see, to help the locals.
I hope it's not Galamsey.
Yes, you should concentrate on doing the Owu mining and then engage the youth into active mining, responsible one.
Mind, even if it's Galamsey.
No. If it's Galamsey, why must he be in there? He must be arrested. Galamsey is an illegality. You don't have to tell.
No more. 10 for me.
Yes.
Okay, your observation so far, particularly how you want the security deployment and then the guidelines to be carried on throughout the rest of the day until we get the last vote counted and the declaration made.
I think so far so good. We've done 10 o'clock. Yeah, I'll be monitoring from wherever I'll be up to 1 o'clock. After 1, then we can say that we are heading towards close of polls. We don't want Electoral Commission to say that after close of polls, there are distortion of results, there are duplications, and there are discrepancies in the results. And that is going to lead to confusion. The police, I'm aware, will provide the security assurances for Electoral Commission to do their job. And that is what we are looking at. Kudos to my uncle Yowonu. He's on the ground. What you are seeing are the special forces of the police. And these guys are not just the ordinary police. Let troublemakers leave Akwatia, and they should not create problems for themselves. Thank you.
All right, so now be it 4 now. We have the next team. Beatrice Sedu and the rest of the team all coming, as well as Nashoko will still be on till the next... okay, Nashoko is leaving, so to speak. But we're still on social media. And so let me just acknowledge a couple of you. Your stream, we're live, TV3 Ghana, 3FM 92.7. Jigbadi Prince says, election is not about violence. Let's all stick to the peace. Frederick Manteo Kuma says, you go sleep early. How they go slap your vice chairman Buga and what you... So Ebenezer also said, hello, Roland. Will we ever have an election in this country without any violence? And Wood Eduji on social media says, it's sad that laws are always targeting only ordinary people. We know that Apenyo slapped a police officer and got away with it the last time. So we'll see how that goes. But for many of you who are sending us messages, please, we do encourage you, please do. Prince Nani Oyonko of the UK is still with us. Phil Sell is also there, as well as Zilis Dwayne and a couple of you. I've seen a couple of messages also on our WhatsApp console. So this is what I'm going to do, just to make sure that Shams says that Justice Tokonu at a point in our history sat in court and ruled that the age-old birth certificate did not qualify to be a proof of citizenship. This was because blah, blah, blah. Continue. How can Ghana card, which was introduced recently, be a better proof of citizenship than the birth certificate? I mean, how? All these things just had negative public opinion for her. Ni Atukwe Kwe Niodik says, please, the police should not just arrest ordinary citizens. Those 2 political leaders from NDC MPP should be arrested as quickly as possible and not be dispersed. Kwame Osei-Boateng says that, I know that Sumadu, the indefatigable candidate of the MPP, is going to win. Sapa Moklu also says that Apenyo Maki must also get serious and stop the commentary and speak like a seasoned politician. What are we doing when the Electoral Commission boss, or what were we doing when the Electoral Commission boss was removed? Were we celebrating then or not? And somebody tagged me with a video, I think from Joy News from 2018, and said, okay, so I was sitting then with Mesa as well as Nelson Roxon at the Pamapo following the removal of Charlotte Osei, and Mesa was saying that they can go to court. All right, and then also Randa Shaw says that, look, your professionalism as Election Command Center is just top notch. I'm watching you, and the monitoring is on go.
Look, this is what we have not done. To basically highlight the excellent work that TV3 is doing. The fact that you have your lenses, and usually when the cameras are there, people are afraid to misbehave.
Well, that's true.
Because they know that the cameras will provide evidence for the police when they are looking for them. So TV3, you are doing excellently well with this coverage. Kudos.
Okay. Dr. Fred, Asamoah with the TV Secretariat is also watching us. And then Justice Sanyo Jamafa of the Supreme Court, wishing all the best for the day as well. Prince Nania York, Money, all of you, Chairman Kwesi Taylor. And we have to go to Beatrice. Beatrice, what do you have for us?
I think we're just going to continue with what we've seen so far. Unfortunately, just in the latter bit of you wrapping up, we saw that that violence between the NPP and NDC. We do hope that indeed things will get smoother as we go along and really see who emerge victorious out of the 119 polling stations at Akwatia in the Eastern region. So we're looking forward to getting a lot more interesting things happening from there. And of course, we'll be bringing you all the updates. I'm doing this with Helen Ampofo, so stay with us. This is your election command center, and in the next few hours, the over 52,000 constituents of Akwatia will determine who represents them in parliament, whether on the ticket of the NPP or the governing NDC. My name is Beatrice Edu.
And I am Helen Apia Ampof. Of course, we have our eyes and ears across the 119 polling centers in Aquitia for the Aquitia by-election. Of course, this is your election command center. And already we've picked up some intel on what exactly is going on. A little bit of violence has started off the day. And Beatrice, as we had expected, it is a by-election.
Indeed.
And what is a by-election without a little bit of action on the ground? It's still early days as yet. We've seen what's happened so far. We do know that the police presence has been enhanced in Aquitia. The IGP talks about the Black Maria. I think they already have a candidate who has taken up residency in the Black Maria, but we do keep our eyes firmly on the ground and bring you up to speed on everything that is happening in the area.
And hopefully the police is able to contain the situation. It doesn't get worse than we saw. But remember that we'll also be joined by our colleague Martin Esiedudate, who will be bringing us the statistics and some data.
Well, certainly. And of course, we've also been on the ground picking some intel from leading members of the various parties, the NPP and the NDC. Let's take a very quick listen, though, to the Member of Parliament for Equiapim North, Sammy Wuku.
And I'm confident. So we spoke to Nanabi and then Salam. Yeah. And then you are also important partakers of the process. So when you also see something, you also prompt the security personnel and the agencies that this is what is happening, so they can also. And I'm confident. So we spoke to Nanabi and then Salam. Yeah. And then you are also important partakers of the process. So when you also see something, you also prompt the security personnel and the agencies that this is what is happening, so they can also act. They may not see everything happening.
Again, that was Member of Parliament for Equiapim North, Sammy Ewuku, there giving his bite on what is happening or what has transpired so far. But let's also take you back in time to some fracas that ensued over some dispute over posters being removed. It's alleged by some NDC members in Aquitia that they had some NPP supporters who had come very close to the NDC office, which is actually not too far from the NPP office in the area, to foment trouble. That, of course, is the account of the NDC members or supporters who were in the area. Swiftly after that, we saw the police swoop in to take away a suspect. But Beatrice Edu is on standby with her panel of guests to get some reactions on what has happened so far and to, of course, expand the tentacles of the conversation. And Beatrice, as we know, it's a fierce competition today between the NDC and the NPP. And by all accounts, it could be anyone's game today.
Indeed, and I always say that Akwatia seems to be like the Lejikuku and Krowa in Accra, where the people there don't want to keep anybody for a second term. In fact, we've only had in that history of Akwatia from 1992 just a candidate getting seats twice. That was an NPP candidate, and of course during the administration of the former president John Ejekun Kufuor. Aside from that, all other candidates have just had just a single chance, and so it's very obvious. And even with the data that we've seen so far from polls, that this is going to be a very highly competitive election. And Helen, I'm sure you remember that pollster Musa Dankwa in a poll or survey just in April, he mentioned that the NPP was leading by some 4%. And then just on the 27th to 28th, the survey that came, that is of August, we saw a change.
That's right.
Yes, so it tells you that really there are a number of factors that are at play as we go into, or we've actually entered this very election, and hopefully by close of poll after 5 p.m. we should be getting an idea regarding who will be going to Parliament on behalf of the Akwatia constituents.
Absolutely, and what the numbers will look like after today, not too significant for either the NDC or the NPP, but by all accounts, both parties say today, not today. Beatrice, over to you.
Yes, and this is still your election command center. I do have on the panel with me Professor Enoch Enchi. He's a governance expert. Prof, it's always great to see you. Good morning.
Beatrice, it's always a great pleasure to be here, especially when it is time for by-election like this and the tensions are high, the people have been given raw meat at the grassroots, and this is not a time for us to funnel violence, because violence is local. It has a face. And anybody who stays in Aquitia, everybody knows you. So those who will come to your place and then full of violence, once they leave, everybody knows your home and it will continue. That is why it is not prudent, it is not wise that you start violence in an election like this. We learn democracy from other countries. And what happens in those who are the forerunners of democracy is that quietly you are in a line, you go vote, and you go home and wait for the results. So I think that is what we should be learning towards, because we cannot mend our constitution and then our democracy with violence. That is not the way to go.
Indeed. I also do have with us Mr. Ebo Duncan. He is... Ebo Bachman, he is with the Movement for Change there. It's great to have you as well.
Yeah, it's always a pleasure to be here. TV3 has become our home. and you guys are doing a wonderful work. I mean, so far, the covering you've had this morning shows how prepared you are to let Ghanaians know the truth, what is happening on the ground. And I think it is good for our democracy if we carry our people along to understand what is really happening, and also for those who are interested, in our democracy beyond our borders, to know exactly what is happening in our country. It is good, except to say that the stakes are high, and so some of the things we've seen this morning are normally things that are associated with by-elections. We don't expect these things to escalate, but and I also like the way police has been able to, calm down tempers in this particular, the latest video that we saw. I don't think it's something that we should be seeing in other polling stations.
Indeed.
I mean, this is by-election that, as Helen said, if NDC means it's not going to add, it's not going to add anything significant in terms of numbers and what the numbers can do for them. If you consider the fact that they already have a
supermajority in Parliament,
and MPP has the micro minority already.
Well, they said mighty minority. We heard the former Vice President say
I remember if you go to some of the schools, you can't go to infantism and hear great infantism or mighty infantism or Gasco, my school, and hear great or Gasco. But if you go to some of the village schools, you hear great this, mighty this. So normally, it's an inferiority complex that will cause a political party to now call itself mighty. And so, yeah, we are just hoping that we're going to have a very smooth elections. I mean, this shouldn't be a do or die affair. It's just one seat that. The point is that this election transcends Aquitia. Its importance transcends Aquitia, because it's like the ruling government wants to win to accentuate its narrative that the economy is doing well, the government is doing well, and the opposition party doesn't want to lose.
But do you think it's more of a narrative from the government, or what the people feel they are already experiencing? Earlier, I was referring to the Musa Dankwa survey, and there were details of what would inform the people to vote and whether or not, even in the last 6 months, their lives have improved. And they seem to have answered in the affirmative. So is it not more of what the people are saying rather than the narrative of the governing party?
Of course, the government, if you listen to government communicators, they've stated their position on the economy. And of course, if you've been able to achieve the kind of stability we have in our macroeconomic environment and some of the things they've done, of course, they have been talking about it. But the people have also felt it to some extent. That is why probably you're going to have the results you're going to have at the end of the day. Because if you listen to Musa Dankwa, and the factors that people considered in the latest poll that he conducted, it looks as if the issue of development is of great concern to the people, and that people would want to associate with ruling government for development purposes. Because if you We know, whether you like it or not, we have a system that the government in power will always have a lion's share in terms of development for its people. And so if you're a constituency and there's a government in place already, you would want to associate with the government in power so that who becomes your MP can bring home something, and that is very important.
And on that, I just want to come to you, Prof. Yes. He's talking about the fact that people seem to want to associate with the governing party because they believe that will bring them development. And I was given the history earlier of since 1992, and the fact that in between 2000 and 2008, we had an MPP candidate who had a chance to be on that seat 2 times, one Kingston Kisi. Yes. I don't know whether you've done your studies as regards whether or not within that period, Akwatia saw the biggest of its developments, i.e. even the consolidated diamonds and the rest.
Beatrice, Akwatia is a mining town, and every constituency have their own needs. If you look at by-elections, we've had some where there was violence at the Tiwa, if you remember. And there are a lot of places where their needs are different. So even at Saint Central, when we had the Chikwesin issue, they had their needs. And I think that the people are smart enough, the 52,000 people of Akwatia, the voters, are smart enough to know that if there's a government in power who have all the resources, because our system is the winner takes all. So if the government have all the resources to bring development to your area, which one will you go for? And even in the advanced world, I always like to do that comparison because we are learning the best practices from those who give us democracy. A government in power will win elections easily, but when it comes to midterm elections, where the government is not performing, then the opposition can win those elections. But the government has been in power for just 9 months. And the 9 months, all the economic indicators shows that this NDC government is doing well. Now, let me talk a little bit about politics.
And I would want you to hold on your horses there because I'll come back to you for the details. We just need to get an update on what happened in Akwatia yesterday. As you're aware, the Peace Council traveled all the way to that constituency to try and have a meeting with both the MPP and the NDC and, of course, some other stakeholders to even try to get them to sign a peace pact, and there was a stalemate. Helen Ampofo, you're on standby for us. You have Shea with the Peace Council to bring us an update as regards whether or not maybe this morning they were even able to sign a peace pact. Take it over.
Certainly, and we'll now speak with Sheikh Aremeyao Shaibu. He's a member of the Peace Council, also a member of Kodeo, and he can tell us exactly what happened yesterday. Sheikh, good morning. All right. Unfortunately, I believe we have lost Sheikh Aremeyao Shaibu on the line. We'll attempt to reconnect with them to find out exactly what happened yesterday. As we do know, there wasn't a peace pact signed between the two parties. All right. The Sheikh is back on the line. Sheikh Aremeyao Shaibu on the phone lines. Hello, Sheikh.
Hello.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Hope you're doing well. Thank you for joining us on the program.
Thank you.
Now, yesterday you had a task of securing a peace pact between the NDC and the NPP ahead of today's by-election in Akwatia, but that didn't actually come to fruition. What exactly happened?
Let me quickly correct this wrong impression that we were there to sign a pact. It was not a pact.
Right.
It's part of the normal peace engagements that we're doing with the political parties involved. Earlier on, at the headquarters of the two political parties, we had meetings, separate meetings with MPP and a separate meeting with NDC, learning from the concerns that emerged from the Ablekumanov by election, and to also seek cooperation with the objective that we don't see a repeat of what happened at Ablekuma. Subsequent to that, we had a meeting with the IGP where we wanted to address some of the security concerns to guarantee the safety and the protection of election workers, electorate, election procedure, election material, and indeed the police stations itself. Then subsequent to that, we have had a meeting also with the chairperson of the Electoral Commission and her team. All these a prelude to the meeting that we thought we were going to organize to seek a stronger commitment in terms of behavior from the leaders of the two political parties and their supporters. The meeting went on all right because the two parties were represented. We were able to make our point clear to them, given the rundown of all the peace engagement that we have done. We only needed to agree on some small points, the reason for which we rose from the meeting a little bit so we can address. But the main issue for our discussion was put on board, that seeking the cooperation of all the parties for us to be able to have an event-free kind of election where we would not see a repeat of what we saw at Ablikumanov. So
Right.
that's exactly what transpired.
And were you able to get the full cooperation of both the NDC and the NPP in this matter?
Yes, I mean, there was the cooperation because it was in the spirit of mutual dialogue that we sought to address some of the little concerns. So what will happen is that we continued with our work and stayed there to meet them, separately and, encouraging them to really give a peace a chance. And I think that's exactly what we continue doing until this morning.
Now, you've been in the Akwatia constituency this morning. How do you assess the terrain and what has happened so far?
Yes, we've moved around a couple of polling stations. We have met with the IGP over there in one of our movements. So far, so good for now. The electorates are coming out gradually, and it's early in the day to assess even the turnout. So we are hoping that as the day grows older, the number of voters will increase. We see the progress in terms of the numbers. As from the first place we got, only about 40 people had voted. But when we came to the second place at the police station at Bodua, the twin polling stations had recorded over 100 voters. So it means that progress is being made in terms of the numbers. The police are there in their numbers, and I must commend the police. I must commend the IGP for the arrangement that I have seen. The police vans are all well stationed. The FPU are well stationed. There's anticipation. So arrangements have been made to ensure that in the event that any thuggery or any kind of violence erupts, they'll be able to get it under control.
Certainly. Thank you so much for your time this morning. We've been speaking with Sheikh Aremeyao Shaibu. He's a member of the Peace Council, also a member of KDO, and he was speaking to us in the Akwatia constituency. He says that there is a commitment to peace, at least as far as he is concerned, from the NDC and the NPP. Let's take, of course, in the constituency and speak with our colleague Eric Mawina Egbeta. He is in Achimkosi, specifically at the Pentecost Polling Center. He'll give us an update on what exactly is transpiring in the area. Mawina.
Yes, I can hear you now.
Yes. Hope all is well where you are at the moment. What can you report?
All right, Helen. Sorry, I kind of messed up the names. So yeah, we're at Achimkosi, the Pentecost polling station area to be specific. And here, voting has piqued quite a lot of interest. We're seeing a lot of the citizenry and voters gathered around the polling station where members of both the NPP and then the NDC as well have, amongst many other things, been coming around and monitoring the process. We're just seeing reps from the NDC as well. Deputy Forestry Commission boss Elikem Kotoko. He's just come through monitoring the process. We saw Mustafa Gbande as well come by. We saw the spokesperson of the Asumedu campaign team as well Mr. Boafu, who was here a short while ago, along with members of the NPP as well, they've been monitoring the proceedings as has been happening all throughout. Perhaps let's pick quick thoughts from Elikem on the rounds he's been making. Elikem, where have you been? What can you tell us has been the situation where you've gone?
Thank you, my brother. I hope you're doing fine. I've been to a few polling stations. It's been very peaceful so far, except for an occurrence at our branch office at Akwatia. There was some misconduct there by perceived people who are known to be thugs or friends or boys of Honorable Apenyo Markins and the General Secretary of the NPP, Justin Kodua. While these processes are ongoing, we noticed that their boys stormed our office, party office, and went peeling off the posters on vehicles and all those things. Those are very defeatist attitude, and it is very irritating. And but fortunately, our people comported themselves and contained them, because at this point in time, critical attention is to be paid to the polling stations. And if the MPP hasn't got any work to do and they want to help us by peeling off posters, I think they can go on ahead and be doing that. Even though it is a criminal offense, we will tolerate them to help us peel all the posters around. And that was the only thing that we've seen so far, which has been a misconduct on the side of the NPP. But then we must state that we have readied our guys also, that should anybody try that again, the repercussions will be very dire.
Isn't that beating war drums, these comments that you're making?
It is not. Telling you, and the fact that you come to my party office to peel off posters off buildings or off cars that are parked in front there, you are beating a war drum. And so we have been very tolerant enough to say that we do not want to respond to that, but we will not tolerate a second occurrence of that.
Right. Just quickly, in terms of your confidence level, you've done your work. How well are you doing marshalling your people to come out and vote?
Generally, for by-elections, you do not expect turnout to be like in normal elections. And we are very hopeful that even if there's a 60% voter turnout, that will be a plus in our favor. And we are looking forward to nothing less than 52.3% of the vote cast today.
Elikem, thank you. I'm sure we'll keep in touch and we'll get along. That's Elikem. We're just hoping we can get a bit more, but that's the polling station and that's the police presence that we're having to witness, and I think he's now as well going to catch a glimpse of what is happening there. There were quite a few people who were stationed and were, amongst many other things, voting. We still see some persons in line, a mother with her child strapped onto her back, going through the processes to ensure that she's able to cast her ballot. We see the police as well here in quite some number. They've got body cams on themselves, monitoring everything that's expected to happen here at the Pentecost polling station at Achim Kusi. There are a number of polling stations here, and we will monitor, but we'll move along. We'll move along from here and get a bit more details. But it's been all peaceful. 534 persons are expected to vote here. As at the last count, when we checked, 164 people had voted. I'm sure that number has gone up because a lot more people have been going through the queue as well. But that's what it is at this point in time. We continue to monitor for you here on your election command center what the situation is as we continue to go around the various polling stations, electoral areas, to get an understanding as to what is expected to happen, and we'll continue to bring you details, Helen.
All right, Mawina, thank you so much for that update. And Eric, Mawina Aquitia speaking to us there from Achim Kusi. And we'll go back to Beatrice as she continues on in the conversations.
Indeed. Thank you very much, Helen. Quite a peaceful atmosphere there in the background where Mawina Egbeta reported to us just some minutes ago from Achim Kusi. And indeed, this is still your election command center. Let me say that we've been joined by Hamza Suini. He is a lawyer and also a member of the NDC's communication team. Good morning to you, sir. Thank you for joining us.
Good morning, Beatrice. And of course, good morning to my colleagues in the studio, your production team, and our cherished viewers out there.
Since you just came in, let me get your thoughts on what you've observed so far, whether you're okay with how things are going and indeed how the police has been able to keep the peace so far.
I think that it has been quite inspiring. Both political parties have so far discharged themselves well on as far as the election is concerned. There are bound to be minor skirmishes, something that we can all work around to avoid, because I saw the unfortunate exchange between Chairman Sofo Azoka and that of a so-called Chairman Buga Buga. And I have been particularly worried about the activities of the said chairman, not just as far as the by-election is concerned. I think that his activities predate this by-election. And I feel that as a country, sometimes we are unnecessarily hypocritical. The time we need to point out and condemn certain actions, we all pretend as if nothing is happening. He started these activities long before today, when he first decided to throw away TV3's mic on a press conference that was organized by his own party. He attempted same when they went to the NDC headquarters to commiserate with the political party after the demise of our two former ministers. And it appeared that even the GGA, Ghana Journalists Association, did not take an interest in condemning and calling him out and even sanctioning a media blackout on him. But if you are a follower of our political discourse, not just in Ghana, globally, when it comes to political violence, the undertone mostly has to do with our rhetorics. The more rhetorically violent you are prone to, the more the tendency for you to excite the base and jeer them towards violence. And it appears that as a country, we seem not to be interested in checking these things.
But the onus, some security analysts say that the onus lie on the political parties.
But that is the reason why I'm making, you see, as political parties, we are partners in development. And especially the media and other civil society organizations, we cannot go that long haul alone. There's the need for that check to be on us. And if you would brand that as an internal political affair, for example, between the National Democratic Congress and that of the New Patriotic Party, and so the media is not involved. When he was in throwing away the microphones of Media General, was it the NDC's microphones that he was throwing away? Absolutely not. And so that is why I specifically mentioned the Ghana Journalists Association and expected action in that regard.
So I'll come back to you, Mr. Suyini, because again, the point is this man also, even in 2018, tried to contest the vice chairmanship of the NDC, and your party is in power. We've seen what happened. So there should be some, somebody will say a public condemnation, as it were, from the party as well. But I'll come back to you for that.
Who tried to contest vice chairman?
We are talking about Azoka.
I'm not talking about Sofo Azoka. I'm talking about Chairman Buga Buga.
Okay, so
Sofo Azoka has so far discharged himself. You see, that is maybe you are not familiar with the politics of the National
So what I'm trying to say is
but it is important that you don't confuse the issues.
I'm not
It was not
confusing
Sofo Azoka who threw away the microphones of Media General at the NPP
I'm talking
headquarters.
about what happened today.
It was not Sofo Azoka who. Sofo Azoka was in an exchange with Chairman Buga Buga, an MPP vice chairman, whose language has been extremely worrying and conduct. And that is what I'm talking about this morning. And so let us not create the impression that it has to do with Chairman Sofo Azoka. Absolutely not. Indeed, what we should be talking about is the conduct of the said gentleman.
So the point I'm making is that the political parties, both NDC and NPP, you have your responsibilities, whichever way it is. But I will come back to you for you to finalize your thought. I want us to go back to Helen Ampofo because Armstrong Alogbe is reporting from an area with some update from there for us.
Thank you for that, Beatrice. Let's take you now to a man from where my colleague Gold Alogbe Armstrong is currently at. He'll give us an update of what exactly is happening. Armstrong, good morning.
Yeah, good morning.
Yes, where exactly are you speaking to us from and what exactly is happening?
Yeah, so I've moved from the Aquitia Lorry Station to Aquitia Town Council Police Station, and we have two different police stations here: the Aquitia Town Council Police Station, also AMA Zion Police Station. After some few minutes, I checked over here at the Aquitia Town Council. About 483 people are expected to cast their ballot. I checked about a few minutes ago, and about 145 people have cast their ballot. And then next to it is the AMA Zion, where some 331 people are expected to cast their ballots. Only 131 have cast their ballots so far. So that's what is happening here. And two things I've observed here when I got to this place is the fact that, earlier the police held a series of press conferences indicating that on the day of voting, people carrying sidearms, providing protection to whether government officials or national party executives will not be allowed close to the polling stations. But it looks like that is being flouted. So I've seen few of these personnel carrying their sidearms even where I stand right now. I have a few videos to share in our subsequent bulletins.
All right, and we've been told that the Black Maria, the prison on wheels, it's making its rounds through the constituency. Have you spotted any such police vans as yet?
Yeah, I saw two of that Black Maria, and also I saw that two people have been picked up, but we were not told what exactly led to their arrest. Earlier we went towards the police station where we saw some few people handcuffed in the pickup being driven away from one particular police station. They were not in the Black Maria. The Black Maria has been positioned at a vantage point. I saw one at the Aquitia main lorry station and also one near the pollution center. These two are seen, and some few arrests have been made so far. Ellen.
Certainly. And also finally, Armstrong, from where you are reporting, have you cited or spotted any key or leading figures from either the NDC or the NPP?
Yeah, so far I only saw the NPP vice chair, and that was engaged in that unfortunate incident with the NDC vice chair, Robert Zuka, earlier. There are the only two people I've seen moving around here. We also saw the IGP is heading towards this direction. I'm just waiting patiently to ask him what happened to the sidearms that he said on the day of the election they will not allow anybody with sidearms coming close to the police station. So far, these are the people I've seen touring this place.
Certainly, Armstrong, thank you so much for that comprehensive update. I'm sure we'll be coming back to you in due course. We go back to Beatrice for some more conversation.
Indeed, thank you very much, Helen. And I'm coming straight to you, Mr. Suheni, because you were making a point about the need for certain groups of political parties to really call their people to order when there is violence or any utterance that could instigate violence, as it were.
Yes, I think that I was clear in my earlier submission, and the examples abound. Even after the Ghana Police Service engaged in a strenuous exercise of engaging all political parties and other stakeholders as far as this by-election is concerned, the NPP was the first to start beating the war drums. You remember immediately after that engagement, their national organizer addressed a press conference and indicated that the NDC was planning to cause mayhem and that they were ready to defend themselves. This was at the back of an engagement with the Ghana Police Service where both political parties had made commitments to the police. He thought it prudent, working out of that particular engagement, to decide to continue to beat the war drums. And nobody condemned it. Nobody called him out. So many of his colleagues took an inspiration from that. 2 days or 3 days ago, their director of communications, in the person of Mr. Richard Ahiagba, organized a press conference and told the whole of this country that based on the intelligence that they had gathered, the NDC was busing people to foment trouble in Akwatia. They failed to use the internally recognized rules of reporting such incidents to the Ghana police. Even after a meaningful engagement with the Ghana police, they decided to play politics with the issue. And it was all geared towards exciting their support base and conscientizing them to prepare for violence. We kept quiet. And so, Beatrice, many of these things may appear negligible, especially when it comes to dealing with issues of conflict in elections. But the truth is that it becomes the basis upon which many of our foot soldiers act. And so as a republic, if we want to actually get away with violence when it comes to our electoral processes. Those of you, especially in the media, must begin pointing out some of these excesses and denying them the opportunity or platform to use to foment trouble or conscientize our support base and prepare them for war when it is only an election.
So, Mr. Suini, what I hear you say, and I'm coming back to you very shortly, Professor Enoch, and what I hear you say is that going into this very by-election, you believe that the NDC has committed to peace as compared to the NPP, and perhaps it's time for the party itself, as in the opposition party, to call its members to order. That's what you're claiming.
Beatrice, and I have been consistent with this point. The NDC decided to take a change for the better when His Excellency, the late Professor John Evans Atta Mills, was elected as our flag bearer. Since then, go back to history and observe the trajectory of even the internal politics of the NDC. We manage ourselves in ways that we can all be proud of. His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama took over and brought that gentility touch to even the internal politics of the NDC. And so his political psychology has shaped the way we handle our activities in the last 16 years. That is why the NDC, many who hitherto knew how we were born out, now brand us as being timid. No. It is because there's a change of leadership. There's a certain set of leadership. And so far, we have discharged ourselves beautifully. And you saw what they did to us in West Wagon. We could have reacted in an equal manner, but we decided to conduct ourselves in line with the characteristics of our flag bearer then and now, His Excellency President John Dramani Mahama. So there's a marked departure when it comes to the activities of the NDC and that of the NPP. And I think that the country must begin calling them out. And in this election, you have seen our party officials, watch their tone. They are rallying everybody around. They are calling for peace, and they are urging the NPP to manifest themselves in an equal manner.
And I'll come back to you, Mr. Suini. I'm coming back to you, Professor Nchi. You were making a point earlier.
I was still in the air. I had not landed.
Yes.
So I'm still in the air.
So please, I want you to land.
Yes, this is how I want to land. And I will land first with one leg before the other leg follows. I'm not impressed with what is going on. Imagine me fighting in public and my daughter or son will see me doing this in the name of politics. Why have we gotten to a point where politics has become a POS running our lives in such a way that we can't even discern the truth from the lies and then the right from the wrong? But wrong is wrong no matter who is leading it or who is behind it. That's the law of categorical imperative. And a couple of things I need to address. One, the Peace Council was late in going to Akwatia. They should have gone there earlier. You see, public education is a pivotal part of democracy.
But the Peace Council issued a statement earlier before going to Akwatia.
Yes, but they could have gone there to publicly, go to the churches and the mosques, as Sheikh has been in the program with me before. Go there to the mosques and the churches and then talk to the people that this coming elections, we want peace. You don't wait till the last minute before you go there and try to sack the people that we need peace. Because already, you see, what politicians do all over the world is that though there are people who are really good at convincing people at the grassroots, persuasion, they have persuasion skills. And people talk about, in academia, I'll talk about research. In academia, what we look for, that people who are politicians have a very nice way of persuading people to vote for them. And politics is two sides of persuasion with two philosophies. So NDC had the philosophy, NPP had the philosophy. If you convince the person will vote for you. And it has shown in Aquitia that the good people of Aquitia are very discerning when it comes to voting, because it has been a swing constituency. 1992, 1996, NDC won. Baba Jamal came and won again. Even this current election, the 2024, was being contested at Koforidua High Court.
Yeah.
So you can tell that it's a swing constituency. It goes to NDC, then it goes to NPP. That means that they decide who they want. And remember that there were times that people from northern indigenes have won. Baba Jamal, but Akwatia in itself, as I know, is people from many places that like the United Nations. I'm from Koforidua. Eastern region is like that, where we have a lot of Gans, Northerners, Krobos, everywhere we are together. So you cannot be tribalistic when you come from Eastern region, because you have all tribes of you staying together in one place. So the violence that I talk about, we should be careful. The Peace Council should be more proactive
in going to these areas and speaking to them before the election starts. Because once the politicians begin to go there with their boys and they charge the atmosphere, it is difficult for you to talk about peace because the person is already charged. If the person is not in their sound mind, there's no way you can talk peace to them. Now, coming back, let's also talk about the Ablekuma North, what happened, the violence, and have we learned something? It seems we've not learned anything. I don't want to talk about, yes, I don't want to talk about what I've done for our democracy. Talk about Atiwa. What happened? About 12 people, you know, what happened to them? They were hospitalized. A car just ran through people, and then they were all hospitalized. I had to make plans from US for all of them. You see, so we've all tried. I have tried and talking and doing action to maintain our democracy. We don't seem to listen to this.
Is it not too early to conclude that we haven't learned? Because
we haven't learned.
If we are picking Ablekuma North, for instance,
yes,
we saw criticism of the police,
yes,
that the police stood by as people misbehaved and there was violence eventually. Going into Akwatia, we've seen the police say that they are deploying about 5,500 men.
Yes.
We saw them go to a community a bit far from Akwatia to train.
So let me explain, Beatrice. If we have learned, we wouldn't have had 5,000 people at Aquitia. What is the population? So 52,000, and then you have 5,000 police officers at just one by-election. The result is not going to do anything in Parliament because NDC already have the two-thirds majority. So it's not going to change any dynamics in Parliament. And I'll talk about, we are not just looking for somebody to replace another person in Parliament. The competencies, the other thing that we should be looking for, the reason why I'm saying we have not learned is that if you look at, I talked about Atiwa and all the other by-elections, you see some pockets of violence. So why can't we just say that, okay, I belong to NDC, I also belong to MPP. We need to respect each other's choice because even God who created us do not interfere in our choices. Allow individuals to go stand in the line quietly and vote. You don't even need the police services. I've watched elections in Europe, in North America. There's no police officer. Because your wife can be an NDC and the man can be an MPP. And so what? It's their choice. So allow that to happen. We don't need heavy police presence. That's why I'm saying we are not learning. And if you build democracy like this, you are heading into a ditch. Because one day, if you have older people who are supposed to set good examples, are fighting physically, firstly, in public, what will kids do? What will they learn from? Because we have to model the way for them. And that is why I said we are not learning. I advised somebody yesterday who went to university, one of these girls, and called me. And she said she had a B and said, Prof, I disappointed you and I wanted an A. And I said, your parents did not take you to school to get A's, all A's. They sent you to school to learn. So tell me what you've learned. And when she told me how some animals have been extinct, I said, I've even learned something from you. That is what I'm talking about. We shouldn't have any violence in this country. In fact, any election is not worth a single blow to your brother or your sister. We are all Ghanaians.
So let me ask you this before I go to Mr. Bachman. You're saying we are not learning, and I just want to get clarity on what you're saying. The police felt that perhaps maybe we didn't learn as much as we ensuring that we had enough presence there is the reason we are sending in people. So if you say we're not learning, at which levels?
We are not learning even at a basic level, let alone the intermediate and the advanced level. Do we always need police presence before we have elections? The answer is no. Because those who brought democracy, I began by saying that democracy is a culture we learn from other people, and they don't practice it that way. Have you seen any election in England or in US that people are fighting among themselves before? They gave us democracy. It is not done that way. So we are learning democracy in the wrong way. That's why I said that we are not learning. Democracy means kabi, namin kabi. It's government of the people, by the people, and for the people. It is about us. So when it is about us, and we are all family, we have brothers and neighbors and cousins, we are all one family in Aquitia, and we are going for elections. It's a matter of choice. So if I'm choosing one political party over the other, it doesn't mean we should fight. And we don't need police presence in our democracy. All we need to understand that we are going to make a choice. So we have to look at the candidacy. Who is going to contest? Who is going to represent our best interests? Who is committed to our needs? And once we get that person, we go and vote for. I am tired of the NDC accusing MPP, MPP accusing NDC, bringing their boys. People think they are talks. I think I had people, and people have strength, they don't know what to do, so they begin to fight. That is not democracy. Democracy means go vote, go home, and wait for the results. This doesn't befit us as a country that has practiced democracy since we returned to constitutional rule from 1992 till now, and we are still having violence and fighting and accusing each other. What do we want? Just go vote. Go home quietly. If you don't belong to that constituency, please don't stay there. Don't go and instigate people to fight. Don't go and check off people's banners and everything. What do you want? We should stop this.
What do we want? Go and vote and go home. And I want to get your brief thoughts, Mr. Bobakman, before we go back to the ground as regards to what's happening there. We've heard Mr. Suhuyini say that people should call out those who are instigating violence and actually causing it, not just instigating it. And then Professor Entry saying we're not learning. For you, is it a matter of institutions as well, not perhaps helping individuals to ensure that we do the right thing and we learn?
Our democracy is not owned by the political parties. That point has to be made. The democracy of this country is owned by the people. It's not the political parties. We shouldn't allow certain elements in our political parties to destroy our democracy. I mean, I have listened to leaders of the two political parties. I've listened to leaders of MPP and the things they've said, some of their leaders, including the vice president, the former vice president. I've listened to Ochilbefi and the kind of allegations he made against the Ghana Police Service and the NDC. I've listened to a lot of people, and it looks as if the kind of communication that is, if you like, distorting the equilibrium of what we are doing, and a kind of communication coming from one direction, I mean, from the MPP side. And I think these are some of the things we need to, as Suyuni said, we need to call those people out. Like, for example, the accusation that the police, NDC is sending 3,000 people to Aquitia, and out of the 3,000, 1,000 will be made to wear police uniform. And
I'll let you conclude on that thought. I want us to go to Yvonne Nekwe, East Regional Correspondent. She's got some news for us. Helen Ampofo is on standby to bring us that. Helen.
Thank you for that, Beatrice. And that's right, our Eastern Regional Correspondent, Yvonne Nekwe, is on the grounds. Let's find out exactly where she is and what is happening. Yvonne, good morning.
Good morning.
Where exactly are you speaking to us from and what is happening?
Oh, Helen, I am currently at Wenchi is the hometown of the deceased MP, for which reason we're having the by-election today. As I speak to you, the IGP is in town to check the security levels and the deployment of his men on the ground. He's been visiting a number of polling stations, interacting with security officers and EC officials as the electoral process goes on.
Right, Yvonne, thank you for that.
In the shots, is him visiting the polling station, trying to interact with everybody at the polling station.
All right, Yvonne, and you say the IGP has been crisscrossing across the various polling stations. We'd like to take a listen, though, to what he's been saying so far.
Talk to the people, yes. You know, all the political parties, and you did. Exactly. And you didn't stay in Accra, but you have also come to the ground. You were there, you had meetings with them again on the ground over here, yes. And today you are on the ground. Yes. I'm so surprised seeing you. And this is one of the wonderful terms of this new management of the Peace Council. Yeah. I think we will continue to work. And when we work together, I think from here, I'm sure Tamale will come. And then we shall meet there. We shall meet there too. The people are comporting themselves. Okay. And then the electoral officials are also working without any fear. And then the police are also giving the protection they have to give. The day is still young. We hope that just as we start, it will go through the process like that to the end. At the end of the day, we all smile, having a peaceful election. Thank you.
People of Aquitia were concerned that the numbers of police personnel here likely to intimidate them.
It's not intimidating, it's for peace. The presence of police is for peace. You know, our issue is that anywhere people don't have police, they say, bring police, we need police, we need police. Now we have brought police. So be peaceful and come out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
IGP there speaking, IGP Christian Tete Yohonu talking about the number of police personnel deployed to Aquitia for this by-election. He says that it's been peaceful so far. Yvonne, you've also been crisscrossing the various polling centers. A lot of police presence across these polling centers. And there was a question posed to the IGP concerning intimidation. Do you pick that intel that some of the residents, some of the constituents might be feeling intimidated by this increased number of police in their vicinity?
Well, Helen, that is not so. The constituents have readily accepted the presence of the police in this community. Before today, they did say that they were worried about the situation, but as of now, they are okay with the numbers. Just that we're seeing a huge number of them still in their homes and on the community, not just a minute before the IGP came, I was interacting with one of the residents here. He says that she's yet to go because she's waiting on somebody to do something to her. Apparently, she's waiting for something before she joins the queue to vote. So for many of them who are yet to have their ballot, it is not because of the police presence. Probably they're waiting on the politicians before they do join the queue and then cast their ballot.
Very interesting indeed, Yvonne. You say some residents say they are waiting for someone to do something before they actually make their way to the polling centers. What do you infer from that? They're waiting for some lubrication of the palms?
Well, rightly so. The woman I spoke to, she says that a number of politicians have visited homes with clothes and some items. She's waiting that politicians also see her and do her that favor as well, because anytime they vote for them, they don't turn up into their communities to check on them again. And so she feels that this is the appropriate time to take whatever they have to take from whoever is sharing it before they join the queue to vote. So that has been the situation where we are seeing quite a huge number on the street, but not at the polling center to cast their ballot.
Right, Yvonne. And finally, apart from those who are waiting for some extra incentive to actually make their way to the polling centers, how do you assess the voter turnout so far across the various centers that you have been at this morning?
Helen, from Bwedua, Tokemang, and to here at Wenche, it's been a very peaceful process so far. We've done almost about 4 hours so far. That's that we're seeing quite a number of people enter the polling stations to vote. We're not seeing the queue as long as we see them in December elections or general elections, I should say. That is the only concern. Otherwise, it's been a peaceful process so far, huge police presence and visibility. We're hoping that as the hours go by, when we hit the 4-5 months, when the exercise ends, the peace will still be maintained, collating will end successfully. We observe that usually during collation encounter, that is where the tensions flare. We're hoping that the police will still maintain their presence at those polling stations or the coalitions as well, and then we'll have a very peaceful process of observing morning.
Yvonne, thank you so much for that update. Of course, in due course, we will be speaking with you for some further updates. And that is Yvonne Aquitia, Eastern Regional Correspondent. But let's also take a listen to what Joseph Yamin of the NDC had to say about voter turnout as well as security in the Aquitia constituency.
What is worrying is the turnout. I mean, we could see more observers than voters. And I don't know what is accounting for that. I don't know what is the reason for this. If I'm left to conclude, I think that disappointment may be one of the reasons why the turnout is low, especially when the MPP process in selecting who their candidate wasn't transparent. A number of persons wanted to contest. They were prevented from contesting. I must say the former MP was prevented from contesting. The constituency chairman also wanted to contest. Unlike we, the NDC, giving room for other persons to want to come in and contest, where we got one out of that, that's Lawyer Bidiako. The MPP didn't have that. And so probably the people who didn't see a transparent process in selecting a candidate, who also feel that the candidate they brought is not the kind of candidate that can bring in the development that Aquitia needs might be the reason why they are not coming out. But it's early days yet. We want to see how the process will go as the time tickles in. But so far, within 1 hour and some few minutes, the turnout is not encouraging. I don't see why the presence of the security should scare anybody who is in to vote. Others have come in there, walk through the system, nobody prevents them. They don't even encounter or have any form of interaction with the security personnel. They go, they vote. It doesn't take them 5 minutes, they are off the polling center. So why will those in the house attribute they are not coming out to vote because of the police presence around? Secondly, the police you see around are police without rifles. The only time you see and you are scared is when somebody is holding a gun. These are people who are just here to ensure that there's orderliness, there's a process that will give us a real winner, not.
All right, and let's now also take a listen to the national organizer of the NPP, Henry Nanabuachi, also speaking on similar matters.
So far, so good. Turnout relatively low. I mean, this is a very strong feature of any by-election, characteristic of any by-election there. Security, so far so good. Our concern usually regarding security will be during the counting and then the collation. That is where usually we have challenges. So far the security, we are okay with it. As you can see, there's a heavy deployment of police personnel here, and this is good. But usually after voting, during the counting process, and then during the collation process, that is where we've witnessed some of these unfortunate issues. I will just reiterate that they must beef up security around this period, especially getting closer to the end of polls, during counting, and then during collation. That is where we will expect that they would also deliver. I mean, the IGP has said that this is going to be one of the most peaceful by-elections, and we are going to hold him to those words. But so far, so good. Thank you very much. So far, so good. Turnout relatively low. I mean, this is a very strong feature of any by-election, characteristic of any by-election there. Turnout is usually low, but I'm using your...
All right, and let's also take you to the Takrasi SDA Basic School. Christian Yali is our man on the beat. All right, and
at the Takrasi SDA Basic School, where we expect about some 674 valid voters to show up here to cast their ballot. As of now, per the information I have from the presiding officer, Samuel Obeng, we have some 200 plus out of the 674 who have showed up right now to come to cast their ballot as part of this by-election. He tells a story basically about how impressive the turnout has been so far since this process started as of around 7 a.m. today. But he mentions something, for instance, that even during the main election, they did not see all of the voters show up to come to vote. And so they wouldn't expect all the 674 to come yet. He is optimistic that about some 400 plus should be able to come by the time polls close. But I have with me Benjamin Banobio, who is the Director of Electoral Services at the Electoral Commission. You are live on TV3 Ghana. So far, I know you've been touring a number of these polling stations. You've been here taking briefs of all that have been happening. What is the update that you have so far?
Yeah, as we all attest to it, as at this time, wherever we have been, at least 20% of the voters have cast their vote. and we have not encountered any major issue at all the polling stations that we have visited. And so we are hopeful that by the close of polls at 5 o'clock, we'll be able to chalk a higher voter turnout. Yeah.
That's great. But I mean, so far, almost all across, we've witnessed very serene and calm process, security very tight and all of that. On your side, we know that usually when it gets to the final collation that you get to see a lot of these issues springing up and even the pocket of violence and the rest. What are the measures that you have put in place from your outfit as the EC?
Thank you very much. We have, before this election, we intensified publicity and public education to make the people aware that what we need to do is to ensure peaceful election. We as a commission will put in place, in fact, we have put in place measures to ensure that the system is done in a very transparent manner and everyone is free to participate, and there will be fairness at all stages. We have engaged the political parties at all levels, and so they are taking part in this election effectively. During printing, they were with us. When you brought them here, they have been with us. During packaging, they were with us. When we were distributing, they were with us. And at the polling stations too, they are with us. And we are all going through the processes. So it's hopeful that we all go through and ensure that the right thing is done. This time round, we have the tablet. So at the close of poll, when they have signed all the pin sheets by the presiding officer and the agent, we'll give copies to the agents as usual. We'll paste a copy at the polling station as usual. Then we'll scan the results with a tablet and then send it to a dedicated portal so that it will serve as a backup for the commission. But we'll still submit the hard copy to the return officer for the collation of the results. So I can assure you that the security, they are doing their best, and we can all attest to that. They are put in place such measures that I don't think anybody can do any foul activity.
But what we have also seen is that almost all the top hierarchy of the political parties have gathered in Akwatia to witness this. In one way or the other, there are some who have even said that if their parties do not win, they would resign as MPs and all of that. How do you see their presence here in any way influencing how the turnout should be?
Oh, we are all Ghanaians. This is a by-election for Akwatia. And so any peace-loving citizen, any peace-loving leader of a political party can come here and give his or her moral support. What we want them to do is encourage the people to come out in their numbers and cast their vote, and also talk to their supporters where they want to misbehave, so that we'll all have a very peaceful program.
But so far, you would say that the turnout has been impressive wherever you've been to?
Yeah, for now, as I indicated, it's around 11 o'clock. And if you be able to go beyond 20%, it's good. It's good. You are welcome.
We'll still come back to you. We'll still come back to you for some more conversation as it unfolds. But this has been Benjamin Banobio, who is the Director of Electoral Services, Electoral Commission. Thank you so much. So that is the update you have there. So far, very good, impressive turnout so far concerning the by-election in Akwatia. Where we are right now is the SDA Basic School. What we also know, the understanding that we have is that very soon the parliamentary candidate for the National Democratic Congress, Bernard Bedu, would visit one of the centers. We are keeping tabs on that very one, and as and when he shows up at that center, we will be with him to bring you all the update. I am Chris Chenyale, back to you in studio, but as you could see, the process is ongoing here at the SDA Basic School. Very serene, very calm in that order. As and when there is someone among them, like a pregnant woman whose process needs to be fast-tracked, the police and the security assist in that to ensure that such persons who are pregnant or are ill or have some difficulty in one way or the other are ably assisted quickly. But once you get here, the direction is very clear. Once you need any assistance, you're given that assistance and you're able to proceed to go to cast your ballot. And so that is the update so far from Takorase SDA Basic School. There are other centers like the Methodist Center, we have the SHS Center as well, and even the Deba grounds and even the funeral grounds, which areas that we're going to visit very shortly. You can take over from the studios.
Thank you so much for that. Christian Yali speaking to us from the Takrase SDA Basic School where voting is underway. We also know that the IGP, Christian Tete Yohonu, has finished his tour of the various polling centers. Let's take a listen to his interaction with the members of the press.
Well, as we have planned, so I assure you that we will do so to the end. It will end peacefully.
We are hoping that we won't see a repeat of Ablekuma North.
No, Ablekuma is a thing of the past. It's a thing of the past. We are moving forward. And then, as I assure you, this one will be an election that will set a stone for future elections. Many other elections ended with some skirmishes, but I assure you that this one, we've got on our side. And then with the preparations and the training, the men went to Huhunya and trained very well. So as you see them, they are ready to discharge their duties without any fear or favor. That is what we are seeing on the ground.
We've spoken to the people about the heavy deployment.
Yes.
There were fears that they will be intimidated, but that doesn't seem to be the case.
No.
Rather encouraging you.
Yes, because before coming here, there were those social media threats. People said, we are coming here with weapons, we are coming to attack and all those things. And so with our presence, now they feel safe that they can come out and vote peacefully. And that is what is encouraged. Even the electoral officers who are there, they are happy. In some areas, when you go for election, you see that they are not comfortable because they know they can also be attacked at any time. But now, when you see them, they are comfortable and happy with the police deployment. You are also happy because nobody can attack you. Okay?
Usually,
Thank
it's
you.
the counting and the collation issues.
It will be well.
Okay.
It will be well.
There are enough measures there too.
Enough measures. You have seen it already. Okay. No, it's not hearsay, but you yourself, you are seeing. And that is how it will be. And when it's get to counting, you see that more reinforcement will come in. Okay? Right. The robust ones will also come. Okay? Right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
All right, and that was the IGP there speaking. He says Ablekuma North violence is a thing of the past. The focus now is on Aquitia. Beatrice, we come back to you and your panel.
Indeed, the IGP sounding all confident. I think he believes or he knows what work is done on the ground, and I trust that his men will execute the plan to ensure that we don't repeat the violence we've seen in previous by-elections. Let me acknowledge the presence as well of Professor Smart Sapon. He's a senior researcher with the Kumasi Technical University. Prof, it's great to have you. You're just joining us, so let me get your thoughts on that latest statement coming from the IGP that he believes this is going to be peaceful. Ablekuma North should be a thing of the past.
Right, and I agree with him 100%. Usually we put what has happened behind us and we focus on what is right before us. If we keep referring to that and the police would want to be made to remember, compare and contrast while they are currently facing a task, they may feel a little distracted. So they should focus on Akwatia, and we agree so far it's been quite good. We want to believe that when it gets to the peak, where polls begin to close and counting begins, sorting and counting commences, where people seeing the heap of the other. For example, if a polling station sees that one side is going up and gets to try to destroy the exercise. That's where we may need the police very, very much. But in Ablekuma North, even somewhere by this time, you remember, we had heard that chaos has erupted. And so Aquitia is relatively better. So far, we would commend the police not to let them lose their guard, but to continue to remain focused so that at least for once, we would end the day without any issues to discuss, any bad issues to discuss, but the good ones.
Let me find out from you as well what you make of Nana Boakye, his comments. There seems to have been a shift, even in terms of his tonation. The fact that he commended the IGP and seemed to have been impressed with the security so far. Does it give you information that maybe something has been learnt in the last few days so now?
Well, it's usual of politicians when they are in opposition to start thinking that the system is going to work against them, including the police. Sometimes they don't trust anybody, including the police. It has happened to the NDC in opposition. It is now happening to the MPP in opposition. But then, this is the day, and you have witnessed how police has so far acted and controlled situations that came up. And I mean, as human as he is, he may have to admit that his suspicions and earlier mistrust of the professionalism of the police has been so far proven to be wrong. So it was in order that he would commend the police, as we all are doing. We just want to hope that they would keep to what is happening till everything is closed in Akwatia and declaration is done and everybody goes home peacefully. We do not want to have an instance where at least even one person would get injured or any chaotic situation will characterize so far how professional the police has been.
And when we come back, I'll get a thought as well of Mr. Bachman. Okay, so let me get your thought. You were on the floor before we went on the ground to bring us the latest from there. You were making some points earlier, and then you could add your own understanding of what the IGP is saying, and indeed Henry Nana Boakye as well of the MPP.
Yeah, I mean, this IGP is an operations man, so I'm not surprised that he's on the ground and they've been able to achieve what they have achieved so far. I believe moving forward, we would have to look at how we would handle our elections. My worry is if we have to have 5,500 booths on the ground to be able to have a peaceful election in a constituency like what we are having now, then our democracy is sick. Yes, then our democracy is sick. And we need to give special attention to our democracy in respect of our elections.
So you would not even commend the IGP and the police for deploying men? You think that if our democracy was strong enough, we shouldn't see this, like Professor Inokenchi said earlier?
We need to look at the cost of having the 5,500 policemen in Aquitia.
So, I'm supplying this information. What about the general elections? Can every constituency get 5,000 people?
Can every constituency get over 5,000 men? I want you to hold on. Let's get the latest from Judith Brown. Helen Ampofo, you're here to bring us that.
All right, we take you back into the constituency. Judith Brown is our woman on the beat. Judith, hope you're well, hope you're well situated. What can you tell us and where exactly are you speaking to us from?
New Wenchi Palace Square A over here. There are 484 registered voters who are supposed to be voting at this particular center. And so far, there are 131 people who have voted so far. And so you can see behind me heavy police presence. I can count about 30 policemen already that are dotted at various points just at this polling center. And it's quite interesting knowing that we have about 5,500 policemen, and just at one center we have over 30 policemen situated, and so it tells you the type of security arrangements that has been made here at the Akwatia constituency. And so far the voting process has been very smooth, but you can see a lot of people gathered here on my left. I'm going to try and speak to some of them. A lot of people are still gathered. Voting is going very slowly. We've seen quite a number of people come and already cast their votes. As I said, 134 people have already voted, and so I'm going to try and engage some of the people who are still standing here even after voting, and you can see they're in quite a pensive mood. Most of them are waiting really what would be the outcome of this particular election. I'm going to be speaking to some of them now. Good afternoon. What's your name, please? You're live on TV3.
My name is Mohammed Komna.
Are you a voter here?
No, I'm an observer.
Okay, so what is your observation so far of the election that has happened here and what the process has been?
So far, everything is going well. I have not seen any radical things over here. Nobody is causing.
Speak English. What are you doing?
No one is doing anything wrong over here. Everyone is peaceful, calm. So we hope by the close of the day, anyone who wins the election will be true winner.
And are you a member of this constituency?
No, I'm a member of Hatun Sobu.
So why, Achim Swedru. So why did you come all the way here just to observe this election?
You know, it's Ghana's, let me say, Ghana. We need peaceful election, and as a Ghanaian, I have to come and observe, because when it comes to radical things like fighting one another, maybe I can communicate to one another to look at.
Okay. Thank you very much. And so you heard that is an observer who is here to, of course, watch really what the process is. He's coming all the way from Akim Swedru. And of course, it raises questions about really what really is happening in this constituency and why are so many people here, even though they are not from the constituency. I'm going to engage another man. Hello, sir. Are you a member of this constituency?
Yes, please.
And are you voting today?
We are done with it because it has already been done. The election has, can't you see the handwriting on the wall? Body written. People are looking for employment. The 1646, where somebody will go and vote because my father is UP, my mother is from voter region, is a thing of the past. Now, what the delegates are saying is that now 8 years of MPP, they have not seen anything. Now, if there's a new era, like you, that they are going to change their destiny, how can they bring a candidate who can go to parliament and after parliament, he can go and speak with the president of the day? Now, they are looking for a clean job. Now, look at what is going on. 8 consecutive years. Look at the number of what they call look at the road. Are you getting it? So what they are saying is that now chief of staff has spoken with the entire constituency that this is their luck for them to come and then tell the whole world that they want development. We have given them an assurance that come 2028, if their road is not tight, if NDC comes here, they should sack them. We are going to do it so that from henceforth we are winning come 7 o'clock. And from there, the MP, who is the lawyer, will be here for 20 consecutive years because he is come to make a tremendous change in the lives of Akwatia constituency. Where Wenti here is no exception. Look at Wenti that they claim this is their warehouse. Look at their roads.
But the party that's been the NDC has won also 4 times and the MPP 5 times. It means that this constituency is more of a swing constituency, and so they've given both the NDC and the MPP an equal opportunity to govern or to be MPs in this constituency. You say that it's been 8 years, but of course before they voted the late NS Kumi into power, the NDC was also in power. What do you say to that? He was also leading.
Yes, Okoye was in power because when he goes to presidency, he's not recognized, he's not known. And the same thing is going to replicate. The lawyer has already won. But that is the reason why the people are saying that no, when Okoye was as an MP, he was dealing with an MPP government. So when he goes to parliament and he presents his case, he's thrown out. So they've realized that no, that the same thing is going to happen to Asumedu when he's giving the nod. So in order to stop issue that has happened before, then they have to get to the lawyer. Lawyer can have the DC. We have the DC here, who is an NDC. Lawyer being an NDC, and then President Mahama being the president of the day. Development will be an history, and then they will laugh at the right side of their mouth. Let me give you another. I went to this place to have. I just want to visit a public private, and I couldn't. I entered to somebody's house before I was able to. Ease myself. How can a place that they call that is their stronghold? I had already a better amount, and look at their road. They don't even have public toilet. I have room. I've been here for 2 solid weeks.
But the blame you are putting, that's what I keep saying. NS Kumi was in power for just a few months before his demise. Yes. And before him was a member of parliament from the NDC. So how do you put the blame, on them?
That's what I've quoted out that when Okoye goes there and present his issue, it have to go through a central government. Is that not it?
Right.
Yes. And according to them, when that opportunity is given to Okoye will come and buzz out.
Judith,
after all,
unfortunately, we have to cut through that conversation that you're having. And I know you were speaking with one individual, not from the area where he's currently at. He seems to be a bit of a peace broker. We might need to send him over to the Presby Church polling station where Eric Mawena Egbeta is standing by, and there are tensions rising there. Mawena, if you can hear us, what exactly is happening where it is that you are standing? All right, we'll attempt to reconnect with my colleague there, Mawena Egbeta, and he tells us he's at the Presby Church polling station. Let's take a listen to exactly what's happening.
He's present here. What we know as a statement of fact is that there's been the top brass of the NPP, Apenyo Markin. I've seen the national organizer as well here. We've seen the member of parliament, Ochubefi, as well here. Their presence, from what I understand from one of the polling station, presiding officers at the polling station, is that they just came round and tensions kind of escalated. There's no other member of the opposition in terms of top brass really around, but just their presence has brought about reinforcement on the part of the police, which was seen. We're seeing Ochubefi move with a number of individuals, and then we're seeing conversations about persons being dispersed, and the police are asking that they move away from the polling station so that tensions will be calm. In fact, when we came here, a lot of the vehicles which were here, which was Alexander Penyo Markin, Nana B, and the rest of the guys, the police had asked that, I mean, due to the nature of the situation and all of that, they move out of the place amongst many other things. And so that's what we know. That's what we know has happened. And since then, the police has been in charge. There's not been the report of any development, just their presence here, bringing about a lot more in terms of police reinforcement, which was seen here. We've seen the crowd as well gather in quite some number. And you can see the front police truck with reinforced police personnel here, just by virtue of their side. We're just being a bit careful in terms of speaking to persons who might want to overly exaggerate detail. That's why we resorted just quickly to the presiding officer, who tells us that, look, it's just their presence here which has kind of spooked tensions a bit, and we're seeing the police presence here, but no clear indication as to any physical, any disagreement or fights. What happened from your perspective? What can you tell us? Right. Yeah. And so the
convoy of vehicle, about 7. They passed through and went behind the field. You see those standing behind me, they came down from the vehicle, and they came in pairs and thrice towards us as we were sitting on the ties. They stood behind us. All of a sudden, we saw that they came in front of us. Then closely, you see where these guys are standing, all of them came in there. And the police saw that they were getting closer to the center. So the only thing they have to do is to just ask them to move and retreat. When they got there, one guy was taking video, which I have not seen the person. Then they quickly asked, why are you taking video? Why? And they chased him. All of us, how we could see that they started beating the boy. That's why he was taking the video. That is unfair. We are here for peaceful elections. Everything was very calm. People came, vote, and go back. The police were doing their duties very well. We shouldn't have gone to this stage. And you saw the NDCs coming in. This is a stronghold of MPP. If they want to reprisal, we cannot be able to stay here. That would have been a very bad situation.
You are claiming it's NDC, but we've also seen the top executives of the NPP who have come here. I think I saw Nana B, we're seeing Ochubefi, who is a member of parliament as well. And we saw them as well come here. What can you tell us about that? Because that's what drew attention here, and there's been quite the police presence here.
That is not what brought the attention here. The attention was brought because of those who came in with the convoy. No attention. It was as a result of their presence here. That was why you could see Nana B and General Secretary also coming in, because there has a report to them as to what is really transpiring. And as a matter of leadership, they have to come in. And you saw them here because they have to calm situations down. As you can see now, they are no more around here. They retreat a bit in order to let the place calm down. They haven't caused any. The cause is as a result of the thugs that came in. And they have attested to the fact that they are here because of NDC. One of them spoke. And I heard it.
I haven't heard that, but
yes, I have heard it personally. Not that they say. And from my own ears, I've heard it.
Thank you very much. So that's the account of the individual who's here trying to explain to us why we've seen increased police presence. Says there's one faction that came in, and their executives as well, being the NPP as well, came in, and tensions escalated, and we're seeing the police presence as well here reinforce and dispersing the numbers. We're seeing a lot more of the police as well, seeking to, amongst many other things, enforce peace, which is what they've been seeking to do all through. we're in New Wenchi, and this is the Pentecost Church polling station, where voting is still proceeding nonetheless because there's reinforced police presence, and that's allowing voting to continue. And that's what we're seeing. And the police has the situation under control, that we can't say. We haven't seen fisticuffs or anything being thrown, but according to the account of this eyewitness who we've been speaking to, he explains what's been happening, reason why we've been seeing a lot more of the police presence. But the presiding officer for the polling station will try and just have him come through to us as quickly as possible, and then that will continue as well here at the New Wenchi polling station. But let's try and get a bit more now from him. He says that he cannot speak to the camera at this point in time, but that's the situation as we have it. We're continuing to monitor, and then we'll get a bit more details for you subsequently.
All right, thank you so much for that, Mawena Egbeta, speaking to us from the Presby Church polling station there, and varying accounts of what has so far transpired. Beatrice, we're coming back to you and your panel.
Quite a disturbing scene we just saw, although we didn't capture that supposed beating of that individual on camera. But that's what we've been talking about, really, since we came here. And I know that, Mr. Bakma, you were on the floor when we went on that break. But I wanted to ask you this question, though. How do we deal with outsiders coming to constituencies during elections and eventually leading to some sort of escalation of violence? And I mean, what we just heard Mawena, my colleague, talk about.
No, there's nothing you can do about it. Since it's an open election, you expect supporters of the various political parties to go to the area. The question is, if they go there, what do they do? If you're going to observe an election, what should be your role? Do you have to engage yourself in any activity that would disturb the peace of the elections? I think the political parties themselves, who normally mobilize these people to those areas, should be able to talk to their people. I don't want the situation. I don't like the situation where political parties seems to own our democracy. Yes, they are participants, they are partakers of our democracy, but they don't own it. The people own democracy, and therefore, at any point in time, the people themselves should not allow the political parties to use them to foment confusion in some of these areas. But earlier on, I was talking about the issue of cost of elections, and I was raising a very fundamental point, because if you're going to have about 10 by-elections in Ghana, and we're going to have, we need to have over 5,000 police boots on the ground just to maintain peace or to have a peaceful election, then there's going to be a serious problem in this country. Because if you look at the costs involved in election relative to the cost of even doing projects in these constituencies, I'm surprised that the previous government, for example, MPP is not able to campaign on the things they did in the constituency. If you listen to them, it's not as if they are saying that when we were in power 8 years, we were able to do A, B, C, D for you as a constituency, therefore vote for us. That conversation is completely
But you had a reporter, the excellent job by Judith Brown. That question she asked the person who was campaigning for the NDC, that the MPP was in power for 7 months, as in the MP then, and so he couldn't perhaps have done much.
I'm talking about last 8 years.
The last 8 years.
Yes, because if you exited just last year and you're going to a constituency to campaign, and you're able to tell the constituents that during my eight-year period, I was able to do project A, B, C, D, so vote for me again.
No, the point was that it was an NDC candidate who was in power.
So that is the problem you have as a nation. So it means if a opposition person is an MP in a constituency, he would have to suffer because of the fact that it is not his government that is in power. That is the kind of situation we have. But you see, I want us to use our constitution and our laws to be able to deal with the issue of cost of elections in this country, because it is eating away from development, physical development in our constituencies. If it will cost that much just to have an election. and in a constituency that is highly or that lacks developmental projects, if you want, and it's quite disturbing. So, yes, the Constitutional Review Committee, one of the things I expect them to do is to use the Constitution and other laws to be able to, solve the problem of how elections have become expensive in this country and even the security of our elections. If you're able to do that, I think it will go a long way.
How is the Constitution Review Committee going to deal with that matter? And I'm asking that question because earlier when one of our colleagues, Yvonne Ekwe, was on, she talked about people expecting their palms to be greased. And so these Ghanaians themselves, as it were, or the people in the constituency seem to have gotten used to the candidates coming in to give them money because they feel that is the only chance to get what they need. After they voted for them, they don't see them anymore. How is the review committee going to deal with that?
Our laws, you see, most of our problems you have in this country can be solved with laws. And if you don't have strict laws that control our processes, we're going to continue to have the kind of elections we have. That's why I mentioned that it shouldn't take 5,500 police boots on the ground to have a peaceful election in a constituency. It shouldn't be the issue. You may end up having a peaceful election, but at what cost? That's the issue we need to be asking. If you can have it at a lower cost, I think that would be good for the country because then it means we can channel the resources to other areas in terms of providing the people with developmental projects. So, yes, the reason why I brought the Constitutional Review Committee in is that, you see, if you check, at the time that we are reviewing our Constitution, a lot of issues have happened. A lot of issues that border on our Constitution, border on our laws. So probably the timing is right. Let's see how we can use our Constitution to solve some of the problems that have come up since we started reviewing our Constitution so that we can solve most of our problems that are worrying this country.
Professor Nchu, where do you stand on this? Too much monetization of our system, security-wise, and even development, which was a point you were making earlier, which we heard one of the people we spoke to also emphasize, roads and others in that constituency. Again,
I refer back to the basis that the framers of democracy that we learn from, government by the people, for the people, it's not like giving money to delegates. It's rather delegates who notice wise individuals who are committed and care for their community and then look for them to lead them. If we don't learn democracy the right way, we'll continue to be poor because we are just looking for money. Well, the 20 cities, 50 cities, 100 cities that they will give to you, how many days will it take?
A few hours, perhaps.
People will tell you they want something that they will eat and die. But when you eat that 50 cities, 100 cities, you will not die. The next day you'll be hungry again. But when we are all vying for the common good, which is the best roads, because Aquitia need development. They need roads. I've been to Aquitia many times. If you look at the roads in Aquitia, if you look at the water system, if you look at the electricity issues, there are many fundamental, even school system, the way their schools are. And if you talk about hospitals, they need these things. Let's look for the common good. And until we begin to do that, our democracy will suffer. I think that until we solve this fundamental social disorder called mistrust, we will continue to have elections, tensions, and then chaos. Why? Because it is a social disorder. The average Ghanaian do not trust anybody in what they do, that if I don't do A, then B will happen. We should begin to trust ourselves and trust the process. Trusting the process is very important. And then we'll talk about the law. Let the law work. And how do we make the law? We have to make fair laws so that everything will be in order. I want to respond to one of the speakers who spoke about the police presence. In fact, some people in the communities, in the villages, are afraid of police. When they see a police officer coming, it means they have done something wrong and the police is coming to catch them. So when you bring police people there, and it's a mining town, that police are chasing them for illegal mining. And if I know my name is on the police list and they are hunting for me, I'm not coming to vote. Because in Ghana, when the police get you, the first question they ask you is, where is your family? So perhaps you're saying that this could be attributing to the low turnout that we had two individuals speak of earlier. I'll come back to you to finish that thought, and then we'll come to Mr. Soyeni as well. But let's go to Helen because you've got some latest for us from the grounds.
All right, Beatrice, thank you so much for that. Let's connect with my colleague, George Quainin. He's on the grounds. I see a Black Maria behind him. We'll find out if anybody has taken up residency so far. George, good morning. George, if you can unmute for us so we can hear you. Good morning. Where are you and what is happening? All right. We'll re-attempt to connect with George Quainin, but there you see in short Black Maria, and we know it's the prison on wheels. It's been making its rounds in the constituency. When we have more from George, we will reconnect. Beatrice, over to you.
When we have more, we'll go back to George. But Professor Entry, you on the floor before we went to Helen.
Before I landed, so that my colleagues will come in. So the police presence deters other individuals from the villages. It's not often that they see a lot of police like that. And when you see massive police presence, it's really going to deter some people to come and vote. I'm also talking about this disorder that feeds into everything that we do, mistrust. We mistrust each other too much. And if that fits into our politics, as it has done, it is not going to help us in the future. Then the politicians should be thinking about the next generation, not the next elections. If we talk about monetization, the money that we spend in elections alone, if you look at the cost, individuals, I launched a book last year about grassroots democracy, and I talk about all these things, the cost of monetizing our democratic system. And it means that criminals and people with deviant behaviors will be getting into our parliament and big positions because they have money to spend. And the wise among us will not be able to do, because if you don't have money, it means you've been crippled. People will not listen to you because you don't have money. And some of these delegates should change their attitude of always, we want to be bought, we need money, we need money. Look,
because
if you get a right person,
you don't do anything for
exactly
the constituency.
Exactly their point, that when they vote for them, they don't hear from them. They don't pick even their cause. They will never hear from them until the next election. So when people vote for you, you are a true representative of the people, the voice, the mouthpiece of the people. Pick their phones, and that is why we need an office that is operational at the constituency. But I've talked to a couple of MPs who are telling me that when they put offices there, you go there, one said she has received 4,000 funeral invitations and wedding invitations, and each of them, if you are supposed to pay even 500 Ghana cedis, multiply that by 4,000. So what she did was to close the office.
Yeah.
Because it's all about money, money, money. They will not even invite you to come and speak to them about social order, how to be a responsible citizen. All they need from you is money.
But
who brought this culture?
Shouldn't that tell you of how we are distributing the national cake?
So that we are distributed the wrong way.
Yes.
Because, like I said, people I like to compare. I'm not comparing oranges and apples. I'm comparing the same democracy. And the white people are not better than us in terms of wisdom or knowledge. So when we are learning something, we are just picking best practices, adding our culture to it, and making it even better. Because some of them don't have the culture. We have chieftaincy, we have traditions that are beautiful. When we add that one to our democracy, it's going to be better than theirs. Americans don't have the chieftaincy system, And I remember when I was a Ghana Association president in Ohio, there was an issue of chieftaincy issue. And then he went to the court and he said, we don't know anything about this. They threw it away. So if you look at what is going on here, we can combine a beautiful cultural system with our laws and make a beautiful democracy for ourselves. But it has to begin with trust. In fact, without trust, all the strategies in the world will never work. If you don't trust each other, you can have all the strategic plans. It will never work. So trust is very important. Then I'm also calling for our electoral laws to be strengthened in such a way that if you are not from the constituency, if you are not a voter there, if you don't have any official role to play as a regional officer or a national officer, you have no business to be there. I've seen members of parliament from another constituencies, coming there to talk about, I have put my candidature on the line. If I don't win, if we don't win, then I'm ready to lose being a member of parliament. These are not necessary. If you do that, you put a lot of pressure on yourself because you put your position on the line, and that is not how we should build these things.
And that is not how it should go. I want to get a quick thought from you, Mr. Suhene, before we go to Helen. We had Professor Entry say, okay, so I'll come back to you after Helen. Helen, what do you have for us?
All right, so we go straight back to the Aquitia constituency. Godwin Asedeba is on the move. Let's find out exactly what's happening where he is. Godwin, good morning.
Good morning, Helen. It's generally been
All right, Godwin, We seem to have lost you very briefly. Where exactly are you? What is happening? All right, a few challenges there with the sound. Godwin, we can hear you.
You were generally monitoring the process of the
just see quite a number of people, others who have casted and still are waiting till the final time where they will get to monitor the counting and all of that. But just before we get to them and speak to them to get to know how they feel about the process today, Mustafa Gbande has been going from stations to stations, monitoring all the action that is happening on ground. And you're live on TV3. What have you monitored generally, and have you been satisfied with the process so far?
Well, I think so far there's been absolute cooperation between all parties. The atmosphere remained very calm. As you can see, the police are observing professionalism. And for me, that's the most important thing, because we are determined to finish this election with a clean scorecard, violence-free, incidents-free. And this area was expected to have been the most volatile area, Wenchi, you know, for that matter. But since morning, we have not recorded a single situation. I think I'm happy about it. About turnout and other issues, turnout have two effects. It has its positive and negative, so we are just observing the situation, encouraging our people to vote. At 5 o'clock, we'll see what those effects will be. I'm confident that our candidate will win. I'm also confident that we have a superior quality candidate who is fit for purpose. The MPP is aware that they came to observe funeral, but we came for an election. They know that, because we've been here in the last 3 years. They came here on Friday. And so clearly, given the surrounding circumstances, yourself, you are convinced that NDC will win this election?
I am not convinced. Apparently, I've been hearing a lot of people here, especially the constituents, having the lips of the NPP's candidates on their lips. How would you react to that as well? Because you seem to be so much confident that the NDC is going to take the seat.
Well, whatever they tell you is different from what they do in the booth. And so, in the end...
But how are you able to verify that, because you're not there with them?
You only take an experienced politician to know when you are winning. And I know that with God, we are going to win this election. It is not about politics for politics' sake. It's a critical influencing factor, and that factor is development and growth. We all know that the MPP has been deficient and brought up a setback in terms of development to the people of Akwatia constituency. Our concern is that we'll be able to partner properly to mitigate that shortfall of development in terms of drawing government closer to the people. And in doing so, you need a representative that is closer to government to be able to influence these matters. And so that is why we are here, confident that at the end of the day, the people need development. You can see, when we came here, some of the areas to even ply, you could not use your vehicle on. It's a national security matter which must be resolved. Clearly, you can see the commitment of government to ensure that at least the movement in and out of this area does not cause any accident. So they are sealing all the potholes. That clearly shows that government is committed, will be committed to changing the lives of the people.
When it comes to getting access to basic social amenities, most of the constituents have been complaining about not having access to toilet facilities. Sometimes even water becomes a challenge. And now we've seen the excavators clearing the road. Is this a way to score some political points? Because all of this was in a very deplorable state for a very long time. But now the constituents are here to cast their vote, and then we are seeing an excavator clearing the roads. Is this a way to convince the constituents that you are able to do the job for them to vote for you?
For election, this by-election, most of us would not have been here. You only got here to see how the MPP deceived the people. This is the MPP's stronghold. Why should we be the one doing their road at this time, after they have been in power for 8 years?
The NDC is in power now.
We are in power now. That's why we are doing it.
Okay.
We have come here to see the problem, and we are solving it. We wouldn't wait for elections to be over. If we were in power for 8 years, and this is happening, then you can hold us responsible. We just came into power. They have been in power for 8 years. Why should we be doing this?
So then again, is it for you to gain some political points from the...
For us to fix the problem.
Okay.
It's for us to identify and fix it. We are fixing the mess caused by the MPP. We are fixing the incompetence caused by the MPP. We are fixing the deliberate fleecing of national purse that they have created. We are fixing that problem. That is why you see a machine
working today, because if the MPP got votes here, let's assume that all the others don't matter. That vote should influence development in the area. Why should we be the ones doing their road at this time? We only got here to see that the number of vehicles plying the road through and out. If you don't do this thing, it may cause an accident. So therefore, government is fixing that problem so that by the time we finish election, we don't come back to discuss accidents and other things again.
But aside this that is currently happening, what would you boldly say the NDC has been able to do for the people of Aquitia?
Even yesterday, we commissioned the DVLA office, right?
Right.
That's a decentralized government. It's going to employ over 200 people. It's going to make people who need licensing and registering of their vehicles go into Accra. It's going to shorten that distance and save their cost. All right? Why didn't the MPP and President Akufo-Addo do this in the last 8 years? That is his backyard. President Akufo-Addo have benefited from these people and gave them nothing. The youth are unemployed. Now, we told them that even mining, when you present a miner, it's not a guarantee that he can help you.
Right.
Because government controls mining. It is government that can help the people to have access to small-scale mining.
Okay.
When it comes to cocoa, President Akufo-Addo have collapsed it. It is the government that can inure development to the people and make sure that you have access to the Feed Ghana program, which embodies all sectors to ensure that food security is guaranteed in this area. President Akufo-Addo couldn't do it. Baumia was here, could not tout a single developmental activity, could not show a single toilet build, could not show nothing as a foundation for the people to vote.
Right.
But we are here and saying that we've done it before, we are doing it, we'll partner with you to do it. NS Kumi is a human being, he's a sweet character. NS Kumi is not a property of the MPP.
Right.
It is not a chieftaincy affair, so that when one dies, you use one as a representation. NS Kumi was a product of a vote, and that same vote will put a competent candidate. They are hiding their candidate because he cannot talk. All he says is that, number 2. These kind of traits doesn't go to parliament. Classic incompetence, classic substandard candidate.
Are you mocking him?
Substandard is substandard. If you are substandard, there is no amount of description that fits you. But they know that lawyer Bediako is a lawyer. He's been defending the constituents. Anybody that got a problem, this guy was there to help them. That is his track record. Ernest was a sweet character, very humble, and that's the same trait lawyer Bediako has. So I know that the MPP is convinced that they will lose this election, because after they have imposed a candidate, they only got to realize that the candidate is substandard. But that is not our case. They tied other people who would have been interested in contesting. They tied their hands at their back. Amase is one of them. Their own constituency chairman was a victim. So how will you impose a candidate on a constituency as if it's chieftaincy affair, only to realize that the candidate is substandard?
So lastly, before you go, if it doesn't go to the NDC's Bernard Bediako, how would you feel about all of that? Because you seem so confident.
By all means, it will go. We are not here to do MPP's bid. We are here to do NDC's bid.
Absolutely.
We are in power. We are here to ensure that the NDC win the seat, and we will win the seat.
All right. Thank you so much. We have been speaking to Mustafa Gbande together with some of his cohorts who are here at the Osia Wo Deba Ground polling center. They've been moving from polling centers to polling centers, witnessing exactly what has been happening here. Just like I have rightly indicated, we have quite a number of individuals who are here as well. But we'll continue to engage more people as well to get to know how they are monitoring the exercise and how it is going so far, if they are comfortable about that as well. You're live on TV3. What's your general assessment so far?
Not bad, not too good. Not bad in the sense that prior to this day, there were a lot of issues with regards to tension, Aquitia, the MPP making noise, we will not, and all these kind of things.
Right.
So far, half of the hours of active voting is gone. We have just some 3 hours or so to close of polls.
Right.
And it's relatively calm in this area, so it's good. I mean, the security is enough to keep the process running. It's not good on the other side in regards to the voter turnout. So far, we can be confident to want to sum it up to 50% turnout, which means that the people are not coming out, the people are not enthused enough to want to come and vote. For instance, this current polling station that we find ourselves in, the background polling station has a registered number of 700 plus, and it is some 12 o'clock, and a little over 200 have cast their vote.
You've also mentioned that there have been a mixed bag of reactions, making mention of the fact that there have been some challenges. What would you say is the main challenge that you saw, or, I mean, that you think would go in a long way to maybe not make the process go smoothly as it should be?
Well, it's smooth in the sense of people coming out to vote.
Absolutely. Okay.
The process itself has been smooth and been transparent. I mean, everything going on well.
Right.
But the people are not coming out, and it means that there could be a number of factors as a result of this. Number one, if you can see that work is ongoing on the road just leading to the Durbar grounds, and this is one of the places where events of this enclave is done, and this has been one MPP's typical area. So if roads are being constructed now, it means that it's been neglected for some time around, and people may not want to do that. Again, they don't have faith in the MPP candidate, they may not want to.
Just a brief one before you go. I spoke to Mustafa Bande before coming to you, and I asked them if they had the excavators to clear the road because they wanted to gain some political points to convince the constituents for voting for the NDC. I mean, you are with the NDC. Do you think boldly the NDC has taken up the action to, cover up the holes on the road just to be able to convince the people to vote for them?
So this was where we had the 1 week celebration of the late MP. So we all used this road to the grounds. Nanado used it, and we saw how bad it was. And so if there is the need to fix it, it won't be because we want to vote from them, but it is because we will definitely be coming here once again just after the election to have the final funeral rites. At that moment, we will be coming with the MP of the area. So if we have what it takes to fill them, we will do it.
All right. Thank you so much for your time. I have been speaking to Joseph Yamin of the National Democratic Congress, and I've also been coming to you live from the Osiawo Durbar ground here in where all the things are happening here in Aquitia. Generally, like I have mentioned, it's been a very calm mood. The people here who have casted their ballots are still awaiting to get to the counting point where they will get to know how the end results will be. You've already heard from the NDC who are saying that they are confident that they're going to win this particular seat. But subsequently, we'll get to speak to the opposition New Patriotic Party as well to get to know how they are going to be reacting to these claims from the NDC's Mustafa Bande and Yamin as well. My name is Godwin Asidiba, and I'll definitely see you soon. Over to you back in the studios, Helen and Beatrice.
All right, Godwin Asidiba there in the constituency reporting to us from the grounds. Let's also now speak with George Quainin, and he is in Achimwenchi. He's got more for us. George, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Good afternoon. Thanks for having me. Like you rightly mentioned, I'm coming to you live from the New Wenchi police station. And here there are two police stations, A and B. And so valid voters for A is 445 and B is 444. As at 11:59, 130 had voted at A and 135 had voted at B. And so far it's been relatively peaceful. So voting started on time here at 7 a.m. And one impressive thing to note is the fact that you constantly see the IGP driving through the principal street with his entourage, just give some sort of impression to this constituents that they are, heavily protected. They can go about their normal activities before the close of the exercise, which is 5 p.m. But I've seen some, party delegations here. I just want to pick some few words from them, what they make of this very exercise when it started at 7 a.m. Good afternoon. Thanks for joining us on TV3. And so far, I'm sure you've visited some police stations. So What is your initial impression of the exercise?
So far, the process has been smooth. Yes. We've gone to several police stations, and updates we are getting from our agents that the process is very smooth. And we are very hopeful that at the end of the day, Mediaco will emerge as a winner for Akwatia constituency.
Mediaco, so clearly on the side of the NDC. Yes. What do you make of the security situation here? I've personally seen the IGP driving through the principal.
So far, it's been fantastic. It never happened in the history of this country. In fact, the police have actually conducted, the security, activities very well. You see at every stage or every checkpoint, you see the police being, you have to be searched and all that. And we are all complying. So what we also encourage everyone is that everybody should comply with the police directive so that at the end of the day, we'll continue to experience the peaceful election we are observing so far. Okay. So far, so good.
Okay, so far, so good. So I spoke to some first-time voters from the Salvation Army Senior High School, and what they told me was the fact that they went into this very by-election with, some sort of development on their mind. And on the side of development in their school, the deceased MP did something for the school. So they want longevity, they want sustainability. So they're going to vote for the MPP candidates. I don't know what you make of that.
No, we have gone around the entire constituency and campaigned to the people. And we have told them that the NDC is in government. And we already have the two-thirds majority in parliament. But we don't want Akwatia. We want to have Akwatia's voice to be added to that. So we need a member of parliament who will be part of that majority, who will speak for Akwatia constituency. And of course, they listen to us. And they are sure they are going to vote for our candidate.
So with this very by-election, after 11:59, there are 445 at A, 444 at B. As at 11:59, 135 had voted for both sides. It means that people are actually going to vote in the numbers.
Yes, they are coming. And I'm told, these areas are particularly a farming community, and some are already in their various farms.
Yeah.
Around 2-3, you see a lot of people coming to vote. So the turnout is going to be massive.
Okay.
But what I can assure the general public is that NDC is winning this very
Okay, I'm sure you're very confident about that. So the NDC is really confident that they can win this very seat for the party to make sure, their position in parliament is, so high. So I just want to paint a picture for you of the Black Maria. And so this is a mobile prison. And so anyone that wants to foment trouble would have, the next few of his hours in this very facility, and so maybe he's taken to the bigger cell. So this is how the Black Maria looks like. It's comfortably seated on the grass, awaiting anyone who wants to foment trouble. And so this is what the IGP said. They are going to be very ruthless on people who want to cause mayhem in this very by-election. Like I rightly mentioned, I've seen him constantly, flying the streets just to give confidence to, the constituents that, they are heavily protected. And some first-time voters I also spoke to were really confident that development that have been started will be continuous. So some of them are writing their wasias. As you know, wasi is ongoing. Those who don't have paper today have actually come out to vote. But those that are writing, I hope they'll be done by 1 a.m. So before 5 p.m., they will be casting their vote. And so they'll be coming out with their numbers to that. So this is what the situation looks like as it stands now. 11:59, 135 out of 445 had cast their votes. That's for the A. And then for the B, 136 had cast their vote as at 11:59 out of 444 valid voters. And so throughout 50,000 voters are expected to cast their ballot over 120 police stations in the Aquitia constituency. And I'm still seeing more party delegates coming here. And I would want to know how impressive this very exercise has been so far. And I think it's still in the camp of the NDC. Let's still engage some of them and get their thoughts on what their initial impression is on the exercise. Sorry for this. But I see our names. You are live on TV, Shea. I want to know where exactly you're coming from and what do you make of your impression of the exercise so far?
And so far, the process has been so good. I'm coming from town. I went to Penamang, and I'm coming to Winchi now. So far, so good. So far, there's relatively calm, and I see heavy security presence. I must comment the Ghana police. Every police station I went, I didn't see anything less than 4 or 5 police pickups and over 50 men within the town. So I don't foresee any violence at the polling station.
Let's talk about turnout. Are you impressed? Turnout.
Until it's past 5.
At least you can pick intel that if you have their numbers.
Very normal for me to have very low turnout in every by-election. But most importantly, we are very optimistic. Even if it's just 2 people that will appear, we will still win the election.
Okay, so we'll try our best to engage the MPP to just rebut some of these concerns that the NDC has put across. But if you just tune in, we're coming to you live from the New Wenchi Police Station, A and B, 2 stations here, and they bring you live reports from this very polling station. And we are Election Command Center. We'll make sure we give you every detail of this very by-election. My name is Josh Quinn. You can also get interactive with us. We're live on Facebook, it's TV3 Ghana. Let's know what you make of this very by-election and many more. Thanks for watching. Back to you in the studios.
Certainly, George, thank you so much for that. My colleague George Quinn in there speaking to us from the polling center at New Wenchi. But of course, Martin is here. Martin Asedudate joining the team for this coverage. Martin.
It's been a very busy day, and
clearly
it looks like the country is watching Aquitia very closely through the eyes of TV3. So our reporters have been doing a yeoman's job so far.
That's right.
And it's also commendable that the constituents themselves have also, gone about today's activities quite well. Nothing too serious has been reported. The Ablekuma North by-election rerun, around this time, some scuffles had even stopped voting at some places. So it's past midday, and I think from morning up until now, we can say that activities have been fairly well. So we are just keeping our fingers crossed that between now and 5 o'clock, when polls close and counting and sorting starts, things would remain as it has been for now. And we would want to also commend the team on the ground for trying to give us every bit of information or development that is arising in and around the Aquitia constituency.
That's right.
And again, we look forward to who will be representing the constituents, and the conversation from some of our panelists who've been chit-chatting with Beatrice have given very insightful positions, the country in retrospect, how our elections have been over the time, and what kinds of changes we need to start seeing going into the future. So again, this is your Election Command Center. We're keeping close fingers and tabs on developments in the Eastern Regional Constituency of Aquitia. And as and when we do get any further information, we'll definitely put that back to you and let you also be in the know. All right, so I'm sure that Beatrice would want to take it over from now as we try and see what other information we can be getting from the grounds for you, Beatrice.
Indeed, Martin Asedudate, I can tell you, and I agree with you, that there's been so much going on from Wenchi to all the other places that we've been to, and the kind of sentiments people are having. It looks like generally, both from the side of the MPP and NDC, they are satisfied with what the IGP has done so far, his men on the ground. Although I can tell you that I'm sure you were monitoring even before joining us here just some minutes ago, that my panel still thinks that we have too many men on the ground, over 5,000 just for one constituency. So what happens if you're having to deal with multiple constituencies in a bigger election other than a by-election? But I want to come to you, Mr. Suhene. One of the things we heard earlier from both MPP and NDC was that the representatives that we spoke to, that the voter turnout had been very low. We heard Professor Entry earlier before we went on the grounds telling us it feels people are intimidated, not using your words, by how many officers are on the ground. But we heard Mr. Joseph Yamin, who is the national organizer of the governing NDC, that it looks like we are having that apathy because of the way the MPP went about selecting its candidate. And we even heard Mustafa Bande there also kind of corroborating what Mr. Yamin said earlier. What are your own thoughts? Where do you stand?
It is difficult to say that one factor is entirely responsible for the low turnout that we are recording as far as the by-election is concerned, because this is not new. If you are a follower of our politics, you would agree with me that when it comes to by-elections, there is always the issue of low turnout. And it is not just with our by-elections alone. Even if you look at our national elections, for some time now, it has been a source of concern to many of us when it comes to voter turnout. But one important feature, possibly one important cause of low turnout in our by-elections is because of the heated nature of the discourse. And so you find inhabitants unwilling to come out to vote, largely because, in their estimation, the attention of the nation is going to be on the constituency. All the troublemakers will be in town. So many women and husbands would, of course, direct their kids to stay at home. And they themselves will do everything within our power to be safe. That is why the challenge is on all of us to ensure that we conduct ourselves in ways when it comes to by-elections that are acceptable, that can give confidence to the people to want to come out and participate. But unfortunately, our numbers rather serve as a disincentive, and the kind of language that we utter serves as a disincentive to the people to want to participate in the process. And so for me, that is my problem. But you see, even listening to the national officers of the various political parties, permit me once again to exercise a bit of concern about the choice of words of Nana B, the national organizer of the New Patriotic Party, when he proceeded to at least commend the Ghana Police Service for what they have done so far, but was quick to add that they will hold the Ghana Police Service to the task and ensure that they hold them to the promise to conduct a peaceful election. The responsibility of conducting a peaceful election is not a sole prerogative of the Ghana Police Service. It is a joint responsibility between political parties and stakeholders. And so when leaders of political parties begin to speak this way and think that the responsibility or the onus rests squarely on that of the Ghana Police Service to ensure a peaceful election, then it begs the question as to whether indeed, as leaders of these political parties, we actually understand the ethics that are required of us, especially when it comes to democracy.
Mr. Shea, you find that statement out of context, bearing in mind what happened in Ablekuma North, and earlier we all agreed that it
that is
seems
why
the police
I gave
was
you
slack.
the context. I said that the responsibility is not on the police alone. And you have to pay attention to my choice of words. It is a joint one. Both the National Democratic Congress and the New Patriotic Party and other political parties must see themselves as partners in ensuring a peaceful election. And so if you are a national officer and you think that because the Ghana Police Service have demonstrated commitment and they have told you that they will ensure peaceful election, your responsibilities, you think that it is appropriate for you to abdicate your responsibilities and now begin to wait on them to actually see that through, then clearly you do not understand the responsibilities that we have placed on you when it comes to your role as a national officer of a political party recognized under the laws of this country. And for me, that is my concern. And it is difficult to disagree with the concerns being raised, especially when it comes to the number of security men we have on the grounds. Beatrice, you see, to understand the operational mechanism of the police as far as this by-election is concerned, by limiting it to the numbers we have on the ground, you may be quite unfair to the police. And that is why in my introductory remarks, I indicated that prior to this day, the Ghana Police Service had indicated their willingness to engage with major stakeholders, and they did. They spoke to the National Democratic Congress, they spoke to the New Patriotic Party, they engaged election observers, they engaged the Electoral Commission to be able to have a better understanding of the plan of action that the EC itself intended to roll out on the day. And so it has been work in action. So collectively, you can say that they have been quite inspiring in terms of the kind of leadership that they have provided as far as this particular by-election is concerned. But yes, when it comes to the numbers on the ground, that is one aspect that we can begin to interrogate and ask whether indeed they needed such numbers on the ground. I also believe that we do not need such numbers on the ground. And that the time has come for us to begin to put the pressure on the political parties, not the Ghana Police Service. Because the servicemen are not those who foment the trouble. They are there to keep the peace. And so if we are responsible political parties, it must begin to show in the way we conduct these elections. And these are some of the things I want us to concentrate on.
So you're concerned...
We have so far discharged ourselves in a way that is creditable. That is why around this table it is difficult for you to single out an NDC official and say that he indeed was engaged in fomenting trouble or heating the temperature. Because we know the temperament of the leader we have. And on every blessed day, we are charged with the responsibility of manifesting same in our public discourse, and especially when it comes to our political organizations. But unfortunately, I hate to break this, but we are dealing on the other side with a political party that clearly, now as we speak, is the greatest danger to democratic stability in this country.
And
that is the New Patriotic Party.
You don't see any...
Because of their utterances and conduct. Because they think that the only way to become relevant once again in our national discourse is through activism that is rooted in violence and violent rhetoric. And that is what we all must be condemning.
Having made that point, you don't see anything wrong either with, for instance, what Mustafa Gbande said, that you don't think that maybe what he said could have instigated the other side of the political divide, the MPP, telling them that, well, they came for funeral, the NDC came for elections, and also the fact that MPP and Bawumia did nothing, all of those things. You don't think that what Mustafa Gbande said could have instigated the followers of the MPP?
Absolutely not. And you see, these things are meant to lighten the temperature. And you would see that when Mustafa Gbande made those comments, it was not intended to slight the New Patriotic Party in a...
It was even smart.
Yes, because these are on a like these statements of this are expected. But you see, one thing you fail to flag. But you see, one thing you fail to flag, again, that is another potential source of conflict, is how known political operatives and certain leading members of the political parties move around these constituencies. Your reporter indicated to us that the likes of Afenyo Makin and Co. were moving in a convoy to a particular polling station. That attracted attention, and that got the attention of the Ghana Police Service. So these acts, we must begin to interrogate them as a republic. We must begin to ask these questions, whether indeed it is even necessary for us to be moving from one polling station to the other as major political actors in our democracy, when indeed we have election observers and we have polling agents on the ground who can at every time report to us events happening there, and we can rely on the security institutions to go and act in a way that will bring sanity to these places. But our movement also creates that chaos and sends the wrong signals. We must begin to have a look at some of these things.
So,
and I can assure you that from where I see it, once again, the NDC will lead the charge. And we will do everything within our power, because we made that promise. Our task is not to give them a semblance of what they gave us in Ayaso West Wagon when His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo was president. We are conducting ourselves in this election to demonstrate to them that indeed we have a president who is not only a listening president, but a president who made a commitment to the good people of this country to reset it. And resetting is not just the economy, but even the way we conduct our politics in a way that is acceptable. And we would lead that charge.
Mr. Suina, I get the point from what you're saying, that moving forward, even as we also prepare for Tamale, on the 30th of this same month of September, one of the things stakeholders must consider is the movement of people, and even which individuals are expected to move at which point.
Yes, I think that the focus should be on the leaders of the political parties. If you have no responsibility to discharge, try as much as possible to avoid it. And if there's a way we can avoid also moving in groups that attracts attention, needless attention, let us try to do away with many of these things. But you see, when it comes to other citizens who find their ways there, you should understand, when it comes to by-elections of this nature, that is an opportunity for many of our foot soldiers to get hold of party officials ordinarily they wouldn't have had access to. So when you see many of them traveling to that vicinity, it is not because they want to go and participate or cause mayhem in that particular constituency. It is simply because it is an avenue for them to get hold of many of their party officers and get in touch with them to be able to have their problems resolved. Not everybody can travel to Accra to get their general secretary or national organizer or stuff like that. So we need to begin to appreciate it from that perspective. So you may interview a number of people who obviously are not from the constituency, but they are there not to foment trouble, but simply to have access to their party.
Like officials. The man who told us that he wants to ensure that we are having...
And he spoke well, because the record, and see, Beatrice, this is very, very important. You see, and Ebo made reference to it, and I think that Prof also referenced it in his submission. And that has to do with the kind of legacy we leave, especially when we are given the mandate by the people to lead. It is disheartening that for 8 good years, under Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo as president of the Republic of Ghana, hailing from the eastern region. As a political party, the NPP is unable to point the good people of Aquitia to any infrastructure development they brought to their life in that 8-year period. But I am not surprised. NDC could have taken the posture that indeed the last election you didn't vote for us, or elections before you didn't vote for us, like President Kufuor did, and Nana Addo did, in the case of Akumfi in the central region, where he was blunt, that he decided to not to mind the people because they failed to vote for him in his candidate in the 2020 election. This is a different trajectory we are pursuing as a government. This is a government that will develop and make a commitment to developing every constituency, regardless of the number of votes we get from it. And when I say this, the evidence is there to back it. Because you go to Ashanti region, we knew as a matter of fact, under the same president, that when it comes to Ashanti region, we struggle to win votes. But one of our biggest infrastructure investments under the first tenure of His Excellency President Mahama was in the Ashanti region.
And in the last general election, you saw that the numbers go up for you in the Ashanti region. That example must not be lost on all of us. And the NPP as a political party must begin to take an inspiration and learn, and be humble enough to learn from the politics of the NDC, and most importantly, the demeanor of our leader. I want to come to you, Professor Smart Sapon. A lot has been said, both here and from the grounds. What are you thinking?
Well, so development, what I know is that Ghana is quite big, not too big comparatively, but 276 constituencies. And I'm not sure all of them may have the equal level of development. It may vary. Some may have more, some may have less. But, I mean, we must be able to, at the end of a tenure, assess how well we included all, not on the same scale. Some may have more than others. But if it happens that some are deprived of development to a certain extent, then it will be a cause for concern. I don't know whether my brother Suhini is speaking to data. I don't know what the level of development has been in Akwatia. But if it is to be that they were actually deprived of development entirely for the 8 years, that would be quite unfortunate. And it should be a lesson to President Mahama also. I'm not sure he would be able to equally develop all constituencies, 276, equally within the first 4 years.
No, he even has less than 4 years.
You see. So, but he should try as much as he can to make sure at least, if not of equal measure, development reaches every constituency. I know in the first budget, 166 constituencies were earmarked. I want to believe that in the next subsequent budgets, the remaining would also be captured so that development at least would reach at least every corner of it. So that is that of development. And then the monetization. Unfortunately, the stakeholders, the political parties themselves, my brother Suhini and his brothers, those who spoke on Nanabi and co., they won't go to grounds like that without money. They simply won't do that. And once you go there with money, and you know when they go with money, they don't come back with it. So I don't know whether they attract the people to them with money or the people see them as currencies, money machines. I don't know where.
Well, at least somebody said it.
You see, yes. But the truth also is that when you see many of them, it's not always about money.
Of course,
it's about job opportunities. It's about placements and stuff like that. Yes, and that's why many of them will travel to that place. It's just part of our Ghanaian culture.
Absolutely.
That when someone comes and talks to you after he's done, because he probably traveled a long distance out of courtesy, take this for TNT. It happens. We all do it. And we all do it. It does not mean that when they come to us, it's
Mr. Sweden, I just want you to let...
no, it's fine. They will call it TNT, but my point is that...
You do it.
Oh, definitely, I do it, but I don't have the level of demand that you have. And I'm not ever good. You see, so they find a nice name for it, and they won't tell us. But they can, if we get to know, you will be shocked the amount of money they would have spent. The two political parties. I'm not even talking about the standard expenses EC is going to incur or the police in managing the team will be incurring on the state. I'm talking about the two, the NDC and the MPP, how much they will be spending. In fact, they've made the people to believe that
at opportunities, in situations like this, it is time to cash in. And they actually don't go there without money. They fulfill the expectations of the people. And so they have to lead in the crusade we are all talking about.
No, but we don't subscribe to vote buying as a political party.
You subscribe to TNC.
No,
I don't think there's any.
They have a different name. You call it TNC.
I want you to let Professor Smansapon land. But again, I don't think there's any political party which will admit that they are indulged in vote buying.
But you and I know that in Aquitia, things would happen. They tell you we are doing house to house. We are meeting them group by group. Every group meeting will lead to one offering or the other. So they must really, really accept that responsibility and lead. It is when the two of them lead that we can get to a certain level of managing the situation. And then the last one will be the size of the police. We all agree on this platform that is too huge. But how did we get here? How did we get here? I mean, if we are going to, again, the NPP and the NDC are the highest corporates, the major corporates. If we are going to agree that the blue boys and green girls, or green boys and blue boys, however they call them, trained purposely to come and protect the ballot. That's how they call it, protect the ballot. When we know very well that the police is available to assist us in doing that assignment. You say you are coming with some blue boys or green boys to come and do the same thing police is going to. When you lead that course, definitely you would disrupt the police in doing their work. Definitely police will have a course to bring in reinforcement because they do not know to what extent your blue and green boys are going to disrupt or overpower the men. So even with this 5,000, I beg to think that they may have some extra numbers somewhere to invite in as backup in the event that these blue and green boys and girls overpower the men at the station. But I mean, for it to be on record that a polling station, so if you send 5,500 and you have 119 polling stations, what it means is that you are doing about 40 to 46 policemen per polling station. 46 policemen per polling station is quite too much. Even Sudan or somewhere in the war-torn countries won't have this situation. But who is the cause? We brought it on ourselves. Until political parties again, and these things they are doing, it is because of today. The NPP is saying all the things, accusing the NDC because they are in opposition. You remember when the NDC was also in opposition? They were saying the same thing. Police can't protect us, so we have to protect ourselves and all these things. And it keeps degenerating. It's not getting down.
I think that's the point you made earlier, that when they are in opposition, they seem to not trust the system.
And we are used to this narration. When I heard Nanabi say it, we are used to. Earlier, the national organizer, Yamin, also said similar things in Asin North and those other by-election areas. So, again, in the size of the police, I'm not sure is happy deploying over 5,000 to just a single constituency. They are not happy about it. But take lessons from just 16 polling stations in Ablekuma North and what happened. If you are a police commander or the leader, the IGP, you would do 5,000 or even more because you wouldn't want it to be on record that trained police professionals were overpowered by some blue or green birds. No. So until they stop that, we may have to import some extra policemen from our neighboring countries or perhaps invite ECOWAS. No, because when we extend the situation to 276 constituencies, if one is taking 5,000, the entire police force can't take care of a region if we are going to do 5,000 per. It means we may have to invite at all. Yeah. So we will get to the point where, Beatrice, if you're not careful, ECOWAS will have to come in. Maybe African Union will have to come in. My worry is that it keeps degenerating. It's not kind of going down. If we didn't learn any lesson from Ayawaso, and we are talking about Ablekuma North, and we are afraid of Akwatia, and therefore think we need to invite 5,000 policemen. thank God if we have a very smooth day. What it means is that 5,000 per constituency can help us. And then we will multiply it by 276 constituencies. And that's where we may need ECOWAS or AU to come and assist us in securing a simple process of going before the ballot to elect.
Mr. Bobakman, I've heard people say that it's not difficult to start anew, as it were. Professor Smasapon is painting a very dark picture for us, for our future, saying that things will just get worse. To an extent, we'll have to bring in the AU. From where you sit, how do we ensure that we nip this process or this future that, Professor Sapon is seeing in the bud? How do we ensure we do that now?
I think we need to have a real look at our electoral systems. You see, we keep repeating our mistakes, and in our attempt to solve or find solutions to the mistakes, we are now committing more resources into solving the problems. And for me, if the political parties have a major role to play, police don't go to an election or don't go for an election to cause confusion. It's the political parties and there are people who normally do that. And so if you're going to have a situation where the political parties would be so much concerned about the security of the country and even the development of the country, I think they wouldn't cause the nation to be deploying the kind of people we have on the ground. I mean, in terms of the police boots we have. Because, as I said, these things, they eat away from the development. It's opportunity cost. There's always opportunity costs. And so if the cost of maintaining just peace, to have a peaceful election is that much, and it means we are losing in other sectors of the economy. So it is important that the political parties play that key role in ensuring that their members comport themselves. The police can play their role. It's only when these actors misbehave that the police will come in. Can you imagine if you have an election where political parties and their people are conducting themselves well in a polling station? The policeman will just be standing. You don't need even 5 police people to man a polling station. But when it becomes a norm that at any election, these political parties, because of power, because of, sometimes to the extent that they're even prepared to care for power, if we don't stop that, if you don't find a way to stop the political parties and you allow them to continue to do that, you're going to continue to have the situation we are having. So, yes, the police will have their role to play, but I said the major responsibility will be on the political parties to ensure that they conduct themselves properly whenever we are going to have an election. Prof said something, I was seeing a Prof said, prior to the election, the kind of utterances some of the leaders made. I mean, to give that impression out there that this election we are going to have some men from
yes, Professor Sweeney, Mr. Sweeney said
yes, Ochirbefi, for example, he is a member of parliament. I'm waiting for that video. I was on a show, and he called it was called to make contribution on the show, and he said something that they have intelligence that the NDC is organizing 3,000 people, and out of the 3,000, 1,000 will be given police uniforms to wear. And he claimed they have videos. I don't know, they couldn't provide any video. Some of these comments from our leaders will certainly foment, a certain kind of, agitations, in the constituency. Because if you're going to bring 1,000 people in police uniform, then we also have to prepare. And that is some of the things I think our politicians must desist from doing. All trances before election, during election, even after election, the kind of things they say, I don't think we'll need the kind of numbers we have to be able to have a peaceful election. It doesn't augur well. It doesn't give a good picture. As Prof said, if we allow this to go on, what it means is that in the next election, we will need to spend more on security just to maintain peace in our democracy, which for me is quite expensive. We don't have to make democracy expensive for ourselves.
Quite expensive. And you were just emphasizing that point made earlier by Mr. Hamza Suhini, that the onus lies on political parties.
Yes,
and yes, Mr. Suhini has had to take leave of us. He's a lawyer and a member of the NDC's communications team. And of course, this is still your election command center here with my panel. And I'm coming to you, Martin Asiedu-Date, because you've got some news as well from the ground for us. What do you have?
Certainly, yes. And we are going back to Aquitia to Christian Yali, who is currently at the Takoradi electoral area specifically. Christian, thank you for joining. What exactly is happening where you are?
And so we are still here within the area of Takoradi, where there are some number of polling stations, about 10 of them actually, if I should say. Where I am currently is the Deba grounds. When you come to the Takoradi township within the Akwatia constituency, I can confirm that the total number of valid voters who are expected at this polling station are about 581. And as of the time we brought you this report, we've had about some 215 and over who have come to cast their ballot in support of this democratic exercise, which is ongoing. But the interesting bit is that when you get here, there are a number of chairs to aid the voters who come around to vote. So you get to sit comfortably. When it gets to your turn, you get up, you go through the queue, go through the process, and you cast your ballot, just like the lady who has just finished hers and is making way for the next person to come. And so it has been a very calm environment. Actually, when you check the atmosphere or the weather condition has also been very favorable, very calm as it is. But I have with me Stephen Atubiga, who is the leader and founder of the National Liberation Congress. He was once a presidential aspirant of the NDC. And when you understand politics and you followed what history has been so far, NLC is just like a breakaway, if I should say, from the NDC. Yes. So they regard the NDC as their mother party. What has been your observation so far upon touring the various polling stations?
Thank you so much. We've been in the, what's the name? Takoradi area since in the morning as an observer for Mother Party, NDC. And then we think that the people of Takoradi have shown that they are Ghanaians. They're coming out. There's calm in all the polling stations as we keep going. I think the people have realized that, look, going out to vote is the most important thing. Choosing the right people to represent them. And there's unity. I don't see anywhere that there's NDC, MPP. They have shown that they are holding each other together very tight anywhere that I go. If not the polling agents or the polling that I'm able to see that this person represents that or not. There's nothing like partisan, and it's very peaceful. Everybody's happy, holding each other. And it's one of the polling stations I've seen that they've been, innovative, that I'm calling on all the polling stations to do same, providing chairs for them to sit, because there are certain places that I had to hold some of the old ladies, help them come across to come and vote and whatever. It's very peaceful. It's very peaceful.
Very peaceful, which is very commendable. And the debate about the fact that you don't see party colors, you don't see who belongs to which side, which is very impressive. And going into 5 p.m. when polls would come to a close and then tensions might begin to flare, what would be your, advice or admonishment to all who watch and listen that see? It is all for the main cause of development for this area, a representative for this area, so that we continue to keep what has been the trend so far as of now, just some few minutes past midday.
Yes, on my way leaving Aquitia itself, I ran into there's one police station. We ran into Kodia, the National General Secretary of the MPP. We exchanged pleasantries and, it was very beautiful. But it's after we left that we kept hearing that there are other incidents on a radio station, allegations going on, and I think that it's not good for what is, with the tension, quote unquote, that is in the town. I think that that shouldn't be happening if it's really true what is happening there. And I think that by 5 p.m., the people of the whole Aquitia constituency would have spoken. And just as you said, we're trying not to be more partisan here, but we've seen that everybody has an interest in making sure that they choose the right member of parliament to represent them. Everybody, the communication director for Asawasi, former communication director for Asawa Tornado, will testify that since everywhere that we went, everybody behaved like a Ghanaian. We are yet to witness anything. But what I have seen, that I think the polling stations, I'm calling on the National Democratic Congress leadership or those who have been assigned within the area that I haven't seen water. I want to see, I would have loved to see at least 10 bags of sachet water on the site, or whichever way, whether it's the Peace Council, whether it is government, whether it is the MC, whether it's the DC, whether it is...
Right, so that's an interaction between Christian Yali and Mr. Atubiga, who has also been monitoring developments in the Takrasi area. Let's speak to Judith Brown now. She's also in and around the Takrasi enclave to try and find out what exactly she has found out where she is. Judith, what can you report where you are?
Currently here at the New Wenchi Presby polling station, where I have with me the Minister for Youth and Empowerment, George Opariado. He's also the National Youth Organizer for the National Democratic Congress, which is the ruling party. Good afternoon. What has been your observation so far?
First, let me commend the police and the Electoral Commission. This is about the 30th or so police station I'm visiting, and the kind of deployment that has been done today is unprecedented. They've done so well. It's been relatively peaceful across all police stations, and that is the way we want. That is what we want to see. So far, so very good.
Right, so we seem to be having a challenge with the audio, the audibility of that interview, but that is Judith Brown in that interaction with George Opariado. Many within the NDC call him Pablo, and he has a few minutes ago just given indications that he's been to about 30 different polling stations, and so far what he has observed gives him enough information to commend the Electoral Commission for how they've conducted the election so far. And it also tells you how important, George is also the national youth organizer of the party, and he is in the constituency. And there's been a litany of the NDC's senior echelons who are all in the constituency, primarily for one reason, trying to mobilize the support base of the party and floating voters to try and come out in their numbers to vote. So let's join back the feed again.
Advocates. So they are looking for an advocate, one who can speak for them and bring them development. And it's obvious the NDC's candidate is going to win this election landslide. But I'm going to wait patiently till 5 o'clock, and then when the vote starts coming in, we will see.
Speaking of development, we've seen that even the road we are standing on right now is not properly developed, and we've seen some excavators already working on some particular roads. I do not know from which party that is coming from, whether it's from the ruling government or although the MP here died a few months ago. Really, what is happening? Are you working on the roads because of the votes you want?
I'm not sure we are working on the road because we want votes. The people of Atim Wenchi deserve development, and so I also don't know who is working on the roads as I speak to you now. But if anybody is working on the roads to develop the people, I think it's fair. And so let's not make a big deal out of it. Development is not going to stop because an MP died. Development is not going to stop because there is a by-elections. One way or the other, the people who are deserving of development, and that's exactly what is happening.
Many thanks for your time. I've been speaking with George Opariado, who is the NDC youth organizer, as well as the Minister for Youth and Empowerment. We are here at the New Presby New Wenchi Presby polling center, where a number of voters are gathered. You could see them standing across both sides of the road. Most of them say that their votes would depend on the development of this constituency, Aquitia, as has been said by the minister. We're going to try and engage as well with some others, other constituency members who've come here. They've been standing here. They've been speaking as well. Hello. Let me speak with you for a second. Okay, it seems that they are not speaking with us. I want to speak to some of the constituents here as to really what is influencing their votes. Hello, sir. You're live on TV3. Can we know your name?
I can't do politics.
No. Are you here to vote?
Yes, I'm here to vote.
So you're a constituency member?
Yes.
And what will influence your vote? Why are you voting for whatever candidate you've decided to vote for?
Oh, for that one there. When you made mention of politics, everyone has his own what? His own. So it depends on you.
So are you voting based on party affiliation, or you are voting based on development you want in this constituency?
I'm voting for the progress of the town. The progress. We need the progress.
And what are the challenges you are facing in this town that you need progress on?
Our roads. Our roads are feeders. So we are appealing to the government to come to our aid.
Well, that would also depend on who you vote for as well and who is able to lobby. We're going to speak to some more constituents. You heard them talking about the fact that, of course, they are voting based on the development of the constituency. Their roads are bad and they want it to be fixed immediately. And so I'm speaking to one more person. What's your name, please? And are you a constituency member? Are you here to vote?
I'm a constituency member.
So have you voted? Okay, and what is influencing your vote for today?
Okay, what is influencing my vote today is we all need development in our communities and towns. But most of the times, it depends on the person who is coming. It depends on the person. We can have a government in power, but the personality of the person or the member of parliament also counts. You can have your government in power, but who representing the constituency is a problem.
And when you say personality, what kind of personality are you looking out for?
We have some MPs who can be in the constituency, but they will not work. Maybe the common funds will be coming there, but they will use it for another thing. They will not use it to help them. Because if I will speak the truth, we have had both sides. We have had both sides in power, having their ministers, having their MP in this constituency, but it's still lacking development.
So what do you think is the way forward? If we've had both and they've not worked for you?
My opinion is even you can have a member of parliament who is on opposition. Through his intervention and through his commitment, he can do development in the community. Whilst you can have a government in power and a member who is a member of parliament who can also do the same, but he will not do. But here, we are voting basically on what happened. One, you told us this community and this electoral area is New Wenchi. It is not on the ballot. It's not on EC's ballot. So the voter that you did here last year, which is 2024 election, it's not good. It's not a regular election. It was a Stone Valley. So you take us to court based on this.
Right.
This current one, you have come here to campaign. You have come here to bring your representative here to vote. Why is it like that?
I understand.
So you are telling us, the people here, that we don't know our left and right. Meanwhile, we know our left and right. We have a new ballot fixing over here. That's why ECs have brought this thing over here. Okay. Why we would say that the vote that we cast last year was stolen?
Okay. Thank you very much. We're going to speak to some more people. We're currently still here at the New Presby area polling station, where we can see a lot more people gathered, and the police presence here is very high, as was said by the Minister for Youth and Employment. Heavy police presence. I could count over 30 policemen right here in the constituency, or in this particular polling station, manning the place and ensuring that nothing wrong happens. And so we are going to get some more people to speak to as regards to how the entire process is going. We can see now some more party bigwigs who are here to observe the entire process. A lot of them gathered here in the constituency at this particular polling center. So we're going to speak to some of them. Hello, sir. let's just speak quite on what really is happening here. What has been your observation so far?
Well, apart from this place, I've visited more than 20 police stations since I entered the constituency. I think it's just this place that I have seen there is a lot of tension building around. But I have confidence in the deployment that the security agencies, especially the police, have made. I have seen that, having realized this, they are even putting in more crash barriers and others. So our hope is that when she has normally been a flashpoint when it comes to electoral violence, and so coming events cast their shadow, and I think that the police will read through the environment and deploy appropriately to ensure that we don't have any challenges.
And when you say there have been a little bit of tension in this area, what exactly are you talking about?
The number of people who are surrounding the electoral area. Anytime, in some of the police stations, when you go, you don't even see people. They vote and go back. But it appears that here the numbers are huge. And once you begin to see huge numbers like this, any little spark can cause a challenge. And so I think that the early warning signs are there, and I believe that they will be able to respond appropriately.
Many thanks for your time. And so you heard him right there. He says that he's happy with the police deployment here and the fact that they are trying to control the situation when it comes to this particular electoral area. He says that he's seeing that a lot of people are trying to enter the polling center where voting is happening. And he's happy that the police has barricaded the place to try and stop them from doing that. So right here, I'm reporting from the new Wenchi Presby polling center, where voting is still ongoing, and we're yet to really see what will be the final results from this particular polling center and many others across the Akwatia constituency. My name is Judith Brown.
Reporters in the Aquitia constituency. It's just a few minutes, about 4 minutes past 1 p.m., meaning we have about 4 hours left for polls to close. So this is your trusted source for monitoring all the events in and around the Aquitia constituency. As and when it develops, we definitely will bring that to you. So our panelists are still here, and we are picking and deliberating on all the developments happening there so that you can also be in the know of what's been happening since voting started. And now that we are about 4 hours away from polls to close, what should the thinking be, especially if you are still in the queue going to vote, having listened to all that has happened since morning? Could that change your mind? Maybe. Could you still be voting as you have already decided? And what should the thinking really be for those who are still in the queue going to vote? There have been concerns about voter turnout, etc. All of that and more will be discussed when we return from this break, as Beatrice and her panelists will be delving into the major issues. Stay with us. This is your Election Command Center.
reporting from the Takoradi Market Circle.
From the heart of the Upper West Regional Capital.
From the heart of the Ashanti Kingdom.
Reporting from Sunyani.
From the Central Business District of Navrongo.
The parliamentarians are on recess.
This is where it all unfolds. The moments that potentially alters the course of our nation and the world. These are the individuals we recognize, the voices we amplify, who appears on screen and who contributes behind the scenes. With professionalism at our core, we bring you news you can trust, impact journalism that makes a difference. This illustrates how diverse perspectives enhance our strength and reinforces our mission. This is 3 News. Leaders in breaking news, exclusive interviews, facts and analysis on TV, radio, online and digital. 3 News, first in news.
Welcome back to your election command center, and like we've been indicating right from morning, this is where you need to be if you want to know what's been happening in Aquitia. And later in the day, we'll also let you know what else is happening in and around the country. In the meantime, though, crossing over to Beatrice, who has her guests with her. They've been chit-chatting on a number of the developments in the Aquitia constituency right from 7 in the morning when polls opened. We have about a few hours to go for polls to close. Considering the concern of turnout, how could that improve? And is there anything the parties could do to improve? We know that voting, or I beg your pardon, campaigning ended yesterday, or 24 hours to vote to open. Campaigning ended. However, we do know that the parties were doing door-to-door, house-to-house campaigning. And with the leadership of both parties still on the ground, you could tell that some level of subtle campaigning and coercion is ongoing. That is way better than having to be turning into fisticuffs and fights. So how could all of that convert people to go out to vote? And will they actually go out to vote? What will inform their voting pattern? Our reporters have given us indications that everything has been good so far, not the best, but then it's been way better compared to the last rerun in the Ablekuma North constituency. So thumbs up for all the key security agencies and the stakeholders when it comes to Ghana's electoral system. And we are hoping that by the time polls close, it will be all hail and hearty, and we'll be here to report that for you. But Beatrice, I mean, the key issue now would be that for a typical constituency like Aquitia, where you would have expected that, having been part of Ghana's electoral cycle for all these years, they should be confident and comfortable to go out to vote. Issues of the presence of the police shouldn't be intimidating. What do you make of the reports we've had so far?
I mean, quite interesting there. And I think we were talking earlier during the break that people hear things and news items differently, how they are interpreted. And so, yes, they might have had elections in their constituency for only how many years? I mean, even if we talk about the Fourth Republic alone from 1992, right? They've had elections, and so they should be used to it. The dynamics are not the same. And if we go back to the fact that by-elections have also been equally characterized by a number of violent activities, then people are a bit cautious when they want to step out to vote. And earlier, even from morning, we heard both MPP and DC saying that the numbers that were coming in were not encouraging. But if what I saw from Judas polling station is anything to go by, it looks like people have monitored what has happened so far, and they know that perhaps the environment is safe for them to go out. And so it seems that the energy is picking up in the polling stations within the constituency. Right. And so let's hope that indeed people will turn up in their numbers, they vote, and per the time, polling closes at 5 p.m. and things just move on from there. Really.
Yeah, certainly. So what we do know now is that I'm sure the various candidates, the two key candidates themselves, have been doing subtle campaigns. What we are picking now is that the NDC candidate is in the queue, or is now headed to his polling station to vote. We'll try and bring that picture to you, the viewer at home, so you also get to know what's been going on. And then again, he has a story of his own, considering how he even became the candidate of the NDC, being a lawyer of the candidate of the NDC in the 2024 election, and having to, through the primaries, now be the candidate on a ticket of the NDC in itself is an interesting story. Some of the dynamics we've been looking at have to do with whether or not the candidate that he represented in court would have his followers still back him, now that he's hoping to annex the seat from the NPP and represent them in Parliament. That probably may not be on the minds of those many other NDC supporters in the constituency going to vote. But on the side of the NPP, though, what we're also picking up is that the leadership have actually gone to encourage him and his supporters to try and go out and vote. Christian Yale is our man who's watching this for us. Chris, thank you for joining us. What exactly is the situation where you are?
All right, so Martin, right now here at the Takrowase SHS, the NDC parliamentary candidate Bernard Bediako has just come to vote. This is his polling station where he votes every election time, and so just as it were, and just as custom demands. He has just come here at the SHS. He waves smiley. We'll try to see if we can pick some few words from him to know his thoughts. Lawyer, so I know you've been able to tour some few areas. What has been your own impression so far? What has been the process for you?
Very, very good. I mean, peaceful. That's the very first prayer we made, that the election should be peaceful. And so far, so very good. I've been to about 2/3 of the polling stations we have in the constituency, and I'm very impressed with the way the security officers and the Electoral Commission itself and then the electorate have conducted themselves. It's been very peaceful. And the turnout, it's okay. It's still picking up. You know, today is a market day for most of the communities around, and so I'm sure a number of them went to the market, and hopefully they will come in the coming hours to come and exercise their franchise. There's been some expectations met in some polling stations, some overwhelmed, because I went to some police stations and coincidentally these happened to be my strongholds, and you could see that the average turnout at that at those polling stations have increased. And so you can understand why it is like that, because that remains my stronghold. I mean, these are places that I hail from and all that. Beyond that, I think it's all well and good. We've come
all well and good. So what is the outlook for? We know we've heard you earlier made statements very confident of victory. What is the general outlook going into 5 p.m. when polls come to close?
Oh, the election, as for the win, is a done deal. I can assure you, we've been in the game for a while. So we understand when it's going well for you and when it's not. I can tell you on authority that I've won the elections. What we are working on now is the margin of win. And so I can assure you, like, call me in the next 2 hours and I'll be able to tell you the margin. As for the win, we will gather again.
What makes you so confident?
The people who vote are not from the mass. They are with us. We talk to them and they tell us, even as I landed here, they speak to me with their eyes, very little subtle ways of...
You don't fear delegates? You don't fear voters?
I've been in this game for a while. Trust me, I've been in the game for a while. I understand how it works. Look, even before, I made it clear that I'll win the elections. I never said so before campaigning. But after campaigning, I said it. Because these are people you engage. When you talk, they talk back at you. And you can make meaning out of anything they tell you. And so, I know what they've said. It's not time to discuss. When we are done and the gap is declared, we'll talk more about how we got here. But I can assure you, it's a done deal.
You're talking about gap, widening it. Being very confident the way you speak, should it go otherwise, would you accept it?
Why not? But they won't. I mean, I don't even have a choice. You cannot do anything about an election you won or lost. There is no alternative. If you lose, you lose. What will you do? And I'm a lawyer by profession. So if there is anybody who encounters loss in things we do, I am, because I don't always win my cases. You may be so confident, but sometimes the judge, and in our case, it's even interesting that as a lawyer, you go to court, you lose a case, the judge will give the reasoning and tell you that you've lost. You are obliged to get up and say thank you to the judge. So you can understand the kind of person I am. I am a game man, I understand. But in this particular instance, I can assure you that it's a win. We have barely 3 hours to go. And so if you are a politician of this magnitude and you cannot read the mood of the people, then I do not know. But I can assure you, I have been able to read the mood. And it's a win, 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 and win.
Okay, and so we just had an interaction with the parliamentary candidate for the NDC in Akwatia, who has largely expressed confidence yet again that it is a done deal for him. But I mean, just in for anything, let's just try to get him to speak the tree a little to see what he says.
Electoral Commission for your Majuma Senior say,
Bambofo de Onyankopon hyira wo. Oma ye bibia as professionals, ema bibia nsi. So far bibia nso nsi. Afi nso omo ete eye omte oman nim na ye krumu ha ye omo eto aba no nso obia comporte ne ho obia ye ne yeseso ye ne yeseso obi ye obia nye. So far onyame adom bibia koye kama bibia koye.
Bibia koye kama to wa problem no wo hwe one kie beto aba na bato no sign na wo ho no e wo so
okay so so unim say by election.
All right, and so basically, Bernard Bediako, who is the candidate for the NDC in the Akwatia by-election, is just re-emphasizing the main point yet again that it is a done deal for him. He sounds very confident, but that was one very question I posed to him that, see, looking at how confident you are sounding, should it go otherwise, would you accept the result or not? He says he will accept it. Of course, being a lawyer as he is, he does not win all his cases. That is an interesting thing to say indeed. But then we still continue to monitor what goes. He has just come to vote here at the Takrowase Senior High School where he votes. He makes the point about the fact that this is his stronghold, and so his engagement and interactions with those voters who have shown up so far to vote, it just sounds, and per the expressions worn on their faces, it looks like things are tilting in his favor, but he has always maintained that it is a win for him. However, whatever the voters decide is something that he'll go with. He does not fear them indeed, because he's been in this game just like he says, but it also paints that interesting picture about the fact that no matter how it is, no matter how it goes, everyone is ready to accept the outcome of the elections, and there are more people who continue to come here at the Takrowase SHS to cast their ballot, and indeed some dignitaries as well who come here to monitor or observe the process and how it is going. And as always, wherever you go, every little distance you make, you see police officers and security personnel who are here to safeguard the process and ensure that everything goes on smoothly and goes on right and goes on well. And that has been the process so far. And so one would only expect and anticipate that even as we gradually draw close to the end of the polls, things would continue to remain as it is. The weather has been very stable, very calm, very serene so far, and it even gives the room for more people to turn up to join the queues without the sweat and all that you have, Martin. And so that has been the update here. But I'm still trying to see if by the time Bernard Bediako is done doing the tree, we can get some final words from him as he departs this area to go to continue to. And I can say, Martin, it is indeed a case that when you come here, everywhere you go, you get to meet one party official or one national figure who is around. They've all been dispatched or delegated to various polling stations to monitor the process. It just means that no one is taking chances and everyone is ensuring that in the end of the day, their candidate gets to win and that they win. And the NPP is trying to maintain the seat, especially when you look at the number of the posters around the town. They mention and make it something that would honor the memory of the late member of parliament for this constituency, NST Kumi. And so that is one thing that they want to do as a party in its honor. But NDC would not also give it a chance to let it slide just like that. They want to ensure that as much as possible they win more seats in parliament. And when we look at the current makeup of parliament, it makes it very interesting. One would say that, you know, this is a party that has already gained much of the, you know, dominance over dominance, more or less in parliament. And so just as the NPP decided to withdraw from the Tamale Central election, one would have anticipated that they withdraw from this one as well, but that isn't the case. And so Bernard Bediako is making his way out of the polling station. He is done speaking to the media, summarily saying that he is sure of winning this for his party, the National Democratic Congress. He is sure of clenching this seat. And when you understand that this is not a seat that you say is for any of those two parties, it swings as and when. But when you understand the dynamics really, Martin, you get to understand that you know, it is one that anyone stands the chance. Let's get some word from the DC of this area.
He's the regional minister.
Regional minister. Great. Yeah, the regional minister.
All right, Honorable, your observation so far?
Okay, it has been split since morning. I think this is about the 42nd place I've been, and so far it's not been so bad. Some have exceeded, are getting closer to their total registered voters, and some are still. We also believe that after 2-3 o'clock, a lot of them will be trooping in. But so far, the amazing thing about it is the security presence and how safe the place is. So I'm just taking this opportunity to tell everybody home that election in Denchembo is so peaceful. Those at home who are just dig-darling to come here should all come here so that by 5 we finish with the voting.
Okay. Honorable, from the other electoral areas that we've been to, you've had issues of vote buying. I don't know if it has come to your notice.
No, nothing like that has come to my notice. I'm still moving on. Maybe I'll meet it somewhere, but I don't know if you've seen it personally, but I have not seen some and I've not heard about it. Maybe this is the first time. Let me keep going and let me hear so that we see what we can do about it.
Thank you. So that has been the regional minister, the Eastern regional minister, who just spoke to the media, and among many other things is saying that those issues of vote buying have not come to him. Honorable, we would only wish you the best in this. But just like you said, you'd accept anything that comes out of this.
Oh, no, I don't have a choice. You see, what will you do? You accept, you do it. Whatever happens.
What if the margin is not that wide? That would bring some contemplations.
I mean, as far as I'm concerned, or I mean, my opponent. You see, what the Electoral Commission does, except you have reason to dispute it, there is nothing you can do. You don't have a choice. That is the statutory body mandated to do what it does. So if it announces that you have lost or won, it's not as if you have the choice of whether accepting or not. You don't have a choice. You understand? You have to comply. Right. If you have any misgivings, all you have to do is to go to the necessary courts for redress. But we won't get there. We won't get there. Trust me. We will not get there. I mean, my brother, I know it's because you're a journalist. You've picked up your own intelligence. Trust me.
All right. All right. Thank you. So that's it. Bernard Bediako is finally done with his observation and voting here. It just appears that the Takrowase SHS is one key polling station in this area, especially within this constituency where you have a number of the big wigs come here to cast their ballots. He's done and he's leaving, and we so keep we'll pitch our camp here as long as we can, and then also find our way to other polling stations where this is happening to bring you all the updates and all the interesting things that you need to know. But that commitment has been made by Bernard Bediako that, see, whatever happens, he has nothing to say. Whatever happens, he is good and he would accept it in good faith. He has just finished casting his ballot, obviously for himself, I guess so. Back to you, Martin, and the team.
Right, thank you very much, Christian Yali, reporting from one of the many polling centers in the Aquitia constituency. So we are going back to our panelists here in studio as we wait to see what else will happen, as we also look very closely at the clock. It's a few minutes again past, almost getting to about 2 in the afternoon. We'll definitely keep you posted as and when these numbers do start coming in. So Beatrice, do take it away.
Thank you very much, Martin Asiedu-Date. Interesting conversation from the ground, and the NDC candidate, I heard him say win, win, win. So all confident that he's going to win. Prof, what are your own thoughts on what we heard so far?
Thank you, Beatrice. I think it's very common for individuals contesting elections to think that they are going to win. It happens from the primaries, you know, and then it goes to the elections. One thing that I always remember Sir John was him saying that fear delegates. They will see you, they will wink at you, they will smile at you, say, oh, Mekotrama is here. But it doesn't go that way. I remember one lawyer in the Ashanti region told me that he went to one of these delegates, and the delegate said that, Samantua Mawa, fufu amidi kase hear me. If I don't vote for you, then the fufu that I'm eating, how do you say kase in English? The bone should choke me.
Yeah.
Now, he realized after the voting that the guy telling somebody that I didn't vote for him. Yes. So that is how callous some of these voters are. They will see you and they will pretend, oh, well, what for you? You know, oh, no size. And this is the only country that people will give you nicknames and then they will collect money on top of it. They will give you fans and they take money. But anyway, why is this guy called Owo as you know, his guy name, his nickname? I think it's curious for me why his nickname is Owo.
I think that was a question I asked myself when I was in Akwatia just a couple of weeks ago. And I was told by some of the journalists
that. So why would he take that nickname?
They said...
You asked the same question?
I asked the same question when I was in Akwatia about 2 weeks ago. And they told me that, well, that was from some journalists, local journalists, that he said because everybody would die.
So that is his nickname?
Yes.
Hey,
so
anyway.
I didn't hear it personally.
Well, some names, if you take on yourself, it's kind of curious. But I like what John Locke said when he said that a wise society teaches inquiry, not obedience. And I think it is prudent for us to be asking more questions because there are more questions in our system than answers. When we talk about throwing money, and I like the way some of these voters are asking that we need development, that's the way forward. If we think that throwing money at problems solves it, I have to tell everybody who is listening to us today that it doesn't. What solves problem is ideas. So any conferences, any events that you attend, they are asking, what is the next big idea? What is the next big idea? They are looking for the biggest idea because the idea brings money, not that money brings idea. That is why when you pitch any idea, this shirt was the idea first. This glasses was the idea first. The shoes, the houses, the cars was the idea first. So ideas bring money, and we should begin to orient ourselves that way, that we should always be looking for the next big idea. We all know that Akwatia Road is terrible. And if you are a delegate and you are looking for 100 cities, 200 cities, instead of telling these politicians that use the money to build our roads, then we have a problem with you. So we should all be thinking about a common good for ourselves. Then I'm going to talk about the national interest versus the personal interest, which is very key to me. If you look at Singapore and other countries that we gain independence with, one thing is clear. They had nationalists who had a clear vision of where they wanted to take their people to. We have individuals who come in thinking about how to make money quick, and then they leave. And we should make sure we don't get those individuals into political power. Let's look for nationalists with ideas that we want this clear vision, we want the people to develop, and then it develops. The other issue is that the real problem starts when we begin to count and collate elections. And when this guy who is contesting talk about some went to the market, so it's a market day for some of the areas around Aquitia. Some also went to the farm in the morning, and then when they come in the afternoon, then they will go and vote. It tells you one thing, the attitude of the people. It means that their priorities is their private life, their market, their farms, because politics has not given them anything. Some will tell you that, am I actually? So we should begin to watch those things. When you see apathy in voter turnout, and some areas which had about 530 and now 4 hours, less than 4 hours for the end of the voting, we have just 200 and something. It means that the voter turnout is low. And why are we experiencing this low voter turnout? It's because they are getting tired of the system, the way we banter to do things. So let's begin to know, what do the people want? Development, development, development. I pray that we have jobs for our people, because some of the youth have been going to communities talking to them. You see them sitting, playing Oware and Jame the whole day, doing nothing. And when you ask them, they say, we have nothing to do. Sometimes it's mom and dad, the old man, and then the old lady who have to open their pockets and then give them something to buy food, because they have nothing to do. As I sit here, if I tell you people who have come to me that they need jobs, over 300 people. People need jobs. So let's work on that and get them jobs and development. Roads, these little things, schools, hospitals, government should do whatever it can. That's the commitment that I'm asking, to help our people, because our people deserve better on that.
And those were really major stuff that the people spoke about. I remember when I was in Akwatia 2 weeks ago, the major thing on their minds has been roads.
Yes.
And the fact that ever since the consolidated diamonds also collapsed way back in 2010, there doesn't seem to be any major business there. So people are involved in petty trading and of course the illegal mining as well. But we've heard the NDC representative saying that you should vote for our candidate because our candidate is connected to the party that is in power right now. And I'm coming to you, Professor Smart Sapon, because you said earlier in another interview that you don't believe that incumbency necessarily, yes, incumbency would influence elections, but not necessarily guarantee a victory. But the NDC seems to be selling the 6 months, or let's say now we have 9 months of the Mahama administration quite well, that if you vote for our candidate, this person is connected to the presidency, getting resources will be much easier to give you what you need, the roads and the hospitals and the schools.
Yeah, so that has been the very regular campaign message during by-elections. In the general elections, you do not know who the president is going to be, but in a by-election, you have an idea of who is on the seat. And His Excellency President Mahama will be on the seat for the next 4 years, or maybe 3.5 years, if you like. And so in Akwatia, the people know who the president is and who is more closer to the president in respect of the two candidates. So that is incumbency. And I'm saying that during by-elections, incumbency plays quite a good role in who wins, but it does not guarantee who the winner is going to be. And if you check our records, for the past, let's take the Fourth Republic, over 33 by-elections so far gone. This is about the 34th. And you see 4 classical instances where there was a different party in government, but the opposition candidate rather won the by-election. It has happened 2 in the case of NDC in government, MPP winning, and 2 in the case of MPP in government, but NDC winning. All right? So what I'm saying is that, yes, it is the most winnable campaign message you can ever do in a by-election, but it goes beyond that. You and I know in Ghana, there are some section of people in every constituency who are constants. Their votes are simply not determined by whatever you tell them. They will do green, whether you like it or not. They will do blue, whether you like it or not. In Akwatia, out of the 119 polling stations, there are some 45 polling stations for both NDC and MPP who constantly votes blue or green, irrespective of who is in government or who is not. So the determining factor is going to be the remaining, so that will be 90. So that we have just about 19 or 20 something in the middle who are, I don't know, maybe now...
That's like 29.
There are about 29 constituencies, polling stations, who have demonstrated variability in their voting patterns. So yes, incumbency is key, but I don't see how incumbency and the usual, the most winnable incumbency message in by-elections going to change the minds of the constants. For example, the NPP constants who would vote NPP on any day will simply not fall for that message. And those in the middle who would fall for the development message, if it happens that they do not trust the candidate, the personality, all right, so the person must demonstrate competence. By God's grace, these 2 gentlemen are all, in my view, very, very fit for people. I won't mind Mustafa Agbande, who says the other is not fit. But, I mean, in their own portfolios, they are fit for the job. At least a lawyer, you can't say is not fit for the job of parliament. Neither would you say a degree holder and a businessman. And I make the point always that in Ghana, if you're able to establish a business and able to manage it over a certain number of years, then you are somebody to be trusted. You're a good man, because people you employ would deliberately take steps to bring your business down. And so managing a business and managing people, we are told he has employed some people in Aquitia, about 5,000 if it is true, or all those things. It's like he's also a manager in his own portfolio, and he has also he graduated with a degree and all those. At least he has the basic qualification to enter parliament and represent his people well. So if the 2 of them are on the grounds, grassroots people, then the tilt of development campaign will go for Lawyer B3. But if it happens that the Solomon guy is on the grounds like a more grassroots than Lawyer B3, then Lawyer Solomon may win, not because campaign development is not a good campaign for by-elections, but perhaps perhaps he got all his constant people, plus maybe his grassroots nature did the good for him. But like it or not, as for development in a by-election, at least my father is on the seat. I am more closer to him, and if you really want development, then it is through me that you can get that development faster. But then it comes to the personalities also. And I heard some sound bites from people in Aquitia, especially those who are going for Solomon, saying that he has been able to do some development in this constituency, and so we trust that he can do development. If those schools of thought comes in there, it means development is still key, except that the personalities is what is making the difference. So I still see it as an open contest. It favors the NDC candidate, only that incumbency doesn't always guarantee victory. And that's why I made that point. And there is data in history to suggest that it has not always been the case that the candidate whose government is in power always wins by elections. That's why I made that point.
And Mr. Bachman, I haven't heard from Professor Smart Sapon. Yeah. 45 here, 45 here. I'll come back for your thoughts very quickly. I want us to go to Martin Asiedu-Date, who has some latest for us. Martin, what do you have from where?
Yes, we do have Godwin Asedeba, who is in the Wenchi area of the constituency, so Wenchi polling or electoral area. So, Godwin, we know that where you are, there clearly are some visible signs of some construction or new developments happening there. Walk us through what exactly you are seeing and whether or not it is as a result of this by-election which is currently ongoing.
Martin, so it is currently happening here, as you are seeing. I am currently in Wenchi, and a lot has actually been happening as far as the road construction is concerned. Earlier, I was able to speak to the NDC's Mustafa Agbande, who raised concerns about the fact that they are not doing this to gain political points when I asked him the question. But in this particular area, the state of the roads here are deplorable, not really okay. And he made mention of the fact that because the election is happening today and they've realized that a lot of cars will be plying the road, they've decided to come in and ensure that they will construct the roads to ensure that the whole voting process will be done smoothly. Currently, I am standing in this excavator that is trying to smoothing the road just to ensure that a lot of people will be able to ply smoothly to the various centers. So if you can please lower it down so that I can descend and speak to some of the residents here. And it has been the same way for the past hour since we came here in Wenchi. And just ahead of me is a polling center where you can see a lot of individuals, especially constituents, who have come in here to cast their ballots. I'll be engaging these residents to get to hear from them how they feel about the exercise. Just on the other side as well, you can clearly see that there've been a heap of sand that has been, poured on the edge of the road, and you can clearly see that before it will be spread, there are some gaping holes that usually on an ordinary day won't allow for vehicles to have a smooth ply throughout the stretch. So, what's your name? You're live on TV3.
My name is Nelly Nestor.
We've just seen that this morning the contractors are here ensuring that they would construct the road to be very comfortable for commuters who would be coming here to vote as well. Has this been the situation since, or do you feel the NDC just came in to do this particular time to convince you people to vote for their parliamentary candidate?
My brother, good afternoon. What you are seeing here is called political scam. NDC government is trying to scam people of Akwatia constituency, and it's never going to happen. This thing is pure scam. If NDC wanted to construct this road is about 5 kilometers. They are doing less than 1 kilometer of it. Just look at from the beginning to the end, it's less than 1 kilometer.
Right.
Yes, if they really want to construct this road, they should do more than 3 kilometers. That means that they are serious. This is a political scam. It's a pure scam. So this thing is not going to influence any vote. By the close of the day, or by the close of today, you will see the result. By the close of the day, or by the close of today, you will see the result.
Okay.
Look at they are doing less than 1 kilometer of the road. Yes, it's less than 1 kilometer.
We have been across some of the major routes, and we've seen that there've been heaps of sand everywhere across the center of the town. So if we are describing just here, we've seen it for ourselves in other areas as well. So would you speak generally to the issue? But if you just say here, then I would say it is quite unfair, based on what we've also assessed.
My brother, I am not referring to this place alone. It's all over the Aquitia constituency.
Right.
It's all over. They are just doing some small. Look at this. They put 4 trips of sand here on this place. This place is 3 kilometer road. 4 trips of sand. What can 4 trips of sand do to this road? This one is 5 kilometer road. What can 4 strip of sand do to 5 kilometer road? So this is pure scam. If NDC want to construct this road, from tomorrow they will lose tonight. From tomorrow they should continue. We want to see asphalt on this road.
Right.
Yes, we the people of Akwatia, we want to see asphalt on this road.
Right.
To be sure said, they want to construct this road. For now, as I'm talking to you now, as this time, 148 is a pure scam to me. This thing is a pure scam to me. Yes, if they want to construct this road, they should carry on.
Right, so you've also been plying the route, and I'm sure you've been through some of the major routes as well. This individual is saying that the NDC is trying to convince the constituency here to vote for them, and that is why they've brought excavators here to ensure that the road is smoothing for easy access. What do you have to say about that as well?
Oh, okay, thank you very much. For TV3, right?
Right.
Okay, good. My name is Francis. What I can say is that, for what I know is that the NDC is capable of development.
Right.
It's not about the election. Because when chairman came around, he told us that we should bring at least 3 people.
Right.
So that they will go to Accra and then they will have a contract. As they came back, you can see the work is going on. So for me, I see that they are ready to work. The NDC is ready to work, not about the election coming on or something like that.
Have you voted yet?
Not really, but I'm now going to vote.
Okay.
And as you can see, this is my voter's card.
Right.
I'm voting at the Presley school there. So I'll be going anytime.
Who are you voting for?
Oh, for now, I can't tell you, but as you can see, everywhere is green. So for me, I'm going for green.
Right.
Yes.
Absolutely. We'll continue to speak with a lot more residents as well. This vehicle that is just passing by has mentioned that it's been a smooth process for them, and what they aim to achieve at the end of the day is to ensure that once they are applying the road, they'll be able to have access through it smoothly. So they see it as a developmental project as far as the construction is concerned. But a lot more residents are here to engage with me who are live with TV3. So your friend was saying.
But your friend may be smarting tea. Do you know anymore when you come here? Your friend Yaunti.
Yaunti, and we say construction be brave. Koso, Miamia, Kromo Hanomuse. And then I will walk off home.
Oh, maybe there 2 minutes there. I'm part of the cafe on say. Sa road na mo yeni na no and ada na mo dada ye. If you say do ya ti kromi hanu no senkenya ade a si wa selection ya betu a anka mo me sa de we ana e bi kwampo no. O from baby am starting any baby am dis no. Ehun hia nti de omo ye na ehun hia na da nti omo make sure na mo ntia say yo enya de omo ye nti ana mema ye ya ba bedu omo achi.
Right.
Abetu abaye den ama om ye di enum ni yenim ana kro na ha na ye free. Right,
so he's basically saying that they've already made up their mind when it comes to exactly what they want to do or who they would want to cast their vote for. And he is going to have a stance and wouldn't really be persuaded by all of the construction that is happening already, because this just happened after they realized that the voting exercise was going to happen here. Intino, may I sure say, what's the one monitor say, Bibia Eba Bekoson na Fido Mo road no. I want to say, what promo had che, mu roads no generally in the Senate here, and I more complaining on why Abra Jumebia or Manya Fahoda.
Oh, the Siano, ya quine there, ye, I can't. Amonye So I just say, and I if you what they make me black and what they make black to say. It is Siano, yeah, and put 20 a pro corner, so you're quite out to Siano, your person and do and find someone I must say, I'm a buy also.
Okay.
What I say,
okay.
By an owner, Yahu Beble, Atibeble, Yamba Amokan, Yahu Beble, Atibeble. By Siano, I say, less you know, ever cosono, and I'm here. Amuba yes, I do buy. Yeah, my Abamu Musa, Yamubayano, and I fast on about 2 about it. I'm home. And to the Omo Yanadia, you room. I'm on yo, maybe I had one. Ya doing one.
Right. So an NDC observer is also here, Stephen Atuguba, who was actually moving away with his convoy from the polling center here. And I'll also be engaging him as well. A lot of the constituents here are saying that the construction is ongoing for the NDC to gain some political points as far as the by-election is concerned. How do you react to this as a member of the National Democratic Congress? And do you agree with what they are saying?
I'm a member of the National Liberation Congress.
Okay.
Leader and founder.
Oh.
But the NDC is my mother party.
Great.
Without NDC, I wouldn't be where I am today. But in moving forward, we are blessed to have a president, John Dramani Mahama, who is a doer. His Excellency John Dramani Mahama would have done whatever he's doing now, irrespective of whether it's an orphanage constituency or not. But it is wise, very wise and very prudent. And I think if the people of Aquitia, from Takoradi all the way to Wenchi, that have been assigned officially as one of the observers, I think it is good for them to make sure Bediako goes to Parliament, because there's a saying in Akan that Akokwa obe onino enori abebesre. And I think I've been here for a while. I've gone to door, I've gone to a lot of houses. Most of the MPP people that I entered their homes and they say, Mr. Tubiga, Mumubi Abani de things Ampa Yepempuntu Juma or Yekuroma Hase. Ye did say ye the MPP candidate, ye candidate ne MPP no corner. And so my emphasis will be because Oko, Wanko, and this a majority to a parliament.
You seem not to be concerned about the state of the roads and the question that I posed to you.
The roads, that's why I'm saying that. I'm trying to throw it out there for the people who think that JDM wouldn't have done whatever they say now. JDM would have done it. But he bringing it earlier right now shows that when the people, the community of Aquitia allows the PC, Bediako, to have a NDC parliamentary candidate or NDC MP, and also having a NDC, what's his name, MCE,
right,
together, they will see massive development. Aquitia will move forward. I am happy what I've seen. There's a lot of projects going on, and I'm appealing to the people of Aquitia. They should not disappoint the PC. They should not disappoint the president. Look, we have 16 regions. We have 276 constituencies. The unprecedented projects, roads that is being constructed here that I've seen.
Right.
I mean, let us all, both opposition political parties, let us applaud and thank His Excellency John Dramani Mahama with Bediako.
Right.
Bediako is the only person, as the Chief of Staff, has been able to promise that when you bring me Bediako, I being the Chief of Staff, I will make sure that the best Chief of Staff this country has ever had is Julius Debra.
Right.
The best Chief of Staff that we think when the people of Aquitia delivers the mandate of making sure it's a duty call for the ensemble of Aquitia. It's a duty call for all opposition political parties.
Right. I presume you've been moving around with your convoy for a very long time, and you've also monitored the state of the road network here. What has been your general assessment so far?
We have, the contractor is doing very well, and everywhere from Aquitia itself, coming down to Takoradi, all the way down to Wenchi, that I have driven, the roads, there's an unprecedented road network going on. And I don't think the NDC will be like other political parties that will stop immediately after the election. So whether they will continue, the roads will continue immediately after ND will continue immediately after declaring Bediako the winner this evening. everybody should go and vote.
Right.
And I'm pleading with the NDC people. I am pleading with the citizens of Akwa. I've gone to houses and I've supported the old age.
Right.
I mean, from 70, 80 years.
Absolutely.
I've supported them to the voting centers, and I'm pleading it's not too late. Let's do house to house. Let us do house to house.
All right.
And bring the people. But I am proud as the roads are real, the roads are physical. I am seeing the development. I have driven on.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Right, clearly it looks as though Mr. Atubiga, I should say, is in full campaign mode, especially with a few hours to polls closing. Anyway, so that's what we are seeing in parts of the Aquitia constituency, some new construction. Now, the caveat we are putting across is as to whether these construction work started before the by-election was announced or it was as a result of the by-election. Well, the final verdict lies with the constituents in that area. However, one major talking point has been that of turnout. In the next few minutes, we'll be talking or taking you through how turnouts over the years of election as compared to the national average have been quite different. It looks like people of Aquitia like to turn out to vote. But as the show continues, we've been joined in studio by Johnny Hughes of Johnny's Bite. Yes, if you do know him. He's joined us in studio. Hello, Johnny.
I'm good to see Dr. Stephen Atubiga. Yes. Then I was looking at him and watching with Al, thinking, is that the same Stephen Atubiga who literally denigrated the NDC, you know, took them to the gutters and is now back, and every least opportunity keeps talking about the fact that the NDC is the mother party, etc. I really want to know what the end game is for him, you know, on his own resources and, you know, crisscrossing the Akwatia
like the fact that he says that
constituency.
I've gone house to house to campaign.
Exactly. 119 polling stations. It's quite interesting. Well, time changes. It's only a fool who doesn't change his mind, perhaps.
Certainly.
And change is only the only constant in life. But we're going to talk about the figures and some of the key highlights from the Aquitia constituency. We do know that the Aquitia constituency itself has lent itself as a swing constituency. 5 times they voted for the NPP, 4 times they voted for the NDC. This could perhaps be the leveler and the bragging right. One, for the NPP to say that, well, we still have a hold on Aquitia, and for the NDC to say that going to the 2028 elections, we possibly will be able to clinch it for ourselves. Our men are on the ground. We'll bring you all the fine details as we have already done. The no-holds-barred analysis by our top-notch panelists will also be there. But Martin, let's take a look at the Aquitia figures, though. The national turnout, indeed. I'm sure we can begin safely from the year 2000, because if you go to 1992, the NPP didn't participate. In 1996, there was a competitive election.
Absolutely.
The NDC won. Then in 2000 comes in President Kufuor, and that was when, again, the NPP came in strongly and won. What more do we know, Martin?
Yes, so what we're looking at now is the fact that when you look, so this is generally the voter turnout, and it's been one of the concerns that have been raised since morning, and with about 2 hours for polls to end. Are people still going and now rush to the various polling stations to try and vote? And we are comparing it to the national average, and you can tell clearly that for the national average, so these two lines, the red and the black, the red is for the turnout for the constituents of Aquitia, and then the black is for the national turnout. So what we are looking at now is that from 2000 up until even today, or the last major election we had was in 2024, constituents of Aquitia have turned out averagely more than the national average.
Right.
So it just gives an impression that they seem to like to want to vote, or they like to participate in the democratic process. So in 2000, where we are starting from, we have 63% as the 63.4% turnout rate as against 62 for the national average. Again, fast forward to 2024, they even came out more. So 90.9%, that's almost 91%.
That's right. This was in the second term of President Kufuor.
President Kufuor, yes. And then 85% was the national average turnout. And they managed to maintain that in 2008. Again, that is when an NDC party came. So there was a change in government. So it moved from 90.9% 90.9% or 91% to 88%. So there was a slight dip from what the turnout was in 2024 if you compare it to 2008. I should look at the numbers very because 2004 and 2024 seem to be mixed up. If you look clearly, the national turnout in 2008 was a major dip because there was a major drop from 85.3% to 69. Let's say even 70%. So that tells you that the national average turnout in Aquitia was low, but the constituents themselves came out to vote. Again, if you come to 2012, when the NDC was still in power, that was the time of Professor John Evans.
No, this was John Dramani Mahama's own election.
Yes. Then the constituents turned out in 86.1% as against the national average of 80% or 79.9%. The national and the constituency average both dipped in 2016, but that was the year Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, became president. And if you look at the turnout, still Aquitia was high, but both national and constituency averages were lower. So 73.9% for constituents of Aquitia, and the national average was 69%. It went up in 2020. 83% for the constituents, and then 79 for Aquitia for the national average. And there was quite a gap that opened in 2024, the just ended election, and constituents of Aquitia came out 70% as against 59.6%. But we should bring in the fact that in 2009, there was a by-election in Aquitia, which was very violent, for which reason the security thought that they needed to ensure that history does not repeat itself, where on the back of that, they've sent over 5,000 police officers for a by-election, very unprecedented.
That's really, if you ask me, the 5,000 men on the ground is really an overkill because it's, for me, it's a matter of systems. And it's a matter of knowing that this is a flashpoint, because we declare places a flashpoint and we leave them until the next election. But if it's a flashpoint, what else are you doing to ensure that it doesn't remain a flashpoint so that you don't have to marshal 5,000 people to Akwatia? I mean, look at the UN ratio of one policeman to how many citizens are there in Aquitia, for example. And if we take 5,000 policemen to Aquitia at this point, what does it mean for the national security itself in terms of internal security? It's a big conversation of myself. We must not all lose sight of the fact that we are all not in Aquitia or at Aquitia at this material point in time, and that things could be happening in many other places. Is the police up to the task, especially now that we know that we've been told not to bring the military and, people wearing balaclavas into the conversation? But if you look at the figures, you notice that 2000, 2008, 2012, 2016, and if you like, 2024 are different standpoints within the Aquitia turnout points that have reflected the change of a government. This was in 2000 when President Kufuor was coming in, 2008 Professor Mills, 2012 John Mahama, 2016 Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, 2024 John Dramani Mahama. And Aquitia has always tilted towards the government that's coming in, except for the 2024 elections that went the way of the NPP, which was contested in courts, in the Koforidua High Court, etc. But then again, the dynamics in Aquitia also will tell you that beyond the mining, there are many other things that the people of Aquitia are demanding, which the political class may have to be paying attention to them. The fact that it's a strictly swing constituency in itself is a story to tell. That's one. Point number two, if you listen to the campaigns and the people's reaction to the various campaigns, some of the ladies were blatantly saying that, look, we have been raised with money, and so we love money. And so if you come here and you don't talk the money talk, we ain't going to vote for you. That's one conversation. How do we depart from it, especially if we're looking at a national conversation that says that we must not monetize or commoditize our politics and our, it tells in all of the, what do you call it, the turnout to go and vote. Even though you talk about 2008, then 2009, where it was violent, You see the dip right there. It tells you a particular story. This was the Kufuor era, the second term. Look at the big shoot for Akwatia itself. And then you come, they didn't see that kind of shoot. The only time they saw that kind of shoot again was in 2020, which was almost close to that. But in 2012, even with all the messy votes and all the sympathy and empathy that John Mahama had enjoyed at the time because of the demise of Professor Mills, he had waged a 3-man campaign, etc. It didn't shoot up to that point.
Yeah.
So politicians, if they really are concerned about, holding on to Akwatia, they must be bringing their A game forward, I tell you.
Certainly. So the other key things we are looking at would have to do with, the general by-elections we've held in the country since 1992. And the current by-election ongoing in Aquitia is the 34th by-election since the fourth.
That's correct.
The current dispensation that we are in. And out of the 34, or the 33, it has swung either way, but one party has dominated. So since 1992, we have had 33 by-elections. Today is the 34th one. The retention rate, which means the percentage rate of a party retaining the seat in a by-election is 82%. And we will look at which party has actually been able to retain whether or not there's a by-election. And then the flip rate is about 18%, where the opposition...
Party A had the seat, a by-election is occasioned, then Party B wins
during a
the
by-election.
seat.
Certainly. So that's the flip rate. So it's just about 18%. So what this tells us is that the possibility of a party retaining the seat in a by-election is high, or has been high over the last few years.
That is, if certain conditions pertain.
Remain constant.
That's right.
Yes, but it also doesn't mean that it is a constant. It means that there is certainly some level of change, but relatively very low, 18% as against 82% possibility of a retention rate.
That's
the NPP will hope that this statistic would work in their favor, while the NDC, as we speak, is hoping they flip it because they are currently in government but do not have the seat.
But you see, Martin, this conversation about this 82 and the MPP's hope to clinch on or to hold on to the Aquitia seat is quite shaky, because you've come to realize over time since 1992 that there hasn't been a by-election largely where you have a party in power losing to a party in opposition. The way we play our politics around here, we're always looking at how to align with the party in power to be able to get the piece of the national cake.
Yes.
Unfortunate as it may sound, it is the reality. So you find that in certain different places, you find the MCE or the DCE belonging to another party, and then the MP belonging to another party, and the MP's party may be in opposition. You'll find how the constituency suffers for a very, very long time. The people of Akwatia voted in sure hope that, well, the MPP was going to win the 2024 elections. Now, with the benefit of history and the knowledge that they have now that the MPP did not win, and now the numbers in Parliament are overwhelming in favor of the NDC or the majority in Parliament, even if they decide to vote for the NPP, they would have to do that based on the fact that they're well convinced in their minds that, well, the government will not play the same old politics that others have played in the past. But there are others also on the ground who have been talking to us who tell us that, look, why would I want to do pitch and toss with a party in opposition when I can quickly go and vote for a party that is in power and start getting it? Which is why you started questioning the road projects that are happening there, whether or not it started before the by-elections were announced, or whether it started at the announcement of the by-election, or whether it started when the campaigns, kicked up into high gear. We saw the same thing in Asin North, didn't we? We saw the same thing in many other places, Judicial and many other places. Politicians tend to take the citizenry and the electorate for granted. And the electorate must now let the politicians know that we know our left from our right, and that we will not fall for some of these your matra makwe tactics anymore. So these are the schools of thought on the ground.
And again, I mean, the constituents will definitely be thinking about what you've just indicated. And and Dr. Tubiga, a few minutes ago when we were talking to him, put out a local Akan proverb that akukwa obe oninu. So in this case, indirectly telling the people that if you want the developments to continue, he says the road is physical, the road is real. if you want your people to enjoy these kinds of benefits, you certainly would want to align with the government, which is the government of the NDC.
Again, then somebody will question Dr. Tubiga's locus in making that statement and how that is grounded. How close is he to power and what influence does he wield within the NDC? You know, it takes a deep voice and a voice of influence and connection to be able to say, I am promising you this and it's going to happen. It's going to materialize. As it stands now, his membership within the NDC and his affiliation to the NDC is quite shaky. If you monitor the conversations on social media, on Facebook, people are throwing shades and jabs at him as to whether or not his NLC.
How come
exactly.
He's now
You get the point. So if he's making a promise to you, again, maybe we should add that to his list of proverbs that he has.
Certainly. So you're still watching your Election Command Center, and clearly we are bringing you developments from the Aquitia constituency, where the constituents are hoping that by close of day they will have nominated or picked someone who will represent them in Parliament. Our guests are still with us here in studio, so I'm handing over back to Beatrice to continue that conversation while we monitor what's happening on the ground and bring you all of that right here on your Election Command Center.
Indeed, Martin, thank you so much, you and Johnny Hughes. Quite an in-depth analysis of what we've seen as regards Akwatia and even the national situation when it comes to voting. And we'll be going into that bit about what it looks like, a constituency that has seen or that has been more interested in voting, even above the national, average, and yet this is the kind of development they have in that town. But I want to start from this road construction, as it were, currently ongoing there. And there's actually a question from someone asking whether this is part of the big push thing that, the president has been highlighting, or just like we heard one of the people we spoke to say, is a scam. Why are you doing it now?
I was supposed to speak.
Yes, please go ahead.
Yeah, Prof was talking about the issue. Yeah, Prof was talking about incumbency and whether incumbency was going to play any role in today's elections. But you see, incumbency would normally play a role when the margins are tight. If the margins are tight, then it becomes easy to flip. In the case of Aquitia, if you could see, in the last election, the margin was a bit tighter. And so certainly incumbency would play a role, especially when people have seen physical development. This argument of this is a scam, of course, if somebody had done it previously, this government wouldn't have to come and put sand on the road. So there are people who appreciate that effort, that at least we are seeing development, we are seeing some road construction for the first time, maybe in the last 8 years.
Like Hatubiga, he told us straight ahead.
So incumbency will certainly play a role in today's election. And also, another factor which probably we are not talking, we've not spoken about it today, is even the mode of selection of the political parties themselves, how MPP selected its candidate, whether it's going to have any effect on the elections, whether people were satisfied with the fact that they didn't allow democracy to prevail, but they instead of allowing people to contest, they selected one person to contest. A dead person, someone dies, and they select Owo to replace the person, and that's quite interesting. NDC decided to open up and allow democracy to prevail, to elect someone to lead the party. The person also happens to be the lawyer.
Quite an interesting circumstance.
Yes, so we are going to see how these two situations are going to play out, and whether they are going to have any kind of effect on the elections. But certainly, there are people who would always want to align. Of course, the kind of system we have is that normally MPs in a ruling party normally tend to have advantage over the MPs in opposition in terms of getting development projects to your constituency. So certainly there are people who would consider that and no wonder vote. No wonder in the survey by
is it Musa Dankwa?
Musa Dankwa said about 46 or 48% of the people were concerned about development. They want to see development because the irony is that if you go to most of our mining areas, the major problems there are their roads. That is a paradox that we need to try to decode. Because why is it that where we get our money, mostly from gold, their roads are very poor?
I mean, to an extent that even since CD, the consolidated diamonds, that company collapsed, as at 2024, I understand that the country got about $8 or $6 billion from just illegal mining of diamonds in Akwatia alone. Imagine if that company was still in place.
So the point is that certainly there are going to be varied reasons why people would vote today. And I'm saying that certainly incumbency will play a role, given the fact that the area over the years has been abandoned. Politicians have ignored them. If you look at the pictures we've seen in respect of their roads, they've been ignored. So they want to take advantage of the situation. And don't forget, this election will also be a precursor for the 2028 elections. So whoever wins today would want to maintain the seats. And so the question is, how is it going to be? If NDC guy wins, will the NDC then focus on the constituency to send more projects so that the guy will win in 2028? Or if people vote for you because of the promise or because of what you've started doing, if you stop, the effect is that it's going to affect you in 2028. So it's going to, the dynamics are a bit, it's not clear as to, but if I would say that given what is happening, it's likely the NDC guy will win this.
It's likely the NDC guy would. And Professor Smasapon, I realize you're reacting a lot. Even when I mentioned the scam and Atubige's response and what Mr. Beckham just, told us. Bachman.
Yes. So as for the likelihood of Lawyer B3 winning, it is a likelihood, and because of the nature of the constituency, if you hear the analysis, it's been in, out, blue, green, like that. So at least what we are so sure of is that the third guy, Owusu Asante guy, there are three, so we will talk about the two because that one we are very sure he won't come anywhere close. But what we are very sure of,
you are very sure.
Respectfully, I mean, with all due respect to
where is he going to eat? In which bowl is he going to eat from?
He doesn't have a bowl.
No, what will you be able to eat from? NDC's bowl or MPP's bowl? It will certainly have effect.
But there are independent candidates in Parliament, so.
But you see, even in his case, he has done well. You see, let's applaud the LPG, at least for putting up a candidate. They usually don't do well, but they try as much as possible to participate in almost every elections that we do conduct. It is better than the other political parties who shows off only 3 months to general elections.
Show some action.
Yeah, just 3 months. When you hear IPAC meeting, go check the list of political parties who would register to attend the meeting. And now we meet at Aquitia, and we have only 3. Do you get it? So please, political parties do not just exist by name, all right? Take interest. It's not about winning or losing. Be part of the democracy we are building. You have registered to be a political party, and these are occasions where political parties are called to duty.
And I think that's a point Mr. Bachman made earlier, that they should be mindful that they are part of the country's development and not just there to win elections.
No. They need to be told that. And, I mean, some of them have fine names, fine history, but you find them only 3 months to 2028. If you like, market somewhere. The 3 months to 2028, then they will nominate one person, go and be flag bearer, this one, this, that. We are gone. Please, it won't help us. But, I mean, back to the subject matter, what I'm saying is that as for the two of them, the likelihood of one of them winning today is a certainty. But then, my point was that, and like the analysis was showing, in our history, once we have occasions where 4 occasions, political parties in government did not have their candidates win a by-election, 2 going for MPP, 2 going for NDC. It means that we wouldn't make it automatic that once you're going, even though it favors you, like I said, the most winnable campaign in a by-election is the developmental campaign, and who was the key to development. But in 4 instances here in Ghana, it has turned out to be different. We don't know how Aquitia is going to turn out, but it is not like a straight jacket. It's going to be hard work. And you saw the way the NDC and its senior members invaded. If it was a straight jacket, perhaps the level of energy and engagement you saw wouldn't be there. So let's see how it turns out. But then the consensus matter my brother spoke about. I think consensus is also part of democracy, just that it is used sparingly. It is not the usual means of selecting leaders in democracy, but there's been many occasions where under democracy, consensus has been used. And so it is just, I don't know what their meeting how their meeting went about. I was also expecting a primaries until I heard that a meeting has gone on regional level, constituency level.
And there was selection.
There was selection. It is part of democracy to build consensus where necessary. In fact, we encourage members of parliament to build consensus and not to be walking out anytime the opportunity comes. It is democracy. It is part of democracy.
Is that a subtle jab at one of the
no. But no, see, in our history, we've had, even with the 137, 137, then this is sometimes worked out of parliament.
Yeah.
So I'm just speaking generally that sometimes let's build consensus. And then I would want to see their individual contributions, because these 2 guys are real constituency people. And so occasions like this, be able to say that these are my offsprings, my people. When I come to Aquitia, at least I have these people who I've helped one way or the other, pro bonos, establishing firms and recruiting them and all those things. And they have all trooped behind me to help me in my campaign and all this. I usually don't like the idea where people will have to come from Accra and elsewhere to invade a local constituency in constituency campaigns and those things. But, I mean, you can't also say people should stay in Accra while the epicenter is at Aquitia. But as much as possible, let's have the local people lead the campaign and get involved in all those things. But it's all good. My point is that democracy, and then the Uwo, Beatrice, the last one, the Uwo, I thought it was perhaps a name, a response to a name. You know, in Akan, some names have their response. Yes. So, for example, I don't know whether it is true. I stand to be corrected.
Upon Chicheku.
Upon Chicheku. Yes. When I was told that President Kufuor was Diewu, I don't know whether it is a matter of fact.
But Diewu is a name. Diewu is different from Owo.
Yes. But yes. Owo is in it thereabout. But once it's a nickname.
Your guy name is Owo. That's dangerous.
Especially when Owo is selected to replace somebody who was
taken by Owo.
That's interesting.
Yes.
But once it's a nickname, I think we will not.
Yeah.
Please forgive us.
And I'll be coming to Johnny Hughes very shortly. But there's a message from Reverend Emmanuel K. Kwao, and he says, I would like to commend you, Professor Inokenchi, founder of the Enoch Servant Leadership Foundation and Dean of Business and Communication at Academy City, for insightful contributions on the ongoing TV3 program Election Command Center on September 2, 2025. Your articulate discussion on the Akwatia by-election showcasing your commitment as a trusted peace advocate, alongside Dr. Ebo Bachman, who's...
I don't want
you don't want any problem from GTEC? Yeah. Okay, so, Rev, Mr. Ebo Bachman says he's not a doctor yet. He doesn't want any trouble from GTEC. No. So, alongside Mr. Ebo Bachman, whose contributions on election monetization are equally noteworthy, Professor Entry, you exemplified the values of servanthood and leadership that can guide Ghana towards a more dignified and peaceful future. Together, your involvement in the Peace Council could significantly contribute to restoring integrity in our democratic process. God richly bless you all. So that's a message coming in from Reverend Emmanuel K. Kwao. Johnny, here's what you have for us from the other side.
Thank you, Beatrice. There, very interesting conversations there. We know that Stanley Niblo is at the Buedua Lorry Station, one of the polling stations, 119 polling stations. He joins us on the phone line now. Stan, good afternoon. Thank you very much for your time. we lost Stanley, but we know that there are 119 polling stations in Akwatia at this particular point there. These are live visuals, as you can see on your screens. Very buff gentlemen right there. They are not clad in any party colors. We do not know if they are vigilantes or they are ushers or bouncers. We don't know how to describe them, but we can clearly see that they have a lot of flesh on their bones. And Stanley is at the Boedua Lorry Station in Akwatia. Stanley, good afternoon. Thank you for your time.
Good afternoon.
Hello, Stanley. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Well, I know that you must be crisscrossing the constituency, but what did you find at the Boedua Lorry Station, polling station?
So I must first of all say that this place has been very calm, but quite calm. About 2 hours ago, a number of hefty men or bodily built men trooped into this polling center. A lot of things are very important to of the center. And so the hefty men trooped into the center, and everybody was thinking that, okay, these people are just coming from them to protest.
Stanley, you would have to speak up for me. I can hardly hear a word. You have to reposition yourself. You're fighting against the wind. Yes, it's better now.
Great. So I was just reporting that the entire process has been very calm since morning. Right. But about 2 hours ago, a number of bodily built men or hefty men walked into the station. Came into the station. This lorry station is actually hosting 2 of the polling centers. And so when they came in, everybody was thinking that these people are just coming to observe the process to a point and then retreat or go back. But when they came, they have been here and they've been intermittently moving around the polling center. As I speak, they've gone to converge at one of the entry points into the auditorium or the premises of the polling center. I spoke to the people, I spoke to some of the police officers, and they said they are just observing them, they are observing their movement. And that when they came, they did not ask them anything, they did not question them, they did not even call them and ask them anything. But what the police officer told me was that they are just observing their movement, and that whatever transpired in Ablekuma North, they are going to ensure that they are not going to leave anything to chance. So they can look around, nobody's going to ask them anything. But once they try to foment trouble, that's one they are not going to allow them. And so I must say that the process, like I said, I indicated earlier, has been very calm and peaceful. The electorates have been going through the process to exercise their civic franchise. As I speak, one of the polling stations has about 624 registered voters, and as I speak, about half of them have gone through the process successfully. Right. The police deployments have been very massive over here, and then there is other teams, other backup teams also patrolling the community. So every 1 minute you will hear a siren of a police siren going around the community, just trying to fall any chaos or prevent crime. And so I must say that everything is moving on smoothly, but these people are still lurking around, and we hope that by the time polls will end, they are not going to foment any trouble.
Do we know if they are within the perimeter where the electorates are supposed to exercise their franchise, Stanley?
So they've been coming in, and so just a couple of minutes ago, one of the regional commanders who has been detailed to oversee activities of this polling station moved in with some men, and he has given them tape to cordon off the entire electoral area. Right. So if you are not a voter, you'll not be granted access to that perimeter. But then there is a bigger space. It's a low station, so people have been trooping in, and vehicles too have been trooping in. They are working, they are running their usual routine or daily routine, and so people come in to board vehicles to their various destinations. But I speak, there is a very huge place that people can just wander or roam about. The police are numbered, they are highly beefed up, and they are observing things for themselves.
The Maria, the Black Maria vehicle, the prison on wheels, Have you seen it around the area?
Yes, of course. So the Black Maria, it's not just one, but a number of that vehicle. And then also there are police deployment. You know, the IGP and the police management board, which is from earlier, they just indicated that they are deploying 5,000 men. And so some, as part of the deployment, some of the 5,000 are going to serve as backup teams. And so a number of them too are also patrolling like an indicator. Some are in pickups, they are wielding arms. Others are also on motorbike. And then those who are also using the Black Maria. So these three categories of protection or individuals are also in operation. Every 1 minute or later every 5 minutes, you're going to hear a siren of a police vehicle moving around the community, signaling that, yes, the police is in charge of this election.
Thank you very much, Stanley. We're grateful for your time, and keep safe there. Well, from Stanley, we go to Christian Yali, who is at Takorasi, and that's also one of the polling stations or polling areas in the Akwatia constituency, one of the 119. Chris, thank you very much for your time. Good afternoon. And Chris will join us shortly with the update from there. This is your Election Command Center. We mentioned to you earlier that we'll bring you top-notch coverage. And so far, we're delivering the goodies to you minute by minute, second by second, so you get to be updated on what's really happening at Akwatia, because you can't be there. We will be there. We are there. We'll bring you all the fine details on your Election Command Center. This by-election has been occasioned because the Member of Parliament, Ernest Yakumi, died intestate, and he has to be replaced so that Parliament can be complete. Yes, Chris.
I personally want to start having what you call much more direct engagement with our friends on the other side, MPP, so that we can build this, shall I call it, because at the end of the day, the will of the people is what matters. It's not the shenanigan or the manipulation that makes the difference. Once we can all agree that allow the will of the people to be done, then we should be able to have results at all moment.
And a lot of utterances have been made heretofore. I spoke with your candidate a while ago who made that strong commitment that, see, come what may, he is confident of winning. However, should it tilt the other way around, he would accept it. As a lawyer as he is, he loses cases in the court and all of that. What would be the position of the party? I know that you want to win this seat as well, but what would you do if it does not go in your favor?
I mean, there's nothing we can do. I mean, we, like every competition, you do the best you can. I mean, hoping that you can win, but if at the end of the day the people say no, we want the candidate of the MPP, why not? We need to accept that and then go back to our drawing board and re-strategize for another day. And I think that's how it should be. I mean, and I like what the lawyer said. That's a temperament. The problem is, you see, many of us pretend to be democratic, but even in our personal engagement, there's no democracy. Because whenever a situation where we have to take a loss, we don't want it. Yet when there is a victory, we are happy. I mean, you can't live life wanting to always have victory and never having a loss. Even our everyday engagement shows that there are moments where you win, there are moments where you lose. So that's how the education must go. Sometimes I appreciate it's not always the leaders who cause the problem. Sometimes the followers who themselves are over anxious. Some of them simply maybe they tease each other, and I don't want to lose that, they will tease me, so that creates difficulty. So I'm hoping we get there.
But General, maybe let me just put this to you. There are some who have said that maybe NDC is doing too much. You have too many seats in Parliament. Why didn't you just choose to back off from this one and let NPP take it, just to honor their late MP?
I mean, we appreciate that, and I think that's a conversation that we can have going forward, to be able to have a certain convention that when maybe an MP passes away, there should be a convention to be able to simply allow it. I mean, it's a conversation.
There are some who even make the point that in this case we can just allow the party involved to just select someone to replace the MP without going through a by-election process.
But you must appreciate the Aquitia constituency issue is a bit different. This is a constituency that,
how different is it?
As of December 7, after the polls were conducted, we had a very, shall I call it, a serious dispute that actually had dragged in courts. So you can appreciate that the people of the constituency wants a closure. These are people who turned out on December
believing that they had chosen NDC to be in parliament. At the end of the day, MPP was declared. The candidate, then MP who was the candidate, had taken the issue to court. The people deserve to have a closure. They also deserve an opportunity to be able to say, listen, well, at the end of the day, this is what the situation is. And I think this particular one is one that we need to be able to set the record straight for the country to know who truly won in Aquitia. Because we believe in Aquitia in December, we won. MPP, of course, was declared, but we believe that given the nature of what happened in December, today we'll be able to establish that properly. So it's good for the country to establish that properly.
And those who say that maybe all of these legal gymnastics and co put so much pressure on the late MP.
I heard Baumi actually say that. He did? You know, sometimes I listen to him and I cannot believe it. That's a vice president. And and this is a level of intelligence. I mean, to believe this. So when Baumia, together with Nana Akufo-Addo, went to court after they lost in 2012, why did John Mahama not die as a result of the protracted court case? What about the many NDC people who have been taken to court? You know, so to be honest, sometimes I think Baumia should simply decide to shut up instead of wanting to speak all the time. Because sometimes when you speak and you portray that level of sometimes I want to be nice.
It is.
I want to be nice because I was going to use a word that, because sometimes these things ask you to use words that are much more appropriate. But I can just tell you that the infantile logic is shameful. It's shameful for somebody who was a vice president and somebody who is aspiring to become a leader of this country. But maybe it's good for him to speak more like that so the people of Ghana will get to know the level of his capacity. Because for me, it betrays how very low his level is.
But very soon, we have post-close. What is that commitment to peace that you make here right now and the message to everyone who watches you right now?
I think we've said it, that we are happy about the process so far. We encourage our supporters to continue, cooperating with the security agencies. We are happy on the other side as well. The MPP supporters also have conducted the same so far. I think that's the way it ought to go. That's the way it ought to go. No matter what the contest says, let's allow the will of the people to always prevail at the end of the day.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. So we've been engaging the General Secretary of the ruling National Democratic Congress, Fifi Fiavikwete. Let the will of the people prevail. Whatever the outcome is, you allow that to prevail. You allow that to be the final say of the people. And he believes that in so many ways, among many other things, whatever happens to be the outcome of this would determine or would confirm who indeed won the election in the last session when it was held in December 2024, whether it was the NPP that won it or it is the NDC that won it. He has answered to a number of the concerns that have come up so far. This happens to be the debate grounds here in Takrowase. I want to see if I can engage the presiding officer shortly just to have an idea. Okay, he's gone on break, but I just want to have an understanding of the figures. What is the turnout looking out so far?
The total, 581, and then the total distance that we have now is 354. So we are expecting at the end of the pool, we are expecting not less than 400 voters to come and then exercise their voting rights.
But mostly in all elections, even during the main elections, how is the turnout looking like?
Oh, it has always been the same. Yeah, it has always been the same. They have been coming out in their numbers to vote mostly. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So far, an impressive turnout, you should say. But when you look around you, indeed and really, you see all across personnel from the Ghana Police Service officers who have all pitched camp here, mostly relaxed as it should be because the process has been very calm here so far. We've had few reports of vote buying across other centers of the constituency where the by-election is happening, but when you speak to officials, they tell you that, see, we've not witnessed or seen that. Earlier, we saw the Inspector General of Police, Christian Teta Yohuno himself, together with some of the top officials of the Police Management Board, touring a number of these polling stations to ascertain for themselves how the process has been. But across the divide, really, when you ask everyone, they're all preaching the same message: peace, peace, let the will of the people prevail. Back to you in studios.
Thank you very much, Christian Yali there. Christian Yali earlier in that conversation with Fifi Fiavikwete, who's General Secretary or Chief Scribe of the NDC. Must say his blunt knife really cut very, very deep there. But this is your election command center. And we'll hand you over now to Beatrice, who has guests seated. We've been joined also by Mr. Kuto, who is joining the panel now. Beatrice?
Indeed, Johnny, you're right. There are quite strong words from the General Secretary of the NDC, especially regarding the former Vice President, who is also hoping to be the flag bearer of the opposition NPP going into the 2028 general election, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Let me acknowledge the presence of Wanda Victor Kuto, who is lawyer, also a member of the board of the VRA, the Water Authority, as well as a national executive member of the governing NDC. Sir, thank you for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Since you just joined us, let me first get your thoughts on what you've seen so far from morning till now. The by-election started around 7 a.m. and there have been a number of conversations around it. Your own observations.
Yeah, thank you very much. Good afternoon to senior members here and to our viewers. So far, so good. I mean, this is an improvement on the by-elections that we've had. We're all in this country. The Ayawaso West Wagon, terrible. But I mean, so far, so good. Even Ablekuma, there were some challenges. Yeah. But the difference was that in relation to the Ablekuma, there were some steps the institutions were seen to be working. You understand? Under the MPP, apart from the Ayawaso West Wagon, I think we had the Asin North by-election. That election also appeared to be very peaceful. But what happened was the monetization. I mean, it was clear that even after the election, there was some song around Chaso Poku Sekano Yedi. You see, but today you will not see that influence of money and what have you. So this is victory for democracy.
Oh, we had one of our reporters saying that the people were waiting for their palms to be graced before going ahead to vote.
So largely there was victory for democracy. And today if the NDC wins, is a victory for the people of Aquitia, because they will have the opportunity to be part of the government. You know, unlike the general election where you don't know who will be from government. Today we know that the NDC is clearly in government, and we need the people of Aquitia to join us so that they can also get a fair share of development. And I can assure you that by 7 p.m. today, victory will be declared ours. We know what we have done. They've seen the difference. I mean, they've seen the city is stabilized. They've seen that inflation is down, depreciation is also down.
You know the city is rising again?
Oh, I mean, if you look at where we took it from about 17 to, 17 to a city 16. No, even if it was 15, we've done remarkable work, yes, within 8 months. I mean, this is what we promised, keeping faith with the people. There's no fee-stress policy. I'm sure the people of Aquitia have benefited in some way. You understand? The Youth Employment Agency has learned some model, the community, fire, police. So the system is working. Assemblymen, about 25 million Ghana cedis has been disbursed across the country, including Aquitia. You understand? So I'm saying that they need to reward this government. They need the people of Aquitia will today tell the people of Ghana that they believe that any government that is performing must be rewarded. And there's this saying that the reward for hard work, for good work, is more work.
You don't think it's too early for you to conclude that the people of Akwatia must reward the governing NDC?
No, but when you say too early, I don't know what you mean, but 8 months of governance is what we can judge the NDC by. We can't judge the NDC by the future. At least you can judge us by this 8 months. We've done something. Judge us. That is our scorecard. And I have no doubt by 7 p.m. today, the people of Aquitia will join the NDC. And we've always said, when the matter was in court, we've also had a view that we actually won the seat in 2024. But of course, there were some discrepancies and all of that. So today, you will see the real victory. Musa Dankwa has predicted a 53% victory for the NDC. I do not think people will be doubting Musa Dankwa. If you look at his performance in these years, I do not think Beatrice, I do not think you will doubt Musa Dankwa's polls.
We look forward to getting the results
at
the end of the day. But I want to come to you, Professor Enchi, because I realized you were reacting when the General Secretary of the governing NDC, Fifi Aquitia, was speaking to our reporter earlier.
Yes, Beatrice, I talked about the thought process of the people that have made Singapore and those that we attain independence with have moved forward. They had nationalists who were visionary, forward-thinking, and they rallied the people behind them in development. We are far behind in development. But I think we need to educate our listeners and Ghanaians about some of the lies that politicians use to deceive them. Now, if you look at Kumi's issue, he died 2 weeks before MPP's national conference here at Legon. Did you see the party even doing a minute of silence for Kumi? They forgot about him. They just forgot about him. And that scares me the way we do politics in this country. 2 weeks before national conference of your party, and what I was expecting that the party would say that, can we all rise for 2 minutes of silence for our departed brother? There was nothing like that. They were thinking about, by-elections. What is this? What is this power that we are looking for that we forget our brothers and sisters easily? The other thing is that the family of Kumi went to Parliament where he works and presented to the Speaker that he died of heart attack. Is that not what is there? Yeah, that's all. That is there. It is recorded in the Hansard. That is what the family reported to Parliament. Now we are hearing there because there was scaffold there. They attacked even the General Secretary of NDC. Some people were attacking them.
That's what we heard earlier.
Yes, the chairman.
I mean, Johnson and
yes, and I've seen NDC posting a lot of things that, no, 20 people should be arrested. Now, if the family that he belongs to are saying that he died of heart attack, how come that a political party goes and says that it's another political party that killed him? What is this?
They're saying the pressure of the court case.
We all have pressures.
We
all have pressures. There are 5 diseases that kill any black man on this planet. Heart attack, blood pressure, cholesterol, and stroke. So these are our genes, our genetics. It is in there. Everywhere in the world if you're a black man. So how come that we turn everything into politics? That is my worry. Everything is turned into politics. And the people are becoming more discerning. Ex-President Kufuor has said it. The people are becoming more discerning that you don't have to go and lie to people about A or B or C. But those who are perpetrating violence in our communities, and I want to end on that. I have said, and TV3 have quoted me, that the Peace Council was too late in going there. We have a lot of institutions that are supposed to help build our democracy. Now, democracy is supposed to be maintained, the way we also maintain our buildings. So, good water, good air, good food, talking about right to vote, public education, NCC, where are they? Public education. The people who are supposed to know their right. They are supposed to know that the police are a friend. When you come out to vote, nobody will do anything to you. They are supposed to know these things. Look, when you are in the cities, the way you think is different from somebody in the village, the way they think. We have even friends that we went to school with. And now they see you, you try to go to them. If you don't call them, they will see you and pass. You have to make the attempt to call them and shake hands with them. They know you, but they will pretend they don't know you because it's like they are no more your class. You have to get to that level and then talk to them. And that is very important to me. The way we are doing politics and insulting at each other and doing that, do we even know that what the journalist asked? That, we have to go through a process and select somebody. What about if the person is an independent candidate? Do you go to the next of kin to select that person to lead the political party? And we are having a situation where even somebody told me they are going to have a rejected ballots party. Rejected ballot party, because always the rejected ballots are more than all the other political parties. NDC and BB have taken over 95% of the total votes since we returned to constitutional rule. That means that just 5% is fumbled there, and over 3% of that is always rejected. You see, so we should think about growing our democracy. Let the third force, other individuals also come in. But if now is a winner takes all, so if MPP wins, they sack everybody in NDC. There were some people in NDC who told me that
When MPP won, they did not even allow them to enter their offices.
Is that not the kind of politics you've practiced?
And then when NDC came, there are still some MPP people in office. But we have to grow our democracy in such a way that if you go to any advanced world, the states, let's say United States, the states have their own police, the states have their own rules, the states have their own park system, so the states do everything. You don't need the federal government to do anything for you. You don't lose your job because another government has taken over. You have your job. But we have a situation here where when your political party loses, then that is a public announcement that you've lost your job. So you should begin to look for another job. That shouldn't be the case. You know, why we are doing this to ourselves, I don't know. But we have to realize that we are one country with one common destiny. God in his wisdom made us all Ghanaians. When you travel, you have a Ghanaian passport. You can naturalize in another country, but your country of birth is there, that you are Ghanaian. So when you do any stupid thing in that country, they will deport you to your country of birth, which is Ghana. That is why I love this country. This country is so beautiful that if together we build it. When I'm traveling around, a month ago I was in the States. You can't get coconut or you can't get corn to buy anywhere. But here by the street side, you can buy anything. You have to go to mall to buy everything. But here, you can buy everything by the roadside. Any food that you want.
So life is made easier here for you.
Here. Anything you want, you can buy them. And when you are going to buy something, look at the way they will wear you. Look at the way they pamper you. Oh, or this. What do you want to buy? We have a beautiful culture that we can really nurture it and make life beautiful for us. The way politics is tearing us apart, I don't like it. I want us to unite and build a country we all love, because God in his wisdom planted us here, and we have to make it beautiful.
We have to make it beautiful. I'm coming to you, Mr. Buckman, because you were actually on the floor before I crossed over to my colleague, Johnny Hughes. Yes.
Yes, let me add this point that, yes, we are going to have a very successful election today. I mean, if you consider all the things we've seen from the police and even how the political parties have conducted themselves, you're going to have successful election. But having successful elections should not be the only yardstick we have to use as a nation to measure the success of our democracy. I think democracy must benefit our people. Democracy must produce development. And if you have a situation where, as I said earlier, a political party is going for an election in a constituency, and that political party is not able to tell the people that when I was in government, this is what I was able to do for you. So vote for me again. And that is a problem. It means democracy is not producing the kind of results we have. People play the game just to win power, but not to win power to do something for the people. And it's so clear in what has happened in Aquitia in this election that the previous government, I believe their campaign message should have been that when I had the opportunity to govern you in the last 8 years, these are the projects I was able to do in this constituency. So on the basis of my performance in the constituency in terms of developmental project, vote for me. That was missing, and that has been missing in the conversation. That should tell you the kind of sickness we have as a people in terms of our democracy. So, yes, as I said, I mean, if you consider the fact that the numbers, this number one is not going to make NDC any different in terms of having
the supermajority,
the fact that it's not going to add anything to the NDC. I think those who need to benefit from this are the people in Aquitia. Because the NDC, they need a number, but for what? Yeah. MPP needs the number, but for what? But the people in Aquitia, they need somebody who can represent them effectively, who can certainly bring something home to the people, which is quite significant. So these are some of the things people have to consider when they are voting, that the political parties need one seat. For what? What do we also need as a people from these elections? And I believe that if I'm from Aquitia, I will be more concerned about the development of my area before I consider whoever I'm going to vote for.
And indeed, that's what we saw in that last survey by Musa Dankwa with Global Info Analytics, development leading. But I'm coming to you, Professor Smasapon, because earlier I mentioned, based on that analysis by my colleagues Martinez, Yedudate and Johnny Hughes, that Akwatia seems to be above the national average when it comes to voting. Doesn't it worry you that the town doesn't even have any development? They are struggling with roads, and when you go there, it's like one major thing on the lips of the people there, and infrastructure for both education and health.
And to add to it, you get to know that Akwatia is also a mining town that contributes significantly to the GDP of this country, but still doesn't benefit from what he brings onto the table. So it's quite pathetic. I feel going forward, we should learn to manage or measure our needs. So I don't know what the local government system does to support some of these conversations. So, or maybe it gets to a point and it truncates. Budgetary supports do not come to get those projects done. But we can't keep doing this to ourselves. At least, if by close of a term, one district may have more development than the other, it's fine.
Yeah.
But it doesn't have to be that some districts had development and some had zero, like nothing. All right, and we have to choose our development projects. We must choose those that gives us multiple benefits. When we open the roads, when we get them, there is a road from Techimantia, that Techimantia road.
In Akwatia?
No, elsewhere,
Okay.
somewhere in Ahafo region. Before you could access the Techiman road, you needed to have come to wind either through Techiman or through Kumasi. But that Techimantia road that was constructed has reduced travel time between the Ahafo and the Bono East side drastically by well over 2 hours. So some of these projects must be done. Projects that have multiple benefits so that it opens the place up. Those who are into mining would have a smooth way to their businesses, farmers especially. That area in the 4 districts, there are some 4 districts including Aquitia, the Kwaebi Brim, the Denchemore, the Chimansa, and the other area, the New Ebrim. Apart from the mining, they are the hub of palm fruits and palm oil. In fact, Unilever and other companies that uses the palm fruits in producing oils and soaps and those things, they go there, they have agreements with the farmers, and then they buy right from the farm gate. But go and see the roads they use in doing this very, very important business. So, yes, let's try to know our needs and let's respond to them, even if we can't respond to all. Let's have selected ones that are very important to the districts and have multiple benefits. Have them done so that at least we can open up their local economy and development will kick in. You just do the things we want to do, and development will just kick in.
Indeed.
All right.
Thank you very much, Professor Smasapon. I'm coming to you now, Johnny Hughes, because once again, you've got some update for us.
Yes, thank you very much, Beatrice. And we'll go straight to Wenchi, New Wenchi in the Akwatia constituency. Eric Mawenagbeta is on the ground, is standing by with some updates for you on your election command center here. We're also live on 3FM 92.7. And Eric Mawenagbeta has the fine details. The new Techiman polling station actually is one of the most populous out of the 10. There are 10 most populous polling stations out of the 119. New Techiman is one of them. Eric Mawenagbeta has a hold on it. His eyes and ears are on the ground. His boots on the ground. And he's there, right there in the constituency. Eric, please take it away.
Johnny, just a short while ago, former police, one of the former police chiefs, Kwesi Fori, along with the former Minister for Interior, Henry Korte, they made their way here. The tensions here have been simmering. It's been at a certain level for quite a while. There's been heightened police presence here for over an hour, 2 hours tops, if I can be honest. We've seen different personnel with respect to the police service as well. And it's all in relation to 2 groupings who are here. Groups belonging to the NDC, groups belonging to the NPP, all around this particular polling station. There are 2 polling stations, in fact. There's a Presby polling station here at New Wenchi, and then there's a primary school polling station as well over here. That has become the center of attraction for all of the, call them what, private security of the 2 respective parties who've been here and that has caused tension for quite a while. We've seen that the national leadership of the NPP, the national organizer, as well as some of his personal security detail, they've been stationed here for a very long time. In the short period, or not really a short period, but in the time that we've been here, we've as well seen a lot more in terms of reinforcement from the police. We've seen as well a lot more persons associated with both sides in terms of private security as well coming here, and that's what it's been. Tensions have risen to a certain level, but the police has been navigating the situation, urging calm from the both sides, even though that I must mention that this hasn't affected in terms of voter turnout. It hasn't affected the process of the election continuing, as the NPP, because this is their stronghold, continue to go around finding people and bringing them and making sure that they are voting. That's the task that a lot of them have been involved in. They've gone to clinics, they've gone to hospitals. There's a clinic around here where they've gone to bring somebody who was very ill to vote as well, seeking to show up their numbers as well. But it continues to remain very tense here. Just behind my camera person, if he turns for you, you see the sheer numbers in terms of individuals who are stationed here, private security detail of both parties who are all waiting. Then if you look across the football field, because they are the goalpost area here, the other goalpost area, you find vehicles parked as well of persons, security detail, of parties as well, all present here, and it has raised the tension level here to a certain degree, but it continues to be calm because of the increased presence of the police who are dotted around all of this place and making sure that peace prevails. Not quite sure what happens from here on in, but if you go to other polling stations, you realize that they just use tapes to cordon off the area. But over here, based off on what happened earlier, which we reported, and the continued presence of these private party security, barricades have been introduced. Our ears have been on the ground where the police are saying that when voting when polls come to a close, the barricades will have to be reinforced because they have to make sure that the process is smooth so they can sort out and count, and then they escort the election materials to the collation center. And so that's what it's been. We saw top brass of the NPP come through again. That's when Kwesi Fori, as well as the former Interior Minister Henry Korte, accompanied that team. They came round, they got briefing as to what the situation is and the security situation up until now, and we continue to monitor it. They've made their way out of here after receiving that briefing, but this particular polling station, the two, continue to remain of particular interest to the two political parties who are here monitoring, even though the police appears to be quite in charge of all that we've seen, despite tension levels rising to a certain degree.
Thank you very much, Eric. Mawena Egbeta, here's a man there, Newwenchi, joining us here with some more updates on your election command center. It's going to get much more interesting because Mr. Musa Dankwa will be joining us shortly, and you know, once he joins us, some figures. He's been making some projections as well based on research, and we'll get into those fine details. But first, the 10 most populous polling stations out of the 119 polling stations in the Aquitia constituency. Martin has the detail, and I'm walking right to the screen so we could have Jojo about it. Martin, I know you know the figures. Share with me what you know.
Right. So what we do know now is that we are looking at the total number of polling stations in Aquitia, and we have extracted the top 10 or the 10 with most numbers.
Out of the 119.
Out of the 119. And this is because this actually can change the dynamics of whether the whether the votes go to Party A or Party B.
Right.
And so we do know, and then you just spoke to Eric Mawena, who mentioned the Newwenchi polling center. Now, that particular area has 699, which is the second highest number of registered voters in the constituency. The first is the Deba Ground Newwenchi. Then we have Presby Church Newwenchi. SDA Basic School, Takrasi, and then we have the RC Primary
Roman
School
Catholic
in
Primary
Bodia,
School.
and then Derba Grounds in Okumaning. So 704, 699, 671, 670, and 660. Then the rest are Presby JHS New Wenchi, Yoruba Mosque Aquitia, Main Gate Bodia, and then LAJHS Tupremang, and then we have St. Paul's Presby School also in Bodia. Now these are the top 10.
Top
now
10.
If you add all of them, it gives you a total of 6,644,
Right.
and that represents about 12.7%
of the votes
of the total constituency.
in the constituency.
Yes.
So that's a game changer.
And that's
really.
quite significant. So whoever is able to annex majority in any or all of these constituent polling centers is likely to tilt the vote in their favor.
Right.
And if you are talking about 12% of total votes,
That's
then
right.
that's quite
That's
significant.
quite a number. I spoke with Wisdom Safo of our research desk earlier, who told me that he's been doing some digging, that whoever wins the new Wenchi polling stations, right, it stands a greater chance of getting that seat, because there's a historical antecedent or precedent to that those who are doing the new Wenchi win end up winning the total. So let's see how it goes. But 12% is quite a number, more than 10% of what you have in there, the full constituency.
Yes, and this is the total number of registered voters, 52,000 people. We do not know whether all of them, certainly not necessarily all of them, but the sizable chunk is expected to come out to vote. So if you get 12% of this out of just the top 10, that is quite significant.
At this rate, when you had somebody who was not so well, who still insisted that they wanted to vote, that's something to show you that you're getting more out of this 52.
Certainly.
You're sure to get about, what, 80%? Because we have seen 80%, 90% before in the last graph that we showed. Yeah.
And so these are the total number of polling stations out of the 119. And again, we're told that if you look at the eastern region alone as a block, the constituency in question, Aquitia alone, gets about 2.9% of the total constituency vote. So that's quite significant when you're talking about the national numbers or the regional numbers. So, and this is just like a brief profile or a background. And some of our panelists have been talking about what the constituency has represented nationally, what they have offered to the national coffers, you know, and what they'll be looking out for the people in power when they do win the power. How can they help them maximize the natural resources and or benefit from what they also contribute to the national coffers? So it's quite significant, a constituency in the eastern region. And in the coming days, we'll definitely look at beyond all the politics, what else can the people
a striking similarity is that Akwatia is a mining community, right? You go to Obuasi, same. You go to all the mining areas that bring us all the gold, the bauxite, the diamond, mention all the minerals that you have. But you go to those places and you find that they are far away from development. They look like the forgotten parts of the country. And consistently over the years, they have been trying to get the attention of the people in power, either to legislate, to formulate policy, to benefit them so they can get a fair share of the national cake. Will that paradigm shift happen, based on the results that will come out of this? I certainly hope that the people of Akwatia also get their due share, like the people in Adansi and Obuasi and many other places.
Right. Well, so as it stands, what we have done so far is to just keep you in the loop of developments right from the morning up until now. The next team is taking over from us, but what we are certain of is that we are less than an hour away from polls closing, and when it does close, sorting will begin. We'll go back to the grounds and speak to some of our reporters to get the...
I think you're running ahead of yourself. It's about 2 hours.
To go. So it means that a lot is still happening, and people who are yet to go out to vote are being encouraged. You could tell that the likes of Fifi Kwete and the senior leadership of the NDC and the NPP are still there, asking people to go out and cast their ballot. If the numbers do rise, from what we started picking up in the morning, it looks as though there's a possibility of a low turnout. But we are hoping that people actually go and express yourself and be part of the national conversation. And at the end of the day, you can also stake a claim.
That's right. That I was part of.
I was part of this exercise.
You know, one thing that's been said. I mean, Musa Danquist said it. I've heard Ben Efson say it. I've said Mr. Bentel of Imani say it. Many other persons have said it, that it looks like this election is going to be in favor of the NDC. But that could also spell complacency for them, because then they'll say, well, if Obiasi we need the end.
Yes. So they really need to whip up people to go out.
Yeah, I mean, it all boils down to the final whistle. And when we start counting, we don't know the results. You don't know either. But if you stay here, we're sure to bring you the final results here on your Election Command Center.
Beatrice. So Beatrice?
Indeed. I mean, quite an interesting conversation from your end as well. But I have to wrap up with my panel here, and I want to take your final words. I will start with you, Professor Inokenchi, in about 30 seconds, or we can make it 1 minute.
To the people of Aquitia, I think this is your time to get some developments. For far too long, mining areas have been suffering on development. Roads are terrible, water system. I'm told that the best food that they eat there is ammonia benquine. And it's, you know, we need to take care of these communities, not only during elections and by-elections, but all the time. And I'm also urging the media to hone in more on development issues. Enough of the politics. Politics should not be a POS of our life forever. Let's talk about development, our bad roads, our infrastructures, which are dilapidated. Let's talk about schools and our hospitals. The more we talk about that, politicians' attention will be drawn to that, and the people will get all these infrastructures.
Indeed, Mr. Bobakman.
Yes, as I said, let's our democracy be for the people. As I've always said, if you look at the definition that was given to us by Abraham Lincoln, it says the government of the people by the people, but the bit that says for the people is missing. And so let it be for the people, and let the people experience real development in their lives. It's not just about winning an election. This is not about football. You are not winning to get points. You are winning to ensure that people who voted for you, and it's because of the system you run, whether the moment you get more than 50%, it is presumed that everybody voted for you. And so development must be shared equitably, so that some constituencies will not be neglected, like what we're experiencing in Aquitia, for example. Let's spread our development. Let people benefit from what belongs to them, which is democracy. Politicians, don't be chopping people's money. Don't be eating people's money. Allow the people to enjoy what belongs to them, which is democracy. Don't be the thieves of democracy. Be the drivers of development on the back of democracy, for the benefit of our people. And I think that's what we should do as a nation.
Indeed, Mr. Bachman. Thank you very much. Professor Smasapon, your last words?
Yes. So what I would say is that so far it's been so good. The place should keep their focus so that towards the end we do not encounter anything that will mar the beauty so far. Yes, it's a human exercise, so I've seen some 1 or 2 scaffolds somewhere, but at least it's manageable. Let's not see any degeneration towards the end. And polling agents, kindly keep your pink sheets well. Electoral Commission, you to monitor your pink sheets well. At least let's have a very smooth coalition exercise and the elections declared latest by tonight, so that tomorrow morning the people of Aquitia can go back to their normal activities and for the economic issues to be discussed again. We don't want to discuss any issues apart from the good of Aquitia and the Republic of Ghana. So far so good. Let's wrap it up very, very well. All stakeholders, please keep focused, don't disappoint the country.
Let's wrap it up very well. And I'm coming to you, Mr. Victor Kuto, and your final words. But in addition to that, earlier you were saying that the people of Aquitia should vote for the NDC's candidate because you think he has access to the government in power. Should they decide to vote for him, how do you expect your candidate to work hand in hand with the district chief executive for Denchembo, Umar Okutu, to ensure that they are collaborating well to bring the needed development to the area?
Oh, I mean, as it stands now, I have no doubt that in just about 4 hours from now, the NDC candidate will be declared winner. I mean, I have no doubt that the people of Aquitia will reward the NDC for investing strongly in the National Apprentice Program. 21 million is gone as of now. The Ejunwara program, 34.5 billion Ghana cedis is gone. the no fee stress policy, the people of Aquitia will definitely want to be part of the ruling government. But like you said, if you turn the coin, if you, the unlikely event that the NDC does not win, I mean, the NDC is very democratic. The NDC doesn't victimize. I mean, our track record is there. But I have no doubt. I mean, bottom line, that within the next 4 hours, the NDC candidate, Lawyer Bedu, will emerge victorious.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, for joining us on the panel. This is still your election command center. Of course, we've had Professor Enoch Enchi, governance expert, with us. We've also had Mr. Ebo Bachman with the Movement for Change. Of course, Professor Smart Sapon, also senior researcher at the Kumasi Technical University, and the man you just watched and heard there, Wanda Victor Kuto, lawyer, a member of the board of the Water River Authority, as well as a national executive member of the governing NDC. You don't want to go away. We're returning to Akwatia to bring you some videos and interactions of what's happening there. My name is Beatrice Edu, and the next team will be taking over quite shortly. Don't go away.
Security, so far so good. Our concern usually regarding security will be during the counting and then the coalition. That is where usually we have challenges. So far the security, we are okay with it. As you can see, there's a heavy deployment of police personnel here, and this is good. But usually after voting, during the counting process, and then during the coalition process, that is where we've witnessed some of these unfortunate issues. I will just reiterate that they must beef up security around this period, especially getting closer to the end of polls, during counting, and then during collation. That is where we will expect that they would also deliver. I mean, the IGP has said that this is going to be one of the most peaceful by-elections, and we are going to hold him to those words. But so far, so good. Thank you very much.
What is worrying is the turnout. I mean, we could see more observers than voters. And I don't know what is accounting for that. I don't know what is the reason for this. If I'm left to conclude, I think that disappointment may be one of the reasons why the turnout is low, especially when the MPP process in selecting who their candidate wasn't transparent. A number of persons wanted to contest. They were prevented from contesting. I must say the former MP was prevented from contesting. The constituency chairman also wanted to contest. Unlike we, the NDC, giving room for other persons to want to come in and contest, where we got one out of that, that's Lawyer Bediako. The MPP didn't have that. And so probably the people who didn't see a transparent process in selecting a candidate, who also feel that the candidate they brought is not the kind of candidate that can bring in the development that Aquitia needs, might be the reason why they are not coming out. But it's early days yet. We want to see how the process will go as the time tickles in. But so far, within 1 hour and some few minutes, the turnout is not encouraging.
And I'm confident. So we spoke to Nanabi and then Salam. So yeah, and then you are also important partakers of the process. So when you also see something, you also prompt the security personnel and the agencies that this is what is happening, so they can also act. They may not see everything happening.
You talk to the people, yes. You know, all the political parties, yes. And you did. Exactly. And you didn't stay in Accra, but you have also come to the ground. You were there, you had meetings with them again, exactly. On the ground over here, yes. And today you are on the ground. Yes. I'm so surprised seeing you. And this is one of the wonderful terms of this new management of the Peace Council. Yeah. I think we will continue to work. We'll work and together. When we work together, I think from here, I'm sure Tamale will come. By all means. And then we shall meet there. We shall meet there too. The people are comporting themselves. Okay. And then the Electoral officials are also working without any fear, and then the police are also giving the protection they have to give. The day is still young. We hope that just as we start, it will go through the process like that to the end. At the end of the day, we all smile, having a peaceful election. Thank you.
People of Aquitia were concerned that the numbers of police personnel here likely to intimidate them.
It's not intimidating, it's for peace. The presence of police is for peace. You know, our issue is that anywhere people don't have police, they say, bring police, we need police, we need police. Now we have brought police. So be peaceful and come out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, so far, I think what I've seen before 7 o'clock, polling stations have been set up, and I think that's a good thing. It's in line with the regulations for the conduct of these elections. In terms of security presence, yes, I see the men in the black here. We are expecting that they will ensure compliance and protect all installations, including you, the media.
This is an MP. Oh, winning the election, no. Oh, winning the election, no. 17 days back, no, you're gonna have. 17 days, no, you're gonna have. 17 days, no, who you. Where? I am so sad. I am so sad. So me who say, azwaka, no oba Aquitia. Me alaji masaud me see me batamali. Na azwaka to me ba Aquitia. Me who say, so mun kachira azwaka say. Mun kachira
anya yiri shelan yerma. Mpon na anya ba ma. Mpon na yiri anya ba ma. Daniel Planet is the second. Your mod.
Security, so far so good. Our concern usually regarding security will be during the counting and then the collation. That is where usually we have challenges. So far the security, we are okay with it. As you can see, there's a heavy deployment of police personnel here, and this is good. But usually after voting, during the counting process, and then during the collation process, that is where we've witnessed some of these unfortunate issues. I will just reiterate that they must beef up security around this period, especially getting closer to the end of polls, during counting, and then during collation. That is where we will expect that they will also deliver. I mean, the IGP has said that this is going to be one of the most peaceful by-elections, and we are going to hold him to those words. But so far, so good. Thank you very much.
What is worrying is the turnout. I mean, we could see more observers than voters. And I don't know what is accounting for that. I don't know what is the reason for this. If I'm left to conclude, I think that disappointment may be one of the reasons why the turnout is low, especially when the MPP process in selecting who their candidate wasn't transparent. A number of persons wanted to contest. They were prevented from contesting. I must say the former MP was prevented from contesting. The constituency chairman also wanted to contest. Unlike we, the NDC, giving room for other persons to want to come in and contest, where we got one out of that, that's Lawyer Bediako. The MPP didn't have that. And so probably the people who didn't see a transparent process in selecting a candidate who also feel that the candidate they brought is not the kind of candidate that can bring in the development that Aquitia needs. Might be the reason why they are not coming out. But it's early days yet. We want to see how the process will go as the time tickles in. But so far, within 1 hour and some few minutes, the turnout is not encouraging.
And I'm confident.
So we spoke to Nanabi and then Salam. So
yeah, and then you are also important partakers of the process. So when you also see something, you also prompt the security personnel and the agencies that this is what is happening, so they can also act. They may not see everything happening.
You talk to the people, yes. You know, both, all the political parties, and you did. Exactly. And you didn't stay in Accra, but you have also come to the ground. You were there, you had meetings with them again on the ground over here, yes. And today you are on the ground. Yes. I'm so surprised seeing you. And this is one of the wonderful terms of this new management of the Peace Council. Yeah. I think we will continue to work. And when we work together, I think from here, I'm sure Tamale will come. And then we shall meet there. We shall meet there too. The people are comporting themselves. Okay. And then the electoral officials are also working without any fear. And then the police are also giving the protection they have to give. The day is still young. We hope that just as we start, it will go through the process and that to the end. At the end of the day, we all smile, having a peaceful election. Thank you.
People of Aquitia were concerned that the numbers of police personnel here likely to intimidate them.
It's not intimidating, it's for peace. The presence of police is for peace. You know, our issue is that anywhere people don't have police, they say, bring police, we need police, we need police. Now we have brought police. So be peaceful and come out and vote. Thank you.
Thank you.
I mean, so far, I think what I've seen before 7 o'clock, polling stations have been set up. And I think that's a good thing. It's in line with the regulations for the conduct of these elections. In terms of security presence, yes, I see the men in the black here. We are expecting that they will ensure compliance and protect all installations, including you, the media.
Single blood dropping, no, without any cutlass, without anybody being beaten. And we are hoping that we will be able to go through. We will continue to advise. That Aquitia has lived as a family for all this time. And this election should not lead us to anything that will mean that we want to hurt each other. We want to encourage electorates and citizens alike to be law-abiding. Whatever we know that will temper with the running of this election, let us not do it, and ensure that after this election we remain as the same people, united as a family, and then we'll see what development can come to Aquitia. I think that's what should be our focus.
Oh, Adam.
Omu nyinaa bɛhyɛ bɔ wɔ ha. Bɔhyɛ no ɔmohyɛ no nso no, yɛpɛ sɛ ɔmudi so. Ɛsiane sɛ nnipa no ɛna yɛto aba de ma mo. Sɛ yɛbɛto aba ma mo na bɛda ne ntɔkwade a, ne yɛkɔɛ anaasɛ yɛbaeɛ. Na asɛm no nyinaa ne titiri nyinaa, two political parties no. Wɔkyitaafoɔ ɛna sɛ mokasa kyerɛ ɔmo yie. Yɛn nananom yɛayɛ fa mu deɛ. Sɛ ɛbɛyɛ a ɛde asomdwie bɛba. So far so mehwɛɛ no, bibi akɔne kwan so. Da bia meka sɛ, yɛn Ghana Constitution ɛna ahyɛ sɛ police ɛmmɔ yɛn ho ban. Yɛdwapadeɛ ɛne yɛn ankasa nipadua ɔmmɔ yɛn ho ban. Ɛdi sɛ police ba na police say, aha, obi amba ha, munyina ha. Ɛsɛ obi ate aseɛ. Meba yɛ yɛabae mu a emu ayɛ clear. So obi di meka sɛ ɔkɔfa ballot box a, yɛn nyina obi abɛhu. Yɛn nyina obi abɛhu. Ne mu yɛ crowded a. Na obi fa mu kora na mu a mo ba nsɛntwerɛfoɔ a mo ba kora mo adi adanseɛ. So because of a ballot box a, one ehu. Nipa ko no so yɛ police ni o, so yɛ NDC ni o, so yɛ NPP ni o. Yɛbɛhu nipa ko no. Na nokorɛ ade.
Ye de sa etena e de asomdwe ene beba. Na afei nso ye to wi a de obewini bia no ye nyina ele ye support na dwumadi a obedi aboa mensi no na onni na mmoa. Esanse buta ba ko na munyina mukudo. De bia me ka se what is say praise before any Methodist for air kuntokwada. Amun kuntokwada. Unse Roman ni Anglican air kuntokwada. Na the two political parties. Omunyina be share bo ha. Bo share no mo share nso no. Ye pese omudiso. Esanse nipa no ena ye to abade mam. Isi be to abamam na me da ne ntokwade a. Ye kwaya na se bai. Na asem ni nyina ni titiri nyina two political parties no. Mochita for and some Casachiro. Yen and we are from Woody. Sedebeya and the Asumbi Beba. So far, so me share no, we be a connection. There be a mekase. Yen Ghana Constitution and I shall say police and where home by. You drop a dear, any younger say any pedion or where home by. It is a police bar, not police say. Aha, will be amba, Muninaha. Eso bi ati ase. Me ba ya ba emu e clay. So obi din because of ballot boxer. Ye nyina obi abehu. Ye nyina obi abehu. Ne mu ye crowded. No be famu krana. No famu back from media dance. So because of ballot boxer. One you. Nipa kono so ye police new, so NDC new, so MPP new. Ye ba nipa kono. Na no kre ade. Ye de sa etena ade asomdwe ene beba na afei nso ye to wi a de obewini bia no ye nyina ele ye support na dwumadi a obedi aboa mensi no na onni na mmoa.
And there you have it, royalty speaking some wisdom so that all of us could let that sipping nicely. Now, there are two candidates in this crucial by-election in the Akwatia constituency. We'll take a look at their profiles quickly on your election command center. Solomon Kwame Sumedu is representing the NPP. And what do we know about Solomon? We know that he's a businessman. He's a CEO of Owo Mining. It's a licensed small-scale mining company. He has a party position in Akwatia constituency. He's the party treasurer of the NPP in that constituency. He's a native of Bodja, known as a financier and grassroots mobilizer for the New Patriotic Party in the Akwatia constituency. What more do we know? His strengths. It's a local and roots and recognition. He's a son of the soil. That means that he was born and bred in Akwatia and is highly visible in Bodja. Also, party unity, in terms of party unity, is chosen by consensus, no division. So there was no primaries for him. The party unanimously decided that he should go and represent them in this by-election that would find a replacement for the late Ernest Yaokumi. In terms of financial and logistical advantage, he comes to the table with wealth from his mining entity that helps to support campaign to reach out to many people. In terms of his strengths, we continue with his youth and traditional ties, and we talk about how he has supported artisans, apprentices. He is backed by the chiefs and elders of the community where he comes from and the constituency as well, according to what we know about him. In terms of continuity, after Ernest Kumi's death, he says he can frame himself as the heir to Kumi's legacy and rally sympathy votes. And that's why he believes that he is the best choice. And that's why perhaps the NPP unanimously decided on Mr. Sumedu. Now, in terms of his weaknesses, he's never had any legislative experience before, whether at the local level or on the national scale in parliament or whether at the district assembly. He's never had any legislative experience before. In terms of Galamsey Legal Mining Association, is a political liability because that's because it's a minor. It tends that his opponents tend to smear him with the conversations that he may possibly be an illegal miner and that he may be involved in some level of illegal mining or galamsey, which has become a big canker in the country. So it's one of the weaknesses and a dip in his campaign. In terms of past questions over his educational credentials, those have come up as well. People are questioning what he brings to the table in terms of his academic credentials. And that also has become a big conversation, especially knowing that he is going head-to-head with a private legal practitioner who's gone to the Ghana School of Law, has been called to the bar, has practiced for some time. people are beginning to question his educational capacity. Also, is less influential in the Zongo blocks. And if you know Aquitia very well, the Zongo blocks play a very key role in Aquitia. But he has a strategy. His strategy is that he will secure the MPP bases. There are bases in Aquitia that are biased towards the New Patriotic Party. And he says he wants to secure them. Where are these bases? They are Bodria, they are New Wenchi, and the Toprema. Remember that Martin and I told you about the 10 most populous polling stations in the Akwatia constituency, 119 of them. The New Wenchi area we mentioned was one of the areas that if you win those, you are very, very sure that you may be on your way to victory. He says he wants to secure these MPP bases, that is Bodria, New Wenchi, and Topremang. So we wait. Another strategy that he has is that he wants to mobilize sympathy votes around Ernest Kumi's legacy. So some pity parties, some pity votes, some sorry votes, some empathetic votes, some sympathetic votes. He wants to get all of those votes for those who are pained by the demise of Ernest Kumi, who died intestate, and for those who want a replica of Ernest Kumi, he says he wants to garner those votes for the NPP. Well, it's not yet 5 p.m., it's just some 37 minutes shy away from forwards. We'll find out how it goes. He also wants to push aggressively into Zongo areas to blunt the NDC's dominance. If you know Akwatia very, very much, the NDC has dominance in the Zongo communities. And he says he wants to put sand in their gari, as you say it, or if you like, put a spanner in the works for the NDC in the Zongo communities, in the Zongo blocks. He wants to destroy that dominance and perhaps half it or erase it completely. That's his strategy. Now, his key contender is a private legal practitioner. It's Bernard Bediako Beidu. So Mr. Sumedu and Beidu kind of rhymes, doesn't it? Well, what do we know about him? He's also 40 years old. He's private legal practitioner. And his party positions, he's also held some party positions in the Aquitia constituency. He's a constituency secretary. His contender is a constituency treasurer. He's a member of the Eastern Regional NDC legal team. We can't say that about his contender. He's based in Koforidua, but long-serving in NDC constituency structures. So he comes to the table knowing the structures of the NDC. And even though he lives in Koforidua, he can boast of the fact that he has served the rank and file of the party. Now, in terms of his strength, a party insider and loyalist, he says it's a backbone of local NDC operations, a backbone of NDC operations. And he talks about the fact that he is one of the key persons. If you're a general secretary, you definitely know that you have what it takes to be able to, hold the party. And that's what he says he has done over the period. In terms of legal credibility, he says he's respected professional, he's disciplined, he has integrity, and that's what drives him. So he is bringing these things to the table to say that his opponent pales in his shadow. Primary win. He went on a competitive primary as opposed to his contender, who was handpicked unanimously by the New Patriotic Party to represent the party, to go into this election to get a replacement for Ernest Kumi. He, on the contrary, contested with the ex-member of parliament, Henry Yadomboachi, who he had represented, if you remember, in the 2024 election dispute where Ernest Kumi back and forth, where Dr. Baumia says it's because of this court case that Ernest Kumi had high blood pressure and perhaps died. Well, he narrowly beat him in that primaries, and a businessman, Erasmus Ali, to emerge victorious in that heavily fought primary, to emerge as a candidate for the NDC in the Aquitia by-election that's happening today, the 2nd of September. Now, other strengths that he has, we spoke about the Zongo community and the fact that the Sumedu says he wants to blunt out that for the NDC. Apenaman is one of the Zongo communities. Amanfrom is part of the Zongo communities, and they are historically NDC zones, no-go area for the NPP. But he says that, the Sumedu says that these areas are going to be also beloved of the NPP. Let's see how it goes. In terms of his strength as well, he talks about national party support, where ruling party has been backing him. He says that the entire party machinery are backing him. He says ministers of state, top brass of the party are campaigning for him. And you would see General Secretary of the NDC, Fififi Aquitia, you see Joseph Yamin, you see Pablo, you see all the other big guys in the NDC campaigning for him. He says, well, that's one of his strengths, that because he has worked so hard within the party structures, he has their tacit support. Let's look at a crucial pointer for him in terms of a head-to-head conversation with him and his opponent. Beidou was the lawyer for Henry Boakye Yadom, and we know that Oya Adieye, as he was called in the last election, the former NDC MP and his opponent in the 2025 NDC primary. So in 2024, he represented him as lawyer in that election dispute going into 2025. Then the primary comes and he decides to contest his client and he emerges victorious. He defended Boakye in the 2024 election petition, but in 2025, he ran against him and won. Now, here's the risk. Boakye's faction might withhold full support, weakening the NDC's unity. And we've seen that before happen in Kumewu and many other places where there's a division in the party, and because of that, they had lost the seat, which could have fallen for them altogether. And that's one of the risks that they have there. Also, an advantage regarding this change is that it demonstrates that Beidou's deep entrenchment in the constituency and politics and the NDC's legal and political battle. So, a member of the legal team, somebody who's worked within the party structure, somebody who stood the test of time within the constituency chairman, that could be playing to his advantage. But he certainly is a man, so he will have some weaknesses. What are these weaknesses we're talking about? Internal factionalism is a matter to look at because Boakye's supporters may resist uniting behind him, which is a fact because, well, we're humans. And if they feel disgruntled that you once represented the man that we all support and now you contested him and you won against him, former member of parliament, we clearly may not be able to support you. There are some who are diehard fans of Mr. Boakye Yadom who would say, no, we will not follow Mr. Beidou. Also, lower public recognition compared to Esumedu, and the two are going head to head, so you can understand why. Weaker resources than the NPP candidate. We mentioned earlier that the NPP candidate, Mr. Esumedu, is a miner, a small-scale miner. So even though Galamsey has been attached to his name at some point, a smear campaign, he comes to the table with a lot more resources. That's not to suggest that miners have more money than lawyers or lawyers have more money than miners, but according to the analysis that we know and what the detail that we have, weaker resources, so he doesn't have deeper pockets like Mr. Esumedu, and that could also affect him. He's not a native of Akwatia in terms of a home boy, or if you like, a town boy. He's not a proper native of Akwatia, so he's seen more as a Koforidua-based man, whereas Esumedu, his contender, is seen as a man who is a homeboy, who is a town boy, homegrown soil boy. He is seen more as a Koforidua-based man, and that could be one of his weaknesses. But he also has a strategy, just like Mr. Esumedu. He says he wants to maximize the Zongo block turnout, a pin a month and a month from there coming up again. So they're not talking about Wenchi. The NDC is not talking about the new Wenchi area, obviously because the assumption is that they have a hold on it already. So why go and chase? What's in competition is a pin a man and a month from. Now, the leverage that he also has, the national government development promises, and you can clearly see the machines on the road, excavators and all the levelers trying to make sure that the road is more trouble. And Martin has been asking that question for the umpteenth time. Maybe we'll ask, were those road projects sanctioned before the by-elections were announced, or were they sanctioned as soon as the by-elections were announced, or did they start happening when as the by-elections are ongoing? But he says he wants to leverage national development promises, and he's aligned to the government in power. So clearly, he's making promises based on what he believes can be done, especially knowing that he says he has ministerial and governmental backing. Again, one of his strategies is to use anti-Galamsey narrative against Esumedu. We have all been talking about ending Galamsey and how it's destroying our waters and bringing us a lot of health complications and problems. He is going to use that because already a smear campaign on Esumedu is that even though he's a small-scale miner registered and licensed, some say he doubles in Galamsey, and he says he's going to use that as part of his campaign. Heal internal rifts with Boakye's camp to consolidate the pace. We mentioned that it could be a risk factor disadvantage because Boakye's team may decide that they are not going to play ball with him and his team. So these are the two profiles of the two gentlemen who are going head-to-head in this particular election. The first gentleman is Mr. Esumedu, who is the MPP's candidate. Solomon Kwame Esumedu, who is the NPP's candidate, and then you have the NDC's candidate, Bernard Bediako Bedu. Esumedu comes to the table and talks about the fact that he's a son of the soil. They say that Mr. Bedu is from Koforidua, is a Koforidua-based man. But it's all in the eastern region, and that's a wrap on how the two candidates are faring, what they're bringing to the table. It boils down to the electorate, what decisions they will take at the polls. We just have about some 1 hour, 16 or 14 minutes, if you will, give and take 15 minutes to the top of the hour, when polls will close at 5 p.m. and then official counting will start officially. Our men are on the ground. They will bring you all the fine details. And we do know that in the last hour, some heavily built men have made their way into some of the polling stations or around the polling stations. The police have assured us that they have their eyes on the ground, they have their eyes on the ball, and they will ensure that whatever happened at the Blakema North will not repeat itself in Akwatia. We know that there's the Black Maria, or about 4 or 5 of them, the prisons or wheels, and that the IGP Yohuno himself says that, well, if you joke, we're going to toss you right in there and let the Lord deal with you. We have 5,000 policemen on the ground. We do know also that we have election observers there. Earlier you heard the chief of the town speak to us, and he spoke a lot of wisdom, suggesting that, well, have you ever seen the Anglican Church and the Catholic Church at each other's neck? Have you ever seen the Presby Church and the Methodist Church at each other's neck? So why would you have NDC and MPP when it's supposed to be a contest of ideas? Why would they have NPP and NDC go at each other and try and try to outdo each other, especially on the note of violence? He says, well, that should not be the case. What the people should be advocating for, if they really care about the Akwatia area, should be demanding for the peace of the national cake, should be demanding for development, and that's a chief that thinks about his people. I'm sure that message resonates deeply with the people. And as the hours go by and as the minutes go by, we'll bring you all the full detail here on your election command center. And we'll let you take a look at this quickly so you can get a firm understanding of what's been happening over the period. Take a look. And this is your election command center here on TV3 and also across our social media pages at 3FM927 on Facebook and TV3 Ghana on Facebook as well. Now, Musa Dankwa will be joining us shortly on set. But first, he's been doing some digging, some work, and we want to share a bit of it with you. We're talking about Esumedu, that's the NPP's candidate, versus Mr. Bedu, the NDC's candidate. Their chances at this by-election, for example. You look at the figures, and we sourced it nicely to Global Info Analytics. So the red bar represents the baseline poll, and then the black bar represents the final poll that was had, right? Now, someone else who is supposed to be part of this contest is a certain Owusu Patrick, but clearly he's not been too loud enough, and we don't know where he is at this material point in time. But what are their chances? In terms of the baseline poll, if you look at it head-to-head, Solomon Esumedu of the NPP had 50% of the votes per the baseline survey that Musa Dankwa and his team did from Global Info Analytics. Bernard Bedu had 44% of the total number of the sample size and whatever work that was done. But then you look at the final poll, and then Solomon Esumedu has dipped from 50% now to 47%. And then you look at the final poll for Bernard Bedu, and you can clearly tell that he's shot up from 44% to 53%. When Musa Dankwa takes his seat, I'm sure that we can ask him further and better particulars for him to tell us what really went into this. We're looking at the numbers, how many days it took, what period, because we're talking about a baseline poll and then a final poll. And this should be very instructive for those of you who are interested in all of the figures. Mr. Owusu Patrick had 6% in terms of the baseline poll. The final poll, he had nothing. It's called 0 because I'm sure by that time the people had made up their mind where they wanted to go, either they wanted to go towards NDC and NPP. So we do know that since 1992, in fact, 1992 was not a competitive election because the NPP did not participate in that election. The first competitive parliamentary elections and presidential elections that happened in the Aquitia constituency was in 1996. This was the second term of the Jerry Rawlings era. And at that point, Jerry Rawlings' party, the NDC, won Aquitia for the first time in that competitive election. In 2000, the NPP, and interestingly, the Aquitia constituency seems to have voted each time there's going to be a change at the top. At the top means that, well, President Kufuor comes in, President Mills comes in, President Nana Akufo-Addo comes in, and now John Mahama comes in. In fact, in 2024, even though there was a change in government, Aquitia didn't vote for the NDC. But I digress. I go back to it. Now, in 2000, President Kufuor had just come in, and the NPP won the Aquitia seat for the very, very first time. So the dynamics in the Aquitia constituency, quite interesting. If you look at the voter turnout, find me the voter turnout, please. Let's take a look at the voter turnout in Aquitia, at least from the year 2000 all the way to the year 2024. And we get a fine understanding of what the constituency has been, how the constituency has been voting. By the way, just to guide you, the total number of registered voters, 52,328 individuals are voting in this election, or are expected to vote in this election. 52,328 are expected to vote in this election. That's about maybe 2.5% of the total in terms of the national voter population. The Akwatia constituency alone takes about 2.6% of the vote. Now, there are 10 most populous, what do you call it? 10 most populous polling stations in the Akwatia constituency that should guide you. The total number of votes that these 10 will bring you are 6,644 number of votes. 6,644 number of votes. That will represent 12.7% of the votes. Now, these are the 10 polling stations, but populous polling stations in the Aquitia constituency. The Deba Grounds, New Wenchi, 704 persons are on the register there. Presby Church, New Wenchi, 699 persons are on that register there. SDA Basic School, Takrasi, 671 persons are on that register. Roman Catholic Church Primary School, Boydua, 670 persons are on that register there. Deba Grounds in Okumaning, 660 persons are on that ground there. And then you have Presby JHS New Wenchi, 654 persons are on that register. Yoruba Mosque Akwatia, 653 persons are on the register. Main Gate Boydua, 650 persons are on that register there. LA JHS, that's a local authority, JHS Topreman, 643 persons are on that register there. St. Paul's Preparatory School, Boydua, 640 persons are on that register there. So now, a total number of votes that these 10 bring you is 6,644. That's 12.7% of the total number of votes. That's the 12% of it. Now, if these 10 are accounting for 12%, and the parties, the various parties, whether NDC or NPP, whether Mr. Beidou or Mr. Sumedu, are able to clinch these seats, the one who gets a majority of this is clearly then on the way to victory. You can confidently say that they are on their way to victory. And it's quite interesting, the dynamics in the Akwatia constituency. Very, very interesting. Now take a look, for example, at the voter turnout. And we're starting all the way from the year 2000. Very, very interesting dynamics, as you can see on your screen. In the year 2000, we're looking at the national turnout and then also the constituency turnout. These are two graphs that we put together nicely for you. Now, the national turnout, in terms of year 2000, you find that the national turnout has 62.5%, whereas the constituency turnout, that's a Aquitia turnout, has 63.4%. And then fast forward to 2004, you see that the constituency turnout is 90.9. 90.9. This was the second term of President John Ejekugo for 90.9% voter turnout. The national turnout was 85.3%. 85.3%. And then in 2008, you had a national turnout of 88.1%. And then in 2008, the Aquitia turnout, the constituency turnout was 88.1%. And then also the national turnout was 69.4%. And then you find out that in the 2012, the national turnout was 79.9%, and then the constituency turnout was 86.1%. In 2016, you had 69.1% for the national turnout, and 73.9% for the constituency turnout. And then in 2020, you had 79.6% for the national turnout, for the constituency turnout, 83%. And then in 2024, the latest election that we had until this by-election, the national turnout was 59.6%, and then the constituency turnout was 70.3%. It tells you a certain story. Now, the vote percentages that these two gentlemen will get will also be part of the historical profile of the constituency called Aquitia. Now, what do we know about the constituency called Aquitia? Let's quickly get a profile of the constituency called Aquitia. We know that it is a farming community. We know that it is a mining community. We know that top of the mind and the demands of the electorate in that area are conversations around jobs. We know that they're looking for apprenticeship. We know that they're looking for farm implements and farm inputs. We know that they're looking for soft loans to be able to start their own businesses. We know that the people in Aquitia, for example, are also equally concerned about galamsey because it affects the quality of water they drink, the quality of water that their livestock drink, the quality of water that they use to water their farm produce that we eventually will be buying from them. A whole gamut of issues. Aquitia is mixed communities. It has Zongo communities, it has competitive, often NDC-leaning communities. That's Aquitia for you, and they have it right there. In terms of the rural farming towns, you can mention Boidua, you can mention Topreman, you can mention New Wenchi, you can mention Takrasi, and it's an Akan majority community, which means that the Akans have taken center stage. Typically, the NPP leaning. So in the rural communities, the urban part of Aquitia has NDC as their lover boys. And then the rural farming areas of Aquitia has the NPP as their lover boys, especially because in areas like Topreman, like Boidua, like New Wenchi, like Takrasi, it's a Kan majority, typically NPP leaning. The Zongo communities, often competitive, they tilt towards the NDC. Now, historically, it's Ghana's diamond mining hub, Aquitia. And I'm sure you remember the Ghana Consolidated Diamonds in Aquitia. You also remember that the current livelihood conversations, artisanal mining, which is legitimate in most of the cases, but also now recently we have galamsey, illegal mining, which has destroyed a lot of vegetation, a lot of water bodies. It's causing a lot of health problems and health risk and dangers to people around there. But there are also very industrious people who are interested in farming. So in terms of cocoa and food crops, you'll find the people of Aquitia actively participating in those things. They also like to trade. And they trade in all manner of wares, from clothes to used clothing to footwears to name them. All the commodities that you need to put body and soul together, you'll find them trading some in Aquitia. There's a high youth unemployment in the area. They keep crying for jobs, 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 and more jobs. Apprenticeships is also very lucrative in that area in terms of if you want to start it up, yes, but they clamor for it, and in those places, they expect that those things will come to them. And the mining policy are top of the voter issues because they want the mining area properly screened and properly looked at. As I mentioned to you, 2.9% of the total votes that you get in Akwatia accounts for what they chop off the national average. But, well, we'll hand over now to the next team. We're joining me now, Alfred Nede Akrofio Kansik, and Joseph Akable and Kemini Amano will be joining us shortly. My name is Johnny Hughes. They take over from here.
Election Command Center, Johnny Hughes, thank you. Together with the rest of the team, earlier, thank you so much. And as always, we remain your Election Command Center to bring you comprehensive coverage of what's happening in the Akwatia constituency. This by-election, we've been building up to it quite strongly here on your Election Command Center. Today, the D-Day, we are all in the 119 polling stations. We have our men on the ground monitoring the situation. They'll bring you some exclusive detail as well as what is happening there in that constituency. This is a day that we were expecting some over 52,000 registered voters in that constituency. But as we have seen, one that is characteristic with by-elections in this country, the low voter turnout is one that we're seeing playing out in this Akwatia constituency. And there's been a number of factors ascribed to it. We'll get into it here on your Election Command Center. These are the dying moments of the polls there. In less than an hour, polls will close in the Akwatia constituency. This is a crucial period, and that's why we're hearing the Ghana Police Service say they're going to send reinforcement to beef up the police presence in that area. 5,500 policemen on the ground. We'll be finding out exactly how things will play out in the next 1 hour before polls close here on your Election Command Center. We're live as well on 3FM 92.7. My name is Alfred Okanse, and I'm here with Joseph Akable, who's going to be running through the numbers and how things are playing out, and the man who has stuck out his neck with a prediction that the NDC is going to win this by-election. Musa Dankwa is here with you, Blake.
Yes, there's a lot to talk about. I mean, it's an interesting poll, and we all know the work that Musa Dankwa and Global Info Analytics have been doing since December 2024. It's been generating heated conversations here and there, but there are important aspects of it. And a lot of the times, we tend to just focus mainly on the outcomes, the conclusions, the projections. I like to pay close attention to what the people are talking about. What direction do they think the country is heading? What's the president's approval rating? What are the factors that are influencing who they are deciding to vote for? That more often than not enables us to an extent, even though we do not have it in the form of exit poll, so to speak. It gives us a sense of what may have accounted for the outcomes once the numbers come out. And what we'll be trying to do from now until the close of polls and finally collation processes to walk our viewers through all of that. When the numbers start coming in, we're going to make sense of all those numbers and show you how they fit within the historical narrative, what is looking different, what is being consistent amongst all of that. And so it's a lot to unpack at this point in time, Alfred, and that is what we'll be doing in the next couple of hours here.
And we have the men
and the women on the ground to bring you everything you need to know here on the O Election Command Center. Kemini Amano is seated with the creme de la creme of the men who are on the beat to bring you everything you need to know. Kem?
Absolutely. Over here, it is the men and the woman. and we'll bring all the conversations, as we cover events on the ground. But Alfred, you're right. We're in the last hour of the voting. We expect counting to then take place after that. And we'll be here to bring those moments also to our viewers. But Aquitia is a really interesting constituency. This is their second by-election, Alfred?
Indeed. In fact, they've had their own fair share of troubles.
Absolutely.
That characterized that election over the period since 2008, that the first time we saw, and then there's been the second by-election as we're seeing.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And you can understand why people are worried, again, because of what, the incidents that took place in 2008 and then 2009 when the actual by-election took place. I am very happy at this point, very glad at this point that we haven't seen that level of violence. What we have seen is disagreements. We can separate disagreements from violence. And I'm happy to know that the police are on the ground doing what they need to do to ensure that there is law and order on the ground. But listen, whether or not Aquitia will follow the trend of what we have seen from 1992 up until the elections of 2024, where it seems to align with the presidential outcome in the national elections, would know in the next few hours as we cover the elections. Because Alfred, again, Blair will take us through the numbers. We'll see that between the NPP and the NDC, despite this being a swing constituency, we've seen the NPP pick it 5 times. We've seen the NDC pick it 4 times, including that non-contested election of 1992, or the non-competitive election of 1992. And so it is a really important election for the NDC because they would want to be at par with the NPP as far as who was taking the seat before is concerned. And so we look forward to how it is. I'm sure along the line we'll go into the historical context of the previous by-elections. But I'll move on to you guys on the other side.
Indeed. You are touch on the bit about the security matters. And this is a by-election, okay? Even though we saw in at least the last by-election before election 2024, and with what played out, there was a lot more deployment of police personnel. But with 5,500 on the ground, with a by-election that we've seen a relatively low voter turnout, think about what's going to happen on election day itself, 2028. So if you have 5,500 men on the ground because of the matter of the fear of some violence there's been some security analysts, and I know one of them is seated with you, who has raised a question about what is going to happen on election day proper, because we've seen the voter turnout is low. Okay, compared to the 2024 elections, even with the over 52,000 voter population there, just about over 50% we saw voter turnout there in 2024. Now we're seeing in this particular by-election, even though you don't have many people turning up like that out to go and vote, you have these number of policemen on the ground. Security is going to be a big matter going into the last moments of this particular by-election in less than an hour. This is a crucial time. The counting, the sorting, the counting, the declaration. These are the crucial moments of this by-election. And Joseph, now you look at how things have played out from I like to exclude 1992 for good reason, because of that stolen verdict that the NPP wrote. But the NDC won that election.
Yes,
okay?
the NDC
essentially, they had their representative in that particular election in representing the Akwatia constituency. The same man who won for the NDC in 1992 retained the seat for the NDC in 1996. How did it play out eventually?
And so it's all been one story of the NDC initially taking off and doing the dominance a bit, and the MPP being doing a bit of consistency in terms of the electoral outcomes. And like you rightly indicated, I personally always want to take off 92. I mean, for the obvious reason that you stated. But if you take that one out, if you come to 96, then you have 2000. Then the MPP takes over. The MPP candidate did 2 straight terms. Then he lost the primaries. Another individual from the same party now comes in and did 1 term. Now, it's interesting to note that Baba Jamal, who had been trying to contest 3 times, had not been successful, now makes an impact and manages to win for the very first time. And that becomes very crucial. But you know the part that he made reference to, the rerun that took place in 2008 and 2009?
Yes.
That was actually, it took place in 6 stations. So it was very similar to what they had in Ablekuma North. And so the matter went through the courts multiple times because the concern had been raised that those 6 stations, irregularities are taking place, electoral malpractice are taking place. So eventually when the election took place in those 6 stations, to be added to what had been already accounted for, Kofi Asari emerged victorious for the New Patriotic Party. Then the next election is what brought in Baba Jamal. Then afterwards, we have Mercy Jemfi coming, the woman popularly known as Amase, as we know her to be. Then there are many who have made a point that, well, the MPP potentially should have allowed her to continue. She lost the primaries, Ernest Kumi came in, then Ernest Kumi loses to Henry Yadom Boakye. Now, Henry Yadom Boakye goes into parliament 1 term, Ernest Kumi comes back and defeats him.
Yes.
Then we all know the litigation that took place from there on. It became an issue of should he be sworn in, should he not be sworn in? We know the contempt matters, the arrest warrants, all through all of that. The lawyer who was in the middle of all of this now emerges as the candidate. And there's a part of Musa Dankwa's poll, and when we cross over Kemini, we'll discuss that with him, that he notes, and I have heard him say that he believes that the candidature change may have or may go in favor of the NDC, as in work for the benefit of the NDC, the change that was done. I mean, that is an interesting point for many, because political watchers will simply say that, well, if you have a candidate who attempted to win, he has won before, and he's lost and he's coming back again, should it not be easier to market that candidate?
That's Henry Boakye Yadom.
Henry Boakye Yadom, yes.
I see. But then again, the NDC holds a different view. I mean, we've had this discussion a number of times. They say that, okay, this was democracy at play. This is Bernard Badu, who was the lawyer for Henry Boakye Yadom, or Yadom Boakye, depending on how you look at it. In this dispute that you referenced after the 2024 elections, they go to the polls, and the lawyer and his client go at each other. Democracy at play. The lawyer now becomes the candidate. And we saw Henry Yadom Boakye with him during the campaign, going around and campaigning with him as well, as to whether that would have a direct impact on his candidature. I'm talking about that's Bernard Bado's candidature going forward. That's a conversation we're going to see in the next at least 1 hour and over ahead of us. Now, you talk about the relationship between the two as well. It's interesting because now we're getting to know that, in fact, Asumedu is Bernard Bado's client, right? So Bernard Bado is Asumedu, that's the MPP candidate's lawyer as well. He's a minor, Bernard Bado a lawyer. The late Ernest Kumi, an almost freshly minted lawyer, but never became. You sat in class with him, no?
Yes, I sat in class with Ernest.
It's a sad development, But then again, Musa Dankwa is also weaving all of that into his poll, that the people are looking at the personalities, a minor and a lawyer.
And there's something interesting about it. And I just want to show us this particular slide here, because this captures what Mr. Dankwa put out here, just to show you how the approval rating looks. And you know, there is a baseline that they use here. And if you look at the baseline, which is the red one you see here, the baseline poll as against the most recent one. So you see Asumedu starting off with 50%, now dropping to 47%. On the other hand, Bernard Badu takes off at 44%, but his stock rises to 53%. Now, this is very important, and Kemini, there's a part of this that you obviously have to take to Musa Dankwa, because when you put this against what he reports on the president's approval rating, the president of the Republic, you see that whereas the NDC candidate is gaining, that of the president's approval rating takes a slight dip. And again, there's an interesting question that he asked those who participated in the poll. The question of whether they thought the NDC should participate in this particular process. An interesting majority said that they didn't think the NDC should participate in this project. So in this particular constituency election that is taking place. And so the point we're discussing amongst ourselves earlier was that it appears that the voters or those who are participating in the poll are saying that, well, we think that the president's approval rating, well, has gone down, but in terms of our belief of who we are voting for over the period, that of the NDC candidate has gone up. That's the first point. Very important. The second point, again, they are making is to the effect that, that notwithstanding, we've expressed how we feel about it. That notwithstanding, the question of whether the NDC should be participating in this process, we don't think that they should be participating. But if they are going to participate, we want their candidate to emerge victorious.
Absolutely. But you see, there's a caveat that we need to put to the first poll that was conducted between August 1 and August 2 by Musa Dankwa, because at the time, Bernard Bedu had not been elected as the NDC candidate. So Musa actually put Solomon Asumedu, who had been elected at the time, against Bernard Bedu, Henry Yadomboachi, and then Ali. There were three persons who went to the primaries for the NDC in that constituency. So you can understand why then, now that in the midst of it all, the first poll may not have given us a clear picture of Bernard Bedu's strength, influence, impact, and mettle in that constituency. But fast forward to the August 27, 28th poll, when he had been elected as the candidate for the NDC going into this by-election, then he had time to campaign. Bear in mind, he was one time secretary of the NDC in the constituency. Solomon Asumedu was also a treasurer for the MPP in that same constituency. They have roots, they have grounding, they have some level of influence in the constituency, having held these different positions for the party. But then again, if you want to see a true picture, in my view, a true picture of the strength and mettle of the two, look at the August 27, August 28 poll. Because at the time, both of them had had time to campaign and to reach out to the constituency to sell their message to the constituents. That outcome in the second poll tells a very interesting story.
I agree perfectly with that. Then now the question that I always want to look out for is the factors with greater influence on voters. Very important points there. And we see topmost being development projects, very broad development projects. They again talk about the economy. And let me stay a bit on development projects, because you saw what we brought to our viewers a short while ago. Gordon Asidiba reporting in an area where a road was being constructed.
Absolutely.
And the individuals he spoke, some of them had said that because the by-election was approaching, they had come around to begin the construction. I mean, it's a conversation that we've had many times. And it's one thing that we saw happening mainly before the 2024 December elections. Projects.
Asin North.
Yes, even Asin North. Ablekuma as well. I mean, in fact, we basically see it happening all around. I remember Ayawaso West Wagon as well, that particular by-election that turned violent. We saw again that particular thing play out. We all see the political parties, they know for a fact that they would have to deliver development projects. We know that. But why is it that when it gets closer to the election process, sometimes days, then we see the key projects taking off? But the people will always tell you that, yes, they want development projects to take place. Economy, very, very important, but it comes 15%. You see the gap there, 42% as against 15%. The people are still interested. They still want the economy, then followed closely by issues of education.
The economy would find some footing in development in itself, right? So you could probably share the spoil between the development projects need and the state of the economy that you are looking at, isn't it?
Yeah. So that is how it looks in terms of those factors, and that influence are likely to influence the voters. And so that gives us a sense of what is on the minds of the people of Aquitia as they've already gone into the various polling booths to cast their ballots.
There's a bit more detail to this that Kemini would get into together with her guests, because Kemini, this picture is getting clearer by the minute as the constituents go to the polls. You have just about, some 45 minutes. Everybody will see their smoothness level.
40 minutes. Under 40 minutes now.
Everybody will see their smoothness level, and then we'll know what to do next. Kem.
We know who's winning, whether or not Musa Dankwa is right again.
Absolutely.
As far as the predictions are concerned. But thank you so much, gentlemen, for bringing us that base knowledge of Aquitia and what it's all about, right? Let me quickly introduce the gentleman with me on this side of the studio. To my very far right is Dr. Ishmael Norman. He's a security analyst. And then next to him is political analyst, Dr. Jonathan Asante-Okyere. And then right next to me is Musa Dankwa, the very Musa Dankwa we have been naming from the very beginning of our coverage today. Gentlemen, thank you so much for your time this afternoon. I think, it's only fair that we start off with your general perspective of the by-election so far. I'll start off with you, Doc Norman.
Thank you, Kimini. I think so far, everything is going quite well. And in spite of the huge police presence, some skirmishes have taken place. I think the people of Akwatia have done well. We should commend them. Ghana Police, IGP, has also done well, even though I have questions about the quantum of people, police officers.
I mean, do you think it was an overkill or is lesson learned? Because remember, back in 2009, there were a lot of questions as to why the police did not prepare itself enough for a by-election in Aquitia. If you recall, in Parliament, they had chastised the police. The then Minority Leader Seche Mensah Bonsu and Majority Leader Alban Bagbin had chastised the police for, how they handled the by-election as far as, the security and safety is concerned. So maybe that's the reason.
Well, even at this station, Ablekuma North, I also criticized them for not thinking of the worst case scenario. But I think it is a bit of an overkill because it's not sustainable. If we have a general election, look at the constituencies that we have. How many policemen and women are there? 43,000 maybe by then, 2028, it will be maybe 66,000. Would that be able to distribute 5,500 police officers to every constituency? Even if you add the rest of the security agencies, would they be able to do that? The answer is definitely no. So I think the Akwatia model is probably designed only for
Akwatia.
It cannot be replicated.
We'll get into the nitty-gritties of it. But Dr. Okyere, what's your view of how the election has played out from the very start, 7 a.m. up until now?
Well, I think by and large, they've really done well. We need to commend them. Many were those naysayers who thought that probably we're going to see some mayhem. But you see, nobody takes a decision out of vacuum. The police had so many warmongering statements coming from mainly the opposition. The opposition also behaved in that way based upon what probably happened at Ablekuma North. So they were using that as what? A precaution. So they were warning the police here, they were throwing tantrums here. So this 5,500 people have criticized as being humongous. Well, it is. But the point is that if it has solved a problem that we are all envisaging, that is the cost of democracy. I've asked myself, have we thought about why we still have persistent problem in Boko? It is because of leadership crisis. Somebody is not accepting someone's leadership, maybe land. So people are thinking that, well, this is too costly. But if at the end of the day, it brings out a leader that is accepted by the entire community, peace prevails, development can continue. Whereas the development in Boko, do we have that? We don't. So if democracy is expensive, try oligarchy. Try something else and you see whether that is more costlier than the other. That being said, have we also thought about the fact that this 5,500 could be a psychological weapon? And that possibly there is no 5,500 policemen there. Have you thought of that? Yes, it could be a psychological warfare. It's a way of letting those who want to foment trouble, right? Bear in mind that, look, the police presence is very visible.
Right.
But do we have the means of counting them one by one to ascertain whether there are 5,500 there?
Doc, you're shaking your head. Why?
Or because if you do that, if you give wrong estimates of people you've deployed, it means it's a setup to steal money from the public purse.
If only they
yes.
present, if only they, look, at the top level, only a few people would know the security architecture that is going to be deployed. It is not everybody that must have. Some years back, we used to hear that, whether it is for comic reasons, we used to hear that in President Kufuor's cabinet, the late, this veteran man, Courage, the late Courage, right, were told that when they were done with cabinet and he leaves, then they do another cabinet meeting as to whether it was true or not. So it is like the court of Sahindrin. They had caucus and caucus, so they were suspicious of his intent.
Are we also maybe perhaps running a little ahead of ourselves, considering that, you know, we are now entering the very crucial point of vote counting, declaration, and the likes. So maybe we will know whether or not that 5,500 is a true overkill or was actually needed in those times. Dr. Ishmael, but you make a point that if they align with the numbers, so to speak, right? If the number is really not a true reflection of events on the ground or the number of personnel that have been deployed, then they could be using it to, and we don't know. Again, we don't know. It's just your assumption you're making. We don't know if that is the case. You are saying that it's a way of taking from the public purse, and I want you to explain that.
Every intervention, whether it is health intervention, COVID, whether it is Ayawaso Wagon or Ablekuma North, the moment the key responders basically give wrong figures, that is an opportunity to steal money from the public purse. We saw it in COVID. It is not only in this country that first responders steal in intervention. It is one of the big standing factors in disaster emergency in responses.
And what you're saying is that you don't think that is what the police have
I don't
done.
think that is what is happening.
Very well.
I think the IGP is too honorable to be doing that.
You see, it is not about, not divulging the truth. This is security and intelligence.
No, hang on. No, let's not debate between the two of you. You both can have different views, and that's okay, right? Let me come to Musa Dankwa now. Right. Musa, is Aquitia playing out as you envisaged?
It's going to be very close, and the indications are that those who are prioritizing development project is nearly half of the people we've spoken to. So a big chunk are saying developmental project is driving their vote. Then at the distant second is economy. That order has not changed, just that the magnitude of those who are saying development project has increased from 42% to around 50%. That is what we've seen clearly in the data. As to how that impacts the final tally that we have in Aquitia, is another thing. Remember, polls are polls. Polls are opinions. They're not actually physical votes that have been counted. If you say you're going to go and vote for someone and you didn't show up, that is no vote. So it depends on who works harder on the ground today and who was able to get their people off to the polling station to go and vote, and who is more motivated. But it's going to be very close in Aquitia.
You think it's going to be one of those close calls at the end of the day? You think so too?
Yeah, because I'm of the view that it could go either way, right? It could go either way. But looking at the factors on the ground, the goodwill that the central government has, how it will have to reflect, right? You know, in the macrocosm of, in an area that forms part of the country, right? It is just a macrocosm of the country. So that's the one constituency. We need to see how the goodwill of central government in terms of its policies will reflect in the decision that they take, right? And every human being is a rational being. Every human being is a rational being, irrespective of whether the person is educated or not. They are rational beings. So when they see something positively affecting them, they will want to react positively or respond accordingly. That's the same thing I said about Ablekuma North. And it happened.
I mean, again, for me, the question has been whether or not this by-election is really as crucial as we are making it out to be, right? Musa, what do you think?
It is not. It's not crucial.
I don't think so.
Honestly, it's not crucial.
It is
For
not.
NDC, it means nothing in terms of numbers. For MPP, it doesn't change any parliamentary arithmetics. But it's about bragging right. It's all about just bragging right.
It's a bragging right.
NDC wants to say that we are still in power, we are in power, we are still popular. We want to show that we are still popular. MPP wants to show that, look, we have had a very bad defeat. We have reorganized, or we are reorganizing. Our base is not demoralized, as you are saying. We can pull this off, and if we do, it will be a moral booster to our people. That's all this election is about.
I see. Doc, I'll pick your thoughts. Dr. Norman, I'll pick your thoughts on that because I see you smiling, but I want to hand over to the gentleman on the other side.
Sure.
And when we come back on this table, Musa, I want you to speak to a few questions that the gentleman on the other side have raised. For instance, the approval rating for the candidates, Benjamin Bedu, that of the NDC, higher than...
The approval rating is not the same as is for the president.
It's for the president. That's what I'm saying, right? And the gentlemen are raising questions about that.
We have fresh figures from the
Share with me so that the gentleman can take us through a few trend matters, and then we'll come back to your fresh figures.
Right. Okay.
Excuse me. We'll discuss that on the table. But Alfred.
So that point that you made earlier is a very, very important one about whether or not, I mean, the consequence or the impact of the outcome of this particular poll, that's the by-election today, in terms of the parliamentary representation, is relatively insignificant. In fact, it is insignificant for both sides. If the MPP wins, it's going to go to 89. If the NDC wins, it's not going to change their supermajority to third majority status. It's about, beyond the bragging rights, you hear, for instance, the General Secretary of the party, Fifi Kwete, say that this election outcome today would put matters to rest as to who won the 2024 election, right? So that's his view. I mean, yes, you can disagree, but he says to the extent that the merits of their disagreement with the outcome of the 2024 elections that got NSC Alkome declared as MP-elect had not been heard in court before the death of NSC Alkome.
That's
his
right.
death, yes.
That's right, but Blair will tell you that in the 2008 election, in the original December 7 election, when Baba Jamal has said that he, despite Dr. Kofi Asare leading him by some 3,000 votes, he has said that there were irregularities and that election was for him. When the rerun happened, yeah, he did pull some votes, but, Dr. Kofi Asare of blessed memory still beat him, really. And so I don't know if Fifi's explanation has any historical evidence to it, but let Blair go through the numbers.
Let's see how it looks like. Let's start off, Joseph, with the parliamentary representation, shall we?
Yes, just a display of what Musa Dankwa and Akemina have already made reference to, just to visualize it properly. So we have 276 seats in Parliament currently, the NDC occupying this side. So even just by looking at the graphics, it tells you what they have. But it's an important thing to notice that they currently have 183. Now, 2/3 of 276 gives you 184. So you recall when we covered the Ablekuma North one, we said that the NDC now had the 184. And that 2/3 is important because there are certain things you can do in Parliament. So, for instance, if Parliament passes a law, it goes over to the President. The President decides that, well, he has concerns, he's not going to sign the bill into law, and he sends it back with his comments to Parliament. Parliament, by 2/3, can veto the President's decision, and the President will be compelled to sign it. But we know that we do not have a parliamentary situation where that is likely to play out. And so the NDC on their own had 184, but due to the vacancy that has been created in Tamale Central and Aquitia, those are the two vacancies down there. One will be filled, hopefully, before we all go to bed today. That means that they do not have 184 on their own strength. But we do know that the four independent candidates, I mean, they have, it made it very clear from the onset that they are caucusing with the NDC in Parliament. So that is how come we have this situation here that we say that, well, if they want to fall on the strength of others, then they have the 184 that they need. But then the question that everyone would ask itself is that in the last couple of months, we've seen instances where the NPP MPs are even more than the NDC MPs in Parliament, particularly the period around when the appointments were to be made and shortly afterwards. We saw what happened in Parliament. So it's not a case that there is any key thing ongoing in Parliament such that the numbers may come down to those 2/3 that they need to push through such matters. We are nowhere near any such conversation. So yes, the history makes the point very clearly that it always comes down to the bragging rights of the political parties.
Oh, that sets the basis for this, is it not, as to how things are going to play out. But Kamini, you talked about the history of the by-elections, and it's important because from 1992 we've seen some 34 by-elections. 8 of them have been as a result of the death of the incumbent member of parliament. And the trend in terms of the outcome of all 8 have followed a particular pattern. The sympathy votes play a key role in the campaigning of the incumbent or the party that lost their MP. As to how the sympathy votes is going to play out in this by-election as well, I know Musa Danquah did some testing on that one. Sympathy was really minimal in this instance. We're going to get into that because then also it just shows us a path as to how things have been in those 8. But then majority of it, we've seen it go the direction of the political party that lost their candidate. How would it play out? Would sympathy be a big deal in this one, going into this the dying moments of this poll?
Very, very interesting point there. But just one issue that came up around the table as well, you know, the issues of security around the election, and the point being made whether too much attention is being given to it. I think the history tells us that it's always better for us to generally be safe than be sorry. And we've isolated a number of by-elections that have been very, very chaotic. And we put first this graph here just to show you that a place like Chereponi in 2009, you see the constituency that it doesn't matter whether the constituency is a stronghold of any party or not. It doesn't matter. You just watch what happened there. 1 person was killed, several injured, gunfire and stone throwing erupted. The violence overshadowed the NDC's narrow win there. So that is the story of Chereponi. And a lot of the time when you hear the political parties talk about by-elections and violence, you hear them say that what happened at Chereponi is something that they don't want to happen again. Again, if you move over to Talensi, saw what happened there. Gunshots and machete attacks caused injuries as well. NDC's Azoka Boys and MPP's Burger Bulldogs, those are very, very popular vigilante groups in many times past. And today, in one of the videos, we saw Sofa Zoka in the midst there. You've seen that video, right?
With the second vice chair of the NPP. You know, I understand they are friends. Today, they decided to just show us something small.
Yeah. So supporters of both parties were also harmed as well. That is the incident that took place in Talensi in 2015. Then I have also West Wuogon. And let me stay a bit on this graph just to show you something. This is a constituency that the NPP in times past comfortably said that, well, it's their constituency. They were always winning anyways. And so that comes back to the point that it's just the fact that, and there's an interesting research paper that I came across that discusses what causes violence during by-elections. And it makes the point that the concentration, the fact that this morning the Digital Macro called election tourists, people who are not in the constituency, national executives, politicians, everyone goes there to participate in elections. So we saw what happened in Ayawaso, West Wuogon. Even though that violence took a bit of a different form, armed marksmen stormed polling centers. They eventually identified as operatives of national security. A whole commission of inquiry was set up about that. We saw how a national security operative who per the standard procedures that were established, what was given to the committee, was not supposed to be armed. He said he took the gun, the double gentleman, he said he took the gun from the standby unit that had been seconded there. He took the gun from him and went, and we saw the firing incidents that happened there. Gunshots were fired, 18 people injured. And so that is something that has also left everyone concerned. And so that is the reason why people think that it's always better that we deploy as much as we can do just to be safe.
And in fact, talk about the approach in the aftermath of violence. Kamini, the Ghana Police Service has, in this time around, been commended now. And in fact, this administration also taking a different turn, because then in the Ayawaso West Wuogon by-election violence, a commission of inquiry was established. They did their work. They put in a white paper. The president thought the then president thought otherwise. This time around, we saw the elections in the Ablekuma North constituency. We've had a number of persons face the law, 8 of them. They've been slapped with 6,000 cedis. The conversation as to whether that was a heavy one or a light slap, that is the consequence of the charge that they were giving at the time.
And you have to put it in
brings
the
a
context
different
that they
development.
pleaded guilty.
Absolutely.
They pleaded guilty when the matter
But this time around, they say that, so there are two contexts, isn't it? As to whether the persons who, were found to have gone foul or fallen foul of the law in the also West Wagon constituency by-election commission of inquiry outcome, as to whether they were punished, and that could have also sent a signal. Will this Ablekuma North by-election persons, 8 of them who were arrested, and in fact they pleaded guilty, are being charged, would it be enough deterrence for any violence going into the last moments of this by-election in Aquitia? That's another quick conversation we can have as well.
Indeed. Alfred and Blair, you've put so much on the table for us to discuss. We're now under 19 minutes to the close of polls. It's our continuing coverage of the Aquitia by-election. This is your election command center on TV3. I'm Kemini Amano. Now, I come to you, Dr. Norman, because that's where we left off, right? The historical trends of by-election that Blair has just taken us through has just brought something to mind, that even though we are saying this is not a crucial election, we can say same for the 2009 by-election as well. Remember that the NDC already had a majority. The NDC had won the presidential election as well. But at the end of the day, we saw how things played out for Aquitia specifically. And so you, as a security analyst, right, are we right when we say that this may not be a crucial election at all, and that we may be making a fuss out of nothing?
It is important to both parties. MPP wants to know where they are emotionally, psychologically, where the Ghanaian public puts them. NDC wants to validate its programs. And if they win, it means that the political capital and the social capital of President Mahama is still up there.
Right.
Right. So it may not be important in terms of the activities in Parliament, but it is important optics. It is important in terms of confidence building in NDC. And I believe that the government would not have opted to spend. I did a simple calculation about costing. I arrive at 93 million Ghana cedis.
On security?
Yes.
How did you arrive at that?
The 5,500 police officers only, if we're feeding them at 200 cedis a day. I haven't brought in hotel bills. 200 cedis a day. That's times 22 days, because August 13th up to today, we're talking about 1,100,000 times 22 days. That's 24,200,000. The personnel incidentals, every time you take somebody away from their home in the professional world, you have to give them incidentals, money for incident, toothpaste, soap, and the rest. So I pegged that at 170 cities. That alone is 24 million. Then miscellaneous, when you put it together, that's 47 million cedis. I have not even brought in the costing for the supervisors, the vehicles, the petrol, and all of that. The per diem of the officers. The superior officers collect about 2,000 Ghana cedis a day.
A day?
Yes. The junior officers, COP may collect maybe 1,500, but the IGP and his cohort will collect about 2,000 Ghana cedis. Then below the COPs will collect maybe 1,000, and then it goes down to about, the last point will be about 700 Ghana cedis. When you put that together, it's a huge amount of money.
So this is a rough estimate of 93 million cedis.
Yes,
that we could be spending for security alone.
It will be in excess. There will also be over-invoicing of the suppliers and under-invoicing.
We don't know that for sure.
Due to the economic and social opportunism of Ghanaians, when you are dealing with Ghanaians, with all due respect to my people, you have to always factor that.
You have to make room for it.
You have to make room for bribery and corruption. is a big factor.
But that's a lot of money to spend on
It is. So it must be important to the ruling government. And it's also a constitutional requirement. So as my dear doctor here was saying, it's the cost of democracy, but it doesn't have to be so excessive that we justify it with the cost of democracy. It's just too much. We should look at it as the Akwatia model and work together with the IGP and Ghana Police to try and enhance it so that in the future it can be deployed nationally. It is a good model to start with, and every time you are doing initial research, the cost may be a bit high, but over time you are able to tone it down, bring it down, and make it more efficient and more effective. So I believe that is very, very costly, but we need to know the exact amount of money involved. This must be made public. Since the IGP is into transparency, probity, and accountability, we should know by now. We shouldn't wait for 2 years before it goes to Auditor General and Public Accounts Committee, because there's going to be stealing.
I see. Very well. Doc, I'll come to you with the question of, there were those that thought that because of that excessive number, and I hope that we can move away from that from after this, that those who thought that the excessive number of police officers, and in fact, I had seen someone comment that there were more observers at the election than there were actual voters who had come to vote, which means that there was voter apathy. Again, historically speaking, one of the worries of the 2009 by-election was that the police presence there was, could cause voter apathy, and indeed it did to a certain extent. Does that come to you as any source of concern at all when we talk about the numbers?
Well, I think it's a double-edged sword. The numbers over there is a double-edged sword because it could repel some voters, put some fear in them, and they may want to stay in their own corner. Others too will feel safe that, well, their presence is to encourage me to go and vote at least. I may not be attacked by any vigilante or a macho person, so to speak. With respect to this security and the budget, I don't know whether they may want to add it to national security. If they do, we wouldn't know the cost. But I think that this is a good call, that we must all know how much was expended at Aquitia. The other question that was asked earlier, with respect to the essence of this by-election, whether it is going to count for anything.
Dr. Santiago, I'm going to come back to you briefly, but let's head to the grant now. Our Christian Yale is joining us from the Takoradi Deba grounds with a quick report on happenings there. Christian, what can you report from where you are?
All right, and so, Kamini, we are currently here at the Deba grounds at Takoradi, which is one of the key hotspots when you get into the Akwatia constituency, where this by-election has been running since morning to now. We have expected about 581 valid voters to have come here to cast their ballot. Just about some 2-3 minutes when I engaged the presiding officer, the understanding was that we've recorded about 400 out of the 581 valid voters or expected voters. What it means is that there's been that significant record of voter turnout at this particular polling station. With just some few minutes to the close of polls here, we've seen that the police, for instance, is ready, and when you check, and as it were in election and all of these major stakeholder engagement, they have this Robocop style armor that they put on, which they use along the line to form human fence. So they are well clad themselves in that Robocop style armor with the type of helmet that comes with it and then the costume thereof, so that whenever the counting is just about to begin, they would be able to form that human fence and then properly demarcate where observers should be and where they shouldn't be. And that is the kind of preparation that they've put in place to ensure that that process of the sorting and as it were, the subsequent counting of the ballot papers is done seamlessly. But when you check, Kemini, you would realize that there are these red lines here. The briefing we have received from the police is that all observers are going to be behind those red lines, which more or less demarcates the voting area. And so all of this area, no one from the community or from the observers is expected to come within the inner perimeter. What it means is that if you are an observer, you get here, you stand behind, and you witness the procedure as it goes on here. And what it also means is that for the media, for instance, we would not be allowed to crisscross. The police would help us to station ourselves at a particular vantage point to be able to get to capture everything as it unfolds. And so right now you see the box here, which contains all the ballot papers. You see this woman, probably that should be like the 401 or 402 out of the 581 expected voters come to cast her ballot. The momentum is picking up, Kemini, I should say, because when you look at it critically, the electoral officers are getting ready to get the sorting underway and also get the counting done. Let me see if I can briefly engage the presiding officer. Say we are live on TV3 Ghana. Just briefly, what has been the show today from your end? What are the numbers looking like right now?
Okay, as I'm speaking with you now, the numbers has been very much encouraging. The voter turnout has been very much encouraging. We were expecting 581, but as I'm speaking with you now, we've had 400 voters who has cast their votes. So it tells us that indeed the turnout has been very encouraging.
Very encouraging. So what it means also is that, and as custom is, when it is 5 p.m. and you still have few people in the queue, what happens?
Actually, we started at exactly 7:05, so we will close at exactly 5 p.m. So when it's exactly 5 p.m., we will close. When there is a queue, we will look at them and serve them. But then, when it's 5 and there is no queue here, we will just close and just go straight to the counting of the ballot. We sort it out and then we count it.
Thank you very much. And so there you have it. You have a number of, okay, and I see the NPP's candidate, Solomon Sumedu, coming right now. He just got to this polling station, probably to observe how things have been so far. I will see if I can get just some few words from him on what the process has been so far for him and what he's observed so far. Let me just give it a shot. Mr. Sumedu, can we get just some few words from you? What has been your observation so far?
Sorry. Let me finish. No interview.
Okay, he wouldn't want to. He wouldn't want to talk now. Indeed, when the executives working with him even are just repeating no interview, which means that they just came to observe what is happening here. In fact, this is my first time encountering him, so I would have loved to get some few words from him to know. You also have some bigwigs of the New Patriotic Party, NPP, Samia Uku there in your shot, who is accompanying him. I will try to see if I could get he himself to just say some few things with us. Mr. Uku, just some few words of your observation so far.
Interview for now. We will speak after the.
You speak after the close of polls, okay? He says they will speak after the close of polls, and so it's just largely observation here, just to ascertain for themselves how the process has been so far, and they have received some briefing from the police as well on how the things have been. And so there you have it, Solomon Sumedu, as well as Samia Uku and other executives from the constituency, and also some party officials together with him who have just come here to see. But indeed, it just tells you about the anticipation, and as it continues to build over here. And even with just some few minutes to the closure of polls, Kemini, you reckon and realize that there are more and more individuals who continue to come here. And this is actually a place of interest because we understand that the NPP's women's organizer is from this area, and you have that of the NDC's parliamentary candidate also from this same area. In that interview that I had with him, where he mentions that, the interest is high in his case. And so that has been the situation here. They wouldn't want to talk to us right now. They want to speak after polls have closed, but it is just something of keen interest, and how you see that they continue to make the rounds to most of these polling stations. When you look at the road, almost end to end blocked, there are more vehicles that continue to come from either side of the road. And then you see the police also beginning to mount their barricade to properly demarcate, or so to speak, to indicate where the observer should be and where the electoral officers, together with the security, would be to continue the counting, or even before the counting, to begin with the sorting of the ballot papers. Interesting indeed how it begins to heat up here at the Takoradi Deba grounds, which is one of the major hotspots when you get to this area. Kemini, I can confirm to you that there are more residents from the community who are continually showing up here. I really wanted to have a bite from Mr. Uku, but I respect his decision to hold on. Just some few words, after. Interesting.
Indeed, Chris, we'll leave it here with you for now, but I can tell you we are now under 3 minutes to the closing of polls, and I can imagine that's why the crowd is starting to build. But I also have some observations we'll take to a security analyst, Dr. Ishmael Norman, having seen some live pictures from the ground now. We'll stay on the ground just for a tad bit, because now we are connecting with our Joseph Armstrong Goldalogbe, who's been also roving some polling stations in the Aquitia constituency. Joseph, talk to us about where you are and what you've observed.
Coming with less than 2 minutes to the end of polling, I can confirm to you that we have some 340 people, 483 their ballots, and the police indeed beginning to strategize themselves ahead of the counting of the ballot papers, and you see they are well prepared. Earlier, I just spoke with the former chairman, Honorable Ufosu Ampofo, who is so confident that they are going to win. And he also commended the police for a good job done so far. His only fear is that, after the counting, everything will be so peaceful coming. One other thing I took notice of is that with less than 2 minutes for the polls to end, we have a number of people who have not voted at all. Their reason is that they've not been given any money, and I don't know where the money comes from, and they're all fighting over it, but even without the claim, the money was not sufficient for them. Hence,
from who?
They took the money and off they went. And all these people, at least not less than 20, I can count, they did not vote because they did not get a certain amount of money. And see how the police have protect this place in the community. Strategizing themselves, they are ahead of the country.
I see. Just Joseph, just hang on for me, because I want us to take a listen to some of those 20 people you had spoken to who said they needed money before they could vote. So now I'll come back to you. You tell us who was giving them money or who had promised them money, if you know. Let's take a listen to them.
No money, no goods. Because you have two delegates about which mean money about 3,000 Ghana cedis, 2,000 Ghana cedis. It's Akaya. It is here to general election. Or some Muslima is standing here to because what's money pan 4 years ran up on China in Banich. It is a minimum say election. I mean, 2,000 Ghana cedis. Medical talk free. You can say election. I mean, free. So bad. Who mentioned one mention in front.
But you should be able to vote.
I think there's a kind of the embrace of Aquitia constituency. Is kind of the twelve.
And you are here to be given.
Hey, what about me? Why already saw the man met one?
You are selling your vote.
I'm going to promote one.
It's an offense.
Any offense, to me, need any offense.
You can be arrested.
Then Obi to mention it.
What's your name?
Elena Jumbo.
Okay, thank you.
Like what?
So you said no money, no votes?
No money, no votes. Because Aquitia are saying, only this scam are saying.
But let's speak the English.
Nah, I'm paying this. Your own time, you are for the share.
That's okay, but this is the three. So this is the three.
And I don't know if I
Okay, then let's go.
20 billion. I want 20 billion before I will vote. Without money, I won't vote. Yeah.
But I'm not supposed to be selling your votes.
Yeah, I must to sell.
No.
They are corrupt. They are all corrupt. So I must to sell my vote.
No. But
well, Armstrong, quickly tell us, did you engage them to know who they're expecting money from? Why do they even want money?
I mean, so it appears it was a business that we engaged in. They wanted it from both sides, indeed. Some got it from both sides. But one young man that showed me the cash, showed me, I think, not less than 1,000 cities, and he claimed he got 400 cities from the NDC side and also 400 cities from the NTP side, and the other 200 people that just comes randomly, gives them 20, 10, and all bounced up to 1,000 cities. So for him, he took money from both sides, but still decided not to vote for them.
I see, Armstrong, it's 5:01. Polls have officially closed. Have polls closed where you are?
So exactly, you see polls just closed, and we are doing a sorting out of the ballot papers, and the arrangement is such that even the media is not given access to where the sorting out is taking place. We've seen some policemen position those who are carrying arms outside the barricaded area, and those with that arms are within the barricade. Okay, well, I've seen one policeman also carrying arms also within the barricade. So they are not allowing the media even to get close to where they are doing the sorting out, which makes it much more better. So all the other people around can also see what is happening. Over here, the crowd seems not to be so much. If you go to the Akwatia Lawrence Station, you see the crowd marching up because that place appears to be a bigger place with many more electors expected to cast their vote. That is where we perceive that morning fight between Azoka and then also that of the NPP vice chair. So as it stands right now, polls have closed at this place where I am. I can count 1, 2, 3 police stations. They've all come to an end, and nobody is being admitted to cast their ballot.
Very well, Armstrong, you keep an eye on events there. We'll connect with you once again. Joseph Armstrong Goldalogbe joined us from Aquitia. Earlier was Christian Yale, who also joined us from the Takoradi Dare background. You can tell from where Joseph is, as he has shown us, polls have closed, sorting has begun, which means that we'll be on the grounds a lot. Alfred and Blay will join me, taking us to the grounds a lot as we bring you those provisional results. But right now, as it's officially known, polls have closed. Now remember that there are certain places that polls didn't start at exactly 7 p.m. They would add that extra time. Also, if you're still in line, you'll be allowed to vote. So until the last person has voted, wherever they are in line at this time, at the time polls officially close, then we can't know the results, or sorting cannot take place in those areas. But there's so much to talk about, gentlemen, and Mr. Dankwa, you've been so quiet, so let's come to you a little bit. You can hear from the ground. They say you have to give them money or they won't vote. I wonder how widespread this is. Did this appear in your polls at all?
No, we didn't ask those questions today. Unfortunately, we've done that in the past in Asinov because it was very obvious and evident long before the election day. We didn't see that early enough for us to test it. But it wouldn't surprise me. These people don't keep surprising us, politicians. Once they want to win, they will do everything that they need to do to win. But it's still unfortunate if it's happening. Very sad to hear that.
I see. And then we've seen very low numbers. We hinted at that earlier.
In some places.
In some places. Let's talk about those low numbers, right? And what the impact could be at the end of counting.
Look, it depends on where the low turnout is happening. If you are a Sumedu of MPP, you don't want low turnout in Wenchi. You don't want low turnout in Aquitia. You don't want low turnout in Apnaman or Bodua East. These are the areas you should not be seeing low numbers. Now, if NDC is able to rack its numbers elsewhere, then that could be a problem. So we need to know where the low numbers are coming from. If you hear the gentleman, your colleague on Takrasi, that's where the MP comes from. That place seems to be very, very high turnout in one of the polling stations. Now, that's what we need to watch individual polling stations or electoral areas and what the turnouts are in those areas.
Could Takrasi be a decider in this election, or it will be Wenchi?
It will be helpful, but Wenchi, look, Wenchi will be a very crucial decider in terms of the numbers that come from there and the margin of winning for MPP candidate in Wenchi. And so too is Bodua East. Bodua East is a strong MPP area, and they must win there and win handsomely. Aquitia, they win here and there. Some of the areas in Aquitia can be won closely, others. But it is very important that they do well in where they're supposed to do well. In Bodua West, where NDC normally wins, we have to see the winning margin there as well. And Apnamai, which is my hometown, a very crucial electoral area in Aquitia. If it comes with a lower turnout, then the margin of win really could be a problem. So we need to see the figures as they come through.
I'm going to come back to you and we'll learn what the big wins could be for the NDC as well, or the areas that you may consider, win points or safe points for polling stations also for the NDC. But Dr. Santiotre, you heard from the ground. I mean, we've talked about how developments are important to the people. We know that in the last few days or over the last week, some graders have arrived in town, grading routes and the likes. I wonder what you make of this. Disappointed?
Using development project to bait voters?
Yes.
Well, it has become part and parcel of by-elections throughout.
You don't have any condemnation for it?
Oh, you see, as far as the people are concerned, right, they are seeing some development. But one way or the other, the question they will be asking themselves is, so if you could do this, why have you delayed all this while? Those are the cynics, right? Those who are motivated by cynicism to ask such questions. Because I listened to some guys who were interviewed. They said they have made up their mind, so it is not about, they said, okay, this is a 5-kilometer road, and they can see that you're only doing 1 kilometer. Is it the case that when they are done, you continue? Well, whether they are able to continue or not, they have already made up their minds. So out of 4 people that were interviewed, 1 was positive about the fact that, the NDC government appears to be ready to bring development. And so for them, Aquitia is turning green. Then the other 3, I think the other 2 spoke in such a way that you could see that they were against the green. But my question is, out of this cynicism, I asked myself, when did you notice that your roads were bad? Is it the case that your roads have become bad within 8 months? Or because some of them said that they have been deprived of developmental project. So I have argued that if developmental project is one of the key motivating factors, then it will rather go against the MPP, not the NDC. Because they will count the 8 years, right? The 8 years that you spend that you did not give them those infrastructure development. And then somebody has spent 8 months and is giving that to you. It may be cynical. It's trying to motivate you to vote for that particular party. Others may read in between the lines to say, well, that is positive after all. We never had roads. So we saw what happened at Kumeu, right? Overnight they were doing roads. So I was asking whether they will continue once the elections are over. I have not found out anything. We saw the same thing happen at Asin North, right? And as to whether they continued with those projects, we can never tell. So this has become a kind of subculture. But we need to read in between the lines that it is not everybody that can easily be swayed by this. In any case, it is an opportune time for the electorate in that area to benefit from something, right? To benefit from something. That is how, by-elections have become. And it is not everybody that you can win over with that.
Right.
But there are others who may
the
equally
concern
be.
for some will be that, okay, if you're baiting us with this for the election, which means that if at the end of today, Benjamin Bedu loses that, then whatever is happening will cease because it was a bait.
That it is incumbent upon Solomon to lobby and get it continued. Other than that, it will come to harm him. Because in some years to come, they will tell you that, look, if it had been built, then the project would have continued because he had his president in power. So if you are not able to lobby, right, we don't even hear your voice in parliament and other things, certainly they will vote against you should you decide to come back. On the other way around, it is more possible that should Bernard win, right, and even if they do not continue the project because there is no properly signed contract, right, he can use his relation with the party that is in government, being a member, to what? To ask for a continuation of it.
And Dr. Norman, I'm going to come back to you so we talk about, again, you're going to take a bite of what that we've talked about, but we'll also look at the security layout. When we went on the ground, we saw how the people were outside, unlike Ablekuma North, in certain polling stations and the collation center, when we saw a lot of infiltration, I think that's the word, right, of political, people, politicians and their handlers in the inner perimeter. We don't seem to see that here. I want you to analyze the layout going into the final hours of the election when we come back. But speaking of the ground, let me take you now to the other side of the studio where Alfred Okanse is on standby. Alfred.
Okay, so as you indicated, polls have closed officially. So we have a number of the polling stations wrapping up to start the sorting, and the counting will begin. We have 119 polling stations that elections took place in this constituency. Let's go to New Wenchi Palace A and B polling stations, and my colleague is there for us, and we'll cross over now to get a bit more detail into it. And Judith Brown is connecting with us from New Wenchi Palace A and B. Judith, what's happening where you are?
Right, and so Alfred, as you rightly said, I'm currently here at the New Wenchi Palace A and B, where the election has officially been closed. You can see in your shot right now a human barricade that has been formed by a myriad of police men who are here. I told you earlier, when you connected earlier, that there are over 30 policemen I can see just at this particular polling station. The police presence is extremely heavy, and they form that human barricade so as to ensure that no one can cross into the area where sorting is. You also see in your shot that sorting has begun for both polling stations. As we know, at this particular polling center, there are two polling stations, that's A and B, and you can see them quietly sorting out the ballots, as has been, you can see, of course, many of the people came in their numbers to vote for whatever candidates that they deemed fit to lead them as their parliamentary candidate or their member of parliament right here in the Aquitia constituency. And so they voted in their numbers, and we also see a number of people who are gathered behind this human barricade. A lot of people standing here awaiting what will be the outcome of this particular sorting process, which is currently ongoing here. We're going to try and engage with some of them, see the mood. You can see they're very quiet, and they are in a bit of a pensive mood, ready to hear the results of this particular election. I'm going to engage with one of the men who is standing here. Hello, good afternoon. Yeah, good What's your mood now?
Okay, I'm in a good mood. Yeah, for now.
And how has the process been for you so far?
For this one, I must say it was cool. It was cool. So we did not see any violence around, so everything was cool. Yeah.
And how confident are you for whatever candidate you voted for?
Okay, I'm an observer for NPP, Kwame Asumatu, and surely he's going to be. Yeah.
Okay, and observing the process, you have already said that you believe that it was a very cool process. Yeah. Anything you think should have been done better during this election?
Oh, everything is normal for now. As compared to the previous Yes, everything is nice. I did not see any policeman humiliating someone. Everyone was cool. Yeah.
Thank you very much. And so, as you heard clearly, he is an observer right here at this particular polling center, and he believes that this process has been cool. And of course, rightly, as we have also observed, it's been a very smooth process here at the new Wenchi Palace A and B. Everything went on smoothly. There was no form of violence whatsoever that was recorded in this particular area. And so you can see a lot of them who are gathered waiting for the results to be declared after sorting is properly done. I'm going to go on to the polling center A, where a number of supporters are also still gathered waiting for the results, and we're going to try and engage with some of them to see really how the process was for them. Hello, sir. Good afternoon. You're live on TV3. Can I know your name?
My name is Hakuna Emmanuel.
Okay. Sir, how was the process for you? Are you a voter here?
Yes.
So you voted today?
Yes.
And how was the process?
Yeah, it's good. It's good.
No violence?
No. Please, I'm waiting.
Okay, no problem. I'll speak to some more people. And what was your observation of the entire process today?
Everything is going well. Everything is good here. Yeah.
And looking at the history of electoral violence right around 2008 or so, where the electoral process was marred with violence, what would you say this process has been compared to previous years?
I think this one is better than the previous years. So this one is very good. There's no violence here. No, we don't hear any violence. So I think this one is very good.
And do you believe the police deployment was a bit on the high side, or is just the best way to handle the situation?
I think that the police is very good. It's very good. The police presence is here is very good. Fantastic. Yeah, that's what I can say.
And lastly, how confident are you for the candidate you probably are supporting or voted for?
I know my candidate will win, surely win. The whole constituency, my candidate will win.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. And so, yes, you heard them here. I spoke to some of the supporters and voters here at the new Wenchi Palace A and B polling stations. Now you can see the counting has started officially, and you can see the presiding member for the polling center A counting. He's at 90 currently, counting for one of the candidates, and you can hear him raise the ballots up, put them down, counting for a particular candidate. We're yet to find out who exactly these ballots are going for, but as it stands, it has reached 100, and he's counting for other candidates as well. And so, of course, that's over 100. They just added that to a number of other ballots that have been counted in favor of a particular candidate. They're going to definitely find out who is getting this ballot. I'm told now that it's the first candidate, candidate one, who is getting these particular votes. Whether or not it is in the favor of the MPP or the NDC, we're yet to find out after the the sorting has been done proper. And so it's still ongoing. As you can see in your shot, the presiding officer or member counting the ballots, many of them gathered here in a pensive mood. We're going to wait for a while for sorting to be done and everything to end, so that we can bring you the winner for the new Palace or new Wenchi Palace A and B. And so that's currently what's happening here at this particular polling center, Alfred, and we're going to be bringing you more details as and when the results are officially declared right here. But as we've said, the police presence is evident. You can see them behind me, a full human police wall. They're guarding the place. They're making sure no one comes or crosses over to the other side. The people still in a pensive mood. I can see some of them holding their pens and their papers, writing down for themselves what they hear in terms of the numbers that are coming in, so that they can be sure that whatever numbers are mentioned would correspond properly with what the presiding member is going to give ultimately. And so we'll bring you more details as to when the official results are declared after the sorting is officially done. My name is Judith Brown.
Right. Judith, stay with me. Judith, now let's stay a bit further there. Let's stay there because the counting, in fact, the sorting is ongoing as we speak, and then they'll go on to the counting for the various candidates. And as we do know, the Solomon Asumedu of the NPP was the candidate that was the first on the ballot, and then also the NDC's Bernard Baidu was the second on the ballot, the LPG. Let's hear the counting right now.
85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91,
Rejected ballots 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. Rejected
This is should I come in? Because they are done with the A's results. results are done. Okay. They come to announce themselves. Sound.
190 plus 79. Total valid votes 271. Rejected 4. So total vote cast 275. 275.
We have to move. The sorting officially has ended for New Wenchi Palace A, and according to the presiding member, the MPP candidate polled 192 votes. I repeat, 192 votes. The NDC candidate polled 79 votes, and the LPG candidate polled 0 polls. He had no votes. The rejected ballots counted at New Wenchi Palace A was 4, and then the total valid votes cast was 279. And so those are the votes that have come in from the New Wenchi Palace A. We are moving now to New Wenchi Palace B, which is on the same premises, the same center. As of now, we are seeing that the ballots for the MPP has officially been counted, and that for the NDC is currently being counted. Let's now listen to the presiding member to be able to determine really how many ballots are going for the NDC candidate.
31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49,
1
We've just heard some election results from New Wenchi A and B, where the polls have closed, sorting has taken place, and counting as well as declaration of results have officially taken place. In Wenchi, New Wenchi Palace A and B, Alfred, you've got the results for that. We know that the NDC candidate, Solomon Kwame Asumedu, well, let's hear from, polling station B. Judith has got the details.
The MPP had over 200 votes in Palace B and in Palace A, and in Palace B they had over 300 votes. And so, although the NDC has lost, they've made a significant improvement. Let me engage one of the men over here. What is your assessment of the votes that have been cast?
I think it's normal. It's normal. I think last December, MPP win here. This year, MPP win. So I know it's normal. Yeah.
And so, are you happy that your candidate win?
My candidate win here.
Your candidate has won?
Oh, no. My candidate
didn't win here.
Yeah, my candidate win.
But do you think he's done better in terms of the NDC and the numbers they polled as compared to the votes that were cast previously in the previous election?
Yeah, today we got improved, so we are happy for improvements. I know we are going to win this election. Yeah.
Right. Many thanks for your time. And so you've heard the voters' constituents right here in Aquitia. We are at the new Wenchi Palace A and B, where the MPP won in both polling centers. Of course, compared to the last election held here, they have reduced in their numbers in terms of the votes they had in the Palace A. They had over 200 votes last year. This year it has come down to 100 and about 94. And then, of course, in Palace B, it has also reduced from about 300 votes to over 190 votes as well. Reporting right here from New Palace or Wenchi Palace A and B, and voting, sorting and counting are officially done.
Well, now Judith Brown with those details from New Wenchi Palace A and B. So at least we know that in this particular polling station, Alfred, based on what we have seen on the ground, the NPP candidate takes the lead in New Wenchi. And again, the gentlemen here are already telling me they are not surprised by the outcome. But you do have some numbers to go over with New Wenchi Palace A.
Yes, indeed. The New Wenchi Palace A, from what we got from the polling station, the electoral commissioner, that's electoral commission officer there at the polling station, Solomon Asumedu, the NPP candidate there, polled some 192 of the valid vote cast as against Bernard Bedu of the NDC 79, and Patrick Owusu of the LPG, Liberal Party of Ghana, Kofi Akpalo's party, he had 0, and the rejected ballots 4. So the total valid vote cast there was 271, and the New Wenchi Palace B, we had Solomon Asumedu polling 190 votes. So you see that, yes, indeed, this follows the same pattern of the NPP in that New Wenchi Palace A and B polling stations. But let's stay a bit further in the New Wenchi area, because if you go to the New Wenchi police station, there are also 2 polling stations there. The New Wenchi police station A, we have the results, as was earlier declared. George Quinn is going to be joining us in a bit. But we're going to cross over shortly to Christian Yale, who is at the Deba Grounds, Takrasi polling station. And Chris, let's find out what's happening where Chris is right now.
3, 4, 5, 6,
7, 8.
PP, so we just the sound for you
10.
As he counts.
11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 67, sorry, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100. Fatai boom. Fatai boom.
So once they've counted up to 100, they tie those ballot papers before they begin counting the rest of the ballot papers. This is still for the NPP's parliamentary candidate, Solomon Esumedu. So he continues from 101.
That is 101. 2, 102. 3, 103. 4, 104. 5, 105. 6, 7.
And so counting is over for the NPP's parliamentary candidate at the Takoradi Deba Grounds polling station, where Solomon Esumedu has polled 107 ballots out of 581. And very shortly, they will move to count that of the NDC's parliamentary candidate. They do that in order of their position on the ballot paper. And so NPP comes first before the NDC's candidate would follow. And so once the counting is done for the NPP parliamentary candidate, they'll move to the NDC's candidate. This is the Deba Grounds polling station at Takoradi. And Solomon Esumedu has polled 107 votes out of the 581 voters. And very shortly, the NDC's parliamentary candidate, the presiding officer, is just about to begin counting for Bernard Bediako Bedu, the NDC's parliamentary candidate. So we go to pick the feet from the counting.
5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100.
Let's take you back to Takoradi.
help you? What help you? And you'll be on farm. And you'll be on farm. That's why. And you'll be on farm.
All right, and so